Chapter 105. Seeing that each of them didn't know whether they were cold or scared, and their expressions were not very good, Chinhuari didn't ask them in detail and told them to go back to rest and let them go. They were indeed a little tired, so they didn't say much. Hurry up, click back to lie down and return to blood. The next day, Jianchu, who was relieved, came to look for Mu Nan, and then told what happened yesterday. I thought the transaction was so smooth, we could go by ourselves next time, but unexpectedly, it turned out that we were waiting outside. As for us, such long steel nails are still sharpened. If we drive up, how can we come back? If Team Yuan hadn't been careful to observe the road conditions, we might really fall. Mu Nan asked curiously, then how did Team Yuan find out? Jianchu shrugged. It may be the intuition of the soldiers. It seems that they went to Monkey Mountain not only to trade, but also to notify the people in Monkey Mountain to replace their ID cards and vaccines, but they may have noticed something wrong when they were bargaining. The people who came in from behind saw that the snow was different, so they didn't reveal their identities, and didn't mention a word about the new ID card. Then they told us that something was wrong with those people, and they drove very slowly on the way back. Probably I found clues from the traces in the snow, got out of the car and checked, and there was indeed an ambush. After Jianchu finished speaking, she couldn't help sighing. The first person we came into contact with was a boy in his 20s. He was very enthusiastic and cheerful, and he didn't look like a bad guy. This time, he changed someone. It seems to be the boy's uncle. I just don't know if this is a black family, or what's going on. Anyway, we won't do this kind of thing anymore. It's too scary. Who knows what was buried in the thick snow? Desperate for a little meat, no worth. Mu Nan felt a little apprehensive when he heard this. Fortunately, there are soldiers going with you. It's really a little bit close. Let's forget about such adventures in the future. My life is the most important thing. Jianchu, that's not true. Team Yuan said that when they were bargaining, the people on the mountain probably came down and followed the tracks of our wheels to bury the nails. We must have returned the same way when we went back. Now there are many places outside. It must be the safest way to go along the original road for those with small pits. I probably thought of this, so we buried nails in our road, plus yesterday's big snowstorm, and the sky has changed. I want to find out the problem. It's even more difficult. So the two people who came in later had more snow on their pants and shoes. TSK, I learned, you must pay attention to such details when you are outside in the future. This is the detail that saves your life. However, thinking of what was traded yesterday, Jianchu became a little happier. I'm afraid those people were thinking of making money and killing their lives, so the final price is not high. A few hundred catties of rice for 30 rabbits is definitely a good idea. We made a profit. I also said that Team Yuan's level of counter-offering is too high. They have kept the price so low. I guess those people are thinking that these things will return to them anyway in the end. See, outside the ambush is almost over, and I didn't bother to waste time to drag, so I agreed. I didn't expect that we could see them through and come back safely. Those people might be jumping right now. Not all the things they brought were traded out. There was still a lot left, and when they came back, they took back the leftover supplies from each family, and the rabbits were 2 live ones, and the military department took away the ones they traded themselves. And the rest of the rabbits will be exchanged for points and exchanged for them. However, Zuming said that he hopes to directly exchange all the points for coal this time. The above did not agree, only to apply first and then notify them. After Jianchu finished talking about this, she went back. Although she only went out for a day, it was thrilling and exhausted more mentally than physically, so she had to take a good rest. After Jianchu left, Mu Nan looked at the 2 rabbits trapped in the corner of the stove by Chinhuari with a wooden plank, and couldn't help but take out vegetable leaves from the space to feed them. Brother, are there a male and a female in our house? Chinhuari hummed. There are a lot of female rabbits in exchange this time, so it's rare to give it to a female. Do you want to raise and give birth to a baby rabbit? Mu Nan turned to look at Chinhuari. Try. Chinhuari said, then let's put it here and raise it first. If it can survive, I'll put a room on the 2nd floor with a hot air pipe and try raising it in the upstairs room. If it can't reproduce, you can fatten it up and eat meat. Lost. Now the 2 wild rabbits are still a little thinner, much thinner than the first time they caught them. Fearing that Mu Nan would develop real feelings, Chinhuari added, but don't get your hopes up too much. Wild rabbits are very temperamental. This rabbit should have grown up. It's not easy to feed. Mu Nan saw that neither rabbit would eat the vegetable leaves in it, so she clicked her tongue. Are they going on a hunger strike? Chinhuari smiled. It's also possible that you would rather die than surrender if you hit your head against the wall. Seeing that Mu Nan was still messing with the two rabbits, he wondered if there were worms on his body after being caught in the wild, and since he had nothing else to do now, he simply started messing around with the hot air pipe. The room is bigger, the space is bigger, I don't know, can you feed them? If it doesn't work in the room, then you can only kill them and eat meat. There is no hay, even though there are a lot of things in Mu Nan's space. I didn't plan to put them on the hay, but there are still sawdust. They are all accumulated when making arrows, and sawdust is a good material for making fire, although there are not many. But now I have just started raising wild rabbits, try to give them a better environment, raise them well first, and talk about it later. With the previous experience, it is much easier to connect a hot air pipe to the room. Anyway, it doesn't need much warmth in the room. There is a stove downstairs, and it also needs to supply the upper and lower floors. It is not very warm. It can only be said to maintain a certain degree of heat, so that it will not be as cold as outside. Originally, wild rabbits were not easy to feed. This kind of wild animal has a strong temper. It would rather starve to death than be trapped. But I don't know if it's because of the extreme conditions outside. The lining of the house is warm enough, which made the two rabbits feel comfortable. When Chinhuari put the two rabbits upstairs, they adapted well and shut them upstairs. When I got out of the cage, I didn't eat or drink. I put it upstairs, no one was around, and the space was much larger. In addition to sawdust, there were even of cotton wool. The two rabbits began to eat and drink. Mu Nan eagerly went upstairs to watch the rabbits every day, and couldn't help sighing whenever he saw two rabbits gnawing on vegetable leaves. Chinhuari, who was watering the vegetables in the warm shed, heard it and said amusedly, "Don't you want them to have a litter today and a litter tomorrow?" Mu Nan said, "Brother, do you think we should intervene? I saw some rabbit breeding videos posted on the internet before, all of which were bred under human intervention. A super long needle went straight in. That needle really, it's super long, at least 3 times as long as a human injection. You said it depends on the male rabbit itself, and the male rabbit's JJ is not that long, so how can they mate?" Chinhuari said helplessly, "You still worry about this, they can't mate, so where did the wild rabbits outside come from? What kind of mess do you usually see?" Mu Nan snorted, "What a mess, this is to increase knowledge." Chinhuari put the curtains of the greenhouse in place, took the watering can and walked up to the 3rd floor. "I'll see for a while, and I won't be afraid of the cold when I go down." Mu Nan went to the balcony on the 2nd floor and lifted the curtain to look out. It has been several days since the last sudden change of weather. The temperature outside has obviously dropped a lot in the past few days, but today the sun came out for a while, although now the sky became gloomy again, but the wind and snow stopped. When the wind and snow stopped, it seemed that it was not so cold outside from the house, but in fact, it would definitely be cold to death when going out. Counting the time, it has been more than 3 months since the beginning of winter, and it will be hot again for more than 3 months. He doesn't know how long it will be this time, whether it is like half a year like winter, or like it was hot for a year before, and I didn't know. I hope that before summer comes, some food can be grown in the greenhouse on the base. If there is no way to grow it, I can't imagine what life will be like. Even if he had a small space, he was a little panicked. Just as Mu Nan was about to come down from the stairs, he saw a group of thickly wrapped people coming from a distance. There was no wind and snow today, and even though there was no sun, the sky was still bright and the range of vision was quite high. Upstairs, I saw at a glance that those who came back were Yu Zaibai and the others, and Wu Zheng. Although Wu Zheng was at home last time, I don't know if he told the person who registered with him that he wanted to wait for his brother to come back. Registered a new ID card, so this time Yu Zaibai, Jianchu and the others went together when the time came. It was lucky that the wind and snow hadn't stopped yesterday, but it stopped today. Big hindrance. As soon as Mu Nan returned to the 1st floor, he hadn't taken off his clothes, he hadn't got on the kang, and he was adding firewood to the stove when he heard a knock on the garage door. The one who could knock on the garage door must be the neighbor next door. Mu Nan quickly looked. I checked to see if there was anything that could not appear on the kang, and after making sure there was nothing there, I went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Jianchu rubbed her hands and came in. "Let me tell you, we went to register this time and heard something important. Wait for me to slow down and die of cold." Mu Nan said, "Then you go to the stove. I just turned up the fire a little bit, go to warm up." Jianchu sat down to warm himself up by the fire. Mu Nan poured him a cup of hot water, and when the cold was gone, Jianchu gossiped with Mu Nan. "I also said that the last incident at Monkey Mountain, when Ti Nuan came back, didn't say anything. I thought they were thinking that we were lucky enough to escape the catastrophe. One more thing is worse than one less thing, and they just don't have to deal with that side in the future. I didn't expect that in a few days. Team Yuan directly recruited troops gone. New Nan was puzzled. Array? Why do you want to suppress the bandits? Jianchu nodded. Yes, I just realized that it's not the first time what happened to us that time. Before us, there were already 2 cars that didn't come back. Both cars were driven by a few people alone. We are the same as last time, but where did we go missing? In the current climate, there is no monitoring, and we don't know the general direction of their actions. A missing car hit their heads, but within the jurisdiction of the government. How could such a bad thing be allowed to happen? Of course it must be resolved, so I went directly with soldiers and weapons. Qin Huai came down from upstairs, saw the 2 people sitting in front of the stove, and said with a smile, Jianchu is here. Have you registered your ID card? Jianchu said, I've registered. I'm chatting with Mu Nan. Qin Huai said, then let's talk. Are you hungry? Let me make some pancakes for you to eat. The latter sentence was obviously addressed to Mu Nan, even though it included the word men. Mu Nan said, eat, yes. Before he could say the rest, seeing Qin Huai narrowing his eyes unkindly, he swallowed immediately. Looking at the 2 of them, Jianchu laughed and said, what cards are you playing? Qin Huai took the basin and scooped up the flour. He wants to eat chili. Jianchu smiled bluntly and said, you should restrain yourself. You just got better, and it's not yourself who suffers from the pain. Mu Nan also wanted to restrain himself, but when the scar was healed, he was the one who forgot the pain. If Qin Huai didn't take care of him, he might not be able to restrain himself. Ask, and then? Was the suppression of the bandits successful? Jianchu said, of course it succeeded. The army was dispatched to suppress the mountain people. I can imagine how unsuccessful they were. After that day, when they went to the snow to collect the corpses for us, they found that there was no car and buried them. The nails are gone. How angry, maybe thinking viciously, next time we will not let us go so easily. But before the next time, the army will besiege the mountain. This group of people is the same. No, I know it's because I've watched too many TV shows, or I think our government is like tofu, and I feel that if there is a catastrophe, no one will take care of it, and we can take over the mountain and become king. Mu Nan said, maybe it's because I've watched too many American dramas. Have you ever watched disaster-type American dramas? It's all about self-reliance. When a natural or man-made disaster occurs, it's like being abandoned by the whole world. Anytime, anywhere, it's amazing to be able to support yourself. Jianchu smiled and said, sure enough, art is art, and life is life. Didn't I tell you that the guy who made a deal with us at the beginning was a boy in his 20s, and later changed to a middle-aged man who said he was his second uncle? So there is something inside this matter. Mu Nan asked curiously, what's the matter? That middle-aged man is not the boy's second uncle at all, and it has nothing to do with half a dime. This matter is quite twists and turns. Originally, all the residents living on the mountain were from the original area, and there were not many people living here. Those who were able to walk before the earthquake all left, because many of them had relatives in the countryside. After the earthquake, although not many people died, many died. It is common sense that there must be a major epidemic after a major disaster. Knowing that living in so many dead people will definitely cause accidents, so they migrated to the mountains far away, digging holes in the mountains, avoiding crowds, and this mountain is not theirs, so as long as they don't occupy the holes dug by others, who no one cares about coming and staying. The murderer, the one who planned to ambush us, is actually a murderer. I heard that he escaped from the prison, but the people who lived on the mountain didn't know it at first, although they didn't have any dealings. But they didn't turn against each other, so we got along without incident. Later, the weather turned cold, and life on the mountain was not easy, but they had gained experience living in the mountain, so they set up a set of hunting methods. They had some meat to eat, but there was less oil, salt, rice and noodles, and the meat wasn't too much. At most, there is a bit of a tooth-beating festival. The only good thing is that they are on the mountain. Even if the sun has balled the mountain before, they can get firewood on the spot. It's too far away here, and it's unrealistic to walk here, so there's no way to exchange some daily necessities, until a hunting vehicle passes by, and the residents on the mountain suddenly found a new way of trading, exchanging the hunted things for rice, flour, grain and oil. When Jianchu said this, Qin Huai had already mixed the flour, and there was no need for fermentation. He kneaded it into a ball 3 or 2 times, then flattened it, put a layer of minced meat on it, pinched the edges of both ends to wrap it, and boiled it. It was directly ironed in the fried oil pan, and the crackling aroma of the oil exploded with the sound, and the hook Jianchu subconsciously stretched his head to take a look. Your brother is good at cooking. New Nan also turned back, and then called out to Chin Huari, brother. Chin Huari raised his head, and seeing New Nan's heart gesture towards him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The two of them didn't chat, just gathered around the pot and watching the white noodles being fried to a crispy golden color. But unfortunately there were no shallots. If there were green onions, sprinkle some chili noodles, the taste would be perfect. A piece of minced meat and scallion pancake without shallots came out of the pan. Chin Huari put it on the plate and handed it to the two people who were drooling around the pan. Take it out and eat it first. As he said that, he put down another roll of white dough after finishing the pot. He still reminded him, Nanan, eat less, you can only eat half of it, it's fried. New Nan agreed, and Jianchu were holding the scallion pancake halfway, and it was a little hot because it had just come out of the pan, and she had to change hands every second or two to blow on her hot red fingers. As he gnawed his head, he urged Jianchu to continue. Then, why did a good deal turn into murder for money? Jianchu continued, didn't I say that the man is a murderer, but he is not from the local area, he is just serving his sentence in our prison here. The earthquake is so severe that he wants to go home and have a look, but it was too difficult to go home at this time. Without a car, he seemed to have never served his sentence. It is said that when the earthquake happened, they were working on the playground of the prison. It was chaotic. Anyway, he took the opportunity to run away. For fear of being caught back, he ran all the way, and wanted to go home. I am afraid that there is no way to get around at the moment, so he can only walk towards the national road, and this is the end, it's nearby, but if you go farther, there's no place for shade. You know how desolate it is, so he wants to find a place to live first, and then follow the residents here to dig holes in the mountains. Residents don't want to live here because they have all their belongings here, and the cave is comfortable to live in, so they don't want to come here. He doesn't want to be afraid of being found out that he has a criminal record. Is there anything on file? After Jianchu finished speaking, he took a bite of the cold scallion pancake, and said, his ultimate goal is to go home. He couldn't help it before. Didn't the residents on the mountain make a deal with driving a car to hunt? He found out, the viciousness was revealed at once. First, some thugs were found, and the supplies of some old and weak women and children living on the mountain were robbed. When I traded with that young man once, it was when this guy was just making waves. I said that he looked pretty good at that time, and the murderer knew that it was impossible to occupy the mountain here forever. The more vehicles he robbed, the easier it is to cause trouble. The army is still stationed here, so he wants to intercept and kill some vehicles and supplies in a short time. The focus is on vehicles. Only when there is a car can they leave. It is enough to grab a car, but he punctured his car tire and needed to change the tire. He didn't know how far it would be before going back, so he had to prepare some fuel, so he planned to save up a little more and leave immediately. But the speed was not as fast as those soldiers. An ambush directly around the mountain. Anyway, all the people on the mountain were brought down. How comfortable they lived on the mountain before, and how miserable they were tortured during this period. It turns out that they can't do without the government. Hearing this, Chin Huari picked up the noodle cakes in the pot and put them on a plate, and looked at Jianchu, this kind of guy who can directly freeze people to death in the snow in order to grab a car. It is impossible to expect to be humane, so it is entirely conceivable that when his behavior is exposed and unscrupulous, the ordinary residents on the mountain who have little resistance will be treated. But he did not stop Jianchu from saying, let New Nan listen to these things. Sure enough, Jianchu continued, the people who drilled holes on the mountain were originally people from this neighborhood. Some lived alone, and some were just a few members of an ordinary family. How could they be the opponent of this kind of mad murderer? Anyway, the soldiers searched for them. When going up the mountain, I found many people who had frozen to death in the caves. The entrances of those people were blocked by big rocks. In addition, once the ice and snow froze, they could not be pushed away. Later, the sealed caves were opened. Except for the people who died of freezing, there was not even a grain of rice in it, and they were all taken away. There were also some women, who were even more pitiful. What about the little girl who is 10 years old? Do you think these people should be damned? New Nan nodded. These people can no longer be called human beings. Those who follow the murderer as a sidekick are more abominable than the murderer. Those who freeze to death, or are abused. Maybe there are people they know, who are not afraid of life difficult because people's hearts are too evil. Jianchu didn't say what happened to those people. Anyway, the death penalty is cheaper for them, but all the residents on the mountain were brought back, and the car was hidden. A total of 7 people were found in a snow-covered pothole at the foot of the mountain, all of whom were frozen to death. This matter has been spread in the greenhouse, because after the people from the mountain were brought down, the innocent victims were settled in the greenhouse first, so the matter could not be hidden, so they went to register their ID cards. I just heard a lot of news. Jianchu came here to tell Mu Nan specifically to make them more vigilant. Although Mu Nan reminded them that the transaction might be dangerous at the beginning, but when the matter has come to fruition, they should also know. Otherwise, if you are trapped in this house by the heavy snow, you will think how peaceful the whole world is. Before leaving, Chin Huari asked Jianchu to take 2 breads away, and he did everything, that is, a little flour. Now that their food is not in short supply, naturally they don't need to worry about such a little thing. Jianchu is a little I'm sorry, it's as if he came here to eat, but the enthusiastic neighbor had to accept it, thinking that next time he would cook something delicious and send it over to give back. At night, Mu Nan lay on the kang, and when Chin Huari also fell asleep, he threw himself into Chin Huari's arms and hugged him. Chin Huari caressed his back lightly. What's the matter? Are you frightened by what Jianchu said? Mu Nan said sullenly. How can I be so timid? I just feel that the current life is too heavy. Chin Huari smiled. Let me see how heavy it is. Sensing Chin Huari's actions, Mu Nan was immediately annoyed. Brother. Chin Huari smiled and said, think about it, but it's too free, come and do something else, your little mind won't think so much. Mu Nan couldn't help laughing and hid back. No, it's so troublesome to take a shower now. This is not a question of saying if you don't want it, you don't want it. Chapter 106. A few days later, the coal they exchanged was also delivered, but it wasn't too much. The family could only exchange 300 katis at most. According to Zhu Ming's calculations before, if you save money, you can use a little to warm the stove at night, and 2 at night. Even 4 katis, 300 katis can last for 2.5 months, and with the firewood they accumulated, at least they can last for a while. The coal was delivered here by car. There is no way, and it is not realistic for them to transport it by themselves now. How to get so much coal? The coal of the 4 families adds up to more than 1,000 katis. In the end, Chin Huari and the others gave the porters some points and asked them to help move the coal to the garages of each family. Although they gave money, it was too cold outside and the snow was blowing again today, so they didn't do anything. Then, they all stepped forward to help with gloves on, and the speed of several people was faster, so that they could finish work earlier, and the cars outside hadn't turned off yet. The 4 girls next door saw that they bought coal at home, and 2 came out to inquire about the coal. The upper limit for a family is 300 katis, and they have to register and wait in line. But when they heard the price, the girls were a little bit hesitated, and didn't register right away, just said to go back and discuss it. 30 points are needed for 300 katis, and those who work hard for a day outside as coolies only get 3 to 5 points. They have to pay rent, exchange winter supplies, and eat and drink. Not every household has these 30 points. It was exchanged on that condition. If it was another 1 or 20 katis, they probably wouldn't deliver it to your door. It's not enough to consume fuel. Mu Nan thought that they would have nothing to say when they went back to discuss the matter, but after a while, Sun Sai Sai, the liveliest of the girls, and Tu Wan, who had short hair, came out with points and said they wanted to buy coal. What they registered at the beginning was registration. 2 of the 2 girls registered as 1 household, so they, like Jianchu and the others, had 2 places to buy. Once they made a reservation, they directly bought 60 points and 600 katis of coal. Seeing Mu Nan's surprised look, Sun Sai Sai smiled and said, buy more, who knows how long winter will last, and if it's a year, it may not be enough. If winter passes quickly, the leftovers can be used next year. Mu Nan is really curious. The girls don't seem to have ever gone out. Anyway, in winter, they are locked in the house every day and don't go out of the yard at all. That is, they went out for a while during the time of preparing firewood. Where did their points come from? Yes, there should be a portable space or something. Probably because the doubt in his eyes was too obvious. Sun Sai Sai smiled, curious. Mu Nan was afraid that the girls would be suspicious, so he hurriedly said, it's a little bit, but who doesn't have a secret yet? For the neighbor's sake, remember to take care of any good things in the future. Sun Sai Sai smiled and said, it's nothing. Guanan Road, you know, the most famous place there is a row of gold jewelry shops. Guanan Road is the largest gold jewelry city in this city. There are many gold shops, second-hand recycling, gold jewelry ordering, finished product sales, and processing factories. They are all located in that area. It is closed, but some of the gold ornaments in the gold jewelry mall have not been removed. At that time, the entire gold jewelry mall was guarded by security guards. After the earthquake, the girls wanted to rummage for some food, but they also wanted to find some gold. After all, the short distance condition is here. After finding more gold, you can exchange food with others. Gold is hidden in troubled times. When I got here, I was worried that too much gold in my hand would be unsafe, so I exchanged it for points and exchanged a lot of food for hiding in the house secretly. Unless the people outside here are interested in observing, they won't know much about the situation in their yard, but those who live nearby know it without observing. They don't go out, don't work, but they have food and drink, which is really attractive. Coveted, they also observed for a while, and felt that they could reveal a little bit of information. New Nan was stunned for a moment, and Sun Sai Sai said, "We lived upstairs in that row of gold jewelry shops. After the earthquake, we didn't find anything else. We bought a lot of gold jewelry. After we moved here, we changed all of them. It became points. I stocked up some food, and kept a little in my hand for emergencies. I bought coal now, and there is not much left. If this winter is very long, it may not survive for a few months. Move to the greenhouse. If you don't talk about some things, it's easy to make people suspicious. Judging from the current relationship, the boys in their yard are all okay, and they are all relatively quiet. An Anqing shuts the door to live his own life, and will not treat you. They are very enthusiastic, and they will not turn a blind eye completely indifferently. Anyway, after observation, they must have no bad intentions, so they have discussed it a long time ago, and there is no need to hide some things. It is better than others if they have a chance to get a little bit of the bottom line. I don't know how to make random guesses. Now it is time to live a little bit, and people with a little righteousness will not covet other people's homes casually. In case the life becomes more and more difficult in the future, they are locked in the house without a job, but they don't have to worry about food and drink. People misunderstand how many good things they have hoarded. Anyway, 7 points are true and 3 points are false. Tell others directly that they do have things, but there are not many. New Nan couldn't help but said, "No wonder, I was really curious before, but it's a pity that there were not many gold jewelry shops in my house at that time." Sun Sai Sai said, "You are not bad either. You earn points by going to work, and you went hunting before. I saw the rabbits you brought back. We only have a little bit of bacon from the redemption point, and we have to save and save. Greedy, I'm hungry for meat. When will you go hunting next time?" New Nan shook her head, probably not going. Sun Sai Sai let out an "ah," obviously a little disappointed. "Not going? Why?" New Nan said, "I can't hunt anything, it's too dangerous outside. I almost couldn't come back last time, and there are not many wild animals here, so I can't hunt them here. But I heard that the above is going to breed rabbits, although I don't know if I can feed it. If I can feed it, maybe I can change it to some meat." Sun Sai Sai sighed and shook her head. "Then don't count on it. Meat is so expensive. We only have a few points left. We can exchange a few catis of rice at most. Don't count on meat." The two were talking. Chin Huari, who had just put a board of coal into the garage, stopped and glanced at them. New Nan came to his senses instantly, and smiled. "Why did I chat with you? Hey, I'm busy, don't talk anymore, brother, I'll help you." Seeing New Nan chasing his brother and running out, Sun Sai Sai shook her head. "Tut tut, Leng Ao Gong Jonggu Shou. Unfortunately, I don't eat this one, even though it looks handsome." All the coal was put into the warehouse. Thanked the master who helped deliver the charcoal. Everyone was panting with exhaustion, not because of the amount of exercise, but mainly because of wearing too much, and panting with a little movement. Everyone said hello to each other. They went back to their respective homes. Chin Huari asked New Nan to put his coat at the door, although he was wearing dirty clothes, but he moved so much coal that he couldn't wear them out without washing them. Now, washing clothes is a big problem. Engineering, especially cold-proof jackets. This jacket is so thick that it can't even fit in the washing machine, so it can only be washed by hand. After the two coats were washed, an hour passed, and several basins of water were changed. If it wasn't for the convenience of taking advantage of New Nan's space to fetch and change water, the washing would have been even more troublesome. The two clothes were hanging wet on the wall beside the stove. Put it outside, not to mention dry, it will freeze in 5 minutes, so it can only be dried slowly by the stove, which may take several days to dry, but once the coal is taken back, it will be a long time without going out, so it doesn't matter. After Chin Huari finished washing his clothes, New Nan forcibly made him a hand mask. The hand mask was not the kind bought from outside, but Mew Nan smeared it with thick hand cream and then put on a disposable glove. Mew Nan doesn't know if it will be effective. Anyway, he and his brother haven't had chilblains yet. Jianchu, Songjia and the others already have chilblains on their hands and ears. If you want to use hot water, you must. It's not just that they use hot water for everything, but now that the stove is running non-stop, the water directly brings in the pots and buckets of snow accumulated outside to burn, so there is no shortage of water at all. So Mew Nan still feels that he is so tossing it is still useful to protect hands and feet, wipe face and ears. Frostbite is not just ugly, it is swollen and painful. Scratch it when itchy, it hurts so badly. Don't pick it, it is itchy to scratch the heart and liver. He had frostbite in the last life. Even if he hides in the house, he kept guarding the brazier all the time, and he couldn't escape his ears and face. The feeling was too uncomfortable, so in this life, he would rather toss a little more and spend such a little time every day on nursing, and he didn't want to suffer from chilblains. To save Chin Huari from being bored, Mew Nan found a movie for Chin Huari, then took the notebook he used to work with, connected it to the hand-painted tablet and began to draw. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, so let's draw. See if he can find a channel to serialize. Whether he can make money is the second priority, mainly because he has nothing to do now. He has to find some spiritual food for himself. Chin Huai wrapped his hands around his waist, put his chin on his shoulder, smelled the fragrance of their shampoo of the same style, and saw a scene of ruins after an earthquake taking shape in his pen, said, "Think about it. Got a name? What's it called?" Mew Nan tilted her head slightly. "How about calling Shin Shin?" Chin Huari hummed with a long tone. "It's a bit cliched." Mew Nan clicked his tongue, shrugged his shoulders and pushed his chin away. "Then what's your name?" Chin Huari said, "It's called Tomorrow. I hope everyone can have tomorrow." Mew Nan said disgustedly, "Are you not cliched? Well, let's call it Tomorrow, although it is also very cliched. We are not the same." Chin Huari smiled, hugged Mew Nan from behind and watched him paint for a while. Seeing that Mew Nan was obsessed with painting and didn't want to talk to him, Chin Huari stopped bothering him. Looked at the time. The hand cream on his hand was half wrapped. It was too late, so I went down to the kang to wash it off. After washing, I took out a box of pine nuts from the cabinet beside the bed. When I had nothing to do, I watched a movie while holding a small basket to peel pine nuts for Mew Nan. Mew Nan likes to crack the melon seeds by himself. After all, it is easy to chew, and the surface also has a smell, but pine nuts are not good. Although they are a little open, they can only be peeled by hand. If you peel too much, your nails will be easy to split. Although he also bought a lot of long soft-shelled pine nuts, however, Mew Nan likes to eat this kind of red pine. After Mew Nan finished drawing a frame, he couldn't help stretching, and when he turned around, he saw Chin Huari peeling half of the basket of pine nuts. Although the basket was only about the size of a palm, the capacity inside was not small, so Mew Nan went over to look at it. Looking at Chin Huari's nails, he saw that they hadn't been cut at all, so he pushed them away in disgust. "Why do I have the feeling that these pine nuts are just for people to order? You bit all the pine nuts in this basket with your teeth, right?" Chin Huari shook the basket. "Yes, do you want to eat?" Mew Nan got into Chin Huari's bed and said, "Eat. If you don't eat for nothing, don't eat." Chin Huari squeezed his fingers. "It's really soft, the skin is crispy and the flesh is tender. Even the nails are soft, although the nails are soft, but when you scratch me, it leaves a mark." Mew Nan grabbed a handful of pine nuts and forced it into Chin Huari's mouth. "Besides, I'll scratch you." Chin Huari smiled lightly and hugged the person who had flung himself into his arms, and squeezed the arm that was on his body. Well, it really was a small sugar cake. It was soft everywhere. Although it was soft, Chin Huari didn't plan to eat it now. During the day, he didn't even eat dinner. The two of them leaned against the kang, and went upstairs to water at about the same time, and those who watched the rabbits looked at the rabbits. The rabbits probably had nothing to eat outside. Mew Nan piled up the sweet potatoes and vines he bought before and piled them up to eat. "I eat, drink, and don't exercise very much. When I'm bored, I drill holes in the cotton. The living environment is cleaned every day. The life is too comfortable, so it grows more and more mellow every day. It's just that I don't know if there are any little rabbits. Anyway, the two rabbits look quite chubby now, and their coat colors are similar." Mew Nan marked the rabbit's ears with a pen to distinguish the male and female, but the female is not yet male. The rabbit is fat and doesn't look like it's pregnant. Chin Huari poured water from the upstairs, and carried away Mew Nan, who had a regretful expression. "Maybe it's because you watch them every day, making them nervous and embarrassed. That's why you don't think about them." New Nan gave Chin Huari a supercilious look. It's obviously a male rabbit. Chin Huari said indifferently, then you can cheer it up every day, or give it some rabbit kidney next time. New Nan laughed and said, rabbit waste, thank you for thinking it out, rabbits don't eat meat. Chin Huari poked him on the forehead, biology class is gone, right? Who said rabbits don't eat meat? Rabbits even eat their own cubs and placenta. New Nan was startled, he only knew that hamsters would eat their own children. Chin Huari said, so just give enough food and water. The rabbit's room should be cleaned once every 3 days. Too often it will make them nervous, because there is always a strange smell invading their territory. If they happen to give birth to cubs, they will feel strange smell, they will even eat the young to protect the young. New Nan sighed, you are also a 9-year compulsory education, why are you so good? Chin Huari smiled and said, because I am your brother. After cleaning up the upstairs, the two of them washed their hands. Chin Huari started to cook, and the rice was already stewed. Although there are ready-made cooked food in the space, the finished cooked food will not spoil if placed in the space. Given that New Nan has been doing well these days, he obediently ate light dishes, and his stomach never hurt again. Although he was still taking medicine, Chin Huari decided to cook him something with a slightly stronger taste than the light dishes, such as braised chicken feet. Anyway, New Nan, I like to gnaw on this kind of small broken bones. Add a little shrimp and king oyster mushroom slices to the stewed chicken feet. There are meat, vegetarian and seafood, and then stir-fry or oyster sauce oatmeal. 2 dishes are enough. Because of the chicken feet, New Nan ate this meal for an hour and a half. Fortunately, Chin Huari put the stewed chicken feet in the hot pot and ate it hot. After eating, it was frozen into ice cubes. After eating, New Nan held a cup of fruit tea with rock sugar and burped against the pillow. From time to time, he took a sip of sweet hot tea, not to mention comfortable. When Chin Huari finished washing the dishes and got on the kang, sat next to him and rubbed his stomach for a while, the two of them leaned together while chatting and watching variety shows, and when they were drowsy from the heat of the kang, the iron gate outside suddenly it was knocked. New Nan came to his senses all of a sudden, subconsciously took out his phone to check the time, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening, and suddenly asked suspiciously, it's so late, who could it be? In the past, 8 o'clock was not too late, and many families didn't even have dinner at 8 o'clock, but now they have nothing to do and can only sit in the winter. 8 o'clock is already considered late, and many people fall asleep at 9 o'clock. So it's a bit strange that someone came to the door at this time. Chin Huari got up from the kang, and brought New Nan's warm clothes buried under the other quilt. He knew that it would be impossible to prevent New Nan from coming down to have a look, so it's better to let him get dressed first. I'll go upstairs and have a look, don't just open the door. New Nan nodded and began to put on his clothes and trousers. Chin Huari went straight up to the 2nd floor, and then walked to the balcony. Instead of turning on the spotlight on the roof, he took a flashlight to shine it out. There were 3 people outside, 1 person in the car, 2 people were standing at the door, wearing thick clothes, masks and hats to protect against the cold. Seeing someone lighting up the upstairs, they raised the forehead thermometers in their hands and shouted, take your temperature, please go ahead. Go to the door. It seems that their clothes are indeed similar to the soldiers who come to take their temperature every time. Even the car is a military car, but now many people rent cars to hunt, and the cars they drive are basically the same model, so it is not enough to rely on these things are used to identify people outside. Yu Zaibai, who has already walked to the yard downstairs, looked up at Chin Huari. He was in the yard. If he didn't open the door, he wouldn't know what was going on outside or who was coming. I was a little confused when I called out to take the temperature. According to the time, it should be at noon tomorrow to take the temperature. Now the temperature is basically taken every half a month, and there is no need to measure it so intensively. Chin Huari said, sorry, we've already fallen asleep, please come back tomorrow if we need to take our temperature. The people outside were stunned for a moment, but they didn't give up and said, soon, we will not patrol here tomorrow after measuring today. Chin Huari looked at Yu Zaibai who was downstairs, go back, don't open the door. Yu Zaibai also thought it was very strange, so he turned around and went back to the house. How could he come to take his temperature so late? The most important thing is that he was not a soldier patrolling the area. Seeing that they did not open the door, the people outside said, if you refuse to cooperate, I will report the truth and you will bear the consequences. Chin Huari took a look at them, turned around and went into the room and closed the door, without paying any attention to them. The people outside did not insist, nor continued to knock on the door, and drove away directly. New Nan glanced out from the balcony on the 2nd floor. What's going on? Chin Huari, I don't know, maybe it's a new tactic for burglary. If you can't climb over the wall, just walk in openly, seeing that the owner of the house is more guarded and don't insist, and then find a new target. It can indeed save a lot of trouble. Mu Nan said, it's a pity that there is no internet now. I know they are liars, but I can't call the police to arrest them. If someone believes it and opens the door, it will be miserable. Chin Huari took him downstairs. Those people took advantage of this kind of loophole. There was no net, and the wind and snow blocked people. They must have been squatting for a while. They knew when the soldiers' inspections and temperature measurements were, so one day in advance. If someone happens to miss this point, they might be on the wrong track. Mu Nan is a little strange. Then why don't you come during the day? If you come during the day, the success rate will be higher. At night, people who are a little bit wary will not open the door easily. If it is during the day, take your temperature one day in advance to feel the possibility. It's bigger. If he came to knock on the door during the day to take his temperature, although it was a day earlier, he might not think too much at the first time, and maybe he would actually open the door. Chin Huari said, it's more likely during the day, but the chance of exposure is also greater. Who knows, soldiers will come to take their temperature tomorrow, and then tell them about it and let them investigate. This is the only way to go now. I just hope that after such a long time of disaster, everyone will be more vigilant and don't open the door so easily. The next day, the soldiers who were supposed to come over at noon to check their temperature did not come. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon when someone knocked on the door. It was Chin Bing, who had migrated all the way before, and had been in contact with them for quite a long time, so he could hear the other party's voice when speaking through the mask, and Yu Zaibai went out to open the door for someone. Chin Bing walked in directly. Seeing that Chin Huari and the others had also come out, Yu Zaibai opened his garage. At least it was not that cold in the room. In the past, the body temperature was taken quickly. He would scan the door, and he would not even enter the door, but because yesterday they want to report what happened at night, so it's better to go indoors and talk. Chin Bing just wanted to remind them about this, but he didn't expect to be met by them last night. He was silent for a moment, and Zhu Ming, who was beside him, said, someone has an accident? Chin Bing nodded. Now they are considered acquaintances. Chin Bing knows more about their personalities. He knows more or less. It was a boy's, and it's also the kind of co-renter who was killed last night. Jian Chu was surprised. 4 boys? 4, they are still men, so the value of force is not low. Chin Bing said, you are not very old, in your 20s, maybe you just thought that they are all men, and the number is not small, but they are not so wary. They opened the door for them, and how did they kill them? The autopsy may take some time. Zhu Ming asked sensitively, is there something wrong with the corpse? Generally, those who die from trauma, especially this kind of burglary, don't say that the autopsy will take some time, not to mention that it can be seen at a glance, and it takes time to test. Evidence left on the body by the murderer, not the cause of death. Chin Bing told them about this to make them vigilant, so he said directly, that household is just like you. It has a kang in the house and a boiler. When we found it, part of the body was in the water in the pot. It is cooking, and part of it is burning in the boiler, so it has not been put together yet. Chapter 107. The cruel mutilation made Mu Nan and the others silent for a while. You broke into the house and killed people. You stole the supplies. At least you left a whole corpse. You killed people, but you took the supplies and didn't leave. You stayed in the house. The dismembered corpse that is not afraid of being discovered is simply perverted to the point of distortion, not to mention that after the dismembered corpse is finished, it will be boiled in a pot and burned in the stove. Thing. Chin Bing said, be careful when you live here. The next inspection will not be fixed at a fixed time, so it is easy to be caught by the law. I am in charge of this area. If there is a replacement, I will definitely notify in advance. If there is no, the person who notified has changed, you must remember to check the other party's military ID first, otherwise don't open the door easily. Mu Nan, who was on the side, suddenly said, can I find the person through the car number? Everyone looked at him, and Mu Nan said, I saw that car was sprayed 7 times yesterday. There are no license plates, and some license plates were shaken off during an earthquake, while others it is still hanging on it. But in order to make a unified arrangement, they all sprayed numbers on the car body, which is also convenient for recording handovers. Although it was dark outside last night, the flashlight his brother held could not illuminate too far, but the light added the snow-reflected light, and Mu Nan saw the word 7 on the car. Chin Bing said, are you sure? Mu Nan thought about it carefully, then nodded, I'm sure I saw a 7. Qin Bing hurriedly said, "We will investigate this clue, but don't tell the public about this matter, don't mention a single word." He was not afraid of anything else, but mainly worried that if those people had hidden accomplices, what would they provide? People with clues are in danger, so it's best not to mention a word about this matter. I have told all the instructions, and reminded them that in the next half a month, they should not be asked to enter the door to take their temperature or do any inspections. Ask them to lock the doors and windows, and don't sleep too hard at night, even though the accident happened. There is no yard at the door of the house, and there is an extra yard on their side, and there is a dog in the yard. If someone climbs over the wall, the dog may be able to hear the movement, but you still have to be alert. After Qin Bing left, Mu Nan couldn't help but rub his arms. How perverted. Jian Chu also had lingering fears. It's too insane. Mu Nan said, "Do you want to talk to Song Jia and the others about this?" From the sound, Qin Bing should have quickly taken the temperature of the neighbor next door and left without any delay. Presumably he didn't say anything about it second time. Zhu Ming said, "Let's not talk about it for now. We will talk about it tomorrow when we are shoveling the snow. It doesn't matter if they know or not. New will definitely be the first to be alert if there is any movement at night. Song Jia is probably timid. Seeing if we don't go out, I will definitely be afraid. I won't run out and open the door by myself." Mu Nan felt the same. If it were him, he would not dare to open the door casually. A few people didn't stay in the garage too much. After knowing this, they went back to their houses. Even in the garage, people shivered from the cold. It's better to go back to the house and go to the kang to feel more comfortable. After climbing onto the heated kang, Mu Nan was still holding an electric hot water bottle to warm his hands and feet. "Brother, do you think those people who knocked on the door yesterday did this?" Qin Huai said, "You don't think so?" Mu Nan thought for a while. "I just think that if it's just for money, there's no need to be so frenzied. It's all distorted. There's something wrong with it. The purpose is to kill and dismember the corpse, and taking away supplies is a cover-up." Qin Huai scooped up all the water from the stove, washed the pot, and it was past 5 o'clock, and it was time to start cooking. "We can only wait for the results of their investigation, whether it's a purpose or a cover-up. This kind of thing happened to the government. Within the jurisdiction, there will definitely be a result. As for the places outside the government's power, if such a murder happens, I am afraid that there will only be a sigh of loss of life in vain." Mu Nan raised a corner of the curtain between the kang and the stove, so that when he sat on the top of the kang, he could see Qin Huai who was cooking, and pulled the small table for eating in front of him, on which was a small basket. In the basket are the corn kernels he peeled off one by one, although they have canned corn, but the can is sweet and pickled, not as delicious as fresh corn. He wants to eat salt and pepper corn, add a little pine nuts, sweet and crispy, a plate of salt and pepper corn, a plate of braised pork ribs, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup are their dinner today. When Qin Huai took the peeled corn away, Mu Nan said, "Behind us, the Chi family who had an accident after eating a dead wild boar has already moved away. It feels like more and more people are moving away here. Wait until winter in the past, the neighbors who have lived together for a winter in these 4 weeks may have to change again." The Chi family mentioned by Mu Nan has indeed moved away. The rent of 20 points a month is no longer affordable for 2 fathers and sons who have hurt their hands and a woman who has been betrayed by her husband because of the loss of her child. What's more, in the case of wild boar meat last time, although they were fatal, they still hurt their bodies. The current situation is impossible like before. They can stay in the hospital until they recover and then leave the hospital. Let's take care of the rest on my own. My arm is still injured, my stomach is exhausted and I don't have any nutritional supplements. I can't wait to go upstairs and feel exhausted. I only have some food and points left. It's so cold that I can't go out to work, so what else can I do except move out of the house and live in a greenhouse to eat big pot meals? Fortunately, they still have some points in their hands. The greenhouse is not provided free of charge, but now they have lost their labor force and can only consume their capital. Although Chi Kangmin was injured by his sister, but with Chi's father, this is the only one left now. One woman. How could Father Chi not want a daughter for his son? And it is impossible not to have a son for his daughter. But the cost of living in a greenhouse for 3 people is too high, and the last 3 of them got 2 meal cards for the cafeteria, and Father Chi eats less for himself. Let the brothers and sisters eat more. Chi Kangmin's younger sister is called Chi Hating. She is not too old. She is only 29 this year, not even 30, but she was seriously ill once, and now she has lost her mother, her only son in this life is gone, and her husband doesn't want her anymore for such a long period of various disasters. It was not even as big a blow to her as this short month, so that the whole person was a little confused and in a trance. Now that Chi hating is like this, it is even more impossible for Chi's father to leave his daughter behind. Now they are too weak to earn points, and their age is not enough for the government to distribute free food. They can only eat the minimum meal for the three of them every day, and lie down hungry. There are many people in the greenhouse. Although there is a bathroom, the physical problem is solved, but the body odor problem that has not been bathed for several months is not easy to solve. Moreover, the greenhouse is called a greenhouse. It is so cold outside and the space inside is large. The government has been tight on fuel for heating, but the temperature inside the greenhouse can only be maintained at around 0 degrees. Compared with the outside, which is already minus 50 degrees, it is not easy to maintain the temperature above 0 degrees. Some people have better conditions. A lot of clothes, wrapped in a quilt, but it can be boiled. Some conditions are almost, although it is still cold and a little shrunk, but at least it is not cold to death. The Chi family used to have thick winter clothes, but they were worn away by Chi Kangmin's wife, Wang Hui. In addition, they came late, and they were arranged near the bathroom. The sanitation and cleanliness of the greenhouse, 3 shifts a day to arrange people to clean the bathroom, can meet the physiological needs of nearly 1,000 people in a greenhouse, and it is better if the distance is a little farther. It is almost sleeping next to it. Only a thermal insulation film stop it. The feeling is still uncomfortable. At least it makes the Chi family of 3 who just moved here from the single family building very uncomfortable. But what can they do if they don't get used to it, unless they can get more points to change berths with those who are willing? But the many points are used to buy food. The feeling of not being full every day is by no means the same as those girls who used to lose weight and those who can survive dieting by willpower, get really hungry, and even feel like their stomach is about to digest themselves. Chi Kangmin doesn't know how to live his life like this. Although he used to feel that a big family is a burden, at least he has a hot meal to eat, a bed to sleep in and a quilt to cover, and he doesn't need to squeeze into the big shed like others. The people who were regarded as a drag had left, but his life was worse than before. The noise in his ears and the bad smell made him grit his teeth in hatred for Wang Hui and even his sister who cut him. But if he had to completely give up his father and sister, he couldn't do it. He is indeed a selfish person, but he still has a little bottom line as a human being, otherwise he would not have hidden food in the first place, and he would not to feed my parents. When he was dissatisfied with his current life, Chi Kangmin caught a glimpse of a girl going to the bathroom outside who looked like his daughter Xiao Bauer, but the girl ran away quickly, and he didn't see it too clearly, but his heart felt instantly. Get active. Wang Hui and the others must have come to the greenhouses when they left. The greenhouses in other places have already been full of people. The front and back feet were only 10 days and a half months apart, and they might have been placed in the same greenhouse. Thinking of this, Chi Kangmin gained strength in an instant. Why didn't he think of this before? But now that he thought of it, he couldn't sit still immediately. He wanted to look for Wang Hui. If he dared to take his things, those thick clothes have to be taken back no matter what. Although they have quilts, they are still cold, so they can only wear more clothes as much as possible. Whenever the cold teeth chatter, it is because he hates Wang Hui who stole his clothes when. The greenhouse is very large, and the way of living is arranged one by one. Although it is densely packed, there are still aisles for people to walk. There are thousands of people in the greenhouse, but it is still very easy to find people, unless it is their turn going to work, otherwise most of them would be lying on their own beds, either sleeping or chatting with others. When Chi Kangmin found Wang Hui was eating with a lunch box, a white flour steamed bun and a box of vegetables. The father and son share a meal, but now Wang Hui can enjoy a portion to himself. When he thinks of Wang Hui wearing his clothes to earn points, he has to go hungry. I hated it even more, rushed forward, and slapped Wang Hui with a slap, "You bitch." Wang Hui didn't expect to see Chi Kangmin, so he was unprepared, and was stunned for a moment. The lunchbox in his hand fell to the ground, and the steamed buns could still be picked up to eat, but the vegetables couldn't be picked up anymore, they were no longer edible. Chi Kangmin's actions made the surroundings quiet, not to mention now, even before it was released, the fight between a man and a woman on the street was probably a lot of fun to watch, and the few houses that were closer to Wang Hui even hid behind, for fear of harming myself. A slap was not enough. Chi Kangmin wanted to drag Wang Hui to slap again, but Wang Hui, who realized that he was the one who was passively beaten, got up and kicked Chi Kangmin. The little bower who was playing with the little girl next door was frightened and cried. Wang Hui hurriedly pushed her away. My dear baby, don't be afraid, stay away. Naturally, Qi Kangmin was not passively beaten, but he had just recovered from his illness, and his body was still weak. He couldn't eat enough and suffered from cold every day. Although men are naturally stronger than women, once a woman is pushed, it is not a good thing. Messed with. It's fine if you can't see Qi Kangmin, this is coming to you, new hatred, old hatred, the dissatisfaction and resentment accumulated in your heart these days. Wang Hui has no reason not to vent. After pushing away his daughter, he rushed up to grab Qi Kangmin's hair. She slapped several big-eared melon seeds on his face. Bitch, I'm a slut, what the asterisk are you? This beating directly aroused the anger of both sides, and they wrestled together recklessly, but Qi Kangmin was beaten more. After all, Wang Hui was in good health, and he didn't say he was full every day, but he didn't go hungry. Thinking of the grievances he had suffered, and the grievances his daughter had suffered, he even scratched Qi Kangmin's body fiercely. The clothes were too thick to catch, but the blood stains on his face and neck looked terrible. Soon the commotion here attracted the soldiers maintaining order in the greenhouse. The two soldiers pulled one another and warned directly, no disturbances are allowed here. Anyone who makes disturbances will go out. Qi Kangmin pointed at Wang Hui, trembling with excitement. He is my wife, she stole the winter clothes and ran away regardless of the life and death of my family. The onlookers immediately started whispering to each other. Compared with Qi Kangmin who was trembling with excitement, Wang Hui was very calm. While comforting the crying little bower, he looked at Qi Kangmin and said coldly, I don't care about it. Is it the life and death of your family, or are you disregarding the life and death of my family? When I married you, you didn't look like this now. When my dad arranged jobs for you and your sister, you were so grateful. Why didn't you say that I didn't care about your family's life? When we get married, your family's 80,000 dowry gift. When I marry a house, why don't you say it? When my parents pay for my daughter's schooling, tuition fees, and training fees, why don't you be tough? The wages you earn are your own. Eating, drinking and socializing outside, my salary is responsible for all expenses at home. Have you ever taken care of me? In the past, I didn't care about those things with you. My family's conditions are good, and I can't afford to give more. At least you were still a man before, and you were still a father. Now that the world has come, our family has something to ask for from you. How did you do it? I worked so hard to wash, cook and clean your family, and you gave my parents rice soup and your parents noodles. Pamper that nephew of yours to heaven, give him delicious food first, and thick clothes first, then my precious daughter is not your daughter, is she? I didn't work outside because someone had to do a lot of things at home, not because I couldn't afford to work. I took your clothes. You earned points for working outside, and it was nothing for me to serve your family at home. Eat and drink for nothing, right? As long as I have a way to survive, will I take my child away? In the current world, everyone knows that it is better to have a man by my side than no one, but have you ever given me a way to survive? I won't leave, or I will die if I don't leave. Wang Hui complained one by one, and the expressions of the people on the side changed again. The matter of the husband and wife was a big problem that was difficult to solve before. How can a husband who works outside and a wife who stays at home have equal status? There was no way to solve it before, let alone now. Qi Kangmin just thinks that Wang Huijin is not a person. He worked so hard for someone, who he worked for before, and who he is working hard for now. Why can't this woman be considerate? It is true that he gave his parents bread. Some favor one person over another, but people's hearts are fleshy, and if they are not for their parents, is that still a person? Is it necessary to drag one thing to the present? However, what Wang Hui said, he couldn't think of any words to refute for a while. His eyes were red with anger, and he wished to rush up and tear the other party. But his strength was no match for the soldiers. He could only be suppressed, his mouth was trembling and he couldn't speak, and finally he was so angry that he choked out a sentence, "Give me back the clothes." Wang Hui sneered, "What do you mean return it to you? This dress is yours? You want to say that you earned work points outside and bought it? Then did you give me the work points I worked so hard at home? Find me now if you want clothes. You will have enough to eat and drink by then, and the life and death of our mother and daughter will have nothing to do with you, right? It's fine if you don't care about me, and you don't care about your daughter." Qi Kangmin quickly said, "Who says I don't care about my daughter? If you return the clothes to me, I will naturally raise my daughter." The girl hiding behind Wang Hui directly resisted and shouted, "I don't want you to raise me. I have a mother, so I don't want you. You can only see my cousin. I know you want a son. You hate me as a girl. You feed them if you eat meat, you only give me thin soup and water, and you say that I'm a little girl, it's okay to eat less, you don't care about me at all. Even his own child said that, and others looked at Chi Kangmin with even more disgust. Tiger poison doesn't even eat babies, tsk tsk tsk. This is the man with soft rice. It's okay to eat soft rice, but it's not okay to rely on others. Feeding other people's sons and eating meat, and starving your own daughter, this person is doing something. Don't give me the clothes. I don't care about your life if I give you the clothes. It looks like I'm going to tear you apart. I'm afraid that you, mother and daughter, will starve to death and freeze to death so that you can find another woman to have a son. If this is my son-in-law, why don't I hack him to death? Hearing the gossip next to him, Chi Kangmin roared, "What's the matter with you?" Someone suddenly smiled unceremoniously. "Why, it's a big crowd, why don't we watch the excitement?" That's right, I'm shameless, and I don't want anyone to tell me, really. What kind of a man is a man who is only mean to his own woman? He doesn't look good. How can he be able to eat soft food and be so mean and confident? Wife and children are still working together like this. I don't know how to cherish the great luck. One person said one sentence, almost stomping Chi Kangmin into the ground. Chi Kangmin was so angry that he threw himself on Wang Hui again as if losing his mind. Wang Hui's parents are not here at the moment. There are indeed opportunities to work and earn points in the warm shed, but because of the large number of people, many things are arranged in turn. Try to make everyone earn enough to maintain food and clothing. Today is just the right time. When it was her parents' turn, her father followed others to sweep the snow outside, and her mother was cleaning the sanitation of the greenhouse. She didn't know where the cleaning was going at the moment, and she probably wasn't nearby, otherwise it was impossible not to help. Although there were soldiers pulling, Wang Hui wanted to protect her daughter, but was grabbed twice by Chi Kangmin. Little Bao was so frightened that he burst into tears. Just when the soldiers were about to use their batons, Chi Kangmin was suddenly lifted up and thrown away. Go out. Everyone looked at the person who made the move. He was quite strong and tall, but the key point was that he looked quite unfavorable with raised eyebrows. It was Daniel who happened to be next to Wang Hui's bed. At this time, Daniel looked at Chi Kangmin impatiently. A big man will die if he loses his clothes, right? Can't you just earn points to buy them? She is pregnant for you in October. You have no right to speak loudly to her. If you do it, you can't hear your girl crying. What is it? The soldier quickly put his baton on Chi Kangmin's body. If you continue to make trouble, leave the greenhouse. Go back to your own bed, let us know if you have trouble again, and we will drive you out immediately. Chi Kangmin was not reconciled. She took all my thick clothes, at least give me back one, so that I can wear to go to work, otherwise wouldn't this kill me? The soldier nodded to the clothes on his body. You are not clothes. I really want to work. It is impossible for people without thick clothes to go outside to sweep the snow. Don't talk about clothes. Chi Kangmin couldn't help but said, I just got sick, and my body hasn't recovered yet. Before he could finish his sentence, someone else said bluntly, it was really hard to hit your wife just now. This one is as powerful as an ox. I really don't see how to cultivate it. It's really shameless to be able to say shameless things so bluntly. In the end, Chi's father came to take Chi Kangmin away. If the disturbance continues, I'm afraid they will really drive their family out. As for Wang Hui, Chi's father also felt a little resentful in his heart, but he also knew that his son had gone too far. Now that the whole family is scattered like this, Chi's father has been exhausted for a long time, and he has no energy to toss about, so he left without saying anything. After watching the excitement, everyone left. Chi Kangmin got a warning. If there is a second time, it will be expulsion. Wang Hui is not afraid of him. I was so scared that I couldn't stop crying. Daniel fumbled in his pocket, found a candy that Munan gave him when he met Munan and the others last time, and handed it to the little girl. Wang Hui hurriedly said, thank you, brother, I really thank you just now. We can't take this candy, you take it back quickly. Now a candy is not expensive, the key is that you can't buy it, and it was hot for a whole year last year. All the sugar has melted, and now I don't even have to eat. Who will make sugar? Daniel said, it's for children. I don't like sweets. Others gave it to me. Eat it. Children are also suffering in this world. He has no children. Crying out of grievance, will he be unable to restrain himself from wanting to kill someone? To have a child by his side is not enough. How can he let the child suffer this kind of grievance? Little Bao thanked Daniel, but she was still sobbing. A big white rabbit's milk candy was divided into 4 parts by Little Bao. She ate the smallest part and stuffed it into the "in my mother's mouth," there are still 2 servings to be eaten when Grandpa and Grandma come back. The farce was over, but some people couldn't help wanting to gossip, so they started talking to Wang Hui and Yu. It was not easy to tell outsiders about family ugliness, but now they are next to the bed, and Wang Hui is also afraid. One day, if something happened, Chi Kangmin took advantage of the remaining Bauer here, so I will talk about all the bad things Chi Kangmin did. I hope that Chi Kangmin will come to trouble again in the future, and others can help. When talking about the house they used to live in, Daniel was surprised. Thinking that the number of the building was quite close, he asked, "Then you used to be neighbors with Mu Nan?" Wang Hui was a little confused. "Who?" Daniel said, "Mu Nan Jianchu, you live very close, don't you know each other? There is a doctor among them." When it comes to doctors, Wang Hui knows. "Oh, I know, but I don't know each other. After all, there is another building." A person that Mu Nan and Qin Huari hadn't thought of for a long time heard Daniel's name not far away, and they looked over immediately, and their heartbeat accelerated instinctively. Mu Nan is here, so is Qin Huari there too? Although the trouble happened last time and he was beaten up by Qin Huari, this person who has been obsessed with him for so many years can still learn about the other party in such an apocalypse. Xuan still couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 108. Jiang Xuan's appearance is still deceptive to a certain extent. Although due to limited conditions, it is really impossible to clean his body clean, and there is still a bit of stubble on his face, but people's facial features are there. If you tidy up a little, you can still far surpass most people. Yes, when he asked Daniel with a polite smile, "Excuse me, the Mu Nan you mentioned just now, I have a friend with the same name. I don't know if it is the same name or the same person. He has an older brother, called Qin Huai." At that time, Daniel was not on guard at all. After all, who would think of a person as bad, and this person doesn't look like a bad person. Daniel quickly said, "That's a coincidence, it should be the same person. The Mu Nan I know also has an older brother named Qin Huai." Jiang Xuan immediately made an expression of surprise. "It's really them. It's great that they are fine. I'm Qin Huai's classmate. My name is Jiang Xuan. Hello." Daniel said, "I am a neighbor they have lived with for a short time. You can just call me Daniel." Jiang Xuan said, "Do you know where they live now? Are they also in the greenhouse?" Daniel said, "No, they live in District 2. Of course, Jiang Xuan knows where the number 2 district is. Townhouses are 2 households, but some people rent together with several people, and the family lives on the first floor. I don't know if Qin Huari and the others are like this. He and Mu Nan are just 2 people. There is absolutely no need to spend 20 points to rent a house alone. With those points, it is better to stock up on more food." Jiang Xuan even thought in his heart that it would be great if he had the opportunity to rent a house, but there really is such an opportunity should not be his turn. Although some wanted to know the news about Qin Huari, in Jiang Xuan's heart, he didn't really hope that they would have a good life, and even thought about it countless times. This kind of end times, harsh environment, and scarce resources in the days when it was difficult to even eat enough. Qin Huari brought his family's oil bottle that he couldn't carry on his shoulders or hands. Maybe the more he got around, the worse he got. A meal needs to be shared between 2 people, and one person's labor force needs to support 2 people. You don't need to think about it. Qin Huari and Mu Nan must pay for Qin Huari. What's the use? Maybe in these days of suffering, the 2 will get tired of seeing each other. He has seen too many examples of this. Wasn't that the case with the couple just now? I'm afraid everyone envies them in normal times. When this troubled world comes, those who have learned from each other wish they could kill each other. He still remembered the year of his sophomore year in high school, when Mu Nan had just graduated from junior high school, and his class invited them to go climbing and having a barbecue in the forest park. There was a 2 or 3 year age gap between them, so Qin Huari took Mu Nan along. At that time, Mu Nan was coquettish, and the heavy objects were no bigger than his hands. Qin Huari was carrying them on his back, and he was going up the mountain wearing a sun hat, running back and forth on the road. He was pulled back by Qin Huari for water and drink, and Qin Huari pulled him to wipe his sweat for a while. Qin Huari never took his eyes off him. Mu Nan was also 14 or 15 years old, and he was like a person who couldn't take care of himself. Mommy. When Qin Huari made the barbecue, he was in charge of eating it, and he also hated what was sticky or old. He caught bugs, teased the dogs, and chased the pet dogs that he brought with him for an outing all over the field. He couldn't rest for a moment. Tired from playing, Qin Huari had to carry the road down the mountain. Fortunately, the road was a mountain road dedicated to vehicles and not stairs. Chin Huari was exhausted, so he still felt at ease sleeping on Chin Huari's back. Jiang Xuan has never seen such a shameless person. If it's Chin Huari's real brother, then forget it, he's just a neighbor's kid, why not? There is a saying that Jiang Shan is easy to change and nature is hard to change, so he doesn't believe it. Just Munan, who is so lazy and likes to depend on others for everything. How well he can live in this world with his own ability is not everything. You have to rely on Chin Huari. No matter how much Chin Huari likes Munan, sooner or later he will get tired of it. He must live a better life than them. Let Chin Huari see, compared to him, what use is that rice bug other than a drag? With such malice in his heart, he pretended to care on the surface. Then do you know how they are doing now? It's such a cold day, and I don't know how to survive at home. Danny Yu thought he was really concerned, smiled and said, it's been a good life. I have a kang at home and it's hot. It's much more comfortable than this warm shed. Chin Huari is a visionary. Back then they were the first. Those who have been approved have chosen a good location to settle down, and have accumulated a lot of supplies in advance, so they will definitely be able to survive this winter, so don't worry about them. As he said that, he took out a candy from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Xuan. Munan gave it to me last time, for your sweet mouth. If you have a chance to meet next time, you have to talk about the past. It was really lucky to meet old classmates. Jiang Xuan said thank you and took it, chatting with Daniel on the face, but tightened the candy in his hand. At this time, there are some supplies that are not well hidden, and they are still giving people outside. Munan, what does Chin Huari like about this kind of person? He is heartless, or does he want to be kind to his mother? The heartless and kind-hearted Munan is calling his brother like a lazy rice bug. Brother, are you all right? Chin Huari, who was fetching water from the stove, tried the temperature of the water. It was a little hot, but it was just right for washing his hands. Come on, you're too lazy. Munan giggled and put his sticky hands from eating mangoes into the wash basin, and wiped his mouth with his wet hands. After washing, he took a paper towel from the table to dry himself, and then got under the quilt. Chin Huari poured the dirty water outside. The water they fetch for snow goes directly to the roof of the building. They don't use the snow from the first floor, so the dirty water is usually poured outside. Anyway, they will shovel the snow and pour it out the next day. Yes, it will not accumulate at the door. After cleaning up the dirty water, Chin Huari also got on the kang, and Munan put his feet on Chin Huari's body, holding his mobile phone to swipe Xiao while saying, brother, let's make braised lion head tomorrow, and add pears to it. I like to eat loose meat, and meat that is too firm is not good. Chin Huari leaned on the bed to read a book, and said casually, there are quite a lot of demands. Munan was quiet for a while, and couldn't help but said, brother, you said that the ID card is ready, and all the currency is converted into virtual currency. If there is no electricity and no internet, wouldn't there be nothing? Chin Huari, there should be a chip record in the ID card, and it can be scanned out by the machine without the internet. It should be impossible without electricity. When the current climate finds out the law, whether it is electricity or internet, it will definitely be restored. Now it's not that there is power supply at the greenhouse, it's just that the current equipment conditions can't cover a large area, so we don't have it here. Next year, the situation should be much better. Munan was shaking her feet under the quilt. Have you watched an American drama? That is, the entire TV series disappeared from the earth overnight, and I seem to have downloaded it. Do you want to watch it? I'll show it to you. Chin Huari pulled him back. What are you fussing about? I'll go to sleep after playing the game for a while. Munan sighed. It's not even 9 o'clock. I go to bed at 9 o'clock every day, wake up at 9 o'clock in the morning, and take a 2-hour nap in the afternoon. If I count it casually, I will sleep for 14 hours a day. Chin Huari said, early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Munan laughed. I haven't seen much, but it's true that the skin has improved. The kang is so hot that even though it's warm to sleep on, it's easy to get angry and dry, and you have to hold water to drink every day if you have nothing to do. In the past, he didn't like to drink boiled water, but it was impossible to drink all kinds of sweet things every day. During the day, he drank milk tea and grapefruit tea, but at night he could only drink plain water. Over the past few months, he has never had acne at all. As for I haven't noticed any other changes so far. Anyway, I have adapted to the current work and rest, and I feel very energetic when I am not sleeping. Chin Huari stretched out his hand to pinch his face. It was soft and smooth, and praised him. It's pretty good. Munan touched her face and sighed. Yes, I can't put it down. Chin Huari smiled, and put the book on the side cabinet. How much you can't put it down? Let me have a look. When Munan heard this, he instinctively wanted to run away, but was suppressed by Chinhuari. Munan immediately resisted and quit. You said to rest for 2 days. Chinhuari smiled and said, do you believe what men say? Munan's eyes widened immediately. He really couldn't believe it. How did his brother turn into such a shameless appearance? Where's your face? Chinhuari started directly. Face? That's for outsiders to see. In the end, Munan cursed again, but Chinhuari suppressed his voice, so he couldn't scold, so he could only cry on the kang. For the man who doesn't talk too much, Munan is not guilty at all, ordering food in different ways. Today I want to eat braised lion head, tomorrow I want to eat Buddha jumping wall. After ordering Chinese food, I want dessert, today I want thousands of dollars. Later, I want brownies tomorrow. I lie down on the kang with my mouth open. The only thing Munan has to do is to take the materials out of the space, that's all. Munan raised the curtain of the bed, saw Chinhuari sitting at the stove and watching the tutorial while lighting the fire, and said with a smile, ask me. Chinhuari said without raising his head, ask. Munan, after this winter, will my brother become a chef? Chinhuari turned to look at him. Hasn't your brother always been a chef? Isn't a chef able to satisfy your small mouth? It's like jumping over a wall. Munan lay on the kang and laughed loudly. I stayed in the house for almost half a month, and then I was notified that I can get a new ID card, but I have to get it myself, because I have to scan my fingerprints, and I can't get it on my behalf. If it is recorded, another arrangement will be made, and the rest of the people have to go to building number 1 to collect it by themselves. The ID cards of the people who live here have been sent over, so as not to consume fuel for vehicles, which is a scarce commodity. In view of the fact that Munan suffered from stomach problems last time because the road was cold, Chinhuari was thinking about whether to rent a car first this time. A car doesn't cost much points. If he gets sick again, it won't be a matter of points. But Munan didn't give in. How can he be so delicate? He still has to rent a car for a 10-minute journey. The most he can do is cover his whole body with baby warmers. This time it's not like last time to take pictures. No need to take off his clothes. Sure, it can't be cold. Because they are not in the same group as Jianchu, there is no way to go there together. Only Chinhuari and Munan can see other people who registered together to get their certificates along the way. Today's snow is still a bit heavy, and the sky was a bit gloomy. The two of them were armed from head to toe. On the outermost part of their clothes, they also put on a raincoat to block the wind and snow. Because they wore a lot of clothes, walking seemed extraordinarily cumbersome. It took about 10 minutes. It took almost half an hour to arrive. Although there is no electricity in building number 1, several braziers were burned, and people entering and exiting did not worry about being too close to be poisoned by carbon monoxide, and the heat was a little bit, at least not as cold as outside. The card collection is on the 3rd floor. Knowing that there will be many people coming, it is specially arranged on the uppermost floor, so that there will be space for people to queue up. Chinhuari and the others came early. Some people saw such a heavy snowstorm outside, and thought to see if the snowstorm would stop later. Anyway, it was only 1 day, so they hadn't come yet, but even if they were early, they would come at that time. The line also reached the 2nd floor. Seeing someone coming out with a new ID card, Munan took a curious look. He knew that there were 2 kinds of ID cards. One was a card, which was the same as the previous ID card, and the other was a bracelet, both of which contained the chip can be swiped directly, and the account can also be bound on the mobile phone, but the bracelet needs to pay an additional material fee, which is not cheap. A bracelet costs 50 points. It depends on each person's conditions. The role of the bracelet: it is only in extremely cold or hot environments that you can swipe without using a mobile phone, but you can also swipe your ID card. This is equivalent to a luxury in the last days, not a necessity. From the current point of view, it seems that no one chooses to use a mobile phone. But yes, 50 points, converted to 50 yuan, in the current currency, 50 yuan is enough for a family of 3 to live frugally for 2 months. Munan looked at Chinhuari, and asked in a low voice, do you want a bracelet? I feel that the bracelet is a bit futuristic, but it is indeed too expensive. The function of the bracelet is only convenient to carry around, and it is easier to lose the ID card with it. But Munan has space, it is impossible to lose it, but he still has to ask, in case his brother likes it. Chinhuari shook his head. No, at least not for now, it's too conspicuous. Although the bracelet may not be seen by others when it is worn on the hand and hidden in the clothes, but when the weather is hot and there are no clothes to hide, what is the point of buying it at home instead of buying it? So before this thing became common, they did not. It is necessary to be the first consumers. Munan also doesn't think so. How much food can be exchanged for 50 points? Anyway, for him now, nothing is more important than food, even though life seems to be stable now, and everything is rebuilding gradually. But facing the unknown future, he is still a little uneasy. He is afraid that the stable life will be turbulent again, so it is better to stock up slowly, food and clothing, as long as you can. As for the new currency, just keep a little guarantee in your hand. Yes, there is no need to accumulate too much. Just look at this disaster, those multimillionaires and billionaires in the past, what did they get in exchange for saving so much money? It is better to earn and spend now. The queue is not long, but the speed is very slow, because the assets, that is, the existing points, need to be counted, and then converted into electronic new coins, and the converted points must be destroyed on the spot, so the speed is very slow. With so much on, New Nan couldn't help but pull down the mask. He felt a little suffocated. Chin Huai pointed to a corner beside him. Go and sit over there. I'll call you when we're almost there. New Nan shook her head. It's so boring to line up alone. I'll accompany you. The relationship between you two brothers is really good. A voice suddenly sounded behind the two of them. New Nan and Chin Huai turned their heads to look at the same time. A man wrapped in a scarf bent his eyes at them, obviously smiling at them. She smiled and said, I also have a younger brother, but he is a little younger, only 16 years old, but he was abroad when the earthquake happened, so I don't know what's going on now. New Nan is not as good at dancing as Jian Chu. He is not very good at chatting with strangers, for other people's active conversation. If there are people around him, he usually will not open his mouth, so when he sees this person talking to them, New Nan goes to Chin Huai. They leaned against each other, but didn't make a sound. Chin Huai held New Nan's hand, and said to the people behind him, maybe he's fine, but he's stuck abroad and can't come back. The man sighed, I hope, you live in the 2nd district. Chin Huai nodded, and said humanely, I remember seeing you. I also live in the 2nd district. I live in building number 31, it should be 2 buildings in front of you. Your yard is quite famous. My name is Liang Yu. Hitachi Yu, who was originally Yu who was shining brightly, turned out to be Hitachi Yu when he removed the side of the fire character when registering for the household registration. Chin Huai, this name is a good omen. Yu means tomorrow and represents hope. Liang Yu smiled and said, every time I tell someone my name, I have to explain it. Otherwise, if you just listen to it, you will think my name is Liang Yu, and the jade on the jade pendant will be thought to be a girl. It's not good for others to introduce their own family names, so Chin Huai could only say, my name is Chin Huai, and this is my younger brother, New Nan. Liang Yu tilted his head to look at New Nan, smiled and waved to New Nan, hello. New Nan also smiled, and replied, hello. Liang Yu looked at Chin Huai, your brother is quite shy. Chin Huai smiled when he heard the words, well, I'm a little shy. Liang Yu said, it's good, my younger brother is a crazy person, and I want to know people very well. I think my family has this kind of gene, but my younger brother has brought out the gene to the extreme. He used to be annoyed by croaking in his ears all day. Dead man, now that he doesn't know whether he is alive or dead, it's really not an ordinary concern. I hope his familiar temperament can be a little better in this world. Chin Huai couldn't see the slightest perfunctory, and said very sincerely, it will definitely be, and the luck of the cheerful people will not be bad. New Nan couldn't help but glance at Chin Huai. If it wasn't for outsiders talking to them, he wouldn't be able to help complaining, because people who are unlucky can't be cheerful. That Liang Yu is really acquainted. After chatting with his younger brother, he started to talk about the current new currency and supplies. From supplies to hunting, and to some situations in the greenhouse, New Nan listened to him and became curious. Liang Yu's younger brother, his brother is so good at chatting, it feels like everyone is a good brother after exchanging names. His brother who has brought this gene to the extreme, he must be so good at chatting. Do you know about the dismemberment case that happened some time ago? New Nan was taken aback. Before he could react, Chin Huai had already shook his head curiously and said, the dismemberment case? Did it happen on our side? It's locked in the house, and we don't know what's going on outside, and there's no internet now. Liang Yu said, it happened in the building behind my house. It's terrible. It is said that someone pretended to be a soldier and came to inspect the door. When someone opened the door unpreparedly, he wiped his neck. Hey, anyway, I didn't hear anything at all that night. This technique is skillful, but those people seem to have been caught. Fortunately, they were caught, otherwise they would have been too frightened. The main reason is that our side was unlucky, and we couldn't find bricks. We were reluctant to spend money to buy them, but now we are willing to do so. But the amount of work covered by snow is too large, not to mention building walls. I am afraid that the cement will freeze into concrete as soon as it is reconciled, and I don't know how long it will take for winter to pass. Probably because Liang Yu was so good at chatting, the person standing behind him couldn't help but start talking. In winter, you can still burn a fire to keep warm. In summer, if the electricity is cut off, it will be hot to death. Liang Yu sighed, I hope this summer will not be too hot. The chatting time passed quickly, even though it was slow to obtain the ID card. They were slowly lined up. Mu Nan went in first, took out some of the points Qin Huari gave him for inspection, and then went to verify the fingerprints. When asked if he wanted to buy a bracelet, Mu Nan quickly shook his head, no, it's too expensive. It was probably the same answer, and the staff was not too surprised. They quickly counted the points. There are a total of 300 points, all of which will be registered in your account. Now only some official platforms can buy things, and you can directly swipe your ID card, or just bind it with your phone. Don't make private transactions with people at will, and beware of being deceived. Mu Nan nodded, and asked one more question. When will you be able to connect to the internet? Mu Nan's question was purely casual. In fact, he didn't have much hope. It's so cold outside that even the electricity can't be supplied, so he can't care about the internet. Unexpectedly, the staff said, the power is gradually being restored, and the communication base station is also trying to repair it. If it is fast, it may be a month. If it is slow, winter will pass. Mu Nan didn't expect the electricity and internet to be restored even in such a cold environment. This was quite unexpected, but after thinking about it, it was normal. The lowest temperature in the residential area in their country was nearly 60 degrees below zero. There were people living there, and the electricity was the same as the internet. Passing over there, it was so difficult at the beginning, mainly because the earthquake damaged too many things, and the manpower and material resources could not keep up. When these catch up, it will be normal to recover. Mu Nan took her new ID card. The photo on it was quite handsome. The points had already been converted into the new currency and entered. When the time comes, you can just swipe the card to buy things, which is much more convenient. After Mu Nan came out, Qin Huari went in instead. When he came out, Liang Yu was still chatting with someone, and when he saw him, he asked, what's the process inside? Mu Nan explained the process of obtaining the certificate. After hearing this, Liang Yu pulled the scarf off his face, revealing his face. When he was only showing his eyes, Mu Nan felt that this person should not look good. Ugly. The whole face is exposed at this moment, which really proved his guess. Liang Yu is quite handsome, the kind of gentle and fair handsome, with the feeling of a big brother who is a close friend, and he is very familiar with. His personality is a bit out of place. I think he should be the kind of person who sits in the sun wearing a white sweater and reads a book quietly. Seeing Mu Nan looking at him, Liang Yu smiled at Mu Nan, then took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to him. Please eat. Mu Nan shook her head, no thanks. Liang Yu was afraid that he was being embarrassed and polite, so he directly grabbed his hand and put the chocolate in his hand. It's okay, I have a lot of these things, and I don't like to eat them. After stuffing the chocolate, he said to Mu Nan, my house is in building 31. Come over to play with your brother when you have time. I still have meat at home. I will make meat buns for you when the time comes. Mu Nan could only laugh. This Liang Yu's enthusiasm made him a bit awkward with social barriers. Chapter 109. After Qin Huari came out, he greeted this new friend who had chatted with him for a few words and took Mu Nan away. Mu Nan went downstairs and spread the piece of chocolate to Qin Huari. Just now Liang Yu Fear gave me the chocolate in the fortress. I said no, and he also said that next time we would go to his house to play and make meat buns, but I refused, but he was too enthusiastic. Qin Huari took the chocolate from Mu Nan's hand away. Don't lower your vigilance just because of their enthusiasm. Don't rashly follow people, especially don't be alone with strangers casually. It is impossible for people to be prepared to follow others casually, and of course they will not be greedy for that bite. Don't look at the meat buns that Mu Nan made so much when the epidemic was closed at home. Mu Nan didn't like meat buns very much since she was a child. To eat, every time you have to wrap a mouthful of meat with a mouthful of milk, you can swallow it. Eating meat buns alone always makes you choke. This habit has not changed until now, so there are a lot of meat buns in the space, but they haven't eaten yet several times. He doesn't deny that there are people who are really warm and generous, but in this world, it's always right to be cautious. Mu Nan nodded humbly. I don't know how, and I'm not greedy. There's no space for what you want to eat, and it's not possible to go with someone for a meat bun. When the two were walking out, Qin Bing just came back from inspection. Mu Nan was just about to say hello, but Chin Huari held his head and led him to go out. Chin Bing just glanced at them, but didn't come over, as if he didn't know each other, passed them by. Although Mu Nan was a little puzzled, he didn't ask any further questions. He wrapped his mask tightly, put on the goggles, tightened his collar, and followed Chin Huari to the house through the wind and snow. Just when I was getting a certificate in this building, the wind and snow outside were much heavier. Mu Nan wore a hat and a raincoat that could have covered her whole body, but she was still blown by the wind and snow. His body was aching. Even if his body was covered with warm babies, it seemed that he couldn't stop the biting cold. Seeing that the weather was too overwhelming, Chin Huari directly dragged Mu Nan to run home in one breath. Fortunately, Mu Nan ran every day, and now he could last half an hour on the treadmill. It would be no problem to spend 10 minutes running back. If I walk back slowly against the wind and snow, I'm afraid it will be freezing cold. But even if they ran all the way back, Mu Nan was still very cold. Chin Huari quickly asked him to take off his clothes. When they went out, they put a set of clothes under the quilt to keep warm. If you change the outside, it will always get warmer. Mu Nan's cold teeth chattered while taking off his clothes. Chin Huari put the charged hand warmer on him. Hurry up and warm up, don't freeze again. Mu Nan got under the quilt, and spread himself on the hottest part of the kang like a pancake. We wear so much, so thick, and warm babies, it's all frozen like this, how can other people carry it? Chin Huai wrung out a hot towel and wiped his hands and face for him. Rely on human potential, sit up wrapped in a quilt and drink some hot water. Mu Nan took the hot water and put it in his hands to warm it up. Hurry up and change your clothes, you are all wet. Although the raincoat was wet, it was always uncomfortable. After Mu Nan was settled down, Chin Huari took off his clothes in a leisurely manner, found the chocolate that Liang Yu gave Mu Nan in his pocket, and put it in the cabinet by the entrance. He probably heard some movement from them, and after a while Jian Chu knocked on the door in the garage, and Chin Huari, who had just changed his clothes, threw some firewood in the stove and opened the door. Mu Nan lifted a corner of the quilt. Come up quickly, is it cold? Jian Chu nodded again and again. It's so cold, it's too cold to come here for a while. Mu Nan, we ran back just now, it's too cold, if we walk back slowly, we won't be able to bear it. Jian Chu couldn't help but said, the wind is even stronger after running back, so it's easy to lose temperature. Mu Nan smiled. In just 5 minutes, I ran down in one breath. My body was cold and my heart was hot, and of course it won't work from a long distance. You are here to see your ID card. Jian Chu nodded, and Mu Nan showed him the new ID card. The ID card was different from the previous one. Except for the ID number, there was also the place of birth, and the place of residence. They are all living without a fixed place. Where to go to fix the place of residence? Mu Nan said. The person who applied for the certificate said that the internet can be connected within a month at the fastest, and indefinitely at the slowest, but it is said that the power connection is limited, that is, one household. How many kilowatt hours of electricity people can use? It will be gone when it runs out. So electricity can't supply floor heating, but lighting, mobile phone charging, etc. are all fine. Jian Chu said, then how should this be limited? Your family has one household, and mine has 2 households. They are classified according to the number of households. Your household is definitely not enough for a small 3-story house. If you don't divide it according to the number of households, there are still 3 houses in one house. It's not enough for households. Mu Nan shook his head. Then I don't know. I didn't ask so detailed. The higher-ups should have considered it. Let's see how it goes. Chin Huari said, it is divided according to the number of households. When the time comes, the wires will be rerouted. Open an account with an ID card. One household has 1 meter, and pre-charged electricity is used. If you want heating, you can charge it. If you don't have money, you can save electricity. Mu Nan said to Jian Chu, you can inquire about solar energy. We can recharge electricity in winter, so we don't need to spend this money in summer. The sun is so fierce that solar energy can consume enough electricity. Jian Chu wanted to inquire, but the problem is that everyone who has some conditions wants to buy this kind of scarce material, and their family's wealth is not much richer than others. Even if they buy it together with Zhu Ming, it may not be enough. I can only slowly buy it. Look, anyway, I told Qin Bing and asked him to pay attention to it, and I don't know when this redemption point will reopen. Mu Nan said, in addition to this card, there is also a bracelet, the kind of future technological bracelet, a soft strap, thin, only 6 or 7 centimeters wide, and one section is black. Probably the place where the chip is installed is 50 points, but no one seems to buy it. Hearing 50.41, Jianchu rolled his eyes directly. I'm poor and can't afford luxury goods. New Nan smiled, although he and Qin Huari are already considered very rich, but 50 points are also reluctant. If life can really be smooth like this thing will definitely become popular in the future, and you can buy it again at that time. What they said during the certificate, New Nan said, I remember Wu Zheng majored in machine tool machinery, right? Jianchu didn't take this to heart. What's wrong? New Nan said, the factory is going to be built. In such a big city, it is impossible to live on digging up the ruins and subsidizing the central government all the time. We have to pick up the civilization of the past, not to mention that our country was able to grow from a country that did not even have electricity. It only took a few decades to go to space to build infrastructure, and it will only be faster again. The crazy infrastructure construction country is not empty, but there must be a start, so the upsurge of re-employment of laid-off workers is about to begin. Jianchu's heart was moved immediately, and then he became confused again. Does it depend on the major? What can someone who studies finance do? He's bald. If I knew today, I didn't need to learn carpentry and learn agriculture. New Nan shrugged. He doesn't know what finance can do. Anyway, what he can do is serialize paintings. I hope that when people urgently need spiritual entertainment, he can still make some small money. I see, then I can only go to a stall to sell vegetables. But the only better thing now is that if he serializes on the internet, there should be no pirate comics. After all, there is no such condition for pirates. As for his brother, there is no need to worry. A top talent, don't worry about running out of food. Jane came here just to see what the new ID cards look like, although they will go to get the next batch. But people, I am a bit curious. Staying at home is staying at home, so why not come over and have a chat? The two chatted for a while. Jianchu felt warm again, and it was almost time for dinner, so naturally he wouldn't stay. He wasn't so ignorant. The ID card is also taken, and the rest is to see when the vaccine will be available. But at this temperature, the transportation of the vaccine may be very difficult, and I feel that I should wait. What made New Nan most happy was that besides the abundant fruits on the third floor, the female rabbit in the room on the second floor had gained weight, lying lazily and motionless in the cotton all day long. Qin Huari said that there might already be a baby rabbit. In order for the rabbit to have cubs, New Nan also put a heater in the room, just like a small sun, placed in the corner of the rabbit's nest. A battery can use the heater for one night. According to Qin Huari, the fecundity of rabbits is very powerful. 1 litter can give birth to 7 or 8 litters, and several litters can be born in a year. After all, it only takes 1 month for a female rabbit to conceive and give birth to cubs. This is related to their future rations, so New Nan attaches great importance to it. A small generator was installed, which was connected to a small solar heater in the room to provide heat 24 hours a day. In order not to let the strange smell make the pregnant female rabbit nervous, New Nan could only hold the door and look in. The chicken breeding failed. The rabbits picked up this winter should be successful. Bro, if we feed the rabbits, can the summer be so hot? Qin Huari weeds the vegetables in the nearby greenhouse. Half of the soil in the vegetable pot is ordinary soil, and the other half is nutritious soil. The nutritious soil is good. After special treatment, the ordinary soil will contain some plant seeds, even small ones. Insect eggs, so carefully observe every day to see if any herbaceous plants that grab nutrients have grown, or some small insects have hatched. Hearing New Nan's question, he laughed and said, isn't there solar energy in summer? Just turn on the air conditioner. New Nan nodded. That's right, I don't have to worry about power outages for my own solar energy. Little rabbits, give birth more. It's up to you whether your family can eat meat in the future. Qin Huari, the rabbit said, if you keep nagging me every day, I won't give birth. Hearing this, New Nan turned his head and glared at Qin Huari. Hold your words. Qin Huari laughed straight away, put down the watering can, and came out of the greenhouse with the cut weeds. Here, take it to feed your little rabbit. New Nan looked at the grass in Qin Huari's hands, and suddenly said, oh, I didn't buy any grass seeds. Realizing that he didn't seem to have any grass to feed rabbits other than sweet potato vines and various vegetable leaves, New Nan couldn't help but began to rummage through his seed inventory, wondering if he was lucky. He bought so many seeds back then. There is something wrong in it, or the boss just gave some grass seeds as a gift. As a result, I rummaged through all the boxes of seeds on the kang, and there was not a single forage seed. There are even blueberry tree seeds, but there are no grass seeds. Qin Huari said, no matter how long-term you think, there will always be omissions. It's okay. Next time, just ask someone to inquire about it. Besides, it has also started breeding. It will definitely grow feed. At that time, we can grow it or buy it. It should be fine. New Nan sighed, that's the only way to go. I hope the rabbits will be able to eat those sweet potatoes and vines. Chin Huari reassured, it must be enough, the wild rabbits have grown so big eating weeds outside, and it was so hot last year, all plants were dried up, but those rabbits still survived, proving their tenacious vitality. Now they have food and drink, it's much better than the days outside, and those little rabbits will definitely be born well. New Nan observed for a few more days to confirm that the female rabbit was really pregnant. Her belly was getting bigger and her temper was getting more and more irritable. The male rabbits could not approach at all. Even when they went in to clean, they had to avoid the female rabbit. Where the rabbit is, she loses her temper as soon as she gets close to the female rabbit. New Nan rolled up a pile of dirty cotton and pea pads, quickly put new ones on and ran out. The female rabbit kept staring at him, feeling like she was about to scratch someone violently at any time. Don't mess with him. Not to be messed with, not even a female with cubs. Chin Huari pulled a plastic bag and asked him to throw the garbage in. These things can only be accumulated in the space for the time being, and they will be thrown out later. Don't come close, I'll give you a paw to bite you. Now I guess there is no place to kill a rabid dog. New Nan shook his head again and again. I won't come close, I promise not to come close. It's okay to scratch me. If I'm so scared that I won't have babies, then the matter will be serious. Chin Huari was speechless to New Nan. Thinking of those bastards, he couldn't help but ask, would you be reluctant to eat the ones you raised with your own hands? What's more, it's this kind of furry rabbit, and New Nan has liked furry since he was a child, so it doesn't matter if they eat it or not. After all, there is so much meat in the space, let alone 1/10, even 20/10. They haven't consumed any of them yet, and they really need to cultivate feelings. With the breeding strength of rabbits, they probably can't support this house. New Nan looked at Chin Huari with the expression of, what are you talking about? Why can't you bear it? Spicy rabbit head, dry stir-fried rabbit diced, sauteed rabbit leg, isn't the meat delicious? If I don't want to eat it, I will keep it, thanks. Chin Huari laughed. He shouldn't have asked a carnivore if he was willing to eat rabbit meat. After feeding the rabbit and weeding, New Nan hopped downstairs with ease, saw the calendar hanging on the wall, and said, are you going to take your temperature today? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door, and Chin Bing's voice, please open the door and take your temperature. The two happened to be on the first floor. Chin Huari picked up a coat and put it on before opening the door for someone. Chin Bing trotted into the house with Chin Huari carrying a big bag, and New Nan stuffed him with a cup of hot tea. You can drink it directly, this is not freshly boiled water. After Chin Bing thanked him, he put the bag he was carrying on the ground, and then took out a piece of paper from his arms. This is the details of the exchange, because I know that your family uses peppers and tomatoes to exchange, so the exchange materials are based on tomatoes and peppers. As a unit of quantity, the last time he took his temperature, Chin Huari asked if he could use tomatoes and peppers for some seasonings. In addition to oil and salt, there are also soy sauce, oil, cumin, and 13 spices. They brought some of these things from home. Although there are a lot in the space, not much is exposed outside. After making large-scale things several times, these things will naturally be less. Another reason is that the tomatoes and peppers upstairs have grown to fruit, and they have to be harvested. Although they can be stored in the space, there is no need. Originally, New Nan planned to rely on planting to support his brother. A legitimate harvest of course requires a proper exchange of things, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. So when Chin Bing took out the exchange details, New Nan stretched his head to take a look. Salt is a very important material, so it is a little more expensive. 10 catties of tomatoes are 1 catty of salt. After all, there are not many tomatoes in 10 catties, but 1 catty of salt can last for a long time. The leaves are light and weightless. If you change them by weight, you will need more tomatoes and peppers. Chin Bing said, I brought the seasoning, but I don't know how much oil you want. If you don't have any at home in a hurry, I will bring it along during the inspection in 2 days. Take a look at these and see how much you want to change. Chin Bing was carrying a large sack, which was quite a lot. New Nan asked, can I exchange it with new currency now? Our neighbors probably need it too, but I'm afraid they only have new currency. Chin Bing shook his head, I'm afraid the new currency transaction is not available for the time being. I don't have a machine in my hand. If I need it, I have to go to building number 1 by myself. There is a machine in building number 1 to use it. It should be possible to exchange it. New Nan smiled and said, it's just that there is no delivery service. He looked at Chin Huari and said, brother, how much do we want to change? I'll go up and pick it up. Chin Huari said, pick off the cooked ones first, weigh how many are there, and replace them. Mu Nan ran up to pick them. Chin Bing said, then you pick them first, I'll go and take the temperature of the next few households before coming over. Mu Nan took 2 frames, a basket of tomatoes and a basket of peppers. Some of the peppers had grown a little red. Anyway, as long as they grew up, they could be eaten. 2 frames were not enough for the harvest of the entire living room on the 3rd floor. Some tomatoes or peppers are a little smaller, but Mu Nan didn't pick them, so they can eat them by themselves in the future. After he took down the 2 big boxes, Chin Bing came back after measuring his body temperature, and weighed it with his portable scale. The salt was changed to 3 katis, the cumin was changed to 2 katis, and some other big ingredients. Chin Huari, I changed all of them, and I changed 20 katis of oil for the rest. Don't worry about the oil, I still have it at home, just bring it over when it's convenient for me next time. Chin Bing poured the tomatoes and peppers into the bag, and there was not much seasoning left, only a few katis of salt and cumin chili powder, and Chin Huari and the others kept everything else, but they replaced it with tomatoes and peppers. It is full of bags, and it is carried in when it comes in, and it is carried out when it goes out. Chin Huari said to Mu Nan, go to the next door and ask them if they want to change. Mu Nan said, how do you plan to exchange it with them? Although he would not be reluctant to give it away for nothing, he just thought it would be a bit too generous. Chin Huari said, you put a small name outside. If they want to change it, they can take the amount and write it down. When the internet is connected, they will pay for it. He wanted to give Mu Nan stewed meat. Although the 2 families are so far apart, there is no guarantee that the smell will not disperse. He asked Mu Nan to ask Jianchu, just to pass the thing in his hand to a clearer way, so that they neighbors will not be surprised by any smells in the house. Although it is a little troublesome to do so, since you want to live in groups, you can't completely ignore your left and right in this world. Mu Nan thought it was okay, so he ran over from the garage and knocked on the door of Jianchu's house. Because Zhu Ming lived close to the garage, it was Zhu Ming who opened the door. Mu Nan said directly, my brother just changed a lot. The seasoning, do you have enough seasoning? Do you want to change it? Jianchu came over wearing slippers. Change the seasoning? What's the matter? Mu Nan, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar and 13 spices. Things were piled up by Chin Huari in the living room on the 1st floor, illuminated by a small lamp. Zhu Ming and Jianchu and Yu Sai Bai both came over. The 2 of them met together. They couldn't keep consuming other people's seasonings, so if they changed, of course it is better to change together. Jianchu and the others were indeed short of seasonings. They originally thought that if Chin Huari and the others didn't change much, they wouldn't change it, but when they saw a lot of things in the living room, they were shocked. There are so many. Mu Nan said, I replaced it with tomatoes. The tomatoes and peppers upstairs have grown a batch, and they will rot if you don't harvest them. So, do you want to change them to something durable? Of course they want it. Zhu Ming said, how? Mu Nan brought over the small scale and the small book. Write down how many scales you change, and when the internet is connected later, these things will be available for purchase from the official website. Just give us as much as you want at that time. They all thought it was good. Zhu Ming and Yu Sai Bai went to pick things up and said, Jianchu went to Mu Nan and asked him, can you play cards? Mu Nan looked at Jianchu, mahjong? Are you going to make cards? If it was poker, Jianchu would definitely not ask him that. They played it last time, so asking this would only be about mahjong. Thinking of Jianchu as for the skill of making cards, he didn't dare to think about what kind of mahjong would be made, but he couldn't take out the mahjong in the space. It would be too unreasonable for them to bring mahjong with them when they came over. Jianchu said, where, isn't the family behind us surnamed Huang? Their family opened a mahjong room. When they were shoveling snow yesterday, they asked us if anyone wanted to play. Mu Nan shook her head, I don't play, and I don't know how to play. Do you want to go? Jianchu was indeed a little cautious. Staying at home is still staying, it's too boring, and you can hear a lot of news if you get in touch with people more. Mu Nan said, then don't go alone, let Yu Sai Bai go with you, otherwise it's not safe. Jianchu also felt that it was not safe to be alone, so he asked Mu Nan if he wanted to play together, but he didn't force Mu Nan if he didn't want to go. As for Yu Sai Bai, Jianchu couldn't help shaking his head. Let's forget it. In his mind, he can only imagine the picture of Yu Sai Bai typing on the computer and eating books at home, but he can't imagine the picture of Yu Sai Bai playing mahjong. Next time he shovels the snow and asks Songjia. If Songjia is not interested, he can only give up the idea. It's too difficult to stay behind closed doors without electricity or internet. Chapter 110. Songjia is obviously into eating, drinking and having fun. Mu Nan really doesn't know how to play cards, at most he plays Dowdy Ju, and Mahjong he can recognize all the cards. Simply clueless. And Songjia is very good at it. When he used to edit videos for others to make money, he would often eat and play cards with his friends who shared the work. Although he was not addicted, he would play a few games a month, and occasionally even stay up all night. So when Jianchu first mentioned this, he was also moved. It's too boring at home. Every day you look at me and I look at yours. Their family is okay. There is a girl, and he spends his time training her every day. At least I have something to do, but if I can play cards, I think the time will be much faster. Mu Nan folded the clothes to dry, and said, compared to them, my spare time life is too boring. How many young people do you think can't play cards? Chin Huari leaned aside and looked at the book and said, I don't know how either. Mu Nan snorted, liar, you know it before you go abroad. Chin Huari, I'm not lying, I really don't know how to do it. Before, when Uncle Mu went to the bathroom to grab me to occupy the land, I always played randomly. Although I was lucky every time, and the discarded cards returned good cards, but I really don't know how to play. Fight, it must be very fast to learn. Originally this kind of mass entertainment would not be too difficult, but maybe I didn't have that kind of thought. I never thought about learning it at all. Hearing Chin Huari mentioning his father, Mu Nan couldn't help laughing and said, if my father is still here, I probably wish I could take root in the Huang family right now. It's in our house, and the materials prepared before the end of the world must be tobacco and alcohol licenses, and he will be in a hurry with you if there is one less. You don't have to eat, but tobacco and alcohol are absolutely indispensable. Chin Huari also laughed when he heard that Mu Nan's father was indeed able to do this, but if Mu Nan's parents and even his grandmother were still there, how happy would their family of 5 be? But he didn't know. He put Uncle Mu's son has been kidnapped. Will Uncle Mu beat him to death? With Songjia as his companion, Jianchu went to Huang's house to play once. The Huang's house had a card table in the garage, and specially made a few quilts to keep warm, and set up a few braziers. The basin is also specially propped up with a wooden shelf, so as not to be accidentally kicked over on the ground, and placed half a person's height next to it, which can be used for heating and lighting. Of course, this card table stove can't be played for free. In the past, there was a venue fee for playing cards, let alone now, but now the points have been converted into new currency. They don't have internet, so they can't transfer money online, so they use food. Pay the venue fee, half a kati of rice and half a kati of noodles is enough. As for winning or losing on the poker table, you can pay with soybeans. Regardless of the number of soybeans, one is considered as the previous dime, and the one who plays less in one game wins 1 or 2 yuan is 10 or 20. After this game of mahjong, those who win more will weigh less than half a kati. If they lose, they will lose some soybeans. It is not something that can be eaten every day. Anyone with some conditions can afford to lose, so this card game is set up like this. The Huang family provided a venue, a brazier and hot water, but the entrance fee for one person was half a kati of rice. For 4 people at a poker table, it was 2 katis. For 2 poker tables, it was 4 katis, and they also with some firewood. A family can have 2 or 3 days of rations for a few family members, and it is still quite profitable. Those who can go to Huang's house to play cards are only those who live in the front, back, left, and right, but it's rare to have a crowd-gathering entertainment project. And soon the buildings that live a little further away get the news through a brief exchange during snow sweeping. Even if it's separated, there are several buildings, and it takes several minutes to walk, but it can't stop the heart that rushes to the card table. Soon, the 2 tables of Huang's family developed into 3 tables, but the conditions are not allowed to grow again. There is a venue. It's a pity that there are only 3 sets of mahjong. This is because they were originally residents of this neighborhood. Although their home collapsed, it was a 1-story house, which was much easier to search for than high-rise buildings, so they basically searched out all their belongings and resettled them here. There are only 3 sets of mahjong, otherwise you may not be able to find mahjong in the mall. The population of the Huang family is neither too large nor too small. The Huang family consists of 2 brothers, 2 sons of the elder family, and a daughter of the second family. The 2 brothers used to live close to each other. They get along very well. Compared with the Qi family who lived behind them before, it is quite harmonious. Those who live next door to the Huang family can be regarded as their relatives. They are a bit far apart. It should be said that they have the same great-grandfather. Their grandfathers were cousins. It was even further away in their father's generation. Now in the generation of Huang's brothers, even the surnames are different. The surname next door is different. Chen, although he knew that he and the Huang family brothers belonged to the same ancestor, but how many generations have passed, the relationship is at most closer than that of ordinary neighbors, but far less than that of brothers who help each other. Originally, the two chose to live together because they usually get along well. In this peaceful period, everyone's conditions are similar, and those with poor conditions are not much worse. Those with good conditions are not so rich, otherwise they would have left the third and fourth ring roads long ago. Of the wilderness. Originally, these difficult days have come with such a thin layer of kinship. No matter what, they are slightly stronger than strangers, but if there is a disturber, then there will be no peace in the family. The feces disturber is called Ganwei. She is pretty, and her family conditions are not bad. There is an older brother who is studying abroad, and her own grades and abilities are average. Jiang's face is a little stronger than normal. It's not too beautiful to say how beautiful it is, otherwise Ganwei would have been a star a long time ago. At most it can be regarded as good-looking, because this good-looking face has been praised by people since childhood. A lot of praise, too much self-confidence means pride. But I don't have much ability, my academic performance is not good, I didn't get into high school, and I studied aviation in a technical secondary school. I probably think I'm pretty, and I want to be a flight attendant in the future. But a flight attendant is not just a face. Anyway, after graduating from a college, it doesn't matter, she has no connections, and she has no ability. It became popular, so Ganwei became an anchor and became an internet celebrity. Unfortunately, that face can be seen more in ordinary life, but on the internet, let alone the entertainment circle, even the internet celebrity circle is not brilliant, but no matter how good it is, some people will watch it. After a year of operation, there are hundreds of thousands of fans, and the money earned is not too much. The monthly income is tens of thousands, and sometimes the rewards are more than 100,000. But in order to make a splash, they set up white and rich beauties. They often go to high-end restaurants and shopping malls. They buy brand-name clothes and bags one after another. Going abroad for a vlog, or going to some restaurants abroad to open a live broadcast. It looks like by Fumir and a petty bourgeoisie. After a long time, Ganwei, who was already overconfident, became more and more vain and inflated. No matter how good the family conditions are, it is not a rich man who can afford to buy a bag worth tens of thousands. Regardless of her brother's hard work and study abroad, let her brother buy her luxury goods. Although her luxury goods are not cheap in foreign countries, they are not expensive either. Her brother loves his sister, and he will give what he can do, and he is more vain and self-willed. In the hot days when the country issued subsidies, Ganwei didn't accept the reality, and refused to believe that the days would pass like this. Even at that time, the live broadcast was still going on, and the live broadcast required makeup and hair to be fresh and clean. Most of the water in the house was drained. She used it to wash her hair and face, and it's okay to eat instant noodles occasionally, but it's unacceptable to eat it every day. In the past, she could skip meals to lose weight, but when she was starving, it had nothing to do with losing weight. Eat meat every day. At that time, her brother was still abroad, and the country was in chaos. Her parents were worried every day, but it was too hot, and there was no way to go by sea, land, and air. On the night of the earthquake, Ganwei stole the little money the family had already used and ran out to buy instant food packs. It was the kind of microwave rice with meat and vegetables in it, but a box was not cheap. New Nan and the others bought it back then. The zai pot costs 501 boxes. The sliced meat in this meal is not the kind of meat in the zai pot, but beef brisket pot. It is all large pieces of meat, and it is naturally more expensive to sell. There are a lot of them in 1001 boxes. People snapped up. Ganwei is not happy to huddle with a group of people who don't even take a shower, but it feels like she can't buy it if she doesn't. Just when she was fighting between heaven and man, an earthquake happened. Her family's conditions are not bad. She lives in a high-end residential area, and the floors are not too low, but all the buildings collapsed. The 30-story building collapsed into a pile of huge mountains. Ganwei was stunned at that moment. She didn't even want to think about the days that followed. A girl in her 20s like her is not eligible to receive relief food after the earthquake. If she wants to eat, she has to dig the ruins, but there are so many dead people, and wherever she digs, there will be corpses. How can Miss Shui bear it? There was no change of clothes, no shower, no food, and I slept on the floor in a hot and smelly suffocating environment every day. What's more, she couldn't bear it slowly, and finally followed people to clean up the ruins, and then got a steamed bun, but the hand that was so dark that even touched the corpse couldn't take the steamed bun for a while, and she didn't even wait for her to eat it. The steamed bun in his hand was snatched by a little boy, and the little boy ran away without a trace. Gan Wei broke down and cried at the time, but her parents were gone, and her brother was abroad, and no one cared about her anymore. No matter how miserable she was crying, no one gave her a look. Gan Wei can't bear this kind of life. It's too scary. She obviously deserves to live a glamorous life. She shouldn't be so filthy. And even seeing a child protected by her parents, there is inexplicable resentment in her heart. She hates her parents for their short life, hated why her brother went abroad and let her bear all this alone. Soon the epidemic began to occur, and she wished she could hide from people every day, but she was so hungry that several times she saw the dirty soil and thought she had picked up food, but when she stuffed it into her mouth, it was a mouthful. Earth. She felt that if this continued, she would definitely die and starve to death, and at this time, it started to rain. It's been a long time since I had a good drink of water and a good bath. Taking advantage of the downpour, Gan Wei washed herself well, but the price of washing herself was to become some men's playthings. That was the original gangster in their area. He was ugly and had body odor on his body. The smell of hot sweat was unbearable, and the addition of body odor made people want to pass out. Of course Gan Wei would not want to have a relationship with this kind of person. She struggled frantically and called for help desperately, but no one helped her. Some people even passed by and ran away quickly for fear of being implicated, and her struggle was exchanged for a severe beating. Immediately afterwards, she was locked up, and if she wanted something to eat, she obediently knelt on the ground and crawled to beg him. In this way, all of Gan Wei's self-esteem and arrogance were wiped away little by little. In less than a month, Gan Wei was able to greet her with a smile without changing her face, and even competed with other women with the same tragic fate. In order to get more food, she used all her little cleverness to deal with a doomsday. It was too easy for her to be a gloomy and frustrated gangster from the former gangster. He was already beautiful, deliberately dressed and was willing to be artificial, so he quickly coaxed that man, which made Gan Wei wait a while. Not a bad day. Then the army came. Gan Wei knew that she couldn't go on like this. Every minute and every second with that man was so disgusting that she wanted to vomit, so she rushed out to ask for help, saying that she was imprisoned and raped. Even though she later became voluntary for food, she was indeed forced at the beginning. In order to prove what she said, Gan Wei also pointed out that there are still many women's houses locked up. That man's eyes turned red with hatred. He thought that Gan Wei was going to live a good life with him. Since Gan Wei was obedient, he never forced Gan Wei in the slightest. Even sometimes Gan Wei was unwilling. He also respected Gan Wei. He is willing to pamper such a beautiful woman, as long as she is obedient. In the end, he didn't expect that the woman who was still talking sweetly to him last night would be able to speak harshly to him today. It is true that a bunch of women were found from the house. Some of them were not even adults. The earthquake collapsed not only the civilization of society, but also people's moral bottom line. It is an indisputable fact that some women go into skin business. For this kind of people, the higher-ups will absolutely not tolerate them, and take away all the ones who don't stay to do coolies. Some women have just been arrested and don't know what's going on, and they are even grateful for Gan Wei's rescue. But some women have been locked up for a period of time, and they saw Gan Wei snuggling up to that man more than once, watching that group of people taking pleasure in beating them, sneered at Gan Wei's so-called rescue, especially when there was a pair of sisters, although they were not twins, but they looked a bit alike, and they were quite pretty, protecting her desperately. Even if she was beaten to death, she would not let go. Even if she was hungry for several days, as long as someone approached, she would bite with her mouth and would not give in at all. If her bones were not too hard, she and her sister would have been killed by now. Sold. Fortunately, I survived. Although it was because of Gan Wei that I was able to come out safely, the pair of sisters did not feel grateful at all. If these soldiers hadn't come in time, I am afraid that in 2 days, their sisters would really be because of this woman. The proposal was sent to Shuangfei. No matter what, Gan Wei got rid of those demons temporarily, but after returning to the residence with the army, the good life she thought did not happen. But this was only for her, except that she was starved for a while at the beginning. After suffering a bit, Gan Wei's life was quite good later on. He had to eat and drink and didn't have to do anything every day. All he needed to do was wear beautiful clothes and pinch his nose to coax men. Now that he came to the residential area, he still needed to earn points by himself, to support themselves, and what a woman can do. Those easy jobs have long been taken up by people with connections, and there is no such thing as sweeping the streets. I can only do disgusting things like picking manure or cleaning public urinals. Dead man's business. Unable to bear it, Gan Wei suddenly remembered that she had a cousin who lived in this area, but she used to look down on that cousin. She looked so, married and had children at the age of 20, and married a countryman. People. For Gan Wei, those who live in the 3rd and 4th ring roads are all countrymen, the kind of people who go to her house during the holidays, and she thinks their sofa is dirty. Now at this time, I remembered that there is such a relative. In fact, Gan Wei didn't look for it with much expectation. When she was looking for it, she even thought that if her cousin's family had a hard life, she must not be entangled by them. Those rural people are very patriarchal. They must not be allowed to profitably **** their own blood. Unexpectedly, after searching without reporting expectations, I found it. Her cousin married the son of the Chen family, who lived next door to the Huang family. Cousin Gan Wei's family is also considered simple. The previous generation of the Chen family stayed here alone, and the others chose to work in other cities, but the Chen family has 2 sons in this generation, and the eldest son married Gan Wei. My cousin, the youngest son, is 26 years old, but still single. After the earthquake, Gan Wei's cousin Li Xing's house collapsed, and his father disappeared, leaving only his mother. Gan Wei's aunt, Li Xing, is not the kind of unfilial person, and the Chen family is not the kind of unkind family. Only the mother-in-law is left alone. Of course they took over together. Li Xing gave birth to a son and a daughter for their old Chen family, and they live in harmony. By the way, my in-laws are not the kind of monsters, and they get along pretty well. Because of the large population and the fact that they are somewhat related to the Huang family, they wanted to live closer so that they could take care of each other when there was anything to do. Moreover, there are many people in the Chen family. The key is that they have 2 sons, so they simply rented a building, thinking that if they would live here all the time in the future, when the life became stable and the youngest son got married, they would rent the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor is separated so that you can live close together without losing privacy because of being too close. When Gan Wei approached her, the Chen family also accepted it. How much can a girl eat? And maybe she can help the family with some things on weekdays. The grandson of the Chen family is only 5 years old, and the younger granddaughter is only 3 years old. When it's time to be mischievous, the help of multiple people is just a meal. If it was Gan Wei at the beginning, even if she was under the fence, she would probably be arrogant, but after a period of training, she fully understands how difficult the hard life outside is, and now she can keep warm with a brazier with her aunt. Being able to have a bed to sleep in is better than suffering outside. But Gan Wei is not a grateful person, and even thinks that they are not worthy of this kind of life. A bunch of mud legs. The world has changed, but life is getting better. In the past, when I went to a city, I would shrink back and go to a big hotel for dinner. Gan Wei couldn't let go of the shabby man, and now he even lived in a small villa. Gan Wei felt more and more unbalanced. But she is not stupid. She knows that she can live in Chen's house only because of her cousin and aunt. Even if she is pretending, she will naturally not be so savage and self-willed, even rushing to do some housework. But her aunt loved her, and knew that she was pampered since she was a child, so she couldn't do those jobs. So Gan Wei's aunt did many things for her. On weekdays, she would help take care of her little nephew and niece. Although she was tired of these 2 brats in her heart, she still had to show her love on the surface. People are hungry and thinner, and they can't go out during the day when it's hot, and now they can't go out even more when it's cold. She was originally white-skinned, but she grew even whiter. The thin and weak little white flower is talking about her. Her aunt didn't know Gan Wei's temper before, but now she saw her niece changed her temper. She was frightened by the disaster and lost her parents, and when she grew up all of a sudden, she loved her even more, so naturally she had to be more for her. According to Aunt Gan Wei's idea, it is best for Gan Wei to marry the youngest son of the Chen family. The youngest son of the Chen family is 26 years old and graduated from college. It's a good character. The Chen family's character is very good. It's not the kind of people who would grind their daughters-in-law when the world changes. If it were Gan Wei before, her aunt would not dare to think so. There are not many people with the temper before. I can bear it. Now Gan Wei has changed, obedient and sensible. If I can find a good husband's family, even if the life is a little bit harder in the future, the whole family will watch and help each other, and I will be able to live on. But Gan Wei didn't want to. He had met the youngest son of the Chen family before, when he was just in college. At her cousin's wedding, he looked like he had never eaten meat, and gnawed on his bones with a big stick regardless of his image, mouth full of oil. After the banquet was over, the waiter brought a bowl of lemon petal water, and he asked if this was the sweet tea after the meal. At that time, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. I heard that some bumpkins drank the lemonade from washing their hands as water. She even laughed. She just listened to it as a joke, but she didn't expect this to happen to her once. So even after so many years, she still looks down on the second son of the Chen family from the bottom of her heart. Even if this man is stronger than the man with body odor, at least he doesn't have body odor, but with that condition, why should she wrong herself? And Gan Wei felt that the condition was exactly the Huang family's poker field. Among the crooked melons and dates, there were two people who were a little bit better looking. One was Songjia and the other was Jianchu. Chapter 111. Songjia is just a little fool. Even though his childhood was not very happy, he still has an older brother and someone to rely on. What he thinks about most every day is how to play and how to make money. Other things are simply out of his mind. So for Gan Wei sometimes did some small actions when pouring tea or adding firewood to the brazier, but he didn't understand it at all. But Jianchu was different. He grew up by himself, and the first thing he learned was to observe words and expressions. A small mind like Gan Wei can see everything clearly with a glance. Not to mention that he is a crook, even if he is a woman who likes women, so he would not choose Gan Wei, who has hooked eyes and a face that is restless in the room. The choice depends on the face. Sooner or later, the president of the Hulanbier Prairie will be on top of his head. When he realized the woman's intentions, he finally found some amusement items to pass the time, so he had no choice but to stop. Songjia didn't understand, so he said, "What's the matter? It's okay to play once in a while. The entrance fee, their family doesn't say how rich it is, but it's still a little bit, and if you're lucky, you can win it back directly, otherwise this staying at home is so boring." Jianchu said, "Farewell, if we want to play, we can do it ourselves. Making cards is also a time-consuming thing. Anyway, we have a lot of wood. Don't go to Huang's house, that woman will jump on you. Are you not afraid?" Songjia's face was full of confusion. "Didn't I accidentally trip over it?" Jianchu rolled her eyes directly. "You will believe it. Stay away from this kind of woman, you won't be able to provoke her." Jianchu made up his mind not to play, and Songjia had no choice but to let him go alone. It's not that he didn't dare, but it wasn't necessary. His addiction to cards is not that big, and if that Gan Wei girls really have other plans, it is indeed better to stay far away. So there was nothing to do. Jianchu planned to make cards by himself, and called Mu Nan to do it together. Anyway, they were idle, and when the mahjong was ready, they could play at home. Mu Nan was rather curious. "Are you pretty?" Jianchu smiled and said, "Naturally beautiful. If you are not beautiful, how can you seduce people? I don't know what is wrong with me. When I was pouring water, I made some physical contact with you quietly. If this is a first love, the hairy boy, it's not easy." Mu Nan laughed loudly. "Does your Uzaibai know about this?" Jianchu said, "Of course I know. You can't hide this kind of thing. A little concealment may cause big trouble. Anyway, as I said, as for the card game of Huang's family, I won't go there in the future. Stay away from that woman. To be honest, this is the first time I have seen such a girl. This is the legendary green tea-flavored White Lotus." Songjia on the side suddenly had the feeling that he and Jianchu were not in the same card game. You can feel so many problems without saying a word. Jianchu patted Songjia on the shoulder and said, "Boy, you are still too young." Mu Nan hugged the pillow and watched Songjia and Jianchu polish the wood blocks, and said amusedly, "Do you really want to make your own cards? You are like Northeast aunts knitting sweaters on the Kang." Jianchu glared at him. "You can describe it, otherwise what are we doing? Come to fight the landlord?" Mu Nan said, "Come on, we also pay with soybeans." The three of them sat on the Kang with a small table, and each of them had a small basket in their hands. The small basket was woven by Chin Huari, using the straw rope bought from the redemption point, and according to what Mu Nan put in the space. For the weaving tutorial, I made a palm-sized basket, just enough to hold small snacks such as melon seeds and beans, and it is suitable for them to use as a fund at the moment. When they were fighting the landlord, Chin Huari was frying aniseed ingredients by the stove. He soaked a pot of soybeans last night, and today they can be fried crispy beans. After cooling, it will be crispy and crispy. In such a cold weather, it can be eaten for several days without being soggy. Listening to the sound of stir-frying outside, Jianchu said to Mu Nan and Songjia, "Do you think this looks like it? The two of us came to play at classmate Mu's house, and his parents prepared delicious food for us." Songjia smiled and said, "It's really similar, but my former classmates' parents are, go and play outside, don't make trouble at home, and make snacks. At most I will give you a few dollars, and then treat the classmate to eat a popsicle and finish the job." Jianchu sighed, "Then I won't have this treatment. I have never brought my classmates home, so that home is not a home." While playing cards, Mu Nan said, "I will bring my classmates home," but it was when I was in elementary school. When I was in junior high school, my brother went to high school and was about to enter university, so he couldn't bring his classmates back to play. They would be noisy. When I was young, when I bring my classmates home to play, Grandma will prepare a lot of snacks, jelly potato chips, chocolate, cut fruit plates, and tie a rabbit out of watermelon peel. The two spoke enviously. That's great. They couldn't help but wonder, have you ever quarreled with your brother? There must be puberty or something. Mu Nan thought for a while. I must have quarreled before. There is no one who doesn't quarrel. My brother is very fierce. He doesn't speak when he loses his temper. Just looking at you like that can make you cry. Songjia was also curious. What do you usually quarrel with? He didn't seem to have quarreled with his brother. The two had always had discussions. His brother would ask his opinion, and he would ask him first about everything he did. His brother, thinking about it this way, it seems that he has never quarreled. Mu Nan said, "Why else? Isn't it just to eat sweets and have a toothache, drink 2 extra bottles of drinks and have diarrhea, or else I forgot the time and came back late after playing outside. Wow, that black face scares me to death." Jianchu smiled unkindly. "This is not a quarrel, it is your unilateral scolding." Mu Nan said, "No way, it's just a quarrel. Once I went to play with someone after school. Because I changed the court I had been playing on was taken up. The new court was a bit far away. At that time, I finished school at 5 o'clock. I usually played. I got home at 6 o'clock, but it turned out that it was half an hour late that day. When I got home, there was no one at home. My brother didn't come back until almost 7 o'clock. He had a dark face and wanted to eat people. I didn't know that my brother went out to find me. It's just half an hour late, it's not an exaggeration." Chin Huari opened the curtain and put the first pot of crispy soybeans on the table for them. "What happened in half an hour? Do you know how many things can happen in half an hour? It's good if you didn't beat you up so that your memory will be long." Mu Nan secretly glanced at him and smiled, and then Chin Huari gave him a supercilious look. Jianchu is looking for a new love. Although the Huang family is missing Jianchu and the two of them, the 3 poker tables can still be filled. The main reason is that there are a lot of people who come to play, and many who come a little later have no seats. But as for him not going, the people from the Huang family did ask when they were sweeping the snow. Jianchu only said that the family was strictly controlled and would not let him go out to prowl. As for the girl named Gan Wei, she didn't say a word. I heard that the two of them are relatives, so they come to help when there are many people. Jianchu didn't mention it. It was originally a matter of his own observation and analysis, and the other girls didn't show it so obviously. If I said it, say it, maybe they will be beaten up by someone and the toad wants to eat swan meat, so let's stay this far. Anyway, if they don't go out, it's impossible for them to come to them directly. It's true that Gan Wei couldn't come to him. She was shameless. She wanted to find a long-term meal ticket with good conditions, and she didn't really want to see him desperately throwing herself into her arms. If she really wanted to come to her directly, she would say sorry. If she meets someone with better conditions in the future, how can she hook up? When she didn't see Jianchu and Songjia for a few days, Gan Wei casually asked, "Why didn't those 2 good-looking little brothers come?" Gan Wei is not very old, only in his 20s. As a little girl, it is normal to like handsome boys. The boss of the Huang family laughed and said, "Those 2 good-looking little brothers are under the control of the family." Gan Wei really wanted to inquire more, but people didn't come to play, and it was useless for her to inquire more. After all, it is not like before. It is not like before. Through the internet, or having a meal out to play, you can get in touch with each other. Closed at home, if one party does not have that willingness, then the relationship will not continue. Gan Wei waited for several days, but still didn't see them come to play cards again. Even if he was unwilling, he had to give up. Seeing that the Huang family's poker game has stabilized, 1 game every afternoon and 1 game at night, the family collects a lot of things every day, and their family only needs to pay for some firewood, coal and tea. After living a more nourishing life than anyone else, Gan Wei changed the goal. The eldest son of the Huang family is also 24 years old. He is about the same age, and he is not ugly. The key is that the Huang family can make money, and it is a big family. There are many relatives and friends around. In troubled times, what else can be more secure than this? When Gan Wei changed his target and hooked up, they began to replace the wires in this area. Although this community is considered a new community, many equipments are new, but because of the living environment, the level of high and low temperature resistance of the original installed wires is relatively average. So the power will be cut off when the temperature is too high or the ground is too high. Later, the cable factory was quickly rebuilt due to environmental reasons. Using the data transmitted from the central side, all repairable parts were repaired according to the changes of existing materials. The machine reluctantly began to remake the cables. The new batch of cables can better prevent and control high and low temperature. After the test of this latest batch of cables is stable, they are supplied to the base and the greenhouse as soon as possible. All the cables have been replaced over there, and the circuit has returned to normal use. Now, batches of replacements in residential areas have begun, but because there are too few electricians, the process is very slow. But although it is slow, some people are carrying out engineering transformation despite the wind and snow, so many people are looking forward to it. They don't dislike the speed of the project at all. They just hope that the electricity can be connected sooner. Before the power is turned on, the network is the first to recover, because the coverage network is used now, and there is no need for network cables to enter the home. It only needs to be maintained and powered on at the base station, and the network can be restored. So when New Nan was playing a standalone game with his mobile phone, he suddenly found that he was connected to the local area network, and he was pleasantly surprised. "Brother, there is a network." Chin Huari turned his head and glanced. "Very good, it should be powered by the base station." New Nan quickly said, "I'll bind the ID card to see what kind of interface it is." New Nan downloaded the identity app according to the download prompts from the previous government official website, entered the ID number, facial recognition and other procedures, and finally logged in the identity. There are many small programs to choose from on the main interface, and there are official announcements. There is an official mall, and you can also see the details of the funds. His assets are only 300 yuan, but at the current market price of a few yuan a day, 300 yuan is considered very rich. New Nan glanced at Chin Huari's mobile phone. The money was in his brother's account, the previous salary plus all kinds of odds and ends and the exchange of prey. His brother's account was short of 100 to 2,000. Yes, the main reason is that although he earned a lot before, he also spent a lot. Anyway, he always felt that the so-called money was not as safe as food, so he spent as much as he could, but he didn't expect that there was so much left. "Shouldn't all the financial power of the family be entrusted to me?" Chin Huari glanced at him. "I'm afraid you'll use the money to buy sweets secretly." New Nan stared. "If you want to eat, you have to buy meat secretly. What kind of candy are you eating?" New Nan dug out a fully charged power bank from the space. "Do you want to send it to the next door? With the internet, it should be enough to charge a mobile phone." Chin Huari said, "This power bank can only charge the mobile phone 4 times. There is no sun now, and the solar charging may not be able to work if it is placed outside in the low temperature during the day. Why don't we wait? Didn't we change the line yesterday? This line has been changed to the house behind us, and the entire second district should be replaced, and it is estimated that the power supply will be available soon." New Nan thinks so. The battery will run out soon after charging. There is no need to bother. It is better to wait for the call, so put the power bank into the space again, and then start to swipe the phone, because the greenhouse is the first to supply power. So some people have already posted on the forum on the internet, but Daniel doesn't know if he didn't find a place to charge it or what. New Nan added it according to the number exchanged last time. There has been no response there, but there is no rush. Anyway, here, there is always something to add. After browsing the forum, New Nan went to the official shopping website again. There were already a lot of things on it, including food, drink, and everything. Because the online payment was activated, it was not 1 or 2 yuan, and there were even a few cents things, but they have to reach a certain amount before they can be delivered, otherwise they can only pick them up at building number 1 the next day. New Nan looked at the prices of those items and said, "Why do I feel that this is a bit back to the 1960s and 1970s, when the prices were like this, right?" Chin Huari smiled and said, "You still know about 60 or 70 years? New Nan chuckled. "Although there are no elders who recall the past with me, I have read a lot of novels, I have never eaten pork, and I have never seen pigs run away. I also know that in those days, tickets were required for everything. Tickets for meat, even buying a bottle of water." Chin Huari looked at the calendar on his mobile phone. This month, the temperature should still drop, and after another month of coldness, it will be summer again. New Nan nodded. According to his memory, when it gets hot again, he won't have the advantage of being a prophet, and he doesn't know whether his life will get better or worse in the future. New Nan glanced at the snow outside. "Brother, if the temperature rises suddenly, will our house be flooded?" Chin Huari shook his head. "Probably not. The water will go downhill directly into the river, but I don't know how long this snow-filled river can last without drying out again." Speaking of the river, New Nan licked his mouth. I want to eat fish, boiled fish, grilled fish. For such a small matter, Chin Huari naturally followed him. Then eat grilled fish. You can't eat boiled fish yet, it's too spicy. New Nan lay on Chin Huari's body. 1 year has passed. Tell me, those who haven't eaten fish or some seafood products for almost 2 years, will they be very greedy? Chin Huari, I told you not to eat for 2 years, are you greedy? New Nan nodded. If you don't eat something, you may not be greedy. If you don't have it, you must be super greedy. It's November, and it's almost December. The 4 seasons are completely messed up. On the day the second district was powered on, another happy thing happened. The little bunny that New Nan had been looking forward to was finally born. There were 7 babies in one litter. As for the male and female, he didn't dare to approach him. After putting food and water, I didn't even dare to clean up, so I ran out in a hurry, for fear of startling the mother rabbit, who would be stimulated and eat her own cubs. Because the electricity was connected, the internet was available, and the communication was restored, so New Nan took a photo of the mother rabbit nursing the baby rabbit and sent it to Jian-Chu. Jian-Chu was shocked immediately. New Nan chuckled, I have a baby, and I won't have to worry about meat when I grow up. After a while, Jian-Chu ran over, went up to the second floor, and looked in through the crack of the door with New Nan. How did you do it? New Nan knew that Jian-Chu was coming, so he put away all the sweet potato vines and green leafy vegetables, and put some weeds cut from the pot and some tomato leaves. Just keep it like this, give water and vegetables, wild rabbits good food. Jian-Chu looked at New Nan inexplicably. Wild rabbits are even more difficult to raise, much harder to raise than domestic rabbits. They are very temperamental. They will go on hunger strike and hit the wall every now and then, but it doesn't mean that you can give them some water and food to fend for themselves. There is also the vegetable shed at the back of their house. Although the fruit inside is small, the peppers and tomatoes have all grown. Looking at the pots he raised on the kang, what a mess, not to mention the fruits, the leaves are all grown. Can't pick up. With such a comparison, Jian-Chu couldn't help sighing. Perhaps you really have more talent in farming. You can live whatever you feed. New Nan said, no way, I raised chickens before, but they are all gone. If the chickens were still alive, they would have migrated here with their arms, and now they would have eggs to eat. After speaking, he remembered the rabbit that Jian-Chu and the others had taken back before, and asked curiously, where's your rabbit? Have you eaten it? Jian-Chu nodded, there is no food to feed. You can't make rice noodles to feed rabbits, and you don't eat them. Anyway, the more you raise them, the thinner you will be. Finally, you will kill them. If you can't eat them all at once, they will be frozen. I still have them. I haven't finished eating the remaining half, and I want to say that I will burn it and eat it when I am too hungry. New Nan said, now that the internet is connected, you can ask the customer service of the official shopping mall if there is a greenhouse. Solar energy can be bought. If there is, buy it quickly, and then grow a little vegetable. And if I can raise another woe, your vegetables are growing too, so I'll give you 2, so you don't have to worry about meat if you can feed yourself. Speaking of this, New Nan suddenly remembered that he hadn't bought the seeds of forage, and quickly took out his mobile phone to ask the customer service of the shopping mall about the seeds. But he didn't know if it was busy there, so he didn't respond, and New Nan didn't either. Urgent, if there is no response, I will wait. Now that the shopping channel has just opened, it must be very busy. By the way, my brother is going to work again. Jian-Chu looked at New Nan, it's so cold outside now, can I go out? New Nan nodded, I heard that all the small offices before have been converted into information buildings, and more people are being recruited. Now we have nearly 200,000 people here. Anyway, we have recruited a lot of interested people, but we still have a lot to offer. The unified examination is required, but my brother does not need it. He has already become a regular. He is the person in charge of the unified examination. Because the weather is too cold, after the Ministry of Communications officially operates, he will arrange accommodation. Jian-Chu said, accommodation? Chin Huari wants to live outside? What about you? New Nan waved his hand. How can it be possible to live outside? My brother doesn't know how to live outside. If he wants to live outside, he must bring me with him. My brother asked before that he can rent a car, which is not the kind of hunting car. It's just an ordinary small car, 30 yuan a month. Gasoline is bought separately. He just drives it to and from work. The road is leveled every day, but there is no need to worry about it being difficult to walk, as long as the way to and from work does not get cold. As for the cost of renting a car, it doesn't matter. His brother's salary is not low after he becomes a regular, and he can afford it alone. What's more, he can still sell vegetables here. There is no need to worry about consumption. The piles of oil in his space have not been consumed much so far, there are plenty of them. Jianchu sighed. I don't know when we will have a job. New Nan said, look more at the official website and forums. Many places will recruit workers for factory reconstruction. When you see what you are going to do, will you still move bricks? Jianchu thought about it, and hesitated. I don't know either. Hey, it's too difficult to choose a career. Let's see when the time comes. Go back and discuss it with Zibo. Physical labor can't be done for a long time, and the body may not be able to bear it if you do it for a long time, but mental ones may not be able to find a suitable one. Let's talk about it after this winter, and see what happens after the winter is over. Now this situation is really confusing for many people. On the surface, as long as you are willing to do things, you can't starve to death, but what you do are all precarious or unskilled things. To a certain extent, this kind of thing is actually quite things that make people feel insecure, such as infrastructure construction, eat hard work, but a project will always end, especially like Jianchu and Yu Zaibai. If they have the choice, they may not be willing to eat hard work, or temporarily if you eat it, you will definitely not continue to eat it all the time. How to change careers and where to turn will be confusing. Regarding other people's confused future, New Nan can't give any advice. Although he himself is not at a loss, his not being at a loss is based on Qinhuai's confidence and the existence of space. Still at a loss, so all he can do is to talk to Jianchu, lest they have too much pressure to choose a career and have nowhere to vent. The car Qinhuai rented has already parked in the garage. There are not many vehicles at the information building, at least there are not many cars except Qinhuai at present, so a room is specially opened on the first floor for parking. Half of the entire information building is being parked. Reconstruction, the other half has been rebuilt into a small closed building with central air conditioning heating, so the rooms on the first floor are also heated, so that the car will not be able to drive there, but it will be frozen there and cannot be driven back. On the first day back to work, even though he knew that food might be provided there, New Nan still didn't count on the small cafeteria. He specially prepared rice for Qinhuai. The rice was fried rice with crushed pickled peppers and minced beef. The color of the meat after frying into foam is quite similar. There is a large bowl full of fried rice, another small box contains tiger skin peppers, and a tomato soup. The tomato soup is egg drop soup. New Nan cracked eggs into it, but now that there were no eggs for sale at all, so he fished out all the egg flowers carefully. Anyway, the soup of boiled eggs can bring some nutrition and taste. This is currently the best thing he can get Qinhuai to eat outside. Other good things can only be eaten secretly at home. Seeing Qinhuai, who was about to go out again in the morning, New Nan tugged at his clothes with some reluctance. When you arrive, send me a message. Be careful when driving on the road, even if you have snow tires. The snow has been shoveled, but it's also very slippery. Qinhuai looked at New Nan, who was reluctant to let go. New Nan pulled him into his arms and kissed him on the lips. Be good at home, wait for me when I come back. Chapter 112. There are not many people like Qinhuai who would rather spend 30 yuan a month to rent a car than live in the dormitory of the Ministry of Information, or for now, Qinhuai is the only one. The dormitory of the information department needs to pay 5 yuan a month. The 5 yuan is water and electricity bills, and there is a meal card for 1 meal a day in the cafeteria. Their job is to include 2 meals, breakfast and lunch, or lunch and dinner. Where do you want to eat? You can choose 2 meals by yourself, but most people will choose Chinese food and dinner. Before, many people did not have the habit of eating breakfast, or just drink something to mix it up. Now, they can be in a heated office, sit down, get a little hungry in the morning, and you can have a full meal at noon and night. In addition, there is an extra meal card for the accommodation, and you can also have a late-night snack. Take half of the late-night snack back and eat it, and the remaining half can be eaten as breakfast. I was full that day, not hungry at all. Qinhuai had 3 colleagues before, and they all came after receiving the notice. Unsurprisingly, they all chose to stay. It was too cold, and their family did not have the conditions to rent a car to commute like Qinhuai. Just one person, no relatives around me, renting a small apartment is living by myself, and living in a dormitory. The 5 yuan in the dormitory also includes water, electricity and a meal. It is not much more cost-effective than an apartment building, so why bother to look far away? The 3 of them are very happy to see Qinhuai again, or to say that it is very happy to see them who used to be in the same office after such a long time. Qinhuai and the others live in District 2. District 2, although it is not a single-family villa, it can also be regarded as a villa building. If the conditions are poor, let alone those who cannot live in it, it is a big problem to pay the rent. So those who can live there, the conditions are not bad, at least they have the ability. If it is left in such a cold time, it will not freeze to death at home. But the place where Ju Chuanghong and the others live is different. The environment in the apartment building is particularly chaotic. Some families have more than 10 members crowded in a small house of more than 60 square meters. If so many people go to the greenhouse, it will be really difficult. You may not be able to afford it, not to mention that as long as you are willing to work, you can always support yourself. Some poverty makes people feel helpless and sad no matter what time it is, especially when there are so many people in the family who can only rely on one laborer who is not too strong to support them. Those who have no personal experience can never imagine that. So in the apartment building, there are actually many. Those who did not go to the greenhouse ended up freezing to death at home. Because there are many cases of death around me, so after closing the door for so long, I can still see my former colleagues, which is very emotional. Ju Chuanghong, Shubin, and the others have already become full-time employees. It should be said that the timing was good. At that time, only their residential area was gradually being rebuilt, and many survivors had not yet been rescued. In order to rebuild the network, they were recruited. In addition, the ability is good, and it has indeed brought out civilian communications again, so it was made a regular. Now that most of the winter has been spent behind closed doors, their residential area has been rebuilt to more than 10 districts, which can be regarded as a small new city. It is said that there are more than 300,000 survivors. Anyway, the search and rescue is still going on outside. In a city with a population of tens of millions, it is impossible to have such a little left, but with so many survivors, there are quite a few former professional programmers. This is another technical job, even if they did not choose this job after graduation. Now that I have the opportunity to expand the enrollment, I have signed up and tried it, just in case I am selected. There are too many people applying for the job, so it is natural to take the exam and delete the selection. The exam questions were discussed by Chin Huari and the communications officer of the military department. There are nearly 400 people who applied for the job. The new recruits are not only programmers, but also equipment maintenance. Members who know how to play software may not be able to fix hardware, but this is only for some people. Some minor basic equipment maintenance is still okay, but in order to run smoothly in the future, you can't ask for the basics. Try to find talents who are suitable for this aspect, so the scope of recruitment has become much larger. Chin Huari and one of the communication soldiers were in charge of the unified recruitment of programmers. They first took the written test, and then went to the computer to operate after passing the first 2 rounds of the written test. It can be said that it was very strict. What Chin Huari didn't expect was that he saw Jiang Xuan among a bunch of applicants. The university that Jiang Xuan planned to apply for back then was a business major, but later it might be because of Chin Huari, or it might be influenced by Chin Huari. He majored in IT, so Chin Huari set up a company and started his own business after returning to China. Jiang Xuan resigned directly and joined Chin Huari's company not only because of interpersonal relationships. They originally also majored in this field. Now that the higher-ups are recruiting talents in this field, it doesn't matter if Jiang Xuan can apply. Strange. For Jiang Xuan, Chin Huari has completely regarded him as a stranger. No, he is a little more than a stranger. At least he will be polite to strangers, and he has zero tolerance for Jiang Xuan. The harder it is, the more afraid he is. Thinking of New Nan's body that has been tossed and broken all these years, and his anxiety about being on guard against others now, although his own departure is the main reason, Jiang Xuan's deception also has a great influence. Responsibility, he blamed himself for not knowing people clearly. The last time he beat Jiang Xuan was not enough for him, but he was not so overbearing that he would do something behind his back just to prevent this person from appearing in front of his eyes. As long as Jiang Xuan didn't come to provoke him, he would hold back your temper. If Jiang Xuan provokes you, then don't blame him for being cruel. He has never been a kind person. On this point, Chin Huari really feels that he may have inherited some genes from that man, some aspects to be ruthless. Human life is also nothing in his eyes. Jiang Xuan was also very surprised. He didn't expect to meet Chin Huari under such circumstances, but there was a big difference in their identities. He applied for the job, and Chin Huari invigilated the exam. The moment he saw Chin Huari, Jiang Xuan felt guilty and flustered. He even wondered if Chin Huari would wear small shoes for him, but he couldn't help thinking, if he could successfully apply for the job and become a colleague with Chin Huari in the future, what would he do? It's all very convenient. Of course, What he thinks about now is no longer about love and love. After Chin Huari beat him up like that, Jiang Xuan no longer has it. From then on, what he thought in his heart was to make Chin Huari regret it. Regret bitterly. So after a moment of flustered, Jiang Xuan answered the question more seriously. He has to work hard to stay. His ability is no worse than Chin Huari. He wants to be better than Chin Huari. He wants to see with his own eyes how Chin Huari was dragged by that bottle dragging. Chin Huari of Jiang Xuan's little thoughtfulness naturally didn't know, and left without looking back after collecting the test papers, because there were a large number of applicants, and now there is no such condition for the answer card to be corrected by machine. Hundreds of test papers have to be corrected a little time, so those who finished the exam in the morning did not leave. A free lunch will be provided here, and the list of those who passed the written exam will be listed in the afternoon, and they will take the exam tomorrow. Chin Huari and the others who became regulars not only had to invigilate the exams, but also had to correct the test papers, including the communication soldiers. They had to correct all the test papers at noon, and the rest of the score statistics and the selection list were not their business. Zhu Chuanhong stretched his waist and stood up. I didn't expect that I would have a day to correct test papers for others. Jiang Qi, who was sitting next to Zhu Chuanhong, said, some people just write nonsense, such messy things, thinking that writing a few characters is a language formula. It's so simple. Chin Huari looked at the time. Let's go eat. Hearing about eating, of course he responded positively. Chin Huari took his own lunchbox to the cafeteria. Their building was rebuilt later. It used to be a small office with food for people to eat. Now that the staff has expanded, some people who needed the public facilities have also been improved naturally, and a canteen has been specially built. The people who came to apply for the job in the morning were also queuing up for cooking, probably because they wanted to prevent them from occupying the meal and rest time of regular staff and soldiers. So another window was opened for cooking, but the dishes were the same, otherwise hundreds of people would come to eat. It will take a long time to wait in line. There is nothing to wait in the afternoon of the application. Those who have work to do will be too late. Carrying the lunchbox, Chin Huari walked to the window where the staff were ordering meals. Seeing that the aunt serving the meal was an old acquaintance, he smiled and said, Aunt Fang, long time no see. The chubby Aunt Fang looked at Chin Huari with a smile. Xiao Chin, I haven't seen you in a few months and I'm handsome again. I want to eat something today. I'll order more food for you. Chin Huari said, are there any candied tortillas today? Aunt Fang smiled and said, yes. Chin Huari said, that's great, my brother is worried about it. I brought some food today, so I won't cook. Please save some candied cornbread for me. I'll come get it after I finish eating. Aunt Fang naturally agreed, and even took a special lunch box and put a few pieces of candied tortillas aside for Chin Huari. As for the staple food on the other side of the long queue, there are also corn tortillas, but they are not candied, and they have not officially joined the job yet. How can there be such a good salary, and candy is rare now? Jiang Xuan from the team next to him heard their conversation and sneered in his heart. Sure enough, he was carrying an oil bottle, and the meal provided by the unit had to be taken back to feed the oil bottle. After Jiang Xuan finished eating, he chose a place by the window with the few people he had just met. When he walked over, he saw the lunchbox that Chin Huari had just carried on the table next to him, but he didn't know where he went. There are still some vacant seats at the back, but out of some dark psychology, Jiang Xuan said casually, just sit here. Although it is by the window, it should be fine not to be next to each other. It's cold outside, and now the window is not for admiring the scenery. In order to keep warm, the whole building is covered with thick cotton cloth, but the windows are not insulated by walls, and it will be chilly if they get close, but they came in time at night. Some good places have been occupied, so I can only find a place to sit. As soon as they sat down, those colleagues from Chin Huari came over with dinner trays. They are not allowed to eat in the office. Although they can eat in the break room, they have to send the dinner tray back after eating. It's okay to walk, you have to bring your own lunch box, and you have to wash it yourself. It's better to eat in the cafeteria before leaving. Zhu Chuanhong saw Chin Huari's lunch box and looked around. Where did brother Chin go? Jiang Qi said, Captain Shi is here. I just saw them talking, and I think they will be here soon. Eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Although there is a heater, the temperature cannot be warmed no matter how high the heater is turned on. Go, it's good to keep the room above zero. If you don't finish the meal quickly, it will get cold soon. As soon as they started, Chin Huari came back, and the few of them didn't ask Duishi what he wanted Chin Huari to do. They hurriedly started cooking. Chin Huari opened the lunch box, and the smell of pickled peppers immediately dispersed. Ju Chuanhong took a look and said, "Wow, the fried rice looks delicious." Chin Huari's lunchbox is rechargeable and heated, so there is no need to heat it in the microwave. It is always hot when you take it out to eat. Except for fried rice, several people couldn't help swallowing when they saw the bowl of tomato soup. Jiang Qi was even more curious. Said, "Are there any tomatoes for sale now?" "Green peppers, there are even green peppers. There is no way to distribute the soup to others, and it is unacceptable to ask others to scoop up Chin Huari in his soup bowl, so he can only push out the small bowl containing tiger pepper. You guys have a taste." A few people are really greedy. Although the food in the small cafeteria is pretty good, it has been cooked as carefully as possible within the limited conditions, and the taste is not bad, but after all, there are no vegetables or meat, and they are all rehydrated dry goods. Seeing and smelling the green peppers, the saliva couldn't help flooding to the point where they couldn't control themselves, but they weren't so rude. Each of them took one. Although there were 4 in this small box, they couldn't be all of them. Let others finish eating. So Ju Chuanhong smiled and said, "Then we will not be polite, let's share one among the 3, and don't finish Brother Chin's lunch." Others naturally have no opinion. "Green chili pepper, it's been a long time since I saw it, it's so rare." Jiang Qi bit it down, tears almost filled his eyes. This is what a person should eat, but he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Chin, where did you get these things?" Chin Huari said, "My younger brother grows them at home. He bought some insulation film, built an indoor shed, and planted some tomatoes and peppers." Ju Chuanhong sighed, "I am truly envious." They knew that the younger brother Chin Huari mentioned was his little lover. Although homosexuality has been tolerated a lot now, as long as it is not recognized by the law, it will be a small crowd for a day, so outside. Chin Huari usually refers to his younger brother, but he feels that Chin Huari saying this is not something to avoid, it seems to be pure habit. While eating, Shi Yuanfei also came over with a plate, and when he saw Chin Huari's lunch box, he immediately hailed, "Good guy, fried rice with minced meat, and green peppers." Chin Huari said, "Try it." Shi Yuanfei is no longer the first Shi Yuanfei that Chin Huari came into contact with who didn't take the people's stitches and threads. He has been in contact with Chin Huari so many times, and he is considered an old acquaintance, so he took one of them away politely, and then whispered to Chin Huari, "Next time your family bears fruit, sell me some." He knew that Chin Huari and the others went hunting and caught a lot of deer. He also knew that the family had grown vegetables. He was originally from this circle. A little bit of news quickly spread. He knew that Chin Huari's family was in good condition, although it was a pity for Chin Huari. It seems that he didn't need his help all the time. He remembered the kindness of catching doomsday thugs, earthquake reminders, and rice grain donations. He even registered on it. It depends on Chin Huari's need to help him solve problems at any time. But Chin Huari is too capable. He doesn't need them at all if he has meat and food to eat. On the contrary, he still wants to rub the vegetable shed of Chin Huari's family now. Chin Huari smiled and said, "I'm afraid we'll have to wait a little longer. The freshly harvested batch has had some seasoning changed, and the rest are still immature." Shi Yuanfei hurriedly said, wait, no problem. Waiting for Chin Huari's family to hope, waiting for the greenhouses in the base, I don't know when they will go. Now most of the greenhouses are occupied by people, and there is no way to plant them for the time being. Only a few planting sheds have started planting, but except for a small number of vegetables, most of them are grain rice, which is what fills the stomach. Don't panic, although those dishes are also essential, but compared to the importance of rice, they still have to be placed in the back row. Even Shi Yuanfei was envious of Chin Huari's food, not to mention others. Jiang Quan, who wanted to see how miserable Chin Huari had been, almost broke the chopsticks in his hand, and those people who had just met him were also envious in a low voice. Although they are embarrassed to stretch their heads to see what other people are eating, they can smell the aroma, not to mention that the officer just said fried rice with minced meat, and they can still eat meat at this time. How good the conditions are, even if it is meat canned food, not to mention the price, is not so easy to grab even if it was sold in limited quantities earlier, not to mention that people seem to grow vegetables in their houses, smelling the smell of green peppers in the air. Some people are already scratching their hearts and livers. Counting them carefully, they have not eaten green vegetables for almost 2 years. Although they can still eat some meat when it is hot at the beginning, the meat spoils too quickly when the heat is too hot. At that time, there is a shortage of supplies. Now, they haven't eaten a full meal, even though they are all adults, but they still can't help but cast their eyes over there. Their saliva overflows uncontrollably, and their mouths are still envious in a low voice. That seems to be the team leader, who is responsible for civilian communications. If we apply for the job, will he be in charge? I hope I can apply for the job. If you're lucky, you might be able to grab a bite once in a while. It's great to build a vegetable shed at home, so I don't have to worry about food in the future. Hey, if I don't apply for the job, I'll try to grow some vegetables at home. I'm afraid I can make a lot of money selling vegetables now. He's also a programmer. Can I say I'm more envious of his hair? Eat quickly. There are not many chances to have a free meal like this. If you don't apply for the job, you will lose the meal after eating. A few people were chatting there in low voices. Jian Xuan tried his best to keep his expression tense so as not to distort himself. Why did that Munan have such a good life? The lucky Munan is plucking chicken feathers at home. Qin Huari works so hard, so he must not wait for him to come back to cook. He is not very good at cooking some dishes, but it is much easier to stew some dishes. Put the seasoning and ingredients in the pot and cook. Just cook it. Qin Huari sent a message to Munan before returning home. As soon as he left the office building, the temperature outside would be so low that his mobile phone could not be used at all, even in a car with the heater turned on, so Munan counted the time and set off early. I got dressed and waited on the first floor. When I heard the horn of the car outside, I hurried out to open the door. Qin Huari parked the car in the garage, and as soon as he entered the house, Munan handed him hot water. Is it cold? Did you go to work today? Is the road slippery? Qin Huari took a sip of water before saying, it's going smoothly. The road is not slippery. The snow is piled high on both sides of the road. Even if the car slips and cannot stop, the car will rush into the snow, so there will be no danger. Don't worry. Munan touched Qin Huari's hand. It was cold, and pushed him onto the kang. I've finished the rice. The chicken is still burning in the pot, and I've put lettuce in it. After a while, the chicken and the lettuce is stewed and delicious. What else do you want to eat? I'll fry it for you. Qin Huari pulled him to his side, smiled and said, so good today? Munan held his face and kissed him. You've worked hard. It's freezing and snowy, and if you want you to come back and cook for me, that would be too much. Qin Huari said, going to work is my hobby, and cooking for you is my pleasure, but I'm also very happy to cook for me once in a while. Munan chuckled, I still have some cooking skills. I couldn't do it before, relying on takeout, but now, I watch Qin Huari cook every day, and there are a lot of recipe tutorials in the space, so it's no problem to stew a chicken or stir fry. Munan put the chicken stewed in the pot into the hot pot, because the power supply had already started. Although they still slept on the kang, at least some electrical equipment did not need to be so troublesome to use batteries, so he directly took a power strip and put it on the kang. Come on, hot pot is eaten hot, and it will not cool down when eaten slowly. During the meal, Qin Huari said, there are many people applying for the job today, and Jian Xuan is also there. Munan was gnawing on the chicken leg. When he heard Jian Xuan's name, he was taken aback for a moment. He thought that there would be no more intersections in this life. Qin Huari said, his major in this area is still acceptable. Munan felt that the chicken legs in his hand were no longer fragrant. Qin Huari looked at him and smiled. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Munan looked at Qin Huari and said, then you will be colleagues again from now on? Qin Huari said, if he has not lost his professional knowledge, there is a high possibility of being selected. Hearing this, Munan was so happy. He thought that he would never have anything to do with Jian Xuan again in this life. He wanted to say that Qin Huari beat him up. He didn't know what happened in the last life. Then just treat it as a clean break, but in the end it got pulled together again, and he will become a colleague in the future. The words to tell Qin Huari to resign and not do it all got stuck in his throat. Qin Huari rubbed his hair. If he stays away honestly, I won't bother him deliberately, but since he has delivered to the door, then naturally I can't blame me. Munan looked at Qin Huari. Huh? Qin Huari smiled. What? When will I let go of those who bullied you? Munan hesitated and said, but if he becomes your colleague, it won't be good to fight anymore. What if it affects your work? Qin Huari smiled when he heard the words, who said that the only way to teach a person is to fight. How can the pain of the flesh be as good as attacking the heart? Chapter 113. As for how to attack the heart, Munan thought for a long time but couldn't think of it. He started to stay at home before graduating from university, and he had never experienced the workplace. After the intrigue in the workplace, I don't have much concept of the environmental image brought by the word workplace in my mind. As far as his IQ can tell, he has what others have, and he has what others don't. In this period of lack of supplies, when other people are starving and cold, his brother is eating and clothing next to him. Those people who don't have enough to eat and don't have enough clothing to look at are so miserable. It's just like this, and he is a little worried about his brother. How dangerous it would be if he lived too well and was hated by others. In his last life, he gave a little girl half a piece of cornbread and was targeted by others. If his brother eats big fish and meat, how can he? It's not more dangerous, so I can only dismiss the idea. Seeing Mu Nan's tangled expression on whether to bring him food, Chin Huari smiled. What are you going to bring me? Mu Nan said, stir-fried venison with chili peppers, tomato ball soup, the staple food. I wanted to make you mincemeat and scallion pancakes, and let you cook the rice in the cafeteria. How about the rice cooked in the cafeteria? Is it big white rice? Chin Huari said, it's white rice mixed with brown rice. The rice is definitely not a good fine white rice, it tastes a bit rough, and some coarse grains are mixed in the rice. The taste is naturally much worse than the soft rice that people are used to, but the steamed buns are delicious. The steamed buns are made by machine, and they are very soft. A steamed bun is not small, but it is big. It weighs less than half the weight of the steamed buns. The steamed buns are solid. Although the steamed buns made by the machine are soft, they are quite in comparison. It is hollow and saves materials, so although the taste is good, 2 big steamed buns may not be enough for a grown man. Hearing what Chin Huari said, Mu Nan hesitated. What about the dishes? What kind of dishes are they? Chin Huari said, there is no shortage of water now. What I eat more is soybean sprouts and mung bean sprouts, with a little fungus and day lily, and some seaweed soup, and sometimes vegetable soup. The vegetables are the freeze-dried vegetables we bought before. Anyway, that's all, in rotation. This food is really heart-wrenching to hear. Although Mu Nan knows that it is already a very good big pot meal, look at the food at the greenhouse, it is even worse than this, but they have conditions, and he dare not bring it to Chin Huari. But let him. Chin Huari couldn't bear to eat these at work at noon. A meal at noon is so important. He had to do so much work in the afternoon, and his brother's work was exhausting his brain, and he had to come back from the cold. If he didn't eat well at noon, it's a huge burden on the body to save it all until the evening. But he was also afraid that Chin Huari's food would be too good to be watched by others. Chin Huari knew what he was thinking with a glance at the tangled eyes, and pulled him into his arms in a funny way. If you want to bring me food, then bring it. Mu Nan looked at him and said, will it cause trouble? These days, there are many things that kill people for one bite. Chin Huari said, the ones who can be taken out are not too outrageous, at most they are a little better than others. The wages to work in the information building are not low, and the food in the cafeteria is not bad, so it is unlikely that someone will eat for such a bite. It's such an adventure, and everything has potential dangers. You may encounter some unexpected accidents at any time while you're alive. You can't give up because of choking. Don't worry, I can do whatever I want. I will be careful. There were more than 400 applicants, including more than 300 applicants for programmers. Half of the written test was cleared on the first day, and more than half of the rest of the computer and interview were cleared. In the end, there were only 50 jobs. Because it is necessary to bear the network operation and maintenance of the entire residential area, even if 50 positions sound like a lot, once they are on the right track, everyone has a lot of things in their hands. Now it's not like before, when the pressure is high. If you want to resign, you can change to another job. Now if you don't have a job, you will starve to death, so no matter how heavy the workload is, you still have to carry it. Chin Huari has been promoted from team leader to big team leader and has his own separate office, while the others are temporarily in a large office after renovation. Jiang Xuan can be said by Chin Huari that his ability is good, which proves that he still has some strength. So it's no surprise that he succeeded in applying for the job. In the future, it is estimated that he will be grouped according to the direction that everyone is good at, but they are still in the running-in stage. Their work has stabilized for the time being, and they have started to recruit customer service. Now there are many online sections in the mobile phone. The official mall alone requires a lot of customer service. In addition to customer service, offline delivery and packaging of goods are required. It is impossible to let the soldiers do it all. In the past, the personnel conditions were not in place. Now, no matter whether everyone has adapted to the climate or not, people have to resist the pressure brought by the environment and go out of the house. Although life is relatively difficult now, but some traffic will gradually resume in the future, and traffic will be much more convenient at that time. Chin Huai got the news from Shi Yuan fear that the underground will be reopened and cleared out to build a new subway. The subway will be the main force of transportation in the future, because the underground is less affected by the ground environment, and the snow in winter and the sun in summer it can be blocked. If it weren't for the earthquake, there would be heavy snow and intense heat. Life would not have been like this. People have already started construction and moved underground. An earthquake destroyed the entire city, and the buildings built underground also collapsed. Now, to rebuild the underground transportation, the manpower and material resources that will be consumed are not small, but it is better that after the government recruits people to start the construction, in order to rebuild the underground transportation, or in other words, in order to have a job and a meal. Most of the porters who don't need technical content are rushing to do it. When people are almost mobilized, the speed of progress is not the slightest bit. In the past, Shi Yuanfei came to Qin Huari just for work. Qin Huari's younger brother and lover, he also had contact with him. He looked thin, but he gritted his teeth after such a hard migration before, and now he wants to recruit customer service. The place of work is in the information building, but the recruitment information has not been made public yet, so I wanted to let Qin Huari know in advance that if his younger brother also needs to work, customer service is easier than moving bricks outside or logistics delivery. As for the others, Shi Yuanfei has never heard Qin Huari say that his younger brother has any technical expertise. Now the power plant, water plant, and cable plant are officially resuming work, and the treatment is relatively good in several big factories, but all they need are technicians, and those the factory is also a bit far from the residential area. Before the traffic resumes, I'm afraid I can only live in dormitories, and I may not be willing to come to Qin Huari. However, Qin Huari felt that the job of customer service was not suitable for Mu Nan, but it was more suitable for Jianchu. Mu Nan of his family was more suitable for drawing comics at home. The first thing Qin Huari did after resuming work was to discuss with the above about opening the entertainment section, film and television section, music section, comic section, and novel section. He planned to integrate all these things into one account. Although the divisions are different, the same account is more convenient recharge consumption. So Qin Huari told the neighbors about the recruitment of customer service. If you are interested, you have to stay in the registration area of the official website. They can sign up immediately, but as for the subsequent interview, it is beyond his control. But it was just a notification of the time for registration, which was already very good for Jianchu and the others. At any rate, they were a little more prophetic than others and could be prepared. But in the end, only Jianchu and Songjia decided to go. Zhu Ming didn't need it. If he wanted to work, he could do it any time. If the government wants to redevelop the animal husbandry industry, it must need a veterinarian. Although he has been working for the past 2 years, he governs people, but he has not forgotten his own profession, so Zhu Ming feels that he will not worry about work. Wu Zheng has been recuperating for a few months, and his previous frostbite has long since healed. However, he wants to enter the factory. He is not a very eloquent person. Even through the internet and the phone, he still finds it difficult to communicate with people. It's better to enter the factory at that time. He is studying CNC machine tools. If it is industrial reconstruction, then his major is quite suitable. In addition, he still has a little wealth, so he is not too anxious about work. The customer service recruited a lot of people, and the one-sentence thing can be regarded as a personal favor. I thought that the people in their yard were doing well. Although the girls stayed behind closed doors and rarely interacted with them, at least they didn't have any scumbags. It's also comfortable to be in a quiet place, so in the small group that picked up firewood before, 8 called a few girls and told them that they wanted to recruit customer service. If they are interested, pay attention to the time and wait for the official opening registration channel. A few girls are willing to do the hard work without having to work outside. Originally, the customer service job is more advantageous for girls. As for commuting, if they all choose it, then they will also rent a car like Qin Huari. Anyway, if a few candidates are selected, they will be shared equally by several people. It is enough to earn a little food for their livelihood without having to move bricks outside in the wind and sun. As for the dormitory, they should not choose to live in the dormitory. It's inconvenient to hoard things. The food they hoarded before, among other things, if they are well preserved, they can still eat for at least a year or two. Just because of this, it is impossible for them to go to the dormitory. The customer service has a quota of 200 people, but only 30 people are accepted. Registration is open at 9 in the morning. If you are lucky, you are idly swiping your phone at that time. When you see it, you sign up. If you are unlucky, you will find out that there is customer service. When my job was recruiting, the quota was already full. The customer service interview is quite simple, and there is no qualification test. The main test is typing speed, Mandarin proficiency, and the ability to respond to some difficult problems on the spot. This time Mu Nan is also happy, because the working hours of the customer service are the same as Chin Huari and the others, and the working place is upstairs and downstairs, so Chin Huari is not alone when he goes to work. There are 3 people in one car, although the girls I rented a car myself, but in order to take care of each other on the road, I decided to go with them, so that the safety of more people will be improved a lot. Mu Nan was always worried that he would be ambushed by jealous people when he prepared lunch for Chin Huari. Now that there are more people, this hidden danger is greatly reduced. As for the last time Mu Nan asked if there were any grass seeds in the online shopping mall, after a long time, he finally answered, yes, alfalfa seeds, 31 yuan. Mu Nan thought about it, and moved a little upstairs and downstairs. I can grow a little more area. Now that the electricity is connected, the floor heating at home is turned on, the temperature rises, the greenhouse can be removed, and there will be more space, so I just bought it for 50 yuan in one go. Anyway, too much is not too much, and it won't break if you put it in the space. When the rations of the bunnies grow up, the female rabbit may have another litter, and then sell a few of them. The initial investment of this grass seed just came back. It's only been a few days, and those asterisk used to be like little furless mice, but now their hairs are all fluffy, although they are not snow white, but the little milk dumpling with grey and white color is also invincibly cute. Because the little rabbit is so cute, and the weakest period has passed, although it is still drinking milk, it may be because of the good genes of wild rabbits, the little milk rabbit is very strong, and has already started to run around the room. Sometimes Nan puts 1 or 2 out and holds them in his hands to play with. Chin Huari couldn't help worrying while watching. They've grown up, are you really willing to eat them? Mu Nan took it for granted. Why don't you give up? I can still eat more delicious meat. I feed this meat with my own hands. He clearly distinguishes between pets and reserve meat. Besides, for him, only those who can interact with him can develop feelings. These little rabbits are only stroked one-sidedly, they can't develop feelings, and there is no pressure to eat. 7 little rabbits. After the little rabbits grew up a bit, Chin Huari distinguished them, 3 females and 4 males. Mu Nan rummaged through the space for ropes, tied the female rabbits with red strings, and the males the rabbit is tied with a white string, and when the rabbit grows bigger, it will be separated. It must be raised scientifically and cannot be reproduced indiscriminately. The space in his home is limited, and it is not a breeding farm. He can eat some rabbit meat every once in a while. As for the extra breeding, yes, of course I will sell it, and occasionally sell 1 or 2 to keep the money input at home. Anyway, there are still those vegetables, and his brother makes money. There is plenty of room for food and drink. Don't ask for more. Living conditions. As for the future, Mu Nan has no idea of making the first batch of sudden riches while taking advantage of the time when everything is waiting to be done. He is just a person who is content with pleasure, and he really has no interest in making him work hard to start a business and make money. And motivation, of course, if his brother wants to, he will definitely support it. Just when everyone thought that winter would be like this, with occasional strong winds and heavy snow and occasional sunny days, anyway, the power supply station can withstand the current low-temperature power supply, and some work is carried out slowly but in an orderly manner, and life has entered a stable period at that time. The climate changed again, and another cold snap was about to hit. The top is almost grey. The previous cold snap made people live in the greenhouse, but many people still died of freezing. This is another one. How low the temperature will stop, although they have received a message from above the weather report, but this time they did not stop work. If the low temperature keeps stopping work again and again, then their small new city may never be able to function. It can only rely on people to stimulate their own potential to carry it. They try to make enough to supply cold-proof items. This period is the time for people to fight against the sky. Mu Nan knew that after this wave of cooling, the temperature would rise again soon, and a new summer would come. But after the temperature rises again, whether it will be as hot as last year, slightly better, or even hotter, he doesn't know. After all, he didn't live that long in his last life. But this time the low temperature lasted for at least half a month. Mu Nan looked at Chin Huari and said, "Why don't you go to the dormitory? If the car freezes and turns off when commuting to get off work, it will be too dangerous." Chin Huari leaned on the kang to read, and when he heard this, he pulled Mu Nan into his arms. "Go to the bedroom and let you live alone at home? Do you think it's possible? As long as the car doesn't stop, it won't turn off, and whether it's Jianchu is still Songjia, neither of them would choose to live in a dormitory, and now the dormitory provided by the unit cannot bring their family members, and it only takes half a month, and it will pass quickly." New Nan also didn't want Chin Huari to live in the dormitory. One was food, the other was that he was reluctant to be separated from Chin Huari, but he felt sorry for Chin Huari's hard work. Chin Huari put his arms around him and said, "Don't worry so much, I don't have the tendency to abuse myself. It's so cold that I can't stand resignation. The food upstairs and downstairs is enough for us to live well. Is there enough ice? Now that the temperature is okay, I can make some ice cream and popsicles for storage. Think about what else is suitable for winter. Do you want to try making frozen pears?" New Nan said, "I store a lot of ice. I didn't consume much ice in the summer before. This time, I store almost 1 swimming pool ice a day, as well as various beverages, even glucose, and light salt water. All of them are stored separately." "Well, there is no need to toss about the frozen pears. You should put the frozen pears outside. If you put them on the balcony, it would be bad if someone sees them. Now the temperature outside is really suitable for storing drinks. I poured Coke on the mold, put it outside for 5 minutes, it's really frozen, and you don't have to worry about being out of breath and it will turn into sugar water. In summer, drinking a drink with ice cubes is so cool. Hey, I'll wait for the temperature in 2 days. Keep it low, I will store ice cubes for beer for you, and you can freeze them when you put them outside, so you don't have to worry about getting discouraged." Chin Huari said, "Frozen pears are also easy. I'll make a net for you and cover it with a black plastic bag. We hang it by the window behind the 2nd floor. There is a courtyard wall behind the 2nd floor. The neighbors around the window are fine and won't open it. If you like to eat, then make more, and when the weather is hot, you can eat frozen pears with the air conditioner on." As expected, New Nan's attention was distracted, and he began to look for ropes that could be woven into a net in the space, and then began to pick pears. Chin Huari naturally followed him, stopped reading, started to weave a net, and even made the compartment, so as not to put the pears together. They will be frozen together. While New Nan was tossing ice cubes in the house, the temperature outside began to cool down, and the snow began to fall again. Some places provided accommodation, but some did not, so the road was difficult. The weather changed when I was at work. The first few people who followed Chin Huari, and a few people with outstanding abilities are holding a group meeting in the small office. There are more people, and the special division of labor they are responsible for will be refined. Then naturally, there must be a group leader to lead them. At present, Chin Huari has selected a few capable ones, and they are discussing the refinement of the work. "Lower it a bit, Brother Chin, why don't you apply for a dormitory and go back after the cold snap passes, or the road will be too cold." Holding the teacup in one hand, Chin Huari was replying a message to New Nan with the other. Without raising his head, he said, "It's okay, the car is not so easy to freeze and turn off. Now we shovel snow twice a day, the road is really freezing, and rescue will be there soon." Knowing that Chin Huari was worried about his lover at home, Ju Chuanhong didn't say much. Seeing Xu Bin frowning while staring at the phone, he whispered, "What's wrong?" Xu Bin glanced at him and shook his head. "It's okay. It just means that he has no expenses here including food and lodging, and he is asked to hand over all his salary." Every time at this time, he would ask himself whether his choice was wrong or right. They are a minority group of sexual orientation, and the discrimination in the society is relatively large. Can he find someone who is willing, and the boyfriend who bravely came out to his family? To be honest, this is a very lucky happiness that can't even be forced. But when the disaster came, everything changed, and his contribution seemed to be taken for granted. What he felt was no longer love, but a request that was labeled as a family member. Being able to find a job with good conditions by virtue of his major, he is willing to contribute and take on most of the family responsibilities. But the person who used to pick him up from get off work in the heavy rain hadn't asked him for a long time if he was tired or not. Not to mention, what he has to bear is not only his significant other, but also the other's parents, the other's younger siblings. He was once a loner, and he hasn't experienced much family happiness yet, but now he has already shouldered a heavy burden. If there is no comparison, some things may be passed with a bigger heart and a looser nerve, but there is such a strong contrast in front of you. It is impossible to say that you are not envious or jealous, but that envy and jealousy is just an emotion that he cannot control. Xu Bin knows that his life has nothing to do with others, but he knows that emotion is something that cannot be controlled by himself. Hearing that they started chatting at halftime, there was a chubby but extremely fast boy who was noticed by Chin Huari and promoted directly by Chin Huari on the second day of work because of his excellent ability. To Chin Huari, "Boss Chin." Chin Huari looked at him, say. Xiaopeng smiled foolishly, and asked a little embarrassedly, "Is there any pickle today?" Others swallowed when they heard it. Either they were greedy, or they heard the sour word. After the corresponding item automatically appeared in their minds, they could not suppress the physiological reaction. However, lack of salt and oil for so long, a little sauerkraut is already very tempting food too. The main reason is that because Chin Huari brought his own meals, sometimes he would have a small box of side dishes, which he would generously let out when eating together. Although the others were a little embarrassed, they still couldn't restrain their appetites and stretched out. I bought chopsticks, but it is impossible to take the initiative to ask for it. It is still necessary for adults to have a little face. But this chubby, pure foodie, what's that face? Is it important to have a stomach? Although Chin Huari's surface is a little cold and not very friendly, but it can't stop Chubby's heart that yearns for delicious food. The big deal is being rejected. What if it succeeds? Of course, Chin Huari would not let people get into the habit of eating free food, although that bit of sauerkraut was nothing, so he said, I don't have any today, but after the afternoon's plan is decided and assigned, whichever team finishes first will be rewarded with a bottle of sauerkraut. When the others heard it, they immediately started gearing up. Although it was a bottle for the whole group, it was better than nothing. After Chin Huari notified the job assignment in the afternoon, some people were full of enthusiasm. Some sighed, they probably knew where their abilities were, and they had no competition at all, while some looked at the old and weak in the same group sick and disabled. He couldn't bear it anymore and got up and knocked on the door of Chin Huari's office. Chapter 114. Fantasy at any time is beautiful, but when it is overdone in reality, the contrast will be particularly tragic. At the beginning of his career, Jiang Xuan fantasized about all kinds of wonderful possibilities for him. He thought that his skills were not bad. In the past, he was willing to be Chin Huari's green leaf and was willing to support him behind the scenes. Of course, he also recognized Chin Huari's ability. If Chin Huari wasn't perfect enough, how could he never forget him since he was a student? But in his heart, he is no worse than Chin Huari. It just depends on whether he is willing to show himself. The successful entry made him guess that although Chin Huari is the person in charge of the civil communication project team, he may not have much power. The ultimate authority of this kind of thing must be controlled by the official side, and Chin Huari can be the person in charge because of the right time and place. Otherwise, with his merciless attack on him back then, how could he not have done some tricks behind his back so that he could enter the job smoothly? In his fantasy or the future he set up for himself, not to mention being able to step on Chin Huari, at least he can stand shoulder to shoulder with him and compete with each other. He wants Chin Huari to take a good look at how blind he is. Go and choose the succulent flower. He also understands Munan. He is not the kind of gentle and careless person who is particularly good at making things happen, coquettish and self-willed. Although he has not paid attention to Munan himself these years, he did arrange for someone to collect some information about Munan. It's just because Munan is getting more and more homely. He doesn't have much contact with people, and he doesn't collect much information, but he can know how autistic and gloomy Munan is without Chin Huari. Jiang Xuan feels that Chin Huari now feels more guilty towards Munan, and Munan will definitely rely on Chin Huari's guilt to act as a demon in various ways. After a long time, no amount of guilt will be exhausted. What is so outstanding that people look at it, so sooner or later they will break up, and Chin Huari will definitely regret the original choice. As for myself, as long as I seize the opportunity to work well, show my personal charm, and wait for the position to climb higher and higher, he will definitely fulfill that sentence. Today you don't answer me, and tomorrow I will make you unable to climb. But after officially joining the job, Jiang Xuan discovered that Chin Huari may not have great power, but he still has small rights, such as assigning work, such as grouping personnel. In addition to personal ability, their work also requires teamwork. For a project, as long as one person is hindered, it will slow down the progress of the entire project. But if it's just one person, it's not a problem to share it with others. But who are those who are assigned to a group with him? The programmers in their 50s, their fingers are stiff, and the 30s. The young man coughed and coughed all day, as if he had tuberculosis. And there was another one who was even more outrageous, holding a book every day and didn't know what he was reading. Let him do the exercises, and the speed was as slow as a snail. Such a group of old, weak, sick and disabled, what's the use of him alone? What Jiang Xuan can't stand is that in such a group, he is not the group leader. Well, not at all tough, let alone ability. I really don't know how this kind of person was selected. Jiang Xuan, who couldn't bear it anymore, knocked on the door of Chin Huari's office. He felt that it was necessary for them to have a good talk. Of course Jin Huari knew that Jiang Xuan would come to him, but he didn't expect that he couldn't help it after only a few days, so he was not surprised to see him at all, and said with a blank expression, grouping is based on ability assessment and consideration, the original test was so dotted, if you don't get into this group, you want to get into a group, then you have to ask the members of a group if they agree. Jiang Xuan quickly said, you know what I am capable of. I was too cold and had frostbite on my hands, so I wasted time. Jin Huari, I know. What do I know about you? It's up to you whether you have childbrain or not and whether you are active or not. I look at the workability group. If you have an opinion, don't get such a low score in the test. Jiang Xuan's eyes turned red. Jin Huari, why do you hate me? Mu Nan is not mine. Why should I take care of him? If you want to take his responsibility on yourself, then you should be responsible. I am bullying him or persecuting him? You have no right to do this to me. Jiang Xuan's grievances are true. He has nothing to do with Mu Nan. Mu Nan is such a big person, and he is not a 3-year-old child who needs to be fed. He can't live without someone. He won't know how to live. What kind of care does he need? For such a trivial matter, he broke off friendship with him for so many years, and even regarded him as an enemy. He really hated and felt wronged. And this kind of Jiang Xuan really broke Jin Huari's understanding of him once again. He really felt how blind he was, how he managed to be friends with such a stupid and poisonous person for so many years, and looked at him distraught. Pretending to be a poor Jiang Xuan, Jin Huari's eyes were cold and untouched. So what do you want to say? You didn't get the test scores yourself. You have a reason and others don't? This weather is only freezing you, not others. Jiang Xuan took a deep breath. I just want you to be fair to me. Jin Huari laughed when he heard this. Then tell me, how am I being unfair to you? No matter how well Jiang Xuan could argue, he couldn't tell the difference between 1 and 2 of these words. Public examinations, grouping by points, how unfair, everywhere is fair, everything is fair, open and just, but Jin Huari is obviously plotting him into the old, weak, sick and disabled group, but he can't produce any evidence. Seeing him speechless, Jin Huari's expression turned cold. I said, you'd better never appear in front of me again, or you will bear the consequences. Jiang Xuan raised his head and looked at Jin Huari. He knew that Jin Huari must have done something. Although there is no proof, he trusts his instincts. I don't understand. Why do you hate me so much? Do you have to force me to death? Jin Huari didn't care that he yelled loudly in the office, not to mention that Jiang Xuan's matter itself was untenable, even if he was so innocent. In the real environment of the workplace, good people must be rewarded, or justice must defeat evil. Things have always only happened in TV dramas, not to mention that Jiang Xuan may not be the one he thinks is righteous. It's none of my business whether you die or not. You're using your working time to talk about private matters. If you don't distinguish between public and private, I can fire you. Jiang Xuan clenched his fists tightly. No matter how ambitious he was in his heart, he had to bow his head in the face of reality. Why do you want to kill them all? I just don't provoke you. Can't we just pretend that we have never met? My mom wants me to take care of you, and you are the one who called them uncle and aunt, so you must starve my whole family to death. Jin Huari said coldly, you are also the one who was once called brother Jiang Xuan by Nan Nan. You said that you have nothing to do with Nan Nan. What does your parents have to do with me? I said, or never appear in my presence. Right now, all the past and the past are wiped out. If you show up, there will be a settlement with you. Jiang Xuan yelled in Jin Huari's office, and some people who were close to Jin Huari's office heard it. Some people heard it and others gossip. When eating in the break room, Zhu Chuanhong asked a question, and Jin Huari didn't hide it. We used to be classmates. I went abroad and asked him to help me take care of my younger brother, but not only did he not take care of him, he also lied to me for several years, so he broke off the relationship, and now his grades in the examination are low, and he thinks it is my secret operation. Zhu Chuanhong was speechless for a moment. So shameless? I have persecution paranoia due to my incompetence. Damn, I really didn't see that he is this kind of person. Jin Huari put away the finished lunchbox and said, so there is a new notice in the afternoon, which is related to your own performance. After the lunch break in the afternoon, everyone soon received a new notice. From now on, there will be an evaluation every month. The last one in the evaluation for 3 consecutive months will be dismissed, and the first place every month will be rewarded with additional subsidies. It can be regarded as mobilizing everyone's enthusiasm to a great extent, although even if the current environment is not mobilized, having a job for a living is enough to make people active. As for Jiang Xuan, he only saw the request to be fired. He felt that this was Chin Huari's conspiracy to fire him openly, which would directly deal a blow to his body and mind. As a computer programmer, besides doing this job, if he wants to survive, he may have to move bricks. Once his hand is removed, he will never be able to return to this industry. When Jian Xuan was unable to extricate himself from the plot of love-hate counterattack in the workplace, Mu Nan, who had never faced him face-to-face, was still working hard in the farming mode. After a few days of tossing, finally, the upstairs and downstairs were integrated a little bit, and a little space was freed up on the second floor to successfully plant alfalfa. Several stubbles of alfalfa can be harvested a year, as long as the temperature, water volume, and soil nutrition meet the standards. Although there are few rabbits in his family, he is not worried about harvesting too much and losing nutrients or killing them. Anyway, he puts them in the space, and it is safe. It is a good time to accumulate more feed now, no matter what he wants to raise in the future. As long as it is grazing, there is no need to worry about no feed for feeding, because Qin Bing was in charge of patrolling the entire second district before. At that time, there was no internet or telephone. If people living in the second district needed any daily necessities, they could only report to the patrolmen like them, and then they continued to report. Although there is now internet and telephone, but there is no formal exchange platform yet, so Mu Nan can only find Qin Bing. Looking at the lively rabbits, Mu Nan took a few photos of the little rabbits and showed them to Qin Bing. Do you have any chickens? The ones that lay eggs. The rabbits are replaced by chickens. Qin Bing takes turns today, but the daily training can't be abandoned. He is exercising in the dormitory. He received a message from Mu Nan. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the two rabbits were really raised and gave birth to cubs. He gave Mu Nan a reply after saying a word. He went to ask, then put on his clothes and went to the logistics department. Unfortunately, there are no chickens at present, and they don't have any here. But there was a group of people who lived on the outer ring road at that time. When the government moved them away from the hardest hit area in the city center, they took away a lot of supplies, including some live poultry. Although they have made contact now, and there is an exchange of supplies, but only some frozen meat can be transported. If the weather transports live poultry, even if it is delivered, it will freeze to death. There is no such condition for the time being. After Qin Bing asked about it from the logistics department, he replied to Mu Nan, not currently, but there will be meat on the line soon, and eggs may not be available until the weather gets warmer. Mu Nan said hello, although it's a pity that he doesn't have one, but it doesn't matter, he has a lot of space, but if there is no one outside, he can't give Qin Huari a dish with eggs at noon, and there are only a few things at home that can be brought to the public. He came and went repeatedly at noon. He was afraid that Qin Huari would get tired of eating, and he didn't know when the underground subway would be unblocked. If it is officially in operation, he can deliver meals to Qin Huari at noon, and he can bring more things, such as noodles, some boiled dumplings that are not tasty after being put out of the pan for a long time. It can be put in an insulated bag, and when you get to Qin Huari's unit, you can take it out of the space directly through the insulated bag to ensure that Qin Huari can eat the freshest food. But these can only be thought about at the moment, and I can only hope that it will be open to traffic soon. After removing some weeds from the vegetable pot, Mu Nan threw it into the rabbit nest, washed his hands and went downstairs. Although the power supply is now on and the floor heating in the house has been turned on again, the main reason for turning it on is to allow the vegetables to grow. Even though there is floor heating in the bedroom, it is still not as warm as sleeping on the kang. In addition, Mu Nan knew that the temperature would hit a new low during this period, so naturally he would not go back to sleep in the room, and still slept on the kang on the first floor. Added some firewood to the stove, just climbed onto the kang, saw Qin Bing sent another message, didn't read the content, thought it was a chicken thing, clicked on it quickly, saw Qin Bing asked his brother if he went to work, and then said, yes, I went to work. Do you have something to do with my brother? Qin Bing said, no, if there is only one person in your family, don't open the door casually during the day. We checked the license plate number you mentioned last time, and it was indeed a group of people who took advantage of loopholes to rob the house, but it wasn't a corpse. The murderer of the case, they have not killed anyone. The murderer should be an acquaintance. Mu Nan thought for a while and replied, as for acquaintances, we don't have any acquaintances except those in our own yard. So if we commit crimes, we can't do it on their side. Qin Bing, last week, a 20-year-old boy who lived alone in an apartment building was murdered again. Now we have limited information to investigate. We can only see from the damaged environment in the house that the victim opened the door by himself. And according to people who lived nearby, they did not hear the sound of struggling and fighting, so it was inferred that it was an acquaintance who committed the crime. New Nan thought it was the people who knocked on the door last night and said they wanted to take their body temperature and exploited a loophole. It turned out not to be, and another one was killed. It used to be the 2nd district of their side, and now it is the 1st district, which means that the murderer should be those around here. Thinking that there is a murderer hidden nearby are a bit scary. After thinking about it, New Nan asked Chin Bing, did the second murdered person also have his body dismembered? Chin Bing, yes, the scene was very tragic, so I remind you to pay more attention, especially for people you know, and you must be more prepared. New Nan said, is there anything missing from the last corpse? Was it taken away and eaten? Cannibalism. New Nan thinks it is not impossible. Although he is living a life without shortage of food and seems to maintain order on the outside, the world has indeed changed, no matter how much effort the government uses to maintain this order, but everyone knows the collapse of the whole society, no matter how long it will take in the future to restore to the past. At least now, no matter where it is actually in a seemingly calm, but hidden deep in the chaos. Some people cross the bottom line of human nature, which is also expected. After a while, Chin Bing replied, no, the corpse was put together in the end, and no major parts were lost, but some pieces of meat were too broken, and the corpse of a recent victim is still being processed, so for the time being, the possibility of cannibalism cannot be ruled out. After all, if the murderer took away a catty or two of meat and restored it to such a degree of dismemberment, it would be difficult to find. Chin Bing gave Mu Nan some precautions for being alone at home, as well as emergency measures for emergencies. Although Chin Bing said these things, Chin Huari would give him a class every once in a while, and the lectures were more detailed. What Chin Bing sent was more detailed, but Mu Nan read it carefully. After thanking Chin Bing for his reminder, he forwarded it to their neighbors' small groups to make everyone more vigilant. As soon as he sent out the news, Chin Huari's news soon came. Mu Nan told Chin Huari what Chin Bing told him about another boy being killed in the apartment building, so beware of acquaintances you know. But thinking about the few in our yard, it should not be possible, but don't worry, I won't open the door casually when you're not at home. Chin Huari smiled, it's still early, take a nap under the blanket, and when you wake up, I'll go home. Mu Nan was already on the kang, took off his heavy clothes, and was lying under the quilt playing with his mobile phone. It seemed that the time had already passed Chin Huari's lunch break, which would disturb Chin Huari's work. Mu Nan said that he was going to take a nap, ended the chat, then put on the blindfold, got into the quilt, and fell asleep after a while. It may be because the nap time during the day is relatively short, and the sleep is concentrated in that hour, so the sleep is particularly heavy. If you are woken up without a good sleep, you will be more angry when you wake up. When he was awakened by the sound of the mobile phone message, Mu Nan was irritable, but he was afraid that it was Chin Huari who sent him the message. So he struggled to wake up, opened the blindfold and adjusted to the light for a while, and then saw that it was not Chin Huari. The irritability directly after upgrading. I threw the phone aside and didn't even want to answer it. It's just that after being woken up, it's a bit difficult to fall asleep again. After tossing and turning in the quilt for almost half an hour, I really couldn't fall asleep, so I had to find my phone again to see who sent it to him. The news turned out to be Liang Yu, who hadn't talked much. When Liang Yu went to get his ID card last time, he chatted with people he knew, but they didn't connect to the internet at that time, and they didn't exchange mobile phone numbers. Later, Liang Yu added him from the group in the 2nd district. Like the previous buildings, a group has also been established on the side of their villa area, because this area is directly divided into the 2nd district. Households are also convenient for those who live here to exchange some information, or exchange items by bartering. Mu Nan also joined the group. After all, if there is an announcement, if you are not in the group, you may not be able to notify it immediately. Liang Yu also lived here, so he was added privately through the group, and of course his brother was also added, but they didn't chat. Although he is at home every day, he is also very busy. After Chin Huari wakes up in the morning, he will take out the breakfast that he prepared to put in the space the day before for Chin Huari to eat, and also bring the lunch to Chin Huari when he leaves. Chin Huari, after going to work, he sleeps back into the cage. When he wakes up, he has to get up to do housework and wash the clothes he changed. But now that the floor heating has been turned on, the temperature in the house has increased, and the water pipes have been connected. He can use the washing machine, which is easier than before. Too much, mopping the floor, going up and down 3 floors, manual cleaning where the sweeper can't take care of, watering vegetables, weeding, and cleaning the rabbit's room. After a busy day, it was almost afternoon. I slept for a while and waited for Chin Huari to get off work. The day passed like this. I didn't have time to hang on the bed and brush my phone every day, so I basically didn't chat with anyone. Liang Yu sent him a message saying that he had just finished playing cards at Wang's house, and seeing that it was still early, he wanted to come to play with him. But this was all half an hour ago, and Liang Yu didn't get any response from him, so he probably went back. Nan doesn't like to be in contact with unfamiliar people, especially letting unfamiliar people step into his territory, and the two of them have only met that once. What are they playing? Are they having an awkward chat? They feel uncomfortable thinking about it, so he replied, "I'm sorry, I was busy with other things in the afternoon, and I just saw it." Liang Yu replied quickly, "It's okay, are you home?" Followed by a smiley emoji. Nan clicked his tongue. He still wanted to come. Before he could figure out how to refuse, Liang Yu sent another message, "Do you eat biscuits? I made some cookies. Although the conditions are limited, but the cookies made under limited conditions still taste pretty good. Can I give you some to try?" Seeing this, Nan hurriedly said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't eat sweets. I'm a bit busy now, so I won't talk." 88. With a smack of her finger, she sent it almost in seconds, for fear of getting caught. A minute late, someone stood at the door of his house and knocked. After Nan sent the message, he threw away the phone, thinking that no matter what Liang Yu sent again, he would ignore it, as if he was busy and didn't see it. But fortunately, Liang Yu only said that if he was free, he would not make an appointment. Continuing, Nan breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, although it's enthusiastic, it's not so enthusiastic that it doesn't have EQ. Glancing at the time, it was more than an hour before his brother got off work, so he sent a screenshot of the short conversation and joked, "I always feel that this person is too enthusiastic. Do you think he has taken a fancy to you, or is he a fan of you?" Me? Looking at the short conversation, Chin Huari almost frowned. No matter who you have a crush on, don't talk to him in the future. For those who have nothing to do, no matter what the reason is, it's better to stay away. Chapter 115. When the horn rang at the door, Yu Zaibai went out to open the door one step faster than Nan. Now they both work in the same building, so they entered and exited with Chin Huari. Of course, they are not the ones who take advantage of the car rental fee and gasoline. It was shared equally among the three, and Chin Huari and Jianchu took turns driving the car. As for Songjia, neither of them believed in Songjia's driving skills, so it was better for him to just ride the car honestly. Together with the cars of the four girls next door, the two cars drove in one after the other, and parked in their respective garages. Nan hurriedly changed Chin Huari's clothes with the baked clothes, and Jianchu and Songjia got out of the car. When I got down, I was jumping in the cold. Jianchu was okay, he could go back from the garage, and he didn't have to go out. Songjia couldn't, he had to run out. He didn't even have the strength to say anything, so he ran away with a wave of his hand. He had to hurry go home and go to the Kang to warm up your body temperature. Nan didn't know about the girl, but he knew that the neighbors next door, Songjia's family and Jianchu's family, both lived on the first floor now, so they only turned on the floor heating on the first floor, but Kang continued to sleep. It's just that after turning on the floor heating and adding the warmth of the Kang, I can finally take off my heavy clothes when I'm on the Kang. Because his house needs to grow vegetables, the floor heating upstairs and downstairs are turned on. Nan paid attention to it, and the electricity bill is still affordable. The electricity bill for half a month only cost 10 yuan. The 10 yuan money is cheap for Nan and the others, but for others, it costs at least 20 yuan a month to use electricity like this. Quite expensive. Nan had already warmed up the bathroom, and the water heater was also adjusted to the temperature, so he pushed Chin Huari upstairs to take a hot bath. "Is it too cold?" Chin Huari said, "These 2 days are indeed much colder than before, but it's okay, even if the heater is turned on in the car, it won't get any warmer, but the distance is not too long, although the road may be a little slower because of the slippery road, but I only shoveled this road when I came and went. I can't walk fork in the road. You will be home in 10 minutes, and it will only take 10 minutes if it is cold." It was okay when he was in the work unit, the heating was sufficient, the temperature in the room could reach more than 10 degrees, with hot tea, and the electric blanket that Nan specially made for him to cover his legs. It was actually very warm, although not as good as at home, but didn't suffer much. Hearing what Chin Huari said, Nan was relieved, and then told what Chin Bing said during the day and what about Liang Yu. Chin Huari took a shower in the bathroom, listening to Nan's small mouth without stopping. The corner of his raised mouth never drooped, and his little sticky cake slowly stuck back. After washing off the cold, Chin Huari wiped his hair and came out, kissed his pouting mouth, then frowned slightly, the taste of spicy strips. New Nan's eyes widened suddenly, and he covered his mouth and backed away again and again. He had been eating for a long time, and even ate other snacks to suppress the taste. He didn't expect this to be discovered. His brother was a drug police dog in his previous life. New Nan ran away in a flash. Chin Huari shouted in a deep voice, "New Nan, oh, now that you are old, you still have to feel the fear of being called by your full name, TSK. With the experience of the last cold snap, the government has made sufficient preparations this time, at least in terms of the existing materials, and has made the most comprehensive winter prevention plan. But even so, the cold outside still fell below the threshold of many people. Regarding the perception of cold, the temperature at the coldest time before was -57 degrees. When this cold snap came, the temperature plummeted by nearly 10 degrees, more than -60 degrees and nearly 70 degrees. For a country like them with distinct four-seasonal climate conditions, when did they feel this kind of cold? It was cold in the south. At this level, I don't know how low the temperature is in the north. On the other side of the greenhouse, although the heating has been increased, a thin layer of brick house has been added with a thermal insulation film, and the cold protection conditions are limited. In some families, it's better if there are many people. 2 or several people squeeze each other into a quilt to keep warm with each other's body temperature. Although they are still shivering from the cold, and there is a burst of cold when they speak, at least they can still endure it. Some are alone, even with a thin layer of quilt, and it is so cold that they are about to lose their sanity. Since the temperature has dropped to the present, several of them have been dragged out, some of them are not in good health, some excessive malnutrition, hunger and cold. It is really fatal. The government began to distribute supplies, and the people in the greenhouse were provided with a free meal every day. It was not that there were no food reserves on it, but many warehouses were destroyed by the earthquake, and some of the food reserves were also broken during the high temperature, so there was not much food left. If there is no way to grow food, even if there are only a few million people left in their provinces and cities, the food reserves will not last for 2 years, and now they are consuming every day to make ends meet, and people will freeze to death every day at such a low temperature. The hair above is also grey, but no matter how worried you have to grit your teeth and suffer. What can you do if you don't suffer? Jiang Xuan has a job, and now lives in the dormitory of the unit, but because the housing is limited, it is impossible for them to bring their families. At present, there are no conditions for them to bring their families. In order to facilitate work, Jiang Xuan has to live in the dormitory by himself. His parents are still warming up. They are simmering in the shed, and now all the wire base stations have been repaired. Even though the temperature is as low as ever in their area, the current power supply can barely maintain, so the network is not interrupted, and they can still keep in touch every day. But his parents are not too young. In the early years, their family's conditions were not good. His parents worked hard to earn money from early morning to late, and their health was already broken. It's so cold now, I really can't bear it anymore. Jiang Xuan's father is already in poor health. He has undergone 2 major operations, and now because the temperature is too low, even if Jiang Xuan is willing to spend money for them, he directly ordered 2 meals card, at least enough to eat every day. But the nutrition can't keep up, especially when you are old and sick. Now when the low temperature comes, the whole person is in a semi-comatose state. They ask the government for help, but because of the low temperature, there are too many people. Limited, they can only report the situation and send it to the medical station in batches, and these batches are all waiting in line. Jiang Xuan's mother had no choice, although she also knew that her son's work was difficult now, and she didn't want to cause trouble for him, but she was afraid that if she didn't say anything, her son might not even be able to see his father for the last time, so she had to tell the current situation Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan thought of a way to go back to the warm shed. Seeing his father's frozen face turn pale, he was also very anxious, but there was really no way to negotiate with the higher-ups. The current situation is not because his family is in a serious situation. They are queuing up, hospitals are queuing up, and houses with heating are also queuing up. Even if he is willing to rent a house at a high price, there are still people who pay more than him. Now the problem is the shortage of resources, not the price. In the end, Jiang Xuan, who had nowhere to go, found Chin Huari again. Chin Huari understood his intention and smiled directly. "What are you talking about in your sleep?" Jiang Xuan clenched his fists, tried to adjust his expression and begged, "There is heating in the 2nd district. I want to ask you to move a room for my parents to live in. I will bear the electricity and food expenses myself. and I will give you everything I don't want. Please, give my parents a way to survive. Chin Huari looked at him coldly. You are moral kidnapping. If you give your parents a way to live, do I give them their death? Jiang Xuan quickly said, that's not what I meant. Before he could finish speaking, Chin Huari said directly, don't waste my time, it's impossible. Jiang Xuan, even if your whole family dies in front of me, I won't waste one more look at you. Jiang Xuan looked at Chin Huari in disbelief. Can't I apologize to you? I apologize to Munan, and I kneel down to apologize to him. I really can't help it. My dad will not be able to take it anymore. Chin Huari said directly, what's none of my business? As I said, the only person I care about in my life is that one. I trust you, and I entrust Nan to your care. If you don't want it, you can refuse it. I'm not the only one your choice. How about you? When Nan felt that he was abandoned by the whole world, no one comforted him. When he was sick and helpless, no one took care of him. You thought you just didn't care about him. It didn't count, did it hurt? Jiang Xuan, you know those things back then. You also know why I left, what kind of person my biological father is. You know better. You think I shed his blood and inherit his legacy gene. What kind of person is my essence? Come to beg me? I really doubt that you have a brain. His world is just that big. In the past, there were grandma, uncles and aunts. Now that the previous generation is gone, he only has Munan left. He never cares about the life and death of others. Sometimes he helps those who need help, but it doesn't mean that he will help any poor person he sees, let alone that person is Jiang Xuan, who really regards him as a kind saint, and begged to come to him. This guy is really out of his mind. Jiang Xuan's old blood was choked up in his chest. Chin Huari felt that he had deceived him, and he felt that he had been deceived by Chin Huari. This was not the Chin Huari he knew at all. The Chin Huari he knew was a gentleman with great ability and a big heart. It's definitely not that narrow-minded, preoccupied, and desperate. If Munan was here, he would have ridiculed Jiang Xuan for his ignorance. The nickname Chin Dangdang was not for nothing, but unfortunately his brother is so good at deceiving people. Since childhood, only he himself has seen the essence of his brother Dangdang. Chin Huari did not tell Munan about Jiang Xuan's coming to him. There is no need to say such a thing. The Jiang family has nothing to do with them. Leave a psychological shadow. Munan couldn't remember to ask about the things Chin Huari didn't talk about. There were so many things at home. How could he have the time to pay attention to the person who had turned the page for him? Several small rabbits are getting bigger and bigger. Although the forage has not grown yet, some green vegetables, some vines and even all kinds of potatoes, sweet potatoes and purple potatoes are being fed. I don't know if they are wild rabbits. After another catastrophic elimination, they ate a lot of miscellaneous food and were easy to feed. The circles of meat seemed to grow up, so Munan decided to sell the little rabbits. Let's sell 2 first, mainly because there are 9 big and small rabbits in one room. The small ones used to be fine, but now that they have grown up, the destructive power and the power of ***** are simply too much. But Munan felt that it was not worthwhile to sell them all. The meat hadn't grown yet, so they couldn't be sold at a high price, so he sold 1 male and 1 female first to try the market. But the selling price of this rabbit is hard to determine. There is no meat for sale outside. If it is sold to the government, it will be calculated by the catty. It may sell for a few yuan per catty, and a small rabbit is only about 2 catties. If you haven't raised so much fat, it's not worthwhile in terms of catties. In the end, Jianchu suggested that Munan post a sale message on the platform, priced at 21. Rabbits are small, but they are alive. If they grow up, they will be more than 2 catties of meat. See how to raise it. Munan thinks this is feasible. Anyway, information is hidden on the platform. At worst, he will go to the official side, hang things in building 1, find a soldier to help transfer them, and pay them a transfer fee, so that his information will not be leaked, and won't cause any trouble for a little meat. In this period of gluttony and madness, the power of these rabbits is great when they are hung up. Almost as soon as they are hung up, they are bought by someone. Once they buy them together. The buyer is also the second district. Yes, it happened to be the time for the soldiers to inspect, so Munan asked Qinbing to help, first transfer the money to Qinbing's account, and then Qinbing came to take the rabbit to send there. As for the transfer fee, Qinbing would definitely not ask for Munan. If it was someone else, he would do it in a business-like manner, but they are so close that he regards Munan and the others as friends. I can't get past my own level. Chin Bing doesn't want it, but Mu Nan can't let others go to the wind and snow to suffer and suffer, so he made some diced venison with cumin and salt and pepper, and packed a lunch box for Chin Bing. You treat me as a friend, help, I also treat you as a friend and invite you to eat. If you don't want to, you don't treat me as a friend. Chin Bing had no choice but to accept it. Fortunately, he was not on duty today, because Mu Nan thought he would be on patrol today, so he asked him if he could help, and he came over by his teammate's car, so it was not working hours. It's not a violation of discipline to give a friend some food, so I accept it. Mu Nan took the record of making money and rushed to Chin Huari, who was resting on the kang, to read a book, and showed him, I've made money. Chin Huari took a look and praised, that's right, I've made a lot of money. If I raise them again, the female rabbit will probably still have cubs. At that time, I will sell 2 a month. The family won't accumulate too much, but it can keep the income is pretty good. Mu Nan climbed onto the kang with a smile. You think, how big a rabbit is better to eat roasted? The kind of roasted baby rabbit. Chin Huari said, 5 or 6 months old is enough, and the meat that has just grown up will not be too old. If you can feed a little fat, the meat will be more tender. Mu Nan licked his mouth. He hadn't eaten roasted baby rabbits yet. At most he had eaten spicy diced rabbits, and the rabbit meat that was roasted last time, but thinking about the ingredients upstairs, there are still a few months to raise, so he can only temporarily accept this coveted heart. Thinking that it would be hot again soon, Mu Nan leaned on Chin Huari's body and said, at that time, the day and night will be reversed again. It's so hot at night, can the car drive? Chin Huari rubbed his hair and said, actually, driving is not dangerous. Even if the high temperature explodes or catches fire, there is still enough time to get out of the car, and the subway may have opened by then, so you don't have to suffer from the heat of the surface. The ground needs to be safer. With the previous experience of extreme heat, people's countermeasures will only get better and better, so don't worry too much. If it is really dangerous to life-threatening, I will quit and go home to raise rabbits. Mu Nan turned to look at him. You have to do what you say, don't think you can resist, just take a chance and think it's okay to resist. Chin Huari said with a smile, work is just to enrich my spiritual level, and it does not involve the level of survival. In front of survival, everything is not important. Well, I seem to smell spicy sticks again. Mu Nan said angrily, don't wrong me. You're at home all day today, so I can't escape your eyes if I steal something. Chin Huari smiled lightly, isn't there? Then you have to try it carefully to be sure. Regarding whether to eat spicy strips, this is a question that can only be discussed with a light on. Some people live a life without worrying about food and clothing, while others are on the verge of death. Xiao Bao has a playmate she met after she came to the greenhouse. She is a young lady, a few years older than her, but thin and small. She is not tall, she looks younger than her. Before she came, the little girl named Fen Fen sat on her bed all day long, huddled into a small ball to resist the cold, surrounded by adults, and there was nothing wrong with her. One would chat and talk to a child, especially now that everyone is living a precarious life with an empty stomach, and even less energy to speak, until Xiao Bao followed her mother and grandparents, and came here after leaving the eccentric father who only loved her cousin. Playmate, Fen Fen also has someone to talk to. But in the past few days, it seems that the temperature outside has dropped again, and it is no longer warm inside the greenhouse. People shiver in the cold every day, and Xiao Bao is also cold, but she has a mother and grandmother, and her mother and grandmother will sleep with her in their arms. She was hugged in her arms, wrapped in clothes and a quilt, so it was cold. But Xiao Bao thinks it's okay, just worried that in order to prevent her from freezing, her mother and grandma will take turns holding her these days and she will be very tired. If she doesn't go to work, it will affect her earning. If she can't make money, she won't have money to buy food. And then the little food that can be bought, grandpa, grandma and mother will save her from starvation. So when grandpa came back from ordering food, Xiao Bao shook his head. I eat 1 meal a day is enough. I eat in the morning. Grandpa, you eat. I'm not hungry. I'm still young. I eat less. The grandmother hugged her granddaughter tightly with distress. My dear baby, eat more and you won't be cold. Now the food is distributed free of charge. We don't need money. We eat what we have. We won't be hungry. Wang Hui also pulled down the quilt that wrapped her mother and daughter, and fed her daughter with steamed buns dipped in vegetable soup, so that the daughter only needed to reveal a small head from the quilt, instead of sticking out her hands to freeze. Eat obediently. If you eat more, you will grow up faster. Only when you grow up can you go to work and support your grandparents. Little Bower nodded, opened her mouth to bite off the steamed bun that was handed over, and said with a puffy mouth, "I want to grow up quickly, and when I grow up, I will earn money to support my grandpa, grandma, and mother." The new on the side was also wrapped in a quilt and eating the relief food. Now that the relief food and the meal card he already had, he finally no longer felt the hunger in his stomach all the time. Although he was not full, he would not be hungry anyway. It's hard. Seeing that the little girl in the bed next door is so sensible, Daniel can't help but imagine that if he and his wife can have a child, will they be so cute and sensible? Thinking of this, it is inevitable to look at there is a big family over there. It's great that there are so many people. But soon this kind of misery with a small warm atmosphere was broken. Sleeping in the bed opposite them, the parents of the little girl named Fen Fen came back, a grumpy father, and a submissive mother. The two after the man came back. The man ate the staple food of the family of 3 with soup and vegetables, while the woman and the little girl only ate one dish. Now, because the relief food is given out every day, the children also have a share, so the mother and daughter can eat it separately a dish. In the past, the women and girls shared a share of the meals they sent back, and the rest belonged to the man. He said that he had to work, so he had to eat, and women were also working, but it might be this submissive nature. Well, even if others were a little bit embarrassed to speak for her, she didn't dare to resist. What broke this moment of tranquility was that the woman couldn't wake up her daughter, who was already cold and lost her body temperature even though she was sleeping under the quilt. The woman looked at her daughter, who was not breathing, and her whole body seemed to be shocked and lost her soul. He was stunned. Although the man was surprised, he immediately put away the unfinished steamed buns, and then went to check the situation. The girl was frozen to death, or in other words, died of cold and hunger. Xiao Bao's grandmother stuffed the granddaughter into her arms and pulled up the quilt. Although it may not be able to block out all the voices, but anyway can cover some. That Fen Fen is the only good friend my granddaughter made here. The child lay motionless under the quilt all morning, and they didn't pay much attention. It's very cold now, and many people are wrapped in the quilt without even covering their heads. I know, it turned out to be gone. The man is irritable, but he's just a coward. He doesn't dare to make trouble when his daughter is gone. Some people in the greenhouse froze to death before, and some family members have made trouble. It's a pity that even if they blame the government, they say I paid money to go into the greenhouse, and finally froze to death. The government must be responsible for this. Of course, the result is obvious. Those who made troubles, the most violent ones, were directly driven out, so the men didn't make troubles at all. They reported it directly, and then asked people to carry out their daughter's body to deal with it. Even for the death of his daughter, he was even more concerned. I sigh that there is no way to receive an extra relief food tomorrow. The girl's mother, sitting numbly on the bed, let others carry her daughter away. Her eyes were empty, as if she had lost all response to the outside world. Many people nearby whispered, saying that this pair of parents is really cold-blooded. The child died, and it turned out to be such a reaction. Even the little girl from the opposite family was hiding in the arms of the parents and crying. The biological parents, there was no reaction at all, as if it wasn't his own child who died, and what was taken away was just an unwearable rag. It's just that no one expected that after people curled up in the cold and fell asleep in the middle of the night, an extremely shrill scream resounded through the entire greenhouse. When the lights were turned on again, those people who were closest to the scream looked at the scene in front of them in horror. In the picture, a woman who lost her daughter during the day is holding a pair of scissors covered in blood, and the tip of the scissors is deeply inserted into her husband's chest. Chapter 116. Excessive silence will erupt sooner or later. This is about the woman who lost her child. That couple was originally a resident of this neighborhood, so when the man was sent for rescue and the woman was restrained and taken away, it was inevitable that someone in the greenhouse would gossip about the inside story of this matter. To put it bluntly, it is a tragedy caused by generations of patriarchal prejudice. A woman has several brothers and sisters in her family. She is in the middle, neglected, indifferent, beaten, scolded, and blood-sucked at will. For the bride price, the parents of the family will she married a second married man, who is her current husband. She didn't know it before she got married. It was said that her man's first wife died because of dystocia. Only after she got married did she know that the death of his first wife was just to save the cost of having a child. When his first wife was about to give birth, his family locked her in the house and said it was the former woman. You can give birth by yourself. Why are women so expensive now? And they have to go to the hospital, and if you go to the hospital, you will lose thousands of dollars. If you have that money, it is better to buy some good supplements after giving birth. As a result, the wife disappeared, and the child suffocated to death because of being bored for too long. But this matter cannot be spread to the outside world, so it was said that it was activated in advance, and he fell, and when the ambulance arrived, he was already gone. Although the place they are in is not a rural area deep in the mountains and old forests, it is also a bit far from the urban area. They are not so poor that they cannot be exposed, but they are not rich. Their family can do it, but no matter how much their family hides it, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. When she married in, life was fine at first. The man restrained himself a bit, and gradually he would beat and scold him whenever he was upset. The beating and scolding from her parents was relatively light, so the woman endured it, and then she became pregnant and gave birth. With the lessons learned from the past, she was sent to the hospital this time, but the first child was a daughter. This patriarchal family has reached a certain level, not to mention confinement, because it was a normal delivery, and the in-laws asked to be discharged from the hospital the next day after giving birth, and they had to do housework after taking care of the child. As a result, within a few months, the child was lost. Yes, they said they put it in the yard to bask in the sun, but they were taken away by human traffickers. The woman wanted to call the police, but the man didn't want to, so he was beaten again, and said that the child was dead and reborn. A year later, the woman became pregnant again, and it turned out to be a girl, but this time his family was not as unhappy as the first time. She was wondering if it was because the first child was lost, so she cherished this first child very much. 2. The result is that a year later, when the second girl was already stumbling and able to walk, the child disappeared again, and she was pregnant with another child at that time. After that, the woman was silent. She knew that her 2 children were not lost by accident. Even though the third child was a daughter, this time she took the child very well, and even locked the child by her side when she went to the toilet. The man said several times that he wanted to take his daughter out to play, but the woman didn't want to, and even said harshly that if the daughter was lost again, she would kill their whole family. A man knows what a woman probably knows. Although it's a pity that he can't make money, he is really afraid that he will push people into a hurry. It is illegal to sell children, even if they are his own children. He still knows a little about the law, so Fen Fern had the opportunity to grow up beside her mother. It's a pity that it disappeared in the end, and it disappeared in front of the woman's eyes. So this man was stabbed to death by his wife with a pair of scissors. He didn't die at all. He deserved it. It's also my fault that this woman can't stand up on her own. If she is a little tougher, the child won't freeze to death. He can only eat 2 bites a day. It's so cold, how can the body bear the heat without any food? I'm just provoking someone. Blood on my bed. The person who said this was sleeping next to him. Although most of the blood was sucked into the clothes, some of the blood was still splashed and dirty. They moved the surrounding beds, but now that everyone has been taken away, they can only swear. The next day, Mu Nan, who was far away in the residential area, also knew about this. Of course, after adding him as a friend, Daniel told him that Mu Nan was sighing. How come there are so many parents who are not as good as animals? Daniel said again, your brother's classmate's father seems to be dying soon. Mu Nan's head was filled with question marks. My brother's classmate? Daniel said, Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan came back the day before yesterday and said that he and your brother are colleagues now. Mu Nan paused, and then said, oh, but our family has a bad relationship with him. We had a falling out, and we had a fight before, but now we have nothing to do with each other. This time Chang Yu was surprised. Hearing what Jiang Xuan said before, their relationship seemed to be quite good, but Mu Nan said so, of course he believed it. Anyway, the twists and turns in it have nothing to do with him. He is alone, and he has nothing to make others profit, but Daniel still wrote it down, and stay away from Jiang Xuan in the future. Who knows if he deliberately asked him about Mu Nan before? Although he didn't know much about Qin Huari's news, he wasn't too happy to be used. After talking about this, Daniel said again, we may have to be neighbors again. Mu Nan quickly sent a few question marks. Have you rented a house here? Daniel said, didn't the family surname Qi move away from the building behind you before? Wang Hui, the wife surname Qi, hurriedly applied to the higher-ups to rent the house back. The rent paid by the surname Qi before a few days, so Wang Hui continued the rent again, but changed the head of the household. In order to prevent her ex from making trouble again, and to share the rent, she asked me if I would like to share the rent. It is not the 3rd floor, they live together on the 3rd floor, I will live on the 2nd floor when the time comes, and make the upstairs and downstairs a door, so it would be nice not to disturb each other. This matter can be regarded as mutual benefit between Daniel and them. After getting along during this time, Wang Hui and the others think that Daniel has a good character. Wang Hui's father used to be a small boss, so people still know how to look at it. It's not that this disaster is coming, that Qi Kangmin can live a peaceful life with his daughter and dare not mess around with him for the rest of his life. In the current environment, depending on Daniel's daily behavior, it is still possible to cooperate with each other without talking to each other. There is a man who is not easy to mess with who lives downstairs, and they feel more at ease upstairs, and they are not afraid that someone surnamed Qi will find him again. Now the house is not easy to rent, especially the house with good living conditions is even more difficult. So let's rent the house first, and someone will share half of the rent. For such a large area, it only costs 10 yuan a month. If you are a single family and you don't need to have any interaction with other people, it's a good deal no matter how you look at it. Danny Yu is also satisfied with this matter. He was worried at first, but now the electricity is slowly turned on outside, and some houses that can be heated have been moved back one after another. He came late, and he used to live in the kind of house that even shared the bathroom. A small single room without a heater, so I will definitely not be able to go back, nor can I rent another house. There are too many rescued people now. The housing conditions are quite limited. Even if those who have worked overtime started to add that kind of low-rise houses, it will not be possible to build a batch of houses that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people so quickly. Of course he is willing, isn't it, just to live downstairs and take precautions for others? As a man, he should do what he can to protect the weak. When Qin Huai came back, Mu Nan told him the news that Danny Yu was about to move in. There is one less bad neighbor living nearby, and the front, back, left, and left are easy to get along with, and the air feels clear. A few minutes. Qin Huai laughed and said, "You haven't dealt with others, and you won't be in front of us if you get along well, and the air has become a bit clearer." Mu Nan said, "This is where we live. If the neighbor's family is too bad, even though we are just watching the fun and eating melons, what if we get caught in the pond?" Qin Huai rubbed his worrying little head. "Okay, let's start the fire and start cooking." When Qin Huai first went to work, Mu Nan would cook obediently every day and wait for him to come back to eat ready-made meals. But after a long time, it wasn't that Mu Nan didn't have the patience to cook, but that he knew only a few dishes, and nothing else can't do it. If you want to change the taste, you have to use the inventory and the space. So in the end, it's better to wait for Qin Huai to come back from get off work to cook, but Mu Nan will prepare everything in advance, wash the vegetables, and cut the meat, so that Qin Huai can cook it directly when he comes back. While adding fire to the stove, Mu Nan chatted with Jian Chu. By the way, he told them what Daniel told him today. When Daniel comes to live in the future, if there is something that needs collective action, maybe there will be more help. As a result, Jian Chu's focus was obviously lost directly. This big cow's wife is gone, and that Wang Huiyao has no husband. In the future, those who live upstairs and downstairs will inevitably have some contact. Do you think it is possible for them? Make a couple? Mu Nan said, "No way, this kind of thing feels like it's just a matter of fate. Don't just pull the red line in front of people, be careful." Jian Chu said, "I won't be so white-eyed and have no EQ. Okay, it's fate, maybe it's fate." While chatting with Jian Chu, Mu Nan notified Qin Huai of the content of the chat, and asked, "Do you think it will be like what Jian Chu said? Is it possible for them?" Qin Huai said, "This kind of thing, who can say it well, anyway, just let it go, don't make fun of it in front of people." Mu Nan said, "Although I think it's better for a person to have a companion, but I also feel that if it's just make do, it's better to be alone. Anyway, he thinks that a person has a heart, and beating once for a person in a lifetime is enough, yes, although he doesn't think it's a bad thing to be widowed and remarried. After all, the real society is like this. No matter how deep the love is, there are very few people who can guard each other for the rest of their lives. But it's not good because they just lost their wives. It's not a good thing to do it just by pulling strings, and maybe there will be enemies." Qin Huai put the soft and rotten eggplant out of the pot, poured out a large bowl of bone soup from the pot next to it, asked Mu Nan to bring the dish to the small dining table, and quickly fried a vegetable. "Okay, go wash your hands, time to eat." Mu Nan washed his hands, then sat down on the kang with 2 bowls of rice. "I still feel that I have to learn how to cook, and the 1 or 2 dishes are not enough." Qin Huai said, "You just need to know how to eat. Let me see your hands." Mu Nan stretched out his hand to Qin Huai. "It's all good, you won't be popular anymore." Qin Huai looked at the red marks on the back of his hands that were scalded by the oil, but fortunately there were no blisters. "We still need to continue applying the medicine." Originally, Newnan was naturally fair, but he hasn't been out in the past 2 years, and he hasn't been exposed to the sun much, so he has become even whiter after being covered, so some places that were reddened are particularly obvious. One day I accidentally overturned the frying pan, I really regret it. Newnan clicked his tongue softly. Do you know what you look like? It's like those exaggerated hands that want to call an ambulance for a little bit of cut wound. Whoever cooks and cooks has never been scalded by oil, what a big deal. Chinhuari, I didn't. Newnan immediately interrupted him. Shut up, don't set a flag. Chinhuari said while eating. Meat will be on sale in 2 days. Newnan was pleasantly surprised. Really? The sale should be limited. Did you say when the sale will start? Now the animals raised in the farm are all grown up? Chinhuari said, it's not from our side, it was transported from other places. They used to live in the outer ring area. After the earthquake, they moved out of the urban area immediately. Now it seems that they are rebuilding in Anshan city. Yes, at that time they took away a lot of supplies, such as live poultry. After such a long time, they have bred a lot, so they sent a batch of meat over to relieve the food pressure on our side. Newnan said, there must be a lot of people robbing it, and I will also rob it. It doesn't matter if you can't get it. There is meat for sale, so I can bring you meat in a fair manner with lunch. Chinhuari said, the unit has benefits, and we have a separate quota here, which will be better than the official sales. I have meat at home, but I still don't forget my friends. Then do they have this welfare? Chinhuari said, that's not clear. It's not a department. The meat sales will be notified on the official website. At that time, their department will not have a welfare quota, so it will be the same for those who rob them all. Anyway, they are all fighting for speed. Newnan said, we still have to fight for the amount of the account. Meat should not be cheap. After eating, Newnan remembered what he had forgotten. Brother, Jian Xuan's father is dying soon. Do you know about it? Chinhuari narrowed his eyes slightly, turned to look at him. How do you know? Newnan said, Danny, you said that Jian Xuan went back 2 days ago. His parents were still in the greenhouse. The temperature reached a record low in the past 2 days. His father was frozen, his health was not good, and he was about to die. No more. Chinhuari breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Jian Xuan used some channels to find Newnan, trying to show weakness and ask for help from Newnan. There is such a thing. The temperature outside is too low, even if it is a greenhouse. Try to heat it, but I still can't handle some people who have physical diseases. Newnan also sighed. Today Daniel also said that a child died of freezing last night, and that the child's father was too cruel, and he didn't feed the child for a long time, and the little girl was so skinny that there was only a layer of skin left, so hunger and cold are gone, and then the child's mother stabbed her husband to death in the middle of the night. Chinhuari said, what's the use of stabbing to death now? It seems to be avenging my daughter. Now that I can starve the child to death, I'm afraid I didn't hurt the child in the early years. Her mother also has half of the child's death responsibility. Newnan thinks it is the same, but the child is gone, and the couple ended up in such a desperate situation, so he doesn't comment. They have nothing to worry about now, so they will evaluate with the attitude of a bystander who has nothing to do with him. Others always have the feeling of standing up and talking without back pain, so live your own life well, and just learn from the misery of others. Jian Xuan's father is really sick. The number at the hospital has not been lined up, and he has already left. There are too many old people who died because of the low temperature, even though his father was not even 60 years old. But the age of 60 in peacetime is completely incomparable with the age of 60 after such a long disaster. Jian Xuan's mother had a bad feeling, so she called her son directly. At that time, Jian Xuan was working, but there was no way to save this kind of thing. Others could do their best to help. Day off, let him settle down his mother well. No matter how much, there will be nothing. Death is too common now, it has almost become a daily life, so I want to give more help, but I don't have the extra energy. The rented house is still in the queue, and the construction of low-rise buildings has been in progress all the time. I am also afraid that such a terrible earthquake will happen again. In addition, too many people have died now, the land is sparsely populated, and the short buildings are always easier to construct than high-rise buildings. At present, the buildings that are added are all small 6-story buildings, which can accommodate at least dozens of households, but even if they are a world-renowned infrastructure powerhouse, but now the human and material resources plus the climatic conditions limit the infrastructure. The speed is not fast enough, so if you want a house to stay, you are now waiting in line. So once Jian Xuan's father is gone, how to arrange for his mother will become a problem. How can he feel at ease if his mother lives alone in a warm shed, but there is really no condition to take her to the dormitory at the unit? The dormitory of the unit, they are all 8-person rooms, and some rooms are not enough or they are used as offices, so there is no room for family members. The death of his father and the absence of his mother made Jiang Xuan's hatred towards Jin Huari gradually deepen. But what can he do if he hates him? No matter how much he hates, he has to beg for his own food and clothing at the hands of others. Apart from forbearance, he can only forbear. But looking at his old mother overnight, Jiang Xuan secretly vowed in his heart that one day, sooner or later, he will definitely trample Jin Huari under his feet, and pay back 1,000 times what he has endured today. Go back. If Jin Huari knew what Jiang Xuan was thinking, he would have ridiculed him for being really out of his mind, and not the protagonist of the counterattack, thinking that just taking an oath would be useful. However, although Jin Huari didn't know what Jiang Xuan was thinking, he never minded speculating on others with the greatest malice. They would have been deceived by Jiang Xuan back then. One was that they met when they were teenagers. He hadn't experienced those things abroad. Who would maliciously speculate on people who have already been included in the friend camp? Now that Jiang Xuan's face is exposed before his eyes, he can use his toes to imagine what Jiang Xuan would think. It is absolutely impossible for a person like him to find the reason from himself, or even look at it rationally. Jiang Xuan, he will definitely blame others for his own misery and his father's death, for example, blame him for not helping him, so he deeply hates himself. So when he learned of the death of Jiang Xuan's father, Jin Huari sat in the office and thought about how to get rid of this man. He knew that the other party was deeply malicious towards him and his family Nan, so it would be better if he didn't strike first. Being strong is not his style. If he really wants to wait for the other party to do something before he fights back, then he is so stupid. As for whether it would be too vicious to say that the other party has not done anything, and kill himself, he would rather be poisonous than take it. She and Mu Nan are safe and foolish enough to be deceived once. But this matter is not in a hurry. Jiang Xuan doesn't have the ability to do anything for a while, so just take it slowly. On the day Jiang Xuan came back to sell the holidays, the meat had just been counted, and their Ministry of Civil and Communications was assigned a quota of 50 catties of meat. Meat sources were too scarce, plus transportation, and the current cost of breeding, the price of meat was ridiculously high. 15 yuan and half a catty of meat. The price of this meat is almost catching up with the end of the world. But what was the price before the end of the world, and what is the price now? This comparison, meat is so expensive, but it has been almost 2 years. How many people have not been able to eat a bite of meat, and now there is still meat for sale. With that condition, I have to be willing to grit my teeth. Jin Huari made a small program to let everyone fill in the pre-order intention. Some people may want to buy more, and some people may not buy because they have no money. It is a waste if they do not use up the amount internally, so let people fill in the intention first. Count it. Some people have no money in their hands, and all the money is transferred to their family members, while the rent, electricity, water, rice, flour, grain and oil of the family members are all money, and there is not much left, let alone a catty. Half a catty of meat can't be bought. Rise. Some are lonely and have a lot of money in their hands. After a little calculation, they gritted their teeth and bought a pound or two in one go. Anyway, it's cold, and they can eat slowly without fear of spoilage. Zhu Chuanhong asked Jiang Qi and Xu Bin in the small group, "How much do you buy?" Jiang Qi, "I have no money. I just bought some rice at home, and I only have a few yuan left. I'm waiting for my next month's salary. Where can I buy meat? Do you buy it?" Xu Bin, "Don't buy it." His money was also transferred back. Although he was careful and saved a few dollars every month, he didn't have any money in his hand, but he said he needed money to buy meat. At that time, the one in his family said that he had no money. After paying this fee and that fee, how much food and supplies he bought, he said that there was not a penny left, and asked him to borrow some from his colleagues, which was enough to buy a catty of meat. Xu Bin laughed angrily. 30 yuan a catty of meat is indeed affordable for his monthly salary, but the problem is that he may not be able to get his share when he buys this catty of meat back. What is he trying to do? Hard work. In the end, even the stuttering can't fall into my mouth. I don't buy it if I don't have money. I buy whatever I buy. Zhu Chuanhong said, "How about we buy a catty together? 10 tiles a catty, 1 tile for 3 yuan, 2 or 3 tiles of meat can make a lot of wontons. How about it?" Jiang Qi thinks it's okay. He really can't afford to buy a catty at a time, but it doesn't seem that he can't afford it if he buys it separately. Xu Bin also agrees. If he buys some and asks Ju Chuanghong to make wontons, he won't take it home. He earns it by himself. Money, eat by yourself. In the end, everyone's intentions were filled out. Qin Huari saw that there was still about 10 catis of quota, and told everyone that there was no increase, and there was no need to buy for relatives and friends, and said, if everyone is sure, if you have no object irons, then transfer the money to me and distribute it to you when the meat arrives. The Pang Pang, who is very capable but loves to eat, sighed regretfully while paying the money. The money is not enough, otherwise I would have bought it all, leaving so much credit. What a waste. Qin Huari smiled and said, it's not wasted, I'll take care of what you don't use up. Pang Pang was about to drool with envy. Jiang Xuan, who was sitting not far away, had a slight twitch in his heart, but before he could make any plans, someone whispered to Qin Huari, Boss Qin, is it not too good to be found for reselling? The superior said before that this is a benefit for them, and they are not allowed to buy in large quantities for reselling. Such behavior will definitely be strictly investigated. How many people are staring at Qin Huari's position now? In the complicated environment of the workplace, isn't it because you step down that others have a chance to get up? Anyway, he likes Qin Huari very much, he is capable and responsible, so he doesn't want to change the leader at all. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to get along with a special motorcycle? Qin Huari smiled when he heard the words, it's just a few catis of meat, what's there to resell? My younger brother loves meat, and the meat stock at home is almost bottomed out, so I'll buy him some more and save it if I can. Who knows next time when will there be meat? Hearing what he said, Pang Pang was the first to say, Boss Qin, do you still lack a younger brother? Qin Huari glanced at him without emotion. Thank you for the invitation, there is no shortage. Chapter 117. Jiang Xuan really wanted to do something, but Qin Huari's words blocked all his paths. He really wanted to report it. After some investigation, it was exactly as Qin Huari said, and he just bought everyone's remaining quota. If he saves for his own food, he will not fare well. As for whether to eat it at home, you can tell from the meals that Qin Huari brought every day after dividing the meat: tomato meatball soup, green pepper shredded pork, and cumin meat pie. Eat like this, let alone 10 catis of meat, and a few more 10 catis might not be enough for their family to consume. Many people know that Qin Huari doesn't eat at work. It is said that his younger brother felt that the food at work was not enough, and he was afraid that the weather would be too cold to handle it. That is to say, even if the amount of food served in the cafeteria is much larger than that in the greenhouse outside, they are still not full and fat. Then he brought his own lunch box, and he was so greedy every day that his mouth watered like a river, so he said that the more than 10 catis of meat were bought back for his own home to store up for food. For such a little meat, I violated discipline. However, the stronger the contrast, the more Jiang Xuan was disturbed. His father froze to death, and his mother was still struggling in the greenhouse. He bought 2 meal cards for the greenhouse for his mother with some money. 1 meal card can only provide 1 meal a day. He didn't want his father to freeze to death and his mother to starve to death, so he just bought 2. Coupled with the fact that the temperature is too low now, it's okay to eat 3 meals a day for the relief meals distributed by the above. I also worry that my mother will be bullied if she lives alone in the greenhouse. He is far away and can't take care of it. It is inevitable that he will have to buy more things. Take care of the people who live in the bed next to his mother, and let them take more care of his mother. After spending so much, he doesn't have much money left. This time he bought the meat together with others. He couldn't even afford half a catty. He only bought 3 tiles of meat. He had to make dumplings in advance and take some of the meat to eat when he went to see his mother on vacation. Well, this can't be placed directly in the greenhouse, because few people in the greenhouse can afford meat. It's too eye-catching, and it will cause trouble. In such a big environment, it is good for him to be able to do this, but the premise is that there is no contrast, and Qin Huari is that strong contrast. Big white rice, lunch that is not repeated every day, and even a small pot of sauerkraut at his own expense for some sports competitions. The meat is more than 10 catis when he buys it. The meat and vegetables here are full of tricks. The burden of production. Looking at Qin Huari, you can know what kind of life Munan lived at home. He lived in a house with heating, didn't have to starve or suffer from cold, and someone would protect him when the sky fell. Jiang Xuan hated this huge gap, itchy teeth. In the past, Jiang Xuan was more or less able to pretend to cover up, but when the hatred in his heart became distorted, people would lose some reason. People often saw Jiang Xuan staring at Qin Huari with a sullen expression, and somehow felt a little scary. While if you have a good relationship with Qin Huari, of course you will tell him about it, at least let him know. Qin Huari didn't care, he just told the story in a few words, and then the news spread naturally. I thought that people with twisted thinking like this can only be seen in weird TV dramas. I was short-sighted. What a shame. Back then, Boss Qin couldn't go abroad. He asked him to take care of his younger brother. If he didn't like it, he didn't agree. He promised but didn't keep it. He cheated at both ends. I really don't know what this person is trying to do. This is kind of funny. Asking him to help take care of the family, he is not happy, and he can still lick his face and blame others for not giving him a house and killing his father. I really don't understand this kind of brain circuit. I heard that Boss Qin's younger brother is not that young. He will soon be an adult at that time, so he can live independently. TSK, it's not a matter of being independent or not. You can ignore it, but you can't lie. Brother Qin, who obviously didn't care about his younger brother's life and death, still deceived him into thinking that he took care of his younger brother. Thank him in various ways. Help, I'm abroad, and it's the holidays, so why don't you send some gifts back? I'm afraid it's not bad if you don't do well. Then Boss Qin hasn't contacted his younger brother. It's not like you can't contact China when you're abroad. I heard that there are still some twists and turns. If you can contact me, what's the matter with Jiang Xuan? This kind of person is a bit scary, double-faced. A few people were chatting while resting in the tea room, and when they saw Jiang Xuan coming in, everyone silenced themselves, glanced at each other, and walked out with teacups in their hands. Jiang Xuan's face turned pale immediately. He never knew that Qin Huari could be so shameless as to talk about family affairs everywhere, and these people are just like gossips. Jiang Xuan, who was making tea alone in the tea room, suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was a bit familiar, and he didn't remember it until he sat back in his seat. Didn't the scene just now mean that he had forced an intern in his previous company? Live scene? That intern is also the kind who looks white and harmless. Although he doesn't look like Mu Nan at all, his lively and smiling temperament is very similar to Mu Nan's when he was a child. They bullied him in the same way. Rumors don't need evidence, just fabricated images are enough. He even prepared several plans, but they were useless because the little intern left without staying for a month. He was still thinking, just like this, the glass heart that can't stand the blow at all. How can I mess around in the workplace? I didn't expect that the object of discussion in the tea room now turned out to be him. So when Jiang Xuan directly ridiculed Qin Huari for his little ability, Qin Huari just glanced at him indifferently and then ignored him. Half a lie. The meat from their unit is delivered first, and they are also considered government units, so they have this kind of welfare. When the meat from their side is delivered, the official shopping website will stock it. Although Mu Nan knows that Qin Huari has bought a lot, but also keep the goods on the shelves. His family has meat, so he can help his neighbors to grab it. If there are too many monks and no porridge, if he doesn't get any, he will just buy a few catties from his brother and give it to his neighbors. Anyway, his family is not short of meat, so it's not good for them to eat meat. The good friends around him can't even eat meat scraps. The contrast gap is too big, and he feels sorry for himself. The price of meat is not cheap, but there are still a lot of people robbing it. Mu Nan was lucky enough to grab a catty, and he only got one catty. Pay the money and go to see it. It is already sold out, so don't look at the many people dying of cold and starvation. There are quite a few people who are able to eat meat at this time. Mu Nan sent the captured screenshot to the group. Who wants it? The neighbors are all giving in to each other. Their conditions are not bad. They all have thousands of people, but they are bald if they have money but no goods. Wu Zheng was the first to post a message in the group. He took a screenshot and the hand speed was faster than Mu Nan, and after buying 2 catties, Songjia said in the group, I have it at home. If you don't want it, I can ask for an extra catty. Yu Zaibai also sent a screenshot. He snatched a catty, Jianchu didn't grab it, and Zhu Ming's hand speed was not good at poking the phone, so he didn't grab it. It happened that Mu Nan could give Zhu Ming the catty, so that every family would there is meat to eat. It's a pity that Jianchu is still in the group. There is too little meat, so we can only save and eat slowly, otherwise we can barbecue and skewer. Mu Nan said in the group, don't think about it. If you have meat, you can eat it secretly. You can also barbecue it. The cumin smell is very fragrant, so you don't have to worry about being snatched at your door. Except for the meat, the whole place of residence has been very happy for a period of time, almost like Chinese New Year, and soon there will be another one. Looking at it now, I don't know whether it is good news or bad news. The above will be recruited. The advantage of conscription is that you don't need to eat, you only need to train, and even depending on the current situation, many important government jobs in the future may be selected from the army. But the downside is that if there is another extreme weather change, they are the ones who need risky rescue. In short, both benefits and risks coexist. In their yard, a few of them didn't have jobs and didn't even think about serving as soldiers, but the others were already over the age limit, and the only one who was still within the age limit, Mu Nan, didn't think so. According to what Mu Nan told Chin Huari, I have not yet realized the consciousness of taking up this sacred profession. Chin Huari just chuckled lightly at his beautifying words. To put it bluntly, I can't bear hardships and can't stand restraint. Mu Nan jumped on Chin Huari's body and covered his mouth. Believe it or not, I will apply and leave you crying in the room. Chin Huari pinched his thin arms and legs, expressing that he was not worried at all. With this physique, even if he was old enough, he probably wouldn't want it. As soon as the news of the conscription was released, many people's attention was diverted from the cold weather. Even the gloomy atmosphere in the greenhouse, which was shrouded in cold and death, changed slightly, and became more active. The change in the overall environment also made many people have regained some vigor, and are no longer in the posture of resigning to their fate and waiting to die. Now the age requirements for conscription have been relaxed a bit. You can only be 16 years old, and the upper limit is 24 years old. If you exceed this age, one will not be able to keep up physically, and the other will be less obedient. There are many young men who are just right. I lost my loved ones, and I was left alone, living a life of confusion and no purpose. As soon as the news of the conscription was released, it seemed that I had found the motivation to live, and the depression in my body was swept away. And some simply feel that this kind of life can't go on. It's better to be a soldier. At least there is an organization with a head, and it also takes care of the food. Carrying bricks consumes no less energy than being a soldier. Maybe in the future. Can a sign work? Of course, there are also some who go there with yearning. After the catastrophe, they also want to become the bright existence that they saw in the dark night. Regardless of the reason, many people filled out the letter of intent, which also made the above people feel a little relieved. There are fewer people now. After a province has gone through these disasters, the number of survivors may not even be half. There are too many deaths. Compared with disasters, what really wears people down is spiritual willpower. Now there are so many people willing to join the army, which proves that the spirit of the people in this country has not been completely worn out. This is the most gratifying point. 2 consecutive events that could be said to be related to people's livelihood dispelled some of the cold, and when people came back to their senses, they found that the weather outside had changed again. The gloomy snowstorm that lasted for several days seemed to have passed, also stopped. Although the change is not very obvious in terms of body feeling, but there are detailed observation data above. The current temperature is slowly increasing by a few tenths of a degree every day. Many people think this is a signal that winter is about to pass, and even many places have started to step up construction, trying to build houses when the weather is clear despite the cold, so that those who live in greenhouses have nowhere to go, have a place to settle down as soon as possible. After the snowstorm, the new and the others also moved here. They couldn't come here before because the wind and snow outside made it difficult to even move. Now that the weather is clearing up, it's better to come here earlier, and live in a heated room. It's better than living in that kind of collective greenhouse. Although Mu Nan and the others didn't have much contact with Daniel, they still got along well with the neighbors in the short period of time. So on the day Daniel moved here, they also discussed giving some things, and it was considered a housewarming. Nan's family sent 2 catties of bin shreds, but Jianchu and the others had nothing else to give away. Thinking that Daniel had just come here, the conditions were limited, so they sent 2 catties of big steamed buns. In the past, as for Songjia, they didn't know Daniel, so there was no need to spend money. Anyway, such a small amount of food can feed Daniel for at least a week. After he lives in a stable place, he can go to find a job. Some people are suitable for entering the army, with a suitable physique and personality, simple and honest, straightforward, and less thoughtful, so they are not suitable for the simple environment of the army. Mu Nan counted the days when the outside temperature rose to over -20 degrees after more than half a month. He moved back to the 3rd floor. With the whole house under heating, the outside temperature is not too low, and the inside of the house can be warm. Many people only wore a thin piece of clothing, and even experienced the cold of nearly -70 degrees. Many people felt that it was -20 degrees, and they could run wild outside in a sweater. Only when there is contrast can there be happiness. Since the temperature has warmed up, Nan can hear some children screaming and laughing at home every day. It is rare to come out to play, and such deep snow is really a lifetime for people in the south. I have never seen it. The snow in the south is actually very different from the snow in the north. The snow in the north is like fine sand, which is dry and not sticky to grasp, while the snow in the south is sticky and wet. How can there be such dry sand? The general fine snow is fun. Although they are in the south now, the snow has hardly stopped throughout the winter, and there is not much humidity, so it is rare to see this kind of fine sand and white snow. Nan sat on the bay window in the bedroom, holding a cup of hot cocoa and looking at the children playing outside. He really wanted to go out to play, but unfortunately no one was with him. Seeing that the snow in the yard hadn't been shoveled out today, Nan, I couldn't help but change my clothes, and simply built a snowman in the yard. It was -20 degrees and the sun, which can be described as warm. Zuming, who was also moving upstairs, had just remade the bed. When he turned around and saw Nan making a snowman in the yard, he smiled and changed his clothes and went downstairs, so childlike. Nan turned around and saw that it was Zuming, and said with a smile, "Come out while the weather is good. It's going to be hot soon. If you don't take the opportunity to play with the snow, you won't have a chance this year. As for what will happen next year, he doesn't know either." Zuming said, "I'll be with you. I'll find a few pieces of charcoal to make eyes." After a while, Nianyu also ran out of the house. Although Wu Zheng didn't come out, but he let Nianyu out. He probably wanted to let Nianyu out. When it was so cold, he was locked in the house for a month, and the dog, it's all about shutting down the depression. As soon as Nianyu rushed out, she threw Nan into the snowdrift. This was the shit shoveling officer who had raised it for a while, and it still remembered, so the first one to get close was Nan. Nan fell into the snowdrift and laughed, and Uzaibai upstairs opened a window to take a picture of the commotion in the yard and sent it to the small group. Chin Huari was eating, and when he saw the video, he clicked on it to check it out. When he saw Nan playing in the snow outside, when Nianyu threw him on him, he could still faintly hear laughter, which made him laugh unconsciously too. Jiang Qi, who was sitting next to Chin Huari, couldn't help but smile and turn his head to look at the voice. When he heard the voice, "This is Brother Chin's younger brother, right?" Chin Huari hummed, and said with a smile, "You are too old to play in the snow." As he said this, he put down his chopsticks and sent a message in the group, telling Uzaibai to watch for some time. Don't play for too long. After playing for a long time, remember to call him upstairs. Uzaibai responded in the group, and then shouted downstairs, "Nan, your brother told you not to play for too long." Nan turned his head and looked upstairs. Got it. How grown up. He still treats him like a 3-year-old child. When Chin Huari and the others came home from get off work, there were already 4 snowmen piled up in the yard, 2 on each side, like guards on duty, so they had to pay attention to the left and right sides when driving in, for fear of scratching the snowmen. A few girls got off the car directly in the yard, and TSK said, "The men in our yard are really childlike." Sun Sai ran directly between the 2 snowmen. "Come and take a picture for me." In the end, Yang Jing slapped him on the head. "The temperature outside is so low, the phone has already been turned off automatically." The gentle and quiet Hu Xuan quietly took out her mobile phone and took a picture for Sun Sai. The others turned to look at him, and Hu Xuan shrugged. "The temperature of the domestic machine is only 20 degrees below zero, no problem." Several people took turns to take photos with the snowman, 4 snowmen with 4 expressions, until the vehicle had been put into storage. Tu Wan, who could not wait for the sisters to come in for a long time, stood at the door of the house and shouted, "You will not come back." The 3 girls grinned and ran into the house. The ice and snow are gradually melting, and people don't know whether everything will recover, but they cherish this rare and normal temperature. When the temperature returned to zero, a large number of survivors came outside again, and some of Nan's familiar faces were those who had been to the private base together in the previous life. The base hadn't even survived a winter before it was destroyed. If it wasn't for the wind and snow blocking the road, and there were no rescue vehicles to patrol later, they would have defected here long ago. Now that they have survived a winter, seeing that the temperature has reached the level where they can go out, they are afraid that there will be some changes if they delay, so they walked over in groups on foot. At the beginning, they left early, and the place where the private resort was located was also outside the sparsely populated Third Ring Road, so despite some twists and turns, at least they were not trapped in the center of the urban area, which was considered lucky. Now they took a day tour from that resort. Even though the snow on the ground had gradually melted and the temperature was not too extreme, they had traveled for nearly half a month. They started to set off when the wind and snow stopped and the temperature was more than 30 degrees below zero. It got hotter and hotter as they walked. By the time they arrived here, a lot of snow had melted, and even the greenhouse had been repacked into a planting shed. Those who came from behind have to be isolated and observed. There are at least several hundred people transferred from there. The number is not small. All of them are hungry and cold. They can only settle in the observation room outside the residential area and wait for isolation. During this period, they have to study according to the rules and regulations of Xinjiang. Identity registration is required after the quarantine period is over. The government can advance the rent of small cabins for people to live in temporarily, but they have to work to pay back later. All of this has been experienced by Mu Nan, but now, he doesn't have to live in an outer city until the quarantine period passes, and the higher-ups will notify them that they can get vaccinated according to batches. Until now, the city center is still full of plagues. Those viruses were not killed by the extreme cold, but took away countless innocent lives. However, no matter how extreme the environment was, there were still some survivors, many of whom still brought their fur. In order to prevent the plague from spreading again as the temperature rises, it is first necessary to ensure that healthy people are vaccinated to form antibodies. Vaccines are administered in a hospital that was built later, and there is a notification on the time of vaccination. According to the notification time, there was no need to queue for too long in the past. Although it may not be the case now, everyone who has been vaccinated has been told do not drink alcohol for 3 days. Mu Nan came out according to the needle's eye. In order not to take off his clothes, he deliberately wore a jacket with a huge neckline under the down jacket. Pulling it down can directly reveal half of the body, and it also saves the trouble of taking off the clothes. Qin Huari lost the visa exemption, and seeing Mu Nan coming out of it, he stepped forward and tightened his untied down jacket. Does it hurt? Mu Nan said, fortunately, it won't hurt if you don't look at it. Facing his evasive way of shielding the pain, Qin Huari smiled, go back and make something delicious for you. Mu Nan's eyes lit up, braised prawns. Qin Huari was ruthless, I just got vaccinated and had a light diet for 3 days. Mu Nan rolled her eyes straight, then you still said to prepare delicious food for me. I can make clear pot skewers for you. Mu Nan snorted, I choose not to eat. When the temperature started to rise, it climbed up almost once a day. By the time everyone in their yard had been vaccinated, the temperature had already reached more than 10 degrees. It was so warm that the floor heating had been turned off a long time ago. Open the window and blow the natural wind, which is very comfortable. But as the temperature rises, some problems have become serious. For example, Mu Nan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly got up from the bed shaking his head several times. Qin Huari quickly turned on the light. What's wrong? Mu Nan rubbed her ears and said with the irritability of being woken up, a mosquito whizzed by my ear just now. Qin Huari got up from the bed. The windows of their room were screened, but the door was not closed for ventilation, and there were vegetables growing outside. I don't know if it was because of attracting mosquitoes. After checking the house, no mosquitoes were found flying, but Qin Huari still asked Mu Nan to bring out a plate of mosquito coils and ordered a mosquito net. Mu Nan was so drowsy that he couldn't help but said, light a mosquito coil and forget it. Qin Huari said, it's okay, soon, you sleep first, I'll put up the mosquito net. Mu Nan had no choice but to take out the mosquito net, but it was a relatively simple one, that is, like a vegetable cover, stand up on all 4 sides, and then cover the bed. Qin Huari smoked the place where they slept with moxibustion sticks. Now that the windows are open for ventilation, the smoke from the moxibustion sticks will dissipate quickly, so it doesn't matter if you use them indoors. Put the unburnt moxibustion sticks away at the door. A plate of mosquito-repellent incense was smoked beside the bed, and after half an hour of tossing and turning off the lights, they went back to sleep. But such a tossing really worked well, and Mu Nan was not woken up by mosquitoes again in the middle of the night. They have the conditions, so they sleep soundly. Those who don't have mosquito nets and mosquito coils are tortured by these mosquitoes. Chapter 118. It is common sense that there will be mosquitoes when the weather is hot, but people did not expect that after the extreme cold passed, the mosquitoes would flood so quickly, and people were caught off guard so quickly. What is even more unbearable is that there is no such condition to produce things that repel mosquitoes at all. The extreme heat has almost dried up all the plants on the surface of the earth, and the extreme cold and freezing are barren of grass. Not to mention the mosquito-repellent incense liquid extracted from plants, its chemical agents do not have that condition. Finally, after a few days of normal temperature, people can go to work normally and go out of the house normally, but they didn't expect that after 2 days of comfort, they would suffer the crime of being sucked blood by mosquitoes. In addition to being scratched by mosquito bites, the most disturbing thing is sleeping soundly at night, and being woken up by the fluttering wings of mosquitoes in the ears. If possible, I start to make homemade mosquito nets. Without gauze nets, I sew them directly with sheets. Cover the entire sleeping place. The temperature is good now, and it's not hot yet, so even if the cover is a little airtight, it won't affect your sleep. Turn on the air conditioner after it gets hot. Anyway, as long as you can isolate the noisy mosquitoes, that's fine. If you don't have the conditions, just sit up and beat the mosquitoes. There are so many mosquitoes that you can kill one with a slap with your eyes closed at night. New Nan took stock of the mosquito coils in the space. He bought a lot of them himself. He bought them in boxes online. Later, his brother bought a lot, so there was a lot in stock. It was enough for the mosquito coils to be lit 24 hours a day at home. There is an incense-free electric mosquito repellent liquid, which is suitable for Chin Huari to bring to the office. Fortunately, Chin Huari now has an office alone. If it is mosquito coils, others may smell it when they come in, but this kind of non-scented electric mosquito coils has no fragrance and no burning cigarettes. It is enough to ensure that the place where you sit is free of mosquitoes. The protection on their side is quite strict, but the others are miserable. Although they made their own mosquito nets, they are still made of thick fabric like curtain cloth, but they can't just go to bed and hide under the mosquito nets as soon as they get home. There are also a lot of mosquitoes in the place. Like Jian Chu, they do customer service. They just sit in front of the computer and help people solve things through the internet. Sitting is a godsend. You just need to move your hands and type on the keyboard. Even if you wear thick clothes, there will always be something exposed. Even when taking a bath and going to the toilet, those mosquitoes bit every corner of the body, which made people miserable. At the beginning, the temperature was still a little cold. Although it was not cold, the weather was just right, and it was a little better to wear long-sleeve trousers, but it couldn't stand the upward climb of 1 degree a day. In less than a month, it rose directly from 0 to 2 degrees. It was more than 10 degrees and almost 30 degrees. When the weather got hot, the clothes would become unwearable, and there were more places exposed, and the mosquitoes couldn't catch their blood. The temperature is rising rapidly, and the snow outside is also melting quickly. The road is full of wet potholes after the snow has melted. The river embankment next to them has accumulated a whole winter of snow. The asterisk of the embankment is repaired, and the water in the residential area basically flows into the river. Fortunately, the river is deep, and the sewers that have been dredged before help drain the water. The snow water did not overflow, but the road was damaged before. I didn't have time to repair it, and many places were potholes, and the melted water gathered in it. I don't know if this is the reason for the breeding of mosquitoes. As the weather gets hotter and hotter, some people even think bitterly that they might as well heat it up to 60 or 70 degrees to kill these mosquitoes. Anyway, they are powered by solar energy here, and they have never been out at night. It's better than being bitten to death by mosquitoes and having nothing to do. Regarding the rise in temperature, people were only disappointed for a moment, and then returned to normal. Anyway, looking at it now, the climate is estimated to be like this. I just don't know if this year will be hot for a whole year, or it will be cold for half a year and hot for half a year. Anyway, they don't understand the climate, so let's live in the cold and hot. As long as there is food, drink, and work to make money, how can they live? New Nan took advantage of Chin Huari and the others to go to work, and together with Yu Zaibai, cleaned out the solar energy on the roof. When the temperature started to warm up, Zhu Ming also submitted a job application report. Now he has successfully joined the job as a veterinarian in a livestock farm. Looking at animals is much easier than looking at people, and the psychological pressure is also less. Anyway, Zhu Ming rented a car by himself. Yu Zaibai is gone. Even Wu Zheng next door has found a job and entered an electromechanical plant. He has a foundation. Although he has never worked in this field after graduation, he has studied the major for a few years. At least the basic equipment is better than no foundation. The number of people is much faster, but the monthly salary is relatively small, 120 a month, and it is only 4 yuan a day, but 1 meal is included, that is, keeping the equipment running, and it is not like moving bricks. So coolly. Anyway, Wu Zheng has been doing it for a while, and he accepts this job well. The electromechanical factory is a little further in front of the information building. Wu Zheng rides their car every day. When he arrives at the information building, he rides to the electromechanical factory. Return. Renting a car for 4 people is not easy to calculate, so I decided to pay 15 yuan per month for one person. If I have more money, I can buy gas, and if I have any left over, I can save it and use it until next month. Although they have a good relationship, but there are some things that can't be vague. Even if you are not a fussy person, if you figure it out, you can get along with each other more openly. Yu Zaibai stood on the top of the building, connected to the water pipe to flush water to the solar panels, and Mu Nan was watching from below. In some places, Yu Zaibai couldn't see it, so he pointed out that after a severe winter, the solar panels were naturally not frozen, but the snow has accumulated for a long time. Some places need to be cleaned, and the wiring should be checked by the way. When Yu Zaibai was cleaning the solar panels upstairs, he saw that the Huang family behind them was also installing solar panels, so he speeded up the cleaning, and then handed over the follow-up cleaning to Mu Nan. I'll go to the back and ask where their solar panels are bought. Mu Nan nodded. Go. If Jianchu and the others can also buy one, then they don't have to worry too much about electricity consumption in summer. The dishes can't be served hot, so it's better to have one more set. Yu Zaibai went away for a while before coming back. Mu Nan had already washed the roofs of the 2 houses clean, and was washing the ground in the yard on the 1st floor. As soon as Yu Zaibai came back, Mu Nan quickly asked, "How is it? Where did you buy it?" Yu Zaibai said, "It's a private seller. They don't need money. They only accept grain transactions. They bought a set, the generator and a few solar panels used 1,000 katis of rice." Mu Nan calculated the current grain price. 1 yuan can buy 2 katis of rice on the official website. It is the kind of white rice that is not very good. In other words, it is 500 yuan for a set of equipment. 500 yuan is expensive. It's not expensive, but it's not cheap either. The salary of a slightly better working condition is 200 or 300 a month, like his brother's current salary is more than 200, but most of the jobs are like Wu Zheng's, a month more than 100 yuan. Calculated in this way, at least one person can afford it without eating or drinking for half a year, but solar energy is not a one-time item. If you calculate according to the electricity bill of last year's heat for 1 year and the whole summer, it will take about 2 or 3 years. It's just back to the original, so it's okay to calculate. Then you buy it. The generator in my house is quite big. Can 2 be connected and used? In this case, 2 sets of solar energy should be more than enough to supply a whole house. Yu Zaibo said. When Jianchu and Zhu Ming come back to ask at night, the main reason is money, but rice is not easy to get. Now that the purchase of rice grains is restricted, their family's food stock is only a few hundred katis, which is definitely not enough. Even if you spend money to buy it, there is not much you can buy at one time, but people's things will not be kept waiting to be sold to them. Just now when I went to Huang's house to inquire, there were already 3 or 4 people asking about solar energy. Mu Nan said, "Otherwise, you should first contact the seller, some rice, see if you want tomatoes and peppers. If you want, then I will sell them to you directly, and you can trade them. Oh yes, there is also a rabbit. The rabbit has grown another one. It's been a few months, and now it's quite big. One of them has at least 4 katis of meat, so it can be sold." Yu Zaibai thinks it's okay. They can trade a lot of things. If the other party doesn't limit it to only rice, it's quite easy to do, but it's not urgent at this time. His family can make decisions on their own, but they have to wait for Zhu Ming to come back and discuss it, and so installed, it must be shared by the 2. Yu Zaibai took a big broom and scrubbed the place where Mu Nan washed the water. After a while, the ground was washed clean. The water flowed out with the drainage pipes in the yard and would not accumulate in the yard. The whole yard feels refreshed. Mu Nan put down the water pipe and sighed. If the temperature continues to rise, the air conditioner will probably start to turn on in 2 days. Now it is almost 30 degrees, but although the temperature has risen, it may have just turned from winter, and the surface temperature has not been exposed to the sun, so it is not too hot, and there is no need to even turn on the electric fan at home. After a few more days of exposure to the violent sun, it will be a direct transition to turning on the air conditioner. Yu Zaibai looked at Mu Nan. "Have you started serializing comics online?" Mu Nan nodded. "Yes, the serialization started 2 days ago, and the Fipane platform has just been completed, but the clicks and making money are not things that you can have immediately after updating. Anyway, don't worry, just take your time." After Mu Nan finished speaking, he asked Yu Zaibo curiously, "What about you? Have you thought about what kind of work to do? Or you can also grow vegetables at home. I have seen a lot of people digging outside recently. I guess they all want to work in the garden." Plant something at home. Anyway, the house is so big, it's not that there are no environmental conditions. Uzaibo said, I have already applied for a farm, and I plan to try it out, mainly because I want to learn. This is what he thought about early in the morning. Now that the world is bad, food is the most important thing, even more important than making money important. In fact, a family like Munan's is very good. One goes to work alone, and one stays at home to start a small plantation. But they all figured it out on their own, and none of them had much experience. At least when he learned from Munan, Munan just told him how much water and fertilizer he needed according to the scriptures. But some vegetable roots were broken, leaves turned yellow, and even as for the problem of no result, Munan didn't quite know why, and only said that when this happened, he would unplug it and feed the rabbit. So Uzaibai still plans to study systematically if he has the conditions. No matter how much money this job can earn, at least the skills he learns are his own. Munan felt that this was not bad, so he quickly said, then you just learn a little more, and then teach me. I have been serving my families a la carte like this, but the growth is not very good, but it has paid off anyway. Uzaibo smiled and said, I just submitted my resume, but I don't know if I can be selected. After all, I am not a professional in this field. Munan wanted to cheer him on, but this is really not professional. If he is not selected, he would be so disappointed, so he could only comfort him. If you are selected, let's have a dinner party to celebrate, and if you are not selected, apply for another job. That is, what is lacking now is talents, and we are not afraid of not having opportunities. Uzaibai smiled, accepting such comfort. Before entering the house, Munan asked, are there many mosquitoes in your house? Uzaibai said, many, but the moxibustion strips your brother gave the day before yesterday are very effective. Smoke them 3 times in the morning and evening. Close the doors and windows tightly, and the mosquitoes will be much stronger. Once you smoke them, the moxibustion sticks will be wiped out. One can be used for a while. Is it enough for your family? Munan nodded, it's enough for the time being. Let's see if the government has any way to disperse the mosquitoes. It's too many to be a disaster. Not to mention the government is also annoying. Although most people have been vaccinated now, there is no guarantee that some diseases will not be transmitted through mosquitoes. The flood of mosquitoes is not a good thing. It feels like after a winter of incubation, these mosquitoes have mutated. The above has found that these mosquitoes are not comparable to the currently known mosquitoes. The red-eyed and red-headed mosquitoes have hooked teeth on their beaks. With the data in front of them, they even felt that the world might have gone crazy. The reproduction speed is too fast, which is why this catastrophic flood is caused. In order to prevent these mosquitoes from causing too much harm, the higher authorities had no choice but to deploy medicines to kill them according to the existing resources, especially those ditches that had not been dried in the sun, which were important breeding areas for mosquitoes. The above will notify the killing time. According to the breeding speed of these red-headed mosquitoes, a large-scale extermination will be carried out in each district. During the extermination, people will close the doors and windows of the house tightly. If there is a certain degree of harm, do not use strong medicine, fearing that these mosquitoes will not be killed. The effect of the first round of extermination is quite remarkable, because to clean up the dead bodies of mosquitoes, a large-capacity industrial vacuum cleaner was specially used to push the vacuum truck to clean up one district by one, and all the mosquitoes that were killed in the residential areas, the corpses of insects, were piled up into mountains and burned. How big can a mosquito be? However, such small insect corpses can pile up a small mountain. It can be seen that these mosquitoes have undergone a winter of evolution, and how terrible their reproduction is now. Someone posted the photo on the internet. Anyone in the residential area who has a mobile phone and can access the internet has seen it. They were so frightened that they couldn't stop their goosebumps. Do it once. Now that the weather is getting warmer, all kinds of insects are starting to reproduce, especially the cockroach disaster last year. It is disgusting to think about it now, and these pests must not be allowed to become a disaster again. Seeing those photos, Munan was in a bad mood. The mosquito nets in their house were used early, and they had already set up mosquito nets when there were mosquitoes. It was hot for 2 days, so the doors and windows of the house were closed and the air conditioner was turned on. When I went out, I would spray mosquito repellent on my body, so the situation of being bitten was fine, but seeing this photo of burning mosquito corpses still sounded a wake-up call for them. Chinhuari said, bring out some gauze, I'll cover the doors and windows with a layer of gauze, the second and third floors and the entrance to the door will also be covered with a layer of gauze, and the bathroom and kitchen will also be covered with a layer of gauze, so mosquitoes can also be protected. Anti-cockroaches. At first, New Nan thought that there was no need to go through such a fuss, but now the air conditioner is turned on upstairs and downstairs, and the mosquito coils are lit every day, and there are no mosquitoes in the house. But when Chin Huari mentioned cockroaches, New Nan couldn't stand it anymore. Quickly took out the gauze rolls. Cockroaches are more disgusting than mosquitoes. If you can install a layer of gauze to block as long as there is a door in the house, it will indeed be effective in preventing it. The place where they live now is not the small 2-bedroom and 1 living room in the past, where they can clean up the empty house by collecting it casually. There are 3 small floors upstairs and downstairs, and it is not easy to deal with cockroaches. So while Chin Huari was resting at home, the two of them started work at home. The gauze net had to be cut by itself, and the magic stickers had to be sewed. It had to be installed as a double-separated door curtain, so that it could effectively isolate mosquitoes without affecting entry and exit. In addition, Chin Huari also hung another layer of mosquito nets where they slept. It was the kind of princess gauze. Nails were nailed to the roof, and the mosquito nets were hung on all sides to wrap the whole bed. The mosquito net is the same as a vegetable cover, with double layers inside and outside. It is unbelievable that you can still be bitten by mosquitoes like this. Chin Huari folded the mosquito net on all sides and pressed it under the mattress, leaving the side at the end of the bed to hang down on the ground, so that it can be easily lifted up and out. From now on, when you are free at home, you can lie on the bed and play. Keep the mosquito coils far away, saying that they are harmless and smoke-free. Smelling too much is not good for the body. New Nan replied, I see, you have to be careful outside. Remember to tell me when you run out of mosquito repellent in your bag, and I'll refill it for you. It's so hot outside now that the car can still drive. Chin Huari said, it's not too hot, it's not over 40 degrees now, the car is fine. When it gets hotter, it may start to stay out at night again, but if the day and night are reversed like this, at least wait until the temperature rises. It's over 50 degrees. Sitting on the sofa and cutting his nails, New Nan said, I feel that people have enough experience in dealing with summer this time. I see that the houses in the back have installed heat insulation and sun protection early. Chin Huari smiled, it's not the first time to experience extreme heat, it's an old experience, we'll install it in 2 days. Did you ask Jianchu when they will get the solar energy? New Nan, the day after tomorrow. The minivan has already been rented. 600 cattis of rice, 20 cattis of tomatoes, 20 cattis of peppers, and 4 rabbits. Do you think it is worthwhile to replace it with a solar energy? Chin Huari said, at present, it's a good deal. Once their solar energy is in place, the electricity bill at home will be saved, and you don't have to worry about the temperature being too high and power outages. Didn't the female rabbit have another baby? It's about to give birth. New Nan opened the notepad. At least half a month away. I don't know when it happened, and I can only infer from the changes in the habits of the female rabbit and the big belly. There is grass to eat. I harvested 1 crop and put it in the space, and this is about to harvest the 2nd crop, but unfortunately the planting area is limited, so I can't give them their staple food, and the staple food is still sweet potato vines. A lot of people went there on the day of trading solar energy, and even the big cows were taken to be strong men. The main reason is that they brought a lot of things, and the things they exchanged were also very expensive. Although this is in the residential area, if there is any it's black and white, always be on guard. They won't be tempted by others, but others don't even think about them. Fortunately, the transaction between the 2 parties went very smoothly in the end. A set of solar generators plus 6 solar panels can cover the household electricity consumption. In addition, I bought a few extra yuan before, but I moved 4 yuan because it was more than that. The generator can't bear the load, and the rest is still installed on the roof of Chin Huari's house. After the electricity is distributed, New Nan doesn't have to worry about the load being too heavy. Before, he used electricity sparingly, for fear of tripping if the electricity was exceeded. After feeding the rabbits and watering them, Chin Huari also covered the insulation cloth upstairs and downstairs. As for the insulation baffles inside the house, he was not in a hurry. The temperature was not that high, and there was still time to install them after it really heated up. The 2 were sweating all over, and just after taking a shower and preparing to go back to the room for dinner, New Nan received Songjia's 8 in the group. Songjia asked me if there was anything at home to relieve the itching. He seemed to be bitten badly. Hey, should I give him toilet water or ointment? Chin Huari said, ointment. He seems to have been bitten quite hard. He scratched non-stop when he was in the car, and even scratched a few. It's serious. Toilet water may not work anymore. New Nan snorted, and replied in the group, "There is something for itching, come and get it." Soon Jianchu also came up, "Give me some rubbing too, Marda will be bitten to death." Mew Nan, "Then you guys come here, it's an anti-itch ointment, rub it on first to see if it works." Soon the two came over, and Mew Nan took the ointment to the first floor, where a wooden sofa was placed on the first floor, and there was also a place to sit. Mew Nan saw Jianchu rubbing his stomach with a disheveled face, and said, "What's wrong? Is your stomach uncomfortable?" Jianchu sighed, "Maybe I am greedy for cold, I drank too much ice, it's okay, it will be fine in a while." Mew Nan handed them the ointment. "Hey, that's it, although I don't know how effective it will be in relieving itching." Songjia said, "Did we use you? Don't give us the last little medicine left, this mosquito is too poisonous, it itch like hell." Mew Nan said, "I'm at home and didn't go out. My house is now covered with a layer of screens like this inside and out, and I haven't been bitten. I still have a little toilet water, but the anti-itch effect of toilet water should not be as good as this ointment." Well, maybe there will be an anti-itch medicine on sale soon. They also hope that the medicine can be sold soon. If it weren't for the fact that they can't buy medicine anywhere, and they can't buy mosquito repellent and insect repellent, they wouldn't know that these things are scarce now, and they would talk to their friends. "It was so itchy that I wanted to tear off a layer of skin." Songjia immediately started to wipe his legs. His legs were the ones that were bitten the hardest. Mew Nan felt his scalp tingle when he saw it. "How many mosquitoes are there in your unit? Don't they all surround you and ****** blood? On the table, there is almost no good meat, and there are even large and small ones, which makes people suffer from dense phobia." After a while, Jinhuari also came down. "How about it? Can this medicine relieve the itching?" Jianchu wiped the medicine and blew on it. "Probably there is a cooling ingredient in it, and it was very comfortable to blow on. It works. I decided to wear long sleeves to go out tomorrow. I am so big, I have never been bitten so hard by mosquitoes." Songjia handed the ointment to Mew Nan. "My back is also itchy, please wipe it off for me." Mew Nan took the ointment, opened his clothes, and saw that in addition to some densely packed small bite bumps, there was also a big red and swollen bump on his back. What a ruthless mosquito this must be. Fortunately, he had all the things he had prepared, and the protection for his brother was also in place in the office. Otherwise, it would be his brother's turn to apply the medicine now. Just when Mew Nan was about to rub the medicine on Songjia, he saw that the bag on his back seemed to move, and he looked at it strangely, and then he let out a sound, and took a big step back in fright, directly bumping into Songjia. It was Jinhuari's body. Jianchu and Songjia turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" Mew Nan turned to look at Jinhuari. "Brother, go and see if there is something moving in the bag on his back." Chapter 119. Mew Nan's words successfully shocked everyone, especially Songjia, who almost jumped up. What? What is moving?" His body was already itchy to death, but when Mew Nan said this, he instantly "I feel more itchy." Jianchu pressed Songjia. "Don't move, I'll take a look." Jinhuari also stepped forward, even took out his mobile phone, lit up the flashlight to shine on it. With the light, Songjia could see the red and swollen bag on Songjia's back more clearly, even because of the strong light. Even the contents inside could be seen. Seeing it, because they could see it, the expressions of the two of them instantly became a little dignified. There was indeed something moving in the big bag on Songjia's back, as if there were live insects in the bag. Mew Nan didn't dare to approach at all. He was not afraid of worms, but he was afraid of worms growing in his body. He had lived for so many years and had never seen such a scene. He was really scared. Songjia was also afraid. They were watching behind him, and he couldn't see his own back. Seeing that they didn't speak, he was almost frightened and cried, "What's wrong? What's on my back? Who of you gave me a hand? I'll take a picture to see, don't scare me." Jianchu looked at him and said, "You have a very swollen bag on your back. It seems that there are worms in the bag, which can move." After saying this, Songjia's whole body was in a bad state. She was so frightened that she cried, and even thought that she was going to die, or if she was infected with something strange. Her whole brain was dizzy, and her face turned pale. "It's clear." Jinhuari looked at Jianchu. "Is Zhu Ming at home?" Songjia shook her head. "Not here, he is on duty today." Because Jinhuari and the others came in and out in the same car, they specially adjusted the time of their shift together so that they were all at home today. But Zhu Ming's work was arranged by himself, because there were not many veterinarians, and the mosquitoes have been bugged recently. There are too many, which have a great impact on humans, but for those domesticated animals, the problem is even more serious. Many animal diseases are caused by various insect bites, so these days are particularly busy. Chin Huari said, call Zhu Ming first and ask him if he has encountered such a situation recently. I will call Wu Zheng and ask him to come over. Before Jianchu got through on the phone, Wu Zheng ran over first. Seeing his younger brother who was out of breath from crying, he was dumbfounded. He just came here to apply an anti-itch medicine. What's the matter? What are you crying for? What happened? Chin Huai took a photo of the phone at the bag on his back and let Wu Zheng see it for himself, which also scared Wu Zheng. Jianchu hung up the phone and looked at them and said, I'm probably busy, so I didn't get through. Chin Huai, then stop calling and go directly to the hospital. The car happens to be at home. Jianchu said, I'll go over and tell Zibo to go with you. New Nan looked at his face and persuaded, don't go, if you feel uncomfortable, you can rest at home, or you can go together and see if we can prescribe medicine. Do you have diarrhea, or is it just a pain? Jianchu waved his hand, just drink some hot water, then go ahead and tell us if you have anything to do. Chin Huari directly took the car keys, and said to Mu Nan, don't go too, stay at home to watch the house, it's useless to go to so many people. Songjia was so frightened that her legs went limp, and she couldn't even stand up. She was moved to the car by Wu Zheng, who was half carried and half pulled. Zheng was also disturbed, but he still comforted him, it's too big to be scared like this. It may be that there is thick water in your bag, which is liquid. We just misunderstood it. Songjia was still crying, already thinking about what his brother and Nianyu would do if he died. Thinking of Nianyu, she still did not forget to say with tears of concern, Nianyu is at home by herself. Even though he was still thinking about the dog at this time, Wu Zheng laughed and said helplessly, I'll send a password to Mu Nan and ask him to take Niu there, that's fine. This trip has been a toss for almost a day, and Songjia is not an exception. They even saw several large pustules on Songjia's back swollen on the arms in the hospital, saying that it was not bitten, but a kind of abscess. The poisonous insects were used as a breeding ground for laying eggs. They also saw that the doctor directly cut the pustules and squeezed out a lot of wriggling white insects. Chin Huari even turned his face away in disgust, let alone Songjia who also had pustules on her back. She was so frightened that she almost fainted. When treating Songjia, the doctor joked, you're lucky, just this one. I only saw one yesterday. There are 5 or 6 big bags on my back. After debridement, there is no good skin left. Songjia was sobbing and crying, and Wu Zheng was slightly relieved when he saw the doctor's relaxed tone, as if it wasn't a big deal. Don't scare him, he's too scared, this kind of thing has never happened before. The doctor said, little young man is not courageous, he still cries when something is too big, just clean it up. Remember to clean and disinfect the house well, and I will prescribe some disinfectant for you later. But now the supplies are scarce, and the disinfectant is only enough for you to dilute. It is only used once, but it has to be used, and if the infection is serious, it will be dead. Chin Huari asked, is it all right after it's cleaned up? Will there be any residue? The doctor shook his head, at present, I haven't seen any residual insect eggs after cleaning up. Of course, some wounds were bitten again because of poor living conditions, and finally the infection was serious and people died. These words made the hearts of several people tremble. Chin Huari had already decided to go back and disinfect and clean the inside and outside of the house. If Mu Nan was to endure such suffering, he would die of heartache. The 3 of them were exhausted when they got home, and the hospital was overcrowded. They queued up to register, wait for the doctor, pay for the medicine, and waited in line for debridement and pus removal. It would take an hour or 2 for any line to stand up. This is still a special channel for dealing with this kind of poisonous pustules. Otherwise, with the current number of people in the hospital, I am afraid it will take longer. If they don't go to the hospital, they don't know that there are so many people in the residential area now. Wu Zheng reported safety in the small group, and briefly explained the matter, reminding the neighbors to pay attention to the sanitary environment at home. If you are really bitten by such poisonous insects, don't worry, there is not much to clean up. It is a major event. So far, there should be no major sequelae. When they came back and knew that it was nothing serious, Mu Nan also heaved a sigh of relief after cleaning up the pustule. It was too scary. There were live worms in the pustule on his body. Situation, I thought this kind of thing only happened in TV dramas, the kind of adventures in the wild jungle. Chin Huari, take out the disinfectant, collect the things in the house, and do a thorough cleaning inside and out. Although I feel tired, but with the lessons learned from the past, I still have to maintain the cleanliness and cleanliness. People have no conditions. If they have conditions, they don't clean it up. If they are bitten by poisonous insects, they deserve it, especially in their living room. For those who grow vegetables, more attention should be paid to the hygienic conditions. Chin Huari said, I'll find someone to buy some bricks, and we'll build the roof. New Nan, plant another layer of vegetables. Chin Huari glanced at him. Move the vegetables on the 3rd floor to the top floor, separate from the living area. In the future, those vegetables will need to be fertilized. It's okay to grow some downstairs. The upstairs and downstairs are separated, but we live on this floor. It's still about living. Just as New Nan was about to say something, Chin Huari interrupted, or do you want to be like Songjia? New Nan quickly shook his head. No, this is a bit scary, so let's separate. Anyway, the current acreage is more than enough to support their lives. New Nan originally thought that Chin Huari was being too careful, although he also felt that being careful is always a good thing, but as the temperature rises day by day, it would be useless to go through such a toss. But the next day, he changed his mind. Early in the morning, New Nan got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. Although he didn't have to go to work, Chin Huari had to go to work. He always ate breakfast at home before going to work, so he had to get up and eat with Chin Huari. After eating, Chin Huari went out. Get a good night's sleep again. It's been like this every day on weekdays. However, today, just as he was about to wash his face and brush his teeth, he drank all the water into his mouth and felt something moving on his lips, which was itchy. Little white worm. New Nan threw away the water glass, hugged the toilet in disgust and began to vomit. Originally, when he just woke up in the morning, there was nothing in his stomach, and all he vomited was acid water. Chin Huari rushed in when he heard the movement, helped him and patted his back. What's wrong? Why did you vomit? You have an upset stomach? New Nan was just about to say something, but when he thought of that scene in his mind, the key point was that he took a sip, although he was preparing to brush his teeth and would not swallow it, but even thinking about it was disgusting, and he vomited again several mouthfuls. Seeing that he couldn't stop vomiting, Chin Huari had no choice but to caress his back and cover his stomach with one hand until New Nan couldn't vomit anymore. He was about to rinse his mouth with some water, but New Nan quickly waved his hand. He directly took a bottle of mineral water from the space and asked Chin Huari to open it for him. Chin Huari saw that his eyes were red from throwing up, and he retched from time to time. He was a little worried that his stomach problem would occur again, so he hurried to find medicine. New Nan slumped on the sofa, and suddenly thought that Chin Huari had already brushed his teeth before him, so he quickly got up. Brother. Chin Huari came over with a medicine box. I'm here. Does my stomach hurt? New Nan said, did you brush your teeth with the water from the water pipe in the morning? Chin Huari frowned slightly. What's wrong with the water? New Nan hurriedly said, just now I saw 2 long white strips of wriggling bugs in the water glass. After speaking, he couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. I wonder if there are any worms in the mouthful, and I start to feel nauseous again. Chin Huari said, no, the water I use to wash my face and brush my teeth in the morning is clean. I'll go and have a look. Just sit still. Chin Huari picked up the water cup that New Nan dropped on the ground, checked the cup and the water on the ground, and indeed found a small white bug wriggling in the water on the ground. Chin Huari took out 2 paper towels and squeezed the bug to death. I got it, and I took the water again, and I didn't find this kind of bug in the water until I got the 3rd cup. These waters are from underground pipes. Generally, they are isolated and purified before they can be installed into households. However, it is possible that the isolation failed to isolate the insect eggs, so some insects hatched in the water pipes. Chin Huari poured out the water in the cup and threw the cup away, and when he came out of the bathroom, seeing New Nan vomit turn pale, he walked over and rubbed his stomach. Is it better? Do you want to take some medicine? New Nan quickly sat up. I need to take medicine, but not stomach medicine. You have to take medicine too. Although Chin Huari said that he didn't see any bugs when he brushed his teeth and washed his face, but what if there are invisible eggs? It's too much. Terrible. As he spoke, he dug out a pile of medicines from the space. He probably remembered where some medicines were placed before, so he quickly found them. These insecticides were bought by Chin Huari. He didn't think of this when he was preparing the medicines. On the 1st floor, Chin Huari's preparations were sufficient. He was still thinking that since he grew up so old, it was as if he had never taken insect repellent medicine. The medicines and supplies he prepared were all for colds, fevers and anti-inflammation, and he didn't think about insect repellent. However, I still feel that Chin Huari's preparations are a bit too comprehensive. Looking at it now, it is indeed more comprehensive. New Nan looked at the instruction manual, and it said that it is best to use it on an empty stomach at night. What to do? I can't wait until night. I feel like I have worms in my stomach now. Chin Huari said, then take one first, and take another one before going to bed tomorrow night. Although I don't know if this kind of insect repellent will have any effect on the insect in the water, at least it won't hurt people, and it will give you some peace of mind. Comfort. Otherwise, he felt that Mu Nan wouldn't even talk about eating today, maybe even drinking water would have psychological shadows. Mu Nan stared at Chin Huari and swallowed the medicine, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his throbbing stomach and laying limp on the sofa. I don't want to eat breakfast, it's too disgusting. Chin Huari rubbed his stomach for a while, then stop eating and go to sleep for a while. Mu Nan nodded. Chin Huari said, you go to sleep, I will ask for leave today and stay with you at home. Mu Nan shook his head, no need, you go to work. Oh yes, I'll change the water for you. I can't bring home boiled water, fortunately I have prepared a lot of mineral water before. Forget about your cup, I don't want your teacup anymore, get a new one. I still forgot to tell, don't drink tea when you're at work, just drink the water you bring, and don't eat anything. Who knows what kind of water it is made of? Naturally, Chin Huari will follow him in everything, as long as it can make him feel at ease. But today's class really can't make it. Mu Nan has just found a new thermos cup, and is about to pour some mineral water into the pot and boil it. I heard someone knocking on the door downstairs. It's Jin Chu and the others. What time is it? Are you going to be late for work and rush you? Chin Huari said, maybe something happened, otherwise I wouldn't be so eager to knock on the door. I'll go and have a look. Mu Nan also quickly turned off the fire and went downstairs. When he opened the door, Yu Zaibo said, let me borrow the car today. I'll take Jianchu to the hospital and bring the car back to you. Mu Nan hurriedly said, what happened to Jianchu? Yu Zaibai said anxiously, Jianchu's stomach hurts so badly, I can't take it anymore, I have to go to the hospital immediately. Chin Huari turned around to get the car keys. Mu Nan followed Yu Zaibai to their house. I should have asked Jianchu to go to the hospital with him yesterday, is it serious? Before Yu Zaibai could reply, Mu Nan saw that Jianchu, who was already on the first floor, fainted from the pain, and Mu Nan was startled by the fact that he was breathing in more air than exhaling. Why is it so serious? Jianchu? Jianchu, can you hear me? It's a pity that he didn't respond to how he called Jianchu, and the blood on his face was even gone, his whole body was soaked in sweat, and he seemed to be dying. Chin Huari honked the car horn twice in the yard. Yu Zaibai picked up Jianchu and walked out. Mu Nan followed behind, closed the door for them, then got into the car together, and called Wu Zheng by the way, talked to him on the phone and asked him to close the yard door. Along the way, Mu Nan tried to pinch Jianchu, but Jianchu didn't respond. He hurt so badly. Why did you fight hard at home all night? Yu Zaibai was full of self-blame. It's my fault, I was too careless. In the past 2 days, Jianchu suddenly had a stomachache. At the beginning, it hurt occasionally, and the pain disappeared after a while. I thought it was because my stomach was spoiled by eating cold, so I didn't take it seriously. The pain was a little bit worse yesterday, but yesterday was just right. Resting at home, seeing him falling asleep on the bed, Yu Zaibai didn't make any noise, thinking to let him rest as much as possible. Jianchu got up a few times at night, went to the bathroom a few times. He saw Jianchu's expression was not right, a little bit worried about his diarrhea and dehydration. He wanted to go to the hospital. Jianchu said that the pain was gone after the stretch, but he was a little bored and wanted to sleep. Yu Zaibai saw that he was really tired, so he found a glass bottle and filled some hot water on his stomach, trying to make him feel better. Then it was morning, and Jianchu got up again clutching his stomach in the bathroom. He decided that he could no longer follow Jianchu to the bathroom. He had to go to the hospital for a look. Jenna would die if he got dehydrated. As a result, Jianchu fell directly into the bathroom. Speeding all the way to the hospital, Yu Zaibai ran to the emergency room with Jianchu in his arms, and Mu Nan followed behind to help them. But there were also a lot of people in the emergency room, and everyone was in serious condition to save their lives. Mu Nan even saw someone. He fell to the ground clutching his stomach aching and distorted, and then his lower body bled profusely. The man was a middle-aged man, and he was immediately frightened. Chin Huai parked the car and chased after him. He saw Mu Nan was so frightened by the scene in the emergency room that he didn't know what to do. He grabbed his hand and chased after Yu Zaibai. Put Jianchu down somewhere first. Let Mu Nan watch over him. Let's go find a doctor. Yu Zaibai was also a little flustered, but he also knew that running around with Jianchu in his arms would only make Jianchu feel more uncomfortable. But the entire emergency room was full of people, and there was no chair, so he had to find a corner to put Jianchu down first. Chin Huari started to call Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming didn't come back all night yesterday. He should be on duty. Although he is not in the hospital now, if there is a doctor he knows, he asked Yu Zaibai to queue up for registration, even if it was an emergency room. There is also a long queue at the registration place. This time Zhu Ming answered the phone, knowing they were in the hospital, so he said they would be here soon and hung up. No matter what time it is in this hospital, there are still acquaintances who are easy to handle. Although it costs money to hire acquaintances to do errands, if you can spend money to save lives, you can spend as much as you want. When Zhu Ming rushed over, Yu Zaibai hadn't even been in the queue. Zhu Ming asked Yu Zaibai to continue queuing up. He contacted the doctor friend he had made before, and first helped Jianchu move a bed. He said it was a bed, that is, it was in a ward, an extra camp bed was added, but the number still needs to be registered. Prescribing medicines must go through the computer system. If there is no registration, there is no way to prescribe medicine. After tossing until the afternoon, Jianchu finally put on the water, but he still didn't know what happened to him. He didn't do many tests, so he just replenished the water, but Zhu Ming said to them, it's very likely that it's a parasite. Speaking of parasites, Mu Nan thought of the white worms in the cup in the morning, and subconsciously couldn't help feeling sick. Qin Huari held him in his arms to comfort him. Is it like the parasites on Songjie before? They sent Zhu Ming the picture of the abscess on Songjie's body, even the debridement and the extruded worms, and I don't know if Zhu Ming saw it. But Zhu Ming has obviously seen it, but he doesn't know the specific situation. My friend told me that in the past half a month, the number of patients from severe abdominal pain to dehydration has increased significantly, and many of them are infected by parasites. What kind of bug it is, has not yet been determined. Qin Huari frowned. What does it mean that there is no conclusion? Is it because many people are infected with different sources of parasites, or the parasites discovered now are not a certain type of parasites known to mankind? Zhu Ming shook her head. My friend didn't tell me in such detail. He just said that if it's a parasite, you should be mentally prepared. Yu Zaibai was stunned for a moment, and a chill rushed up. What do you mean? Do it. What mental preparations are you doing? Zhu Ming looked at Yu Zaibai. There is no medicine now. This is the biggest problem. It is not because the disease is difficult to treat. Most of the existing medicines have been sent to the orphanage. Now the hospital has little stock. The above has sent a message for help, but the hospital in other provinces does not know what the situation is, and how many medicines can be dispatched from the above. It is not known now, that is to say, whether Jianchu can survive until the time when the medicine is available. Its fate. The orphanage is now taking in all the children under the age of 12 who have lost their parents and relatives since the earthquake. Now these children are being raised by the state, but there are too many children who have lost their relatives. The state's resources are limited and can sustain them. It is not easy not to be frozen to death or starve to death. If you want to improve their sanitary conditions, let alone now, many orphanages used to have poor conditions. Children living in orphanages do not have very good conditions to drink boiled water, especially in this summer. Many people drink directly from the water pipes. So the first place where this parasite broke out is the orphanage. So many children, they are all the next generation of the motherland, so they naturally put the only medicines in the past for the first time. Moreover, as the hygienic habits of the Chinese people are getting better and better, the demand for this kind of deworming medicine has not been high, except for some older people who were organized to eat sugar ***** to deworm when they were young. How many people have eaten it later? Deworming. So even after the earthquake, even if the medical field was first rebuilt, various anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics were the most common resumption of work and production. Now that this kind of parasite outbreak occurs, people who have already been infected must wait until they start production. Only when new medicines are produced. Chapter 120. Zhu Ming's words are undoubtedly like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's hearts hard. Up to now, those who died of freezing, starvation, and disease died. The most indispensable thing is death, especially for this kind of people. In other words, it should be regarded as a parasitic disease that is unknown and has no targeted medication, and it is not known how many people will die because of it. Mu Nan has never experienced this before. If he had experienced it, it would be impossible not to have no precautions. When he came from the private base, the temperature began to rise, the snow began to melt, and then the mosquitoes began to increase, especially when they were still there. Quarantined in the outer city where various sanitation conditions are not up to standard, more and more mosquitoes are rampant. But he only experienced this so far, so he prepared a lot of mosquito coils, toilet water and various mosquito-repelling things, but he never thought about what the flooded mosquitoes would bring when the frozen land was thawed again. Scourge. But he has deworming medicine, which was prepared by Chin Huari. But Chin Huari probably didn't expect that one day this parasitic disease would mutate to be fatal. Chin Huari originally prepared this insect repellent because he thought that under the difficult environment in the future, many things might not be able to be produced quickly. Planting always requires fertilizers. If natural fertilizers are used, it is necessary to repel insects for the body, so this is a little bit of preparation. But he didn't prepare much, only 30 boxes in a box, 16 in a box, and a few boxes of comprehensive daily insect repellent, specially imported from some countries that like to eat raw food. A box is only 2, but because of the urgency, I only bought a dozen boxes. The total is just enough for the 2 of them to use for a lifetime, but there are not many more, so it is definitely impossible to donate, because they have too many boxes. Not much enough to donate outside. This medicine is not enough to donate, but there are still some to save friends' lives. So as soon as Zhu Ming finished speaking, Mu Nan said, "My family has deworming medicine." Zhu Ming and Yu Zibo immediately turned their heads to look at him, and Mu Nan said, "But I don't know if my medicine is right for you." Zhu Ming Dao, now it doesn't matter whether it can cure the disease, not to mention that it is eaten by humans. Even if there is a deworming medicine for pets now, you have to use it if it can be used. If it works, it is a life. I don't know what's going on. I have to wait until after the inspection, although the possibility of parasites is very high, but other possibilities cannot be ruled out for the time being, so prepare the medicine first. As long as it is confirmed to be parasites, eat it immediately. Yu Zibai looked at Chin Huari and Mu Nan, moved his lips, but couldn't speak. Mu Nan couldn't stand the provocative emotions and eyes. For him, the excessive leakage of emotions would make him not know how to deal with it, so it seemed that he would be a little embarrassed and resistant when facing those people who were very enthusiastic and familiar, so he quickly changed the subject and said, "Then you stay here and watch, let's go back and get the medicine first." Chin Huari rubbed Mu Nan's hair and said, "Let's get the medicine first. If possible, we'd better see a doctor to see if it works. For the rest, we can only do our best." After the 2 left, Yu Zibai sat next to Jianchu, and they were waiting for the examination, but now there are too many patients with severe abdominal pain and diarrhea, so they asked for a relationship to move a bed, but they couldn't go to the queue for the examination. So we can only wait. On the way back, Mu Nan looked at Chin Huari. "Take out this medicine, it shouldn't be a problem. Will others think it's strange that we have deworming medicine at home?" Chin Huari smiled, "No, it's not a large batch, so let's take the box we've already opened and eaten. There are 2 boards in one box, a total of 16 pills, and the one we've eaten just happens to have 6 pills left. Just take that board." Mu Nan nodded, "That's just right, we used it before, so there are some insect repellents left at home." Mu Nan ran out before brushing his teeth and washing his face, because they were still waiting for the inspection, so Mu Nan took water out of the space, quickly brushed his teeth, washed his face, and had a simple breakfast with Chin Huari. At first, he thought that he should not be able to eat. After all, he was disgusted in the morning, but after running around in the hospital for a while, he was so hungry that his stomach was growling, so even if he couldn't eat psychologically, his physical needs forced him to eat a little bowl of noodles. After eating, the 2 took the medicine and drove to the hospital again. By the way, they also packed a few steamed buns and a small box of chopped spicy cabbage in an insulated box. These were from the sauerkraut jar that Nianiu found before. Zhu Ming and Yu Zibai and the others probably didn't have any food, and they don't know how long they'll be in the hospital, so I brought them some stomach pads first. When the 2 arrived at the hospital, Jianchu had already woken up, but he was lying on the camp bed clutching his stomach and looking very painful. Mu Nan squatted beside him and called him softly, "Jianchu, are you okay?" Jianchu opened her eyes slightly, breathing weakly. "It hurts to death." Chin Huari looked at Yu Zibai. "Have you done the inspection?" Yu Zibai nodded. "As a result, I should be able to come out tonight." Mu Nan saw some sporadic blood stains on the floor of one of the beds. The ward was fairly clean when they came in the morning, so it should have been there just now, so she subconsciously leaned towards Chin Huari. "Brother, there is a lot of blood." "Little bit," Yu Zibai said without turning his head. "The little boy is gone. He was on the hospital bed before. He was only 17 years old. Just half an hour before you came, he suddenly vomited a lot of blood, and he was dragged away." Mu Nan held onto Chin Huari's hand with concern, and couldn't help but ask, "Is there that?" He didn't say the word parasite, and now Jianchu didn't know what happened, and felt that these 3 words, "It's like a steel needle piercing Yu Zibai's nerves. It hurts when you mention it, and if you don't mention it, don't mention it." Uzaibai nodded. Well, the intestinal organs have been drilled, so he vomits blood. If Mu Nan's medicine has no effect on this parasite, maybe it won't be long before Jianchu will. After a while, Zhu Ming came back. He took the medicine and asked the doctor friend, and when he came back, he directly stuffed the medicine into Uzaibai's hand, avoiding other people in the ward, and whispered, I asked, and one of them, this ingredient has an effect on the parasites they sampled, and its content is slightly higher than that in the Duoming medicines already in the hospital. Now we are just waiting for the test results. If it is really a parasite, this medicine may save lives. Uzaibai was overjoyed, but soon became worried again. How many pills will be useful? Here are only 6 pills. Jianchu took it, then you. If the medicine could save lives, he was worried that Jianchu would take it all. In case, what should they do if someone is infected again? I feel that the problem now is not a matter of paying attention to drinking water. As for the coming and going in the ward, life and death, I always feel that the problem of parasites is probably no better than the plague. Qin Huari saw his concerns, and said directly, let's use it for Jianchu first. In this situation, saving lives is the most important thing. I will ask someone to find a relationship and see if I can get some more medicine for preparation. Uzaibai looked at them with red eyes, and said in a difficult voice, thank you very much. Qin Huari smiled, you take good care of Jianchu first, I leave the car here for you, drive faster if you have anything to do. Mu Nan also whispered in Jianchu's ear, persist a little longer, and you'll be fine after taking the medicine. Jianchu didn't even have the strength to nod her head, and she couldn't close her eyes after tossing around for the past 2 days. In addition, the medicine contains painkilling ingredients. Although it still hurts, it's much better than before, so I don't know if it's because of exhaustion. He fell asleep or passed out. Anyway, he woke up for a while, and then fell asleep again. Zhu Ming said to Uzaibai, remember to put the medicine away, and don't allow others to see it when you feed it. People have already fought over and killed people because of the medicine that doesn't even know its curative effect. This is really not Zhu Ming scaring them. Just now, when he avoided people to ask a doctor friend about the medicine, that person told him that just yesterday, a patient had finally waited for the medicine that was listed on it because it was too hot. Eager to give it to his family members, he ran towards the ward with the medicine all the way, but was spotted by sharp-eyed people, and rushed to grab it, and finally developed into a group of people fighting, killing 2 people in the chaos. Hearing this, Uzaibai hid the medicine even more deeply, and even if Jianchu took the medicine and got better, he had to be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible, otherwise he didn't know what uncontrollable things would happen. The hospital is not a place to stay for a long time. The medicine has been delivered, and the car is left there for them. Qin Huari and Mu Nan went back in Zhu Ming's car. Go back and sleep first, and come back later to check on the situation. On the way back, Mu Nan couldn't help but said, this situation is like the movie about the wireworm invasion. Have you seen it? Qin Huari naturally watched it. For a while, Mu Nan looked for various disaster movies to watch every day, and he also watched a lot of them together. Zhu Ming didn't watch it, so he asked, what was filmed? Iron nematode parasitism. Mu Nan, yes, the mutated iron nematode, disgusting, was artificially thrown into the river, and then the people who went there for fun drank it into their stomachs and became parasitic. There is a picture of someone dying in the bathroom, was directly burst to death by a large pile of iron nematodes. The man fell to the ground, and then a mass of iron nematodes mixed with blood spewed out. Zhu Ming frowned as what Mu Nan described formed in his mind. It's kind of disgusting. Mu Nan, it's not a little disgusting. We won't develop into the same way in the movie in the future, right? Zhu Ming pondered. It's hard to say. The living environment here is okay. No matter how much water you drink boiled water. But Songjia and Jianchu can be infected in this way. The probability is too high. Mu Nan suddenly turned to look at Qin Huari. Songjia and Jianchu have one thing in common, that is, they work outside. You can see that Uzaibai is fine, and Wu Zheng is fine. Could it be your unit's problem? Qin Huari had suspected it a long time ago. Otherwise, everyone in their yard is doing well, just Songjia and Jianchu. Zhu Ming said, what about the 4 girls? They are from the same office. How are they? Mu Nan shook her head. I haven't said much, so I don't know much about it. Zhu Ming sighed. Whether you're outside or at home, everyone, be careful. I'll ask more people to ask about the situation these days. Qin Huari and the others didn't stay idle after they went back. They had already disinfected and cleaned the inside and outside of the house yesterday. When something happened today, they couldn't help disinfecting it again, and then contacted the brick deliverer to quickly remove the bricks, send it over, and cover the roof as soon as possible. In addition, Chin Huari also dismantled all the water pipes in his home. He also considered the problem of water pollution before, so in addition to letting Munan store more water in the space, he also bought a lot of water filters. Now I don't know which link of these sewer pipes has a problem. Generally, this kind of household water pipes are purified at many levels. It is said that the water coming from the ground is not as easy to be polluted as the water in the water tank before, but now that this problem has occurred, we must find a way to solve it. They have no way to solve the water source, so they can only install a water filter that can hold disinfection tablets at home. It is estimated that they will not drink the water outside for a while, but even if this kind of water is not imported, it must be used for washing clothes and bathing. Insects are washed on the clothes, and the clothes are worn next to the body. It is unacceptable to think about it, so even if you don't drink, you have to work hard to install an extra water filter. But now the situation is unclear, so Chin Huari asked Munan not to touch the water outside. Even if it is equipped with a filter, the water should be used directly in the space. He bought a lot of bottled water before, let alone how much water he used. Save a little bit, use bottled water, it will be enough for a few years, not to mention that Munan saved so much extra water before. For dinner, Chin Huari asked Munan to take out the ready-made things from the space. One is too tired from tossing and tossing today, and the other needs to use water to wash vegetables and do things. Now I don't know what the situation of this parasite is. It's better not to touch it for now. Just eat ready-made ones. As soon as he took out a bowl of soup from the space, he heard a piercing scream from a female voice, so frightened that Munan almost slipped his hands and spilled the soup, but thanks to Chin Huari's hand, Chin Huari was about to go to the window seeing what's going on outside. Munan sighed, the Huang family has started to make trouble again. Chin Huari was a little puzzled. The Huang family? What's going on? Chin Huari works outside every day, and taking a rest occasionally may not bump into the troubles of the Huang family. After all, the Huang family is not noisy every day, so he doesn't know that Munan sometimes wants to gossip with Chin Huari, but he is always disturbed by various things. It was messed up, so I forgot to mention that they were having a fight right now, so I hurriedly gossiped. Do you still remember the girl named Ganwei who Jianchu said last time to seduce him and Songjia? Chin Huari nodded, and still had some impressions. Munan said, some time ago, that girl was pregnant because she was dating the eldest son of the Huang family. The table mahjong is equipped with the conditions to install solar energy. The eldest son and grandson must not be taken care of. At that time, they said that although there is no such condition to hold a wedding, the wedding banquet still needs to be held, and it is not too big. One invitation, for those who often go to their house to play cards, one invitation is enough. Chin Huari said, this is a good thing, the birth of a new life. Munan, it's a good thing. I was still thinking about whether to go and what kind of gifts to give when I went, but the problem was that the girl went out with his brother again for some reason. I heard about it 2 days ago. They were arguing, loudly, asking who Ganwei's child was, but do you know what Ganwei said? Saying it was either yours or your brother's. Anyway, it was just the two of you. Wow, exciting. Chin Huari reached out and flicked his forehead. What kind of stimulus is it? Eat. Munan picked up the bowl and put the rice into his mouth. The Huang family living behind them was still arguing. They could hear the sound of throwing things in the room, and even vaguely heard someone scolding the bitch. I understand, the conditions of the Huang family are really not bad. There are many people, there are many strong men, and there are businesses that come with money. The youngest son of the family, don't you know that Ganwei is with his brother? How much he likes it? Is it really as fun as his sister-in-law? I ate the whole dinner with the background sound of quarreling and scolding. Chin Huari didn't let Munan eat too much for dinner. I took an insect repellent this morning. The instructions said to take it on an empty stomach before going to bed at night. I don't know. Will taking medicine and eating something affect the efficacy of the medicine, so it is better to eat less in these 2 days. Yu Zaibai didn't reply all night. The results came out that night. It was a parasitic infection. The doctor who sent them the results was Zhu Ming's friend. When sending them the results, he specifically told them to take 2 pills first, and then do a test after eating. If there are too many parasites, 2 medicines may not be enough. After all, this is not a specific anthelmintic medicine, but it only contains some active ingredients. Fortunately, the current medicine regulations have requirements. Some other organs will not cause much damage, so increasing the dose has little effect. The next day, Chin Huari and Songjia left in the car of the 4 girls. Among the 4 girls, only one girl had a pustules like Songjia, but she was on her lap, and she was terrified, crying in the room. One night, I thought I was going to die. When Mu Nan sent a message to ask them about their situation, I realized that it was enough to go to the hospital for debridement and treatment, so today I took a day tour to send the girl to the hospital and asked her to register for medical treatment by herself. What people should go to work still has to go to work. After Chin Huai went to work, Mu Nan asked about Yu Zai Bai Jianchu's condition. He said that he had improved a lot, but he might need to take 2 more medicines. Mu Nan wanted to go to the hospital, but he didn't have a car and it was hot outside. The temperature has risen to 40 degrees. Although it is not to the point where people stay in the sun at night, it is still unbearable for people who are prone to sunburn and heat stroke, so I can only watch it at night after Chin Huari and Zhu Ming come back. Do you want to go to the hospital together? There was no way to go out, so I cleaned up the whole house. Although there were only 2 rabbits and 1 small rabbit left, the mother had a big belly again, so she had to take good care of it. After cleaning the rabbit nest, Mu Nan just washed it with water. After taking a bath, the rabbit is very angry. If I don't take a shower, I won't have the appetite to eat at noon. In the afternoon, Mu Nan usually takes a nap for an hour or 2. Sometimes he sleeps deeply, and he sleeps until 4 or 5 o'clock when Chin Huari gets off work. However, not long after he fell asleep today, he heard some noises outside, rattling. Mu Nan thought that there was a leak in the water pipes at home. After all, Chin Huari just removed all the pipes and installed purification and isolation yesterday. He was afraid that Chin Huari did not install them properly, so he had to get out of bed to check. When an arm was covering him horizontally, Mu Nan was conditioned by Chin Huari's training to try to resist cleverly, but almost instantly, he felt a chill on his face, and his consciousness began to drift away. I wanted to break away the hand that was covering my face, but my consciousness was still there, but I couldn't make any effort at all. Chin Huari also taught him this kind of situation. Mu Nan tried his best to hold his breath, slowly relax his body, and close his eyes to accumulate strength. He can't panic. This time, he has prepared many weapons in his space, but he only has 1 chance. People's vigilance, wait for that person to approach and give a fatal blow directly. If the other party is just asking for money, then he will pretend to be unconscious. It doesn't matter if he evacuates the house. He has to calm down. If it didn't work, he took out a lot of cabinets from the space to cover himself up. Although this was tantamount to exposing the space completely, as long as he was still alive, it was better than anything else. But soon Mu Nan's heart skipped a beat, because after the man put him down, he didn't go to search the house, but touched his face. Mu Nan could even feel that the other party was lifting his clothes. Although his consciousness began to, he was uncontrollably a little lax, but his sense of touch was still there. He felt that something cold like a knife was flicking back and forth on his chest and abdomen, as if he was looking for a suitable starting point. Mu Nan was a little flustered. He originally wanted to close his eyes and try to keep his consciousness clear, but he didn't expect that person to approach his ear and whispered with a smile, "I know you're awake." Mu Nan's whole body turned cold instantly. The voice belonged to Liang Yu. Liang Yu caressed his cheek. His eyes were fascinated. "The first time I saw you, do you know what I was thinking? I was thinking, when a knife is stabbed in such a delicate skin, it will definitely be very soft." As Liang Yu said, his fingers moved down from his chest. The viscera area that has no bones but only skin and flesh is his favorite. He likes the soft touch and the pleasure of pulling and tearing with his hands. "I prefer to see this kind of white and tender boy in pain." Liang Yu said to Mu Nan with dissatisfaction, "You said that it would be nice if you were more obedient. Like those people, you can be good friends with a piece of candy and a little food, and then we chat, drink tea. No matter how ignorant you are, I feel so happy to die." You said, "Why you are so wary of me? Can't we be good friends?" Liang Yu threw away the towel filled with sevoflurane and picked up the rope on the side. "Because you are disobedient, so I changed my mind. It must be wonderful to be awake and feel the taste of death. You want to see your intestines. What color is it?" Mu Nan tried hard to open his eyes, and really wanted to scold the pervert. He had never seen such a perverted person in his life, but he couldn't scold him. He didn't know what was covering his mouth and nose just now. No strength at all. Just as Liang Yu approached with the rope, Mu Nan waited for the distance. A little closer, a little closer. He could give the opponent a knife with the last bit of strength. However, just when Liang Yu tried to bind him with a rope, Mu Nan took out a knife from the space and stabbed Liang Yu. The window in their room was hit, and his knife had already reached Liang Yu's body. He didn't have the strength to go deeper, but the huge impact knocked him and Liang Yu to the ground. After 2 rounds, the knife not only sank into Liang Yu's abdomen, but also directly opened a huge and deep gash. Chapter 121. The explosion occurred in Huang's house, which was behind Qin Huai's house, and the window of their room was facing the gate of Huang's house. There was a road that allowed cars to pass on both sides and a courtyard wall that only reached the second floor, so the downstairs is blocked by the courtyard wall, and the damage to the glass of the house is not bad, but the glass on the third floor was directly shattered. And this shock, on the contrary, made Mu Nan's more and more lax consciousness awake. Although the huge sound and vibration made his whole head buzz, he couldn't hear the slightest sound, and it was difficult to even open his eyes, but he knew that Liang Yu must die. Liang Yu must not let Liang Yu talk about the matter of him taking the knife from the space. But he didn't have the strength to climb over. He was at least 1 meter away from Liang Yu. He couldn't take out the objects in the space and drop them in a free fall posture. If he could, he would have smashed the other party to death. But he can adjust the angle at which the item is taken out. So Mu Nan lay on the ground, stretched out his hand hard, and took out a heavy wardrobe from the space, and leaned towards the place where Liang Yu was. The moment the wardrobe appeared, Mu Nan closed his eyes as if evading. With a bang, he completely let his consciousness disperse. It was the Huang family that suffered the most casualties. The reason for the explosion of the Huang family was caused by the messy things in their family during this period. Boss Huang's eldest son is called Huang Wenbo, and the youngest son is called Huang Wuxing. There is only a 2-year age difference between them. One is 25 years old and the other is 23. The eldest son, Huang Wenbo, is relatively taciturn. Either he is honest, or he is more introverted. Silence. The reason why Gan Wei put the target on him is to see that he is introverted and silent. The youngest son, Huang Wuxing, may be because he is the second child in the family, and there is an older brother on top of him. He has been mischievous since he was a child, but he has a sweet mouth and can coax others. I didn't see him. However, some things really cannot be forced. At least after Gan Wei hooked up with Huang Wenbo, she was temporarily satisfied materially, but her spirit became more and more unbearable. Such a dull and silent person made her feel heartbroken just by looking at him. Irritable, so the sweet mouth and coaxing Huang Wuxing became her new choice. Originally, Gan Wei wanted to hold Huang Wuxing well, and then break off with Huang Wenbo. Anyway, she has been carefully hiding the relationship between the two of them, and has not publicized it. It turned out that she could not die. She was pregnant, but she really didn't know whose child it was. Huang Wenbo took it for granted that the child belonged to him, because they were in a relationship, and he would tell the parents on both sides when the relationship between the two went further. Now that he had a child, he could not wait to tell the parents. This is a good thing. No, it is necessary to be secretive. And Huang Wuxing also has some feelings for Gan Wei. This is his first woman, and she is so beautiful, but with his brother's child, it can only be said that they missed it. With him, they were still talking about finding a suitable opportunity to have a good talk with his brother, so Huang Wuxing felt that the child belonged to him. So this matter collapsed. 2 men and 1 woman made this kind of thing. These 2 men are still brothers. Huang Lao is so angry that 2 of his brooms are broken. For Gan Wei, who looked at him before, I don't want to wait to see a pretty good girl. I've never seen one who doesn't love herself so much. She even complained about the Chen family who took in Gan Wei. After all, her son and brother have always had a good relationship. How to deal with yourself? And Gan Wei is not afraid at all. She is pregnant with a child. No matter who it is always one of the 2 brothers. When her aunt and cousin scolded her all kinds of resentment, Gan Wei was so annoyed to death. It's not her parents, they are just 2 relatives. That is, they have a little kindness to take her in. Why do you say that about her? And Gan Wei, who is annoyed, directly lives in Huang's house. At first, the Huang family also wanted to find a choice, but now there is no way to determine who the child is. But as Gan Wei said, no matter who it is, it belongs to their family, so they plan to wait for Gan Wei to give birth to the child, come down, and then do a paternity test. But this process is not tolerable, especially Huang Wenbo. He is silent and introverted, but it doesn't mean that even the green grassland can accept it silently, especially if that person is his younger brother. This incident forced the man who had been a man of few words before to be violent. He wanted to drive Gan Wei out, while Huang Wuxing wanted to keep Gan Wei. The 2 brothers had fought several times. On the day of the explosion, the family broke out again, and Huang Wenbo's eyes turned red with hatred. This time, he didn't fight with his younger brother, but directly with Gan Wei. As long as the child was killed, he didn't believe that his parents could do anything. Tolerate a woman like Gan Wei marrying his younger brother. Gan Wei is also not to be outdone. She is smart, but only a little smart. Seeing Huang Wenbo's crazy and reckless appearance, she knows that she will not be able to stay in Huang's family in the future. If her child is gone, or the child is born, she is definitely the one who will be abandoned. Now it is not what it used to be. It is not enough for you to seek legal help. In this period, it is too easy for a woman who has no support to be abandoned at will. So seeing Huang Wenbo's hateful eyes, Gan Wei couldn't help but burst out with great malice. Since she won't let her have a good time, then don't make it easy. When pulling the flames of war for her in front, he lit the curtains. Now that the weather is getting hotter, many families have done a good job of shielding and protecting the inside and outside of the house early, so that the sunshade can also reduce the consumption of the air conditioner. Huang's house is a card game, and the air conditioner needs to provide enough air conditioning, so inside the outer 3 layers of shelter, this lighted a little curtain, and soon the fire was out of control. Huang's family was busy putting out the fire. Huang Wenbo didn't see the fire at all. He was still staring at Gan Wei. While running, she kicked up fiercely. Gan Wei was almost 3 months pregnant, and the kick turned red almost instantly. Then there was no strength left to get up, but no one cared about her anymore. The whole family, they were all on fire. Seeing that something was wrong, the members of the Huang family quickly grabbed what they could take away and ran outside. However, on the roof, there was a solar energy unit that was installed not long ago. When it was caught in the fire, it exploded directly. This explosion even brought the air conditioners in the house to blow up one after another. The whole house of Huang's family was about to be blown up. With the fire and the explosion, even if there was a little distance between them, the residents in front, back, left, and left were afraid of being burned, so they ran out of the house quickly. Those who work in Mu Nan's yard go to work, and those who are in the hospital are in the hospital. Only Wu Zheng, who is currently on the night shift, is left. As soon as the explosion happened, Wu Zheng took Mu to the outside of the yard, but he found that he didn't see Mu Nan outside. What's the matter with Nan at home? She hasn't burned it yet. If it burns later, it will be too late to run away. So she hurried back to knock on the door, but there was no answer no matter how hard she knocked. Nianyu also yelled after her master in panic. It was a mess. Wu Zheng knew that Mu Nan was at home, but there was no answer after knocking for so long. Thinking of the explosion in Huang's house just now, he hurriedly wanted to kick the door. At this moment, a muscular man wearing a camouflage vest rushed in. Is there anyone else in the room? Wu Zheng didn't care who this person was. It's good to have someone to help. He nodded quickly and said, go to the garage door is easy to kick. The man followed Wu Zheng to the garage. After pulling open the iron gate of the garage, there was indeed a relatively thin wooden door inside. The wooden door could not even withstand the man's feet. Mu Nan ran to the 3rd floor and saw Mu Nan lying on the ground, and there was obviously a person under the overturned cabinet, and there was blood in all kinds of glass shards in the living room on the 3rd floor. Wu Zheng was so frightened that his heart stopped suddenly. He checked that Mu Nan was still breathing, and hurriedly followed the person who kicked the door to lift the cabinet. His hands were shaking with fright. He was afraid that the person under the cabinet was Qin Huari. But when the cabinet was lifted open, there was a stranger inside, with a knife on his stomach. Wu Zheng hurriedly said, this is not from this family, I don't know him. The man checked and found that the one with the knife on his stomach was still breathing, so he asked Wu Zheng to carry him outside. He picked up Mu Nan, who was on the ground, and ran outside. This one was obviously still alive, so naturally he had to go first. Grab those who can be saved. The man holding Mu Nan just ran out of the yard when a car stopped at the entrance of the yard. Zhu Ming was supposed to go to work today, but the person who went to work with him had something to do tomorrow afternoon, so he wanted him to lead a shift, so he said today let him rest in the afternoon. He will help people go to work tomorrow afternoon, so he will come back after lunch. But he saw thick smoke billowing from afar. Before the car stopped, he saw Mu Nan being hugged out. Zhu Ming jumped out of the car, and when he saw Mu Nan's expression, he hurriedly said, put him down. The man was puzzled, but he did as he did and put Mu Nan on the ground. Zhu Ming quickly helped Mu Nan up a little bit, and Mu Nan vomited after a while. The man was startled, and soon Wu Zheng carried out the seriously injured one. Seeing Mu Nan throwing up, he quickly said, what's wrong? Did the explosion just hurt you? Zhu Ming said with an ugly face, he smells of sevoflurane. Wu Zheng didn't understand at all. What is sevoflurane? The man who helped him kick the door to save people said, it's a drug, a contraband, and the most common tool used by some rapists. Wu Zheng turned his head to look at the man who was seriously injured and covered in blood. He didn't need to think about what happened. He turned his head to look at New because someone turned into the yard, but New didn't call. They had been arguing all afternoon, all kinds of disturbances. I don't know if it was because it affected New or this person is really too recidivist. He knows everything about their yard, so he is very careful in his actions. Today, he and Nan are the only ones in their yard. There should have been Uzaibai, at least one family, but Uzaibai is guarding the hospital now, so there are only 2 of them left. So if this person turns over from Uzaibai's yard, it's possible that New didn't notice it because it's a building away. If this is the case, then this person is really very deliberate. He didn't follow him for a long time, and the timing was so accurate. Seeing that Nan fell into a drowsy sleep after vomiting, Wu Jing worried, "Are you all right? Are you going to be sent to the hospital?" Zhu Ming, "Yes, I'll drive, you support him, don't lie down." It's equivalent to inhaling anesthesia. Usually anesthesia requires an empty stomach. Just because you're afraid of vomiting and suffocation after anesthesia, you'd better call Chin Huari. Let Chin Huari find a relationship. The problem of excessive anesthesia dose will be very serious. If he has a relationship, it is best to go to the hospital for examination as soon as possible. When Chin Huari received the call, his eyes went dark, and he held onto the table so that his legs didn't go down. After making sure that they were on the way to the hospital, he turned around and called Shi Yuanfei immediately. Shi Yuanfei didn't delay, and finally there was a time when he could come in handy. Well, it must be done properly by someone. Before the car arrived at the hospital, Wu Zheng received a call telling them to change their route and go directly to the military doctor. The final result was of course no major problem. The dose used was not high. If it was too high, Nan couldn't bear it at all, and lost consciousness the moment he covered his mouth and nose. How could he fight back? When Nan woke up, he saw Chin Huari. As soon as he opened his eyes, his nose turned sore and his eyes turned red. "Brother." Chin Huari picked him up and said, "I'm here. I'm sorry Nanan, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you at home alone. At a time like this, I actually let you be at home alone." Nan quickly withdrew from Chin Huari's arms, and said in a hoarse voice, "You are wrong to think this way. You are completely blaming the victim. You can't attribute the fault to the fact that this happened because you were not around. You should blame it. It's all attributed to that pervert. It's his mental distortion." Chin Huari quickly comforted him, "Okay, it's not my fault. It's because that person is too bad. Is there any discomfort? Is it dizzy? Are you feeling sick?" Nan shook his head, feeling like he had slept, but he didn't get enough sleep, and he was so tired that he panicked. "Throat hurts." Chin Huari said, "Drink some water. The drug you inhaled hurts your trachea, so you need to take care of it." Nan drank a few sips from the cup in Chin Huari's hand. Thinking of that Liang Yu, he subconsciously looked around, only to realize that he was in a separate ward, but he didn't care about it, and asked Chin Huari in a low voice, "Is that man dead? He saw me take the knife out of it." Chin Huari said, "Don't worry, although he was not dead when he was carried out, such a serious injury cannot be saved, don't be afraid." Nan reached out and hugged Chin Huari tightly. "Although I know he's a bad guy, he seems to have done the corpse dismemberment cases before, although he didn't say anything, but from the information in some words, it can be heard that his death is to eliminate harm. But I still..." Chin Huari kissed his hair and said softly, "You didn't kill, you just defended yourself. He wanted to kill you, you just counterattacked normally, so don't blame yourself, don't keep thinking about it, and you didn't kill him. It was Huang. The house was on fire, and the force of the solar explosion knocked over the closet and knocked him over, remember?" Nan nodded, seeing Chin Huari's peace of mind, made him relax slowly, even forgot to ask why he was able to live in a separate ward, and fell asleep again leaning on Chin Huari's body. Seeing that he could still fall asleep, Chin Huari breathed a sigh of relief. In the past 2 days, he asked Shi Yuanfei to say hello. Without affecting his health, he gave Nan more sleeping ingredients in the medicine to let him sleep more, a little bit, so that you won't be thinking wildly, and when the time fades, the impact and influence of this incident on Nan should subside a little. When Shi Yuanfei came over, he saw Chin Huari staring intently at the man in his arms. He actually couldn't understand the relationship between the 2 men. It wasn't disgusting, but he couldn't understand why a man would treat another man who was also a man. Produced love, although he didn't understand it, but he respected it. Seeing Chin Huari's eyes at this moment, he suddenly seemed to have a little bit. He could only feel something called love in an indescribable way. Probably because he had been watching at the door for a long time. Chin Huari slowly put Nan back on the bed, got up carefully, walked out of the room and closed the door, before saying, "Where is that person?" Of course Shi Yuanfei knew who he was asking, and said, "He's dead, but he hasn't been rescued." Seeing Chin Huari's expression, Shi Yuanfei said, "Are you trying to say that you've made him cheap?" Chin Huari looked back with a calm expression. "You will die if you abuse him 100 times and wait for the end of him. Why waste that time?" Shi Yuanfei thought in his heart, "You said that now, when Mu Nan was just sent in and pushed in for an examination, your expression was not what you are now," but he just muttered in his heart, and then said, "Your house, the damage is a bit serious. Several windows are shattered, and the walls are cracked, but fortunately, it's not a big problem. I'll find someone to fix it for you, and make sure that when your little lover is discharged from the hospital, the house will be cleaned up." Only then did Chin Huari say, "Thank you." Shi Yuanfei smiled. "What is there to thank for this? Compared with the contributions you made, this small matter is nothing, and it can be regarded as good luck. The river next to you has not yet dried up, so you can draw water from it in time to light the fire. Put it out, otherwise, in this weather, every house has covered the windows, and if the wind blows a little, I am afraid it will burn." Chin Huari said, "Are the casualties serious?" Shi Yuanfei breathed lightly. "Forget it, there is only a mother and daughter left in Huang's family who were cleaning the playing field on the first floor. When the fire caught fire, they ran out in time. The others died on the spot if they were serious. 2 of them were burned too badly, but still alive. It took a lot of pain to die, and the Chen family next door, the old couple who lived on the 3rd floor, were gone. They didn't run out, and everyone else suffered burns and bombing injuries to varying degrees, except for these 2 families, and their houses one after the other were damaged to varying degrees, but luckily no one was hurt." Thinking of the person who helped save Mu Nan by kicking the goal back then, Chin Huari said, "Is that person one of yours? Where is he now? I want to thank him face to face." Shi Yuanfei said, "It's not ours, it's just a retired soldier named Yu Feng who came from across the province. Before that, he followed the army to help in the rescue in Liangang City in the next province. He didn't come back until the environment there was almost stabilized. Come back to look for relatives, and the house you live in is the one next door to yours, which is bought by his sister to get married. So as soon as he came back, he came here first, wanting to see if his relatives are there. When they chose this house, although the house was not rough, it was just a simple decoration at the handover level, and it probably didn't have time to decorate it. Feng's elder sister is probably gone, otherwise her house is still there, and it is impossible to think of a way to get it back." Shi Yuanfei said, "Among the existing surviving personnel, we helped to find them. Without his sister, he probably would have been mentally prepared, so his emotional response was fine. He didn't mention the matter of the house, and resubmitted the housing application. For a person like him who has made great contributions to rescue, the higher-ups will arrange a place for him as soon as possible, and it is estimated that the 2 days are busy with settlement, so I will contact you." Chin Huari nodded. There was still someone in the room to take care of, so Shi Yuanfei didn't talk to Chin Huari for too long. He said everything that should be said, left a car for Chin Huari to make it easier for him to come and go, and then left. The person Shi Yuanfei found was reliable, and the broken doors and windows were quickly replaced, and the ground covered in debris and blood was also cleaned up, not to mention restoring the entire house to its original state, but most of it was taken care of. As for the neighbors, they had to hire someone to repair and deal with the aftermath, because Shi Yuanfei took care of Chin Huari's house with soldiers with this technical skill himself. Regarding Liang Yu's matter, I did an in-depth investigation afterward. In addition to finding some crime tools in his home, the most important thing is a bit of minced meat frozen in his refrigerator. It can be confirmed that it is the victim of the second body dismemberment case, body tissue, but after the above investigation, Liang Yu didn't eat the meat himself, but stared at some good-looking young boys, lured them with food, first broke into the opponent's heart, and then killed them after prescribing drugs when they were not prepared. Songjia followed Wu Zheng and Yu Zaibai to see Mu Nan, and sighed deeply. Our yard really doesn't know if it's bad luck or something. All 3 of them ended up in the hospital. Mu Nan was taken aback. 3? Songjia, Wan Yu, Wan Jianchu, and Hu Xuan next door. Yu Zaibai also stayed in the hospital every day during this time. He still saw the explosion at his home from the news. Jianchu's condition has improved a lot in the past 2 days, so he came here with Songjia to see Mu Nan, so the situation at home, he didn't know too well. Hearing what Songjia said, he also asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Hu Xuan?" Songjia looked at Yu Zaibai. "The parasitic infection is the same as the pustules on my back last time, but she is more serious. Her entire leg is covered. Debridement can only clean the surface. The doctor said that the worms are going to her bones anyway. Hu Xuan suffers from pain every day, and it is very likely that her leg will be amputated." Hearing this, New Nan felt terrified. Are the parasites so serious now? What the asterisk is that? This Uzaibo is better than them. After all, Jianchu is still in the hospital, and he has heard more news. It is a mutated tapeworm carried by red-headed mosquitoes, so some people are infected after being bitten by mosquitoes. This kind of worm is parasitic, some are water pollution, but the main route of transmission is mosquitoes. This kind of worm is originally a kind of intestinal parasite, but it used to be infected by eating unclean meat, but now it is infected by water and water. Mosquito bites can cause infection, and the vitality is quite tenacious, and the host is no longer limited to the intestinal tract. Yesterday, Jianchu and their ward were admitted to a patient with parasites in their brains. Everyone gave a cold shoulder almost at the same time. In this world, I am afraid that no one can live anymore. Chapter 122. New Nan didn't stay in the hospital for too long. The things he inhaled were not heavy. Maybe Liang Yu didn't intend to let him die too comfortably at the beginning. Of course, it's better for this person to leave the hospital early. It's not necessary. Take up medical resources. After New Nan was discharged from the hospital, Qin Bing also came to see him once. Qin Bing was originally in charge of patrolling the area, and now he is also responsible for the explosion and the mutilation case here, so he naturally knows more about it. Liang Yu should have been eyeing you a long time ago. There are several pictures of boys in his mobile phone, including the 4 boys who were mutilated at the beginning, and the victim in the second case later, and yours. In addition, there are 7 other people, from the 1st district to the 3rd district. The common feature of these people is that they are male, young, cute and harmless. New Nan couldn't hold back, and scolded the pervert again. Qin Bing said, it is true that he is a psychopath, and he takes pleasure in torture and killing. The current environment is restricted, and there is no way to investigate his past, but from the people who have been in contact with him, he mentions his younger brother more often. Big, similar to the targets he was eyeing, so the source of his massacre, the person who caused his psychological distortion, is likely to be related to his younger brother. He has a strong sense of anti-reconnaissance. First secretly select the target and then avoid contact with others. He uses his gentle temperament and appearance to lower the target's vigilance, and then pretends to be a warm and familiar character to approach the target. New Nan said, but when he approached me, there were many people beside him. We met when we were collecting our ID cards. Qin Bing, so he is interested in you on a temporary basis, which is also related to the fact that you hardly go out. If you don't go out, he has never seen you, but suddenly saw you, which is very in line with his goal and intention, and even your obvious guard is more exciting. When we arrived at him, after there were almost no people in your yard, we chose to break in. We checked the traces. He came in through the wall next to your house, which is Zhu Ming's side, and from your house the back door was broken and locked. At that time, the Huang family was noisy and covered up a lot of voices. He acted extremely carefully and didn't even disturb New. If there hadn't been an explosion, for a murderer like him who had no social interaction with the victim, if you want to catch him, I am afraid that many people will be killed. Qin Huari poured a glass of ice water and handed it to Qin Bing. Now we can confirm that the murderer is only Liang Yu, and he has no other accomplices? Qin Bing nodded. He has no accomplices. He didn't kill for profit, so he doesn't need accomplices. Qin Huari said, can you help us pay attention? Where can I buy dogs? It doesn't matter if you eat a lot of large dogs that are more lethal. Qin Bing said, okay, I'll keep an eye on it for you, but it's probably hard to find it now. It's a pity that the girl next door to you has been neutered, and that dog has good genes. You can only pay attention to this matter, and there are dogs at the army base, but the dogs at the base will not be allowed to breed casually, and they can wait until a certain age, so if you want it, you can only wait and see. After Qin Bing left, Mu Nan was dragged upstairs by Qin Huari. The situation at home was fine. The balcony door and windows were replaced with new ones, the cracked walls were filled, and the furniture in the house was not lost. Big, there is not much furniture at first. Mu Nan is still thankful. He has always been careful not to put too many things outside that cannot be had at this time, and he has already habitually finished eating or putting them away in the space, otherwise he would go to. In that incident, people rushed in to rescue him and saw a pile of fruit or food that would never be available in his house at this time. It was really over. Mu Nan's follow-up reaction was better than Qin Huari's thought, although he was a little scared this time. After all, he was gesticulated by that pervert with a knife on his body, but the matter is over, and he has died once. This time it was just a near miss, so Qin Huari told him not to think about it anymore, and he really didn't want to, but Mu Nan felt that it was the way he was scared and didn't dare to see the cabinet smashed down in the end. It's a kind of escape. The fact that he can deceive himself without seeing the picture has nothing to do with him. His throat was raised for a few days, and the pain was gone when he was discharged from the hospital, but Chin Huari still stared at his diet. Besides, Chin Huari planned to install more doors in the house. Listening to Chin Huari's plan, Mu Nan couldn't help but said, "Well, it's a small third floor. We're not sharing the rent with others, so the house won't look good after this." Chin Huari, is it important to look good or to be safe? Let's do it this way first. Build a door on the second floor and a door on the third floor. When the roof starts to be built as a planting house, remove the partition between Jianchu and the others. Then install a door that can be locked inside and outside, and if there is any situation at home in the future, with a few more doors, you will have more time to run. Mu Nan looked at Chin Huari. Then when will you go back to work? Chin Huari smiled. Who didn't want me to go to work the last time? Now the temperature has risen again. It was already 47 degrees yesterday, and it will break through 50 degrees in a few days. There are many nights out. It's safe. Can't I stay at home? Mu Nan shook her head. I want you to not go to work when you don't want to go to work, but I don't want you to not go to work because of me. You see, you installed a few more doors in your house, and then this kind of thing will definitely not happen again. And how can there be so many perverts in the world? This time we are unlucky. We can still be targeted by perverts when we go to get an ID card. Just be careful in the future. Chin Huari said with a smile, I didn't resign when I went to work. I just asked for a few more days off. I'll go to work after the doors are installed. Mu Nan was relieved. He really didn't want Chin Huari to be here. He worked hard outside, but he didn't want to let Chin Huari stay at home with self-blame and guilt because of what happened to him. It would make him feel even more uncomfortable, and he felt more and more burdened. The accident was blamed on herself, and Mu Nan felt a little better. Chin Huari has indeed planned to resign, but obviously not now. Resigning now does not do any good except to bring pressure to Mu Nan. As Mu Nan said, there are not many perverts like Liang Yu. It may not be the second time, but the current insecurity is also a fact, but nothing should happen again in the short term. Another one, he had to solve Jian Xuan's hidden danger before resigning, leaving a person who hated them behind his back. Chin Huari might not be able to sleep peacefully at night. On the second day after Mu Nan was discharged from the hospital, Jianchu was also discharged from the hospital, but compared to Mu Nan who was not discharged alive and well, Jianchu really suffered a serious crime this time, and his stomach was almost killed by parasites. After taking the Duoming medicine, because the medicine worked, but the dose of the effective medicine was not enough, and it was not specifically for this kind of mutated insects. When killing the insects, it hurt so much that I almost went into shock. There were still 2 days left on the plate of Duoming medicine. I had a checkup before leaving the hospital, and the intestinal injury was serious, and I bleed once, almost perforated. When I got home, I was carried upstairs by Yu Zaibai. Mu Nan went to take a look at Jianchu. It's only been a few days and he's almost lost weight. He's so out of shape that he's almost unrecognizable. He looks like he's saved his life. Jianchu herself was in such a miserable state, she still didn't forget to ask Mu Nan, are you okay? Are you scared? Mu Nan hurriedly said, I'm fine. Are you still in pain? Jianchu shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm alive. Thank you for the medicine. It's not those medicines. This time it's really fatal. Mu Nan asked, did you drink unboiled water? Apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any other way of infection. Jianchu said, how is it possible? No matter how thirsty I am, I won't drink raw water. It should be the food in the canteen, or the soup in the canteen. It's just that I'm unlucky and infected. As far as their information building is concerned, the number of infected people who eat in the cafeteria has exceeded 20 people, and he is one of the unlucky ones. The infection time is about the same before and after, so there must be something wrong with the food they eat together. Of course, it is not without compensation, but what can be compensated is a little extra wages, some food, and a job that can be returned to at any time after self-cultivation. But how many people can have intestinal infection Duoming medicine to save their lives? This is not like Songjia who was bitten by a mosquito and infected. The bites, as serious as Hu Xuan, are also fatal, so even if Jianchu is discharged from the hospital now, the depleted body cannot be recovered in a day or two, and it is naturally impossible to continue to work, but there should be compensation is still required, and a few months more salary is given, which is a fortune anyway. New Nan saw that Jianchu's condition was really bad, and after talking to him for a while, he gave Yu Zaibai a few moxibustion sticks and left. Now that he knows that red-headed mosquitoes are one of the biggest sources of infection, of course he must be well prevention. He can't give you mosquito coils. There are no mosquito coils for sale outside now, but everyone knows that they have some moxibustion sticks, so the family gave some. So don't save your life and be caught by mosquitoes with problems. Take a bite and it's to die for. Back home, New Nan saw that Chin Huari was staring at the head of a water pipe at home, so he hurried over. What are you looking at? Chin Huari pointed to the place where the filter was connected. The filter Chin Huari bought was transparent, which meant that he could directly see the water before and after filtration. At this moment, there were several white stripes in the section where the filter was connected to the water pipe. The bugs swimming in the water, but they were blocked by the filter and failed to pass through the filter. Because they were blocked, they accumulated a lot, and there were more than 10 of them at a glance. New Nan's scalp felt numb and his stomach felt nauseous. Chin Huari patted him on the back and pushed him away. Go and stay in the room. New Nan looked disgusted. Then why are you watching such disgusting things here? Chin Huari said, I'll take these bugs out and try to see if our disinfectant tablets can kill them. It's not safe to rely on this filter alone. Although we don't drink this water, we wash clothes and vegetables to clean our house. Both are needed. If the filter can filter out some, and then use a disinfectant to kill some, double insurance is safer. New Nan handed Chin Huari a box of disinfection tablets. Look, I don't want to watch this, it's too disgusting. Especially since he almost drank this bug into his mouth and brushed his teeth that morning. It was even more disgusting. No way. This kind of worm seems to be able to grow very large. Although it may only be 1 or 2 centimeters long now, it is said that it can grow very long. Jianchu's stomach is also infected with this kind of worm. When it grows to infinity, New Nan's whole body is going to be bad. Chin Huari found a bucket, removed the filter, poured the accumulated bugs into the bucket, and put a bucket of water in the bucket. It was obvious that there were a lot of bugs in the pipes, so they just put them here. There were a few more worms in a bucket of water. Chin Huari put a disinfectant tablet in the bucket and didn't take care of it anymore, and after a few hours to check, those worms were all quite dead. The effect is good, it can be used. New Nan glanced at it from afar. He had just eaten, so if he took a closer look, he might not be able to bear it. They are all dead? Chin Huari nodded. You put a slightly larger container in the bathroom, the transparent one. New Nan was puzzled and said, why? Take a shower after accumulating water for disinfection? Chin Huari said, I'll modify it and connect the water pipes connecting the washing machine and the shower to the container. Install a filter on the water pipe, put a disinfectant in the container, and install a filter on the faucet at the outlet. Although it's a bit troublesome, but this kind of 3-layer filtration is more secure. But the water with disinfectant tablets cannot be used for watering vegetables, and the water from the kitchen on the 2nd floor is used for watering vegetables. I also installed a filter in that faucet, but for watering vegetables, 1 layer of filtration is enough. New Nan felt that doing this once did increase a lot of sense of security, so he quickly searched for the container in the space. Their bathroom is quite big, there should be a space for a bathtub. New Nan found a large container about 2.5 meters high and 2 meters long to put it against the wall, and there were a bunch of tools and pipes that Chin Huari wanted. After spending most of the night, the container was finally refitted. 2 holes were opened one after the other, one for the water inlet, and one for the washing machine and shower outlet. The whole container is transparent, and the water source inside can be seen at a glance. There is a cover on it, which can prevent mosquitoes from polluting the water source. Throw 2 disinfectant tablets in from time to time, and then clean the container regularly. Although it is tossing, it is safe to use water. As for eating and drinking, we can only use the stock of bottled mineral water in the space. Anyway, there is a lot of it, and it can be used for a long time if it is saved. The outbreak of tapeworms is very serious. The above has already popularized the science of this kind of insects in great detail on the official website, but under the existing conditions, in addition to trying to prevent mosquito bites, we can only use it after boiling the water as much as possible. After mutating, the vitality of the worm is very tenacious, but it has not been able to survive the boiling water of 100 degrees. To ensure safety, the water source must be boiled for more than 10 minutes, so as to effectively kill the eggs and other parasites carried in the water. But the problem is that not all people in residential areas have the conditions to boil water, especially after the weather gets warmer. Many people come from other places, some are transported from indoor isolation points after isolation and observation, and some are I left the urban area early, but after a winter, I couldn't bear to look for them. As long as the people who come have been quarantined and observed without getting sick, the government will accept them all, and try to arrange work and accommodation, but there are conditions good or bad. Whether they live in townhouses, apartment buildings, or some small buildings built behind them, the conditions are not bad. At least water, electricity and gas are supplied. But now there are still a bunch of people crowded in a big house outside. Those in the shed are all waiting for a place to live and arrange work. Apart from eating the big pot of rice handed out from above, there is no such condition to eat and drink by themselves. They can only eat whatever can be posted on it. Although after the outbreak of tapeworms, canteens in many places have raised the hygiene and safety of food to the highest level, but your food is fine after cooking at high temperature, but it is a hot weather. The problem is that when the weather is hot and all kinds of mosquitoes are infested, it is a miracle not to get sick and infected. More and more people are infected, the situation is getting more and more serious, and the temperature is getting higher and higher, making the already harsh environment even worse. The increase in temperature makes food more prone to spoilage, and mosquitoes, I don't know if they have gone through a baptism of extreme heat and cold, and their heat resistance is higher. The climate outside is more than 50 degrees, not only there is no slight reduction, but more reproduction. The higher-ups had already organized 2 extermination operations, but they couldn't last for a few days after the extermination, and the number of flying mosquitoes increased again. At this time, Chin Huari also resigned and went home. For a capable person like him, the higher-ups naturally tried their best to stay, but Chin Huari has already decided. No one can make him change except Mu Nan. When he resigned, it was already a month after the last accident. The few people who followed Chin Huari at the beginning watched Chin Huari pack up his things reluctantly. Brother Chin, are you really quitting? Such a good job opportunity. Chin Huari sorted out his own books with a smile, and there were some documents to be handed over to the next person. Don't do it. When the work becomes a dangerous thing, there is no need to continue. In particular, he wants to those who solved it have already solved it. Jiang Xuan was infected. Just a week ago, when the tapeworm first broke out, a lot of people who ate big pots of rice were infected. Naturally, many of them were infected in this information building. Perhaps it was not because the food had not been cooked at high temperature for a long time. Cooking, or some carrying process, may be polluted by flying mosquitoes, but Jiang Xuan is lucky, he has been fine. But he was fine, but his mother was infected, with many pustules bitten on her body. Originally, her husband had just left not long ago, and now this kind of thing happened again. Once there were more pustules on his body, all kinds of inflammation would be induced in his body. Jiang Xuan didn't even have time to find a relationship to send his mother to the hospital, and his mother left up. This incident has dealt a big blow to Jiang Xuan. He has twisted it to the point of blaming Chin Huari for his mother's death, because his mother lived in a small building with a messy environment, and the living conditions were not good, so mosquitoes would be attracted. If Chin Huari could allow his parents to live in the second district, his father would not die, and his mother would not die. The distortion of so many years of obsessed love directly made Jiang Xuan lose his mind. He couldn't deal with Mu Nan, who stayed at home and didn't go out, but he was able to deal with Chin Huari. He was in the same office, so it was really easy to deal with. For this reason, he specially collected a bottle of polluted water. He raised the little bugs for several days. When there were more and more bugs, Jiang Xuan knew that there must be bug eggs in them, so he picked out the live bugs and poured the bottle of water into Chin Huari's inner thermos. Little did they know that the glass of water went into Chin Huari's cup with its front foot, and Chin Huari put its back foot into Jiang Xuan's kettle. If Chin Huari hadn't given him the opportunity, how could Jiang Xuan add ingredients to his water so smoothly? After that, Jiang Xuan waited every day, waiting for something to happen to Chin Huari. But Chin Huari went to and from get off work normally every day, and still ate good food every day, with a ruddy complexion and no signs of discomfort. He even collected water again, wanting to give it to Chin Huari again. But he hadn't acted yet. When he went to work that day, he suddenly had a stomachache and couldn't straighten up. This symptom was too common these days. Although I knew that ordinary physical contact would not cause infection, the people sitting next to Jiang Xuan immediately dispersed and did not dare to contact him at all. Jiang Xuan suddenly panicked. It is not that there is no cure for parasitic infection. Ordinary anthelmintics are enough. but the problem is that there is no medicine at all now. In the chaos, he saw Chin Huari's indifferent eyes, and when he met his eyes, he even smiled slowly at him. At this moment, there was something he didn't understand. He wanted to rush over to question, but his stomach hurt and he was so dizzy in panic that he didn't have the strength to rush over at all. The day after Jiang Xuan was diagnosed with the infection, Chin Huari handed in his resignation letter. Now more and more people are infected. The mosquitoes outside are fine during the day, but they fly overwhelmingly wherever there is light at night. The key is to adjust with the temperature. People have started a new round of day and night, so the higher-ups can be considered considerate. They only say that they want to come back in the future, and they can do it at any time. After all, it is difficult to find such a worry-free and capable employee. Before leaving, Chin Huari finally gave a few bottles of kimchi for everyone to share. It was quite pleasant to get along with each other for a few months. It needs to be used, just a little kimchi. The kimchi in his Nanan space is like the current mosquitoes, overrun. Chin Huari resigned, so Songjia was left alone. In the end, he discussed with Wu Zheng, and he simply resigned. Wu Zheng's work went smoothly. For safety, Wu Zheng brought his own food every day. The weather is hot, and the food is easy to spoil, so the conditions are limited, and I can only bring some durable pancakes and steamed buns every day. Songjia also started to plant in the house, but what he planted was not vegetables, but grass. He decided to grow alfalfa, which was easy to feed, and sold it to Munan when he harvested it. Munan could buy it to feed the rabbits. If you get fat, you sell it for money, and an industrial chain is formed so happily. Chapter 123. The current planting conditions are slightly better than before. In the past, you needed to dig the soil yourself, but there is not much soil to dig in the dry and cracked land. Whether the soil is nutritious or not is another matter. It is difficult to find the source of the soil. More and more houses are being built, and many roads are paved with concrete to keep them clean, so there is no place to dig the soil. But the above should be very advocating family planting. Now that food is in short supply, if the food planting can be distributed to each household, the pressure on the above will naturally be slightly less. So when Songjia asked if he could buy soil and seeds, although the price is not cheap, it is still available for sale. He bought another pile of planks and nailed them into wooden strips. Like Chin Huari and his family, they filled the soil and planted strips. After Chin Huari resigned and returned home, the happiest person was naturally Munan. There are many people who are sick outside now. Although the chance of this patient spreading to others is very low, there is no need to avoid the crowd like the plague, but mosquito bites are even more difficult to prevent. The weather has also become hotter, and his brother can resign and go home, so he feels more at ease. After resigning, Chin Huari spent a few days building the planting house on the roof, installed an air conditioner, and extended the heating pipe to the roof directly, so that he could wait until winter. If there is a power outage, the boiler on the first floor can also provide a little heat to come up. After the living room on the third floor was cleaned up, the two spent a day cleaning it up. From now on, the third floor will be their living area completely, separating the planting area and the breeding area. The clean living environment will prevent people from getting sick, will be much lower. In order to prevent the mosquitoes that might be attracted by the vegetable pots upstairs and downstairs from flying over, Chin Huari added a screen door to the gate installed on the third floor. Wearing mosquito coils, and then turning on the air purifier, there is almost no need to go downstairs to stay on the third floor if there is nothing to do. When the inside and outside of the house were smoothed out, the house behind them that was bombed before was also rebuilt. The house where the Huang family lived was severely damaged, and the house next door, the Chen family, was also severely damaged on the third floor. The downstairs was all right, but the fire passed too quickly at that time, so it was completely burned. Only Huang's second daughter-in-law and daughter are left in the Huang family, a mother and daughter. The two old men of the Chen family are gone, and the two brothers of the Chen family are also in trouble. Because the younger brother blamed his sister-in-law, these things in the Huang family would have never happened without Gan Wei, so he blamed all the deaths of his parents on the body of the sister-in-law. The eldest son of the Chen family doesn't think so, but the problem is that he still has two children, and his children can't live without a mother, but the family is still broken up, and even the mother-in-law who had a good relationship with him before, he can't do anything about it now. Treated it rationally, knowing that they are not at fault, but it is a fact that their parents are gone because of this. The family that used to be very warm can never go back. The surviving mother and daughter of the Huang family vented their hatred of losing their family members on Gan Wei's aunt and cousin, a woman. When New Nan was just discharged from the hospital, it was the time when the two families had the worst quarrel. There were still 2 floors of the Chen family's house, and now there was no hotel outside where people could stay temporarily. So the mother and daughter of the Huang family directly when they lived in Chen's house, the two families either fought or quarreled every day. It would be difficult for anyone to deal with this matter. The originally wealthy family would be gone if they said nothing. No one could bear it. Even if the doors and windows are closed now, New Nan can hear clearly at home and will pay attention to it at first, but the noise is too frequent, and sometimes there will be a scene in the middle of the night. It's annoying, but no matter how annoying it is, I can only endure it. At worst, I just watch movies with headphones on. Although his home was seriously damaged, many doors and windows had to be replaced, but no matter what, it was a coincidence that the explosion happened at the exact time of the explosion, and he knew that his entire home was gone, so it was not for such a reason. A little compensation to make trouble. Their family doesn't want it, but the two families behind and the neighbor's house that was burned a little by the wind, of course, it's impossible not to pay compensation, so what if people die? In the current environment, how many people die every day? Big. How scarce supplies are now. Windows and broken doors can't be repaired quickly. How can the heavenly beings bear such heat? It's natural to see the sky. Later, it was the youngest son of the Chen family who couldn't take it anymore and left alone. Then one night, the eldest son of the Chen family took his wife, children and mother-in-law with him. Although the relationship with his wife's mother could not be restored to the past, he couldn't do it to make him leave his wife, so he took them away together. The Chen family is gone. The mother and daughter of the Huang family have nowhere to go, but they want to stay, no matter what. This is a place to shelter. But those families who can't afford the compensation and can't unite. In the end, he packed up everything he could take and left. The tragedy in the courtyard at the back came to an end in front of everyone. As for their future life, no one cares about it. They just think of it occasionally, and when they think of the compensation they failed to get back, some people will cursing and cursing. Although the lease term of this house has not yet expired, everyone has left, and it is impossible for the bond-up house to be empty. The two houses were flattened and rebuilt. Therefore, in the almost completely unified architectural style of the second district, there are two houses with very different appearances were slowly erected. The window of New Nan's room is facing the back, and you can see it clearly from the 3rd floor. The speed of building the house is really fast. It didn't take long for the two small 3rd-floor buildings to be built, but the decoration is probably not as good as that. If the conditions are met, at most scrape a layer of putty, so as not to sleep in a brick house. New Nan leaned on the window and looked at the building behind, and when he heard Chin Huari's voice entering the room, he said without turning his head, "Brother, what kind of residents do you think will come here? So many people died in this house. Even if the whole house, if it is knocked down and rebuilt, some people will think it is unlucky, right?" Chin Huari put a few cleaned and disinfected towels on the shelf under the air conditioner, and said, "It's good to have a place to live. Many people outside don't even have a place to live." Now the temperature has risen again. Today's temperature is 55 degrees. The surface temperature is already in the 70s. It's all like this, who still chooses a house, and the environment in our area is relatively good. A single family does not need to contact too many people. If you want to live here, I'm afraid you have to fight for a house fan. New Nan said with emotion, "Fortunately, you decided to live here. If you had to live in that apartment building, you still don't know what would happen." The environment of the apartment buildings in the 1st district is not bad. Compared with the sheds in the outer city, it is already very good, but the living is too dense. Some families have more than a dozen people in a small house of 60 square meters. People have to come in and out, and the elevators are overcrowded every day. Although the water supply is normal now after it gets hotter, the current water is terrible water. People who even take a bath are frightened. In case there is a wound on the body, once washed by water with worm eggs, it is easy to be infected, and this infection is fatal. However, the source of water is not so easy to solve. Live insects can be filtered out, but invisible microscopic insect eggs are not easy to filter. Even disinfection is not enough to disinfect the water source that supplies millions of people. Now the population of their residential area has exceeded 1 million, but this is not the survivors of the entire city. Apart from their residential area, there are several other residential areas, but now the road is being flattened a little bit, and vehicles have started the transportation exchanges between them have also maintained contact with each other. The surviving population that has been counted is 6 million. This is the data after their city updated their ID cards. Those who are suffering from the plague in the city center have not been counted. It is a good thing that there are many survivors, but when new problems occur and there is not enough life-saving medicine, then this is a terrible thing. Although they are locked in the house and have almost no contact with people outside the 3rd district, but now the coverage of the local area network is getting bigger and bigger, and they can see more and more things from the internet. The situation outside is transmitted through some photos. It was also frightening to watch. Because of this, Munan was even more grateful that he followed Chinhuari in the first batch and chose the good seat in the 2nd district to settle down. Chinhuari hooked his hands, and Munan jumped off the bay window and threw himself into his arms. "What are you doing?" Chinhuari raised his chin and pecked lightly on his lips. "I want to kiss you." Munan turned his head and refused to kiss. Chinhuari pinched him on the waist. Munan fell on Chinhuari's body, just about to fight back, when he heard the sound of the iron gate being opened in the yard. The two stopped playing, and when they arrived pulling open the curtains on the balcony and looking out, it was the girl's car coming back. Now that street lights have been installed outside, the weather is too hot, and almost all the places where you go to work have turned day and night upside down, and you can't go out during the day, so some activities that you can go out can only be moved to night. Street lights, not to mention bright as day, at least those street lights are not the dim ones before, they are large spotlights with high wattage, so they are very bright. Anyway, they are now powered by solar energy, and the power is sufficient, so people can see clearly from a long distance up. Because they could see clearly, there were only 3 people in the car that came in. Thinking of Hu Xuan, whose leg was amputated due to a pustule infection, Munan asked about the situation in the group. Hu Xuan was infected more than a month ago. At that time, the condition was very serious. In some places, there was no way to debride the worms, because some worms were about to penetrate into her bones. In order to prevent further infection, the hospital recommended amputation. If a beautiful girl is amputated, how will she live in the future? Now it is not the same as before. There are many job choices, and even the conditions are too poor to receive social relief. Now that she has no leg, how many people are willing to take care of her? Such a drag. Hu Xuan couldn't accept the reality that there were only a few pustules, so why amputation was about to happen. In the end, it was her little sisters who promised again and again that even if they get married in the future, they must live together and take care of each other. It is better to count on sisters than to count on men. Can't believe what kind of people each other is. In the end, it was easy to talk about it, and finally persuaded Hu Xuan to accept the amputation, because if there is no operation, even the amputation will not be able to save her life. Surgery is naturally successful, but follow-up treatment and prevention of infection are the most critical. At that time, after Hu Xuan's operation was over, they went to see it together. Every family had money to give money, and what to produce. Nunan's family had only one little rabbit left, and they were going to raise it until 5 or 6 years old. I ate it myself at the age of 1 month. Now that Hu Xuan had such a major operation, she needed to replenish her body, so Munan sent a rabbit and some tomatoes and peppers. These are the only things that can be shown in his family. However, Hu Xuan's recovery was not good. One was the shortage of medicines. Many medicines for amputations were not available. Another one was that the environment in the hospital was not very good. With the outbreak of parasites, the hospital was overcrowded, and the wards were full of people. Such an extra bed, even the aisles are full of people sleeping. All kinds of people come and go, especially these people are infected with parasites, the bugs burrowed into their bodies, and the screams one after another can't be quiet for a moment. Hu Xuan couldn't rest well in the hospital, and the food she ate was not nutritious. In the end, her condition became worse and worse in the hospital. The doctor prescribed some medicine for her to go home and take care of her. It has only been less than a week since I came back. Yesterday, Hu Xuan seemed to have a fever. The condition was very bad and she was rushed to the hospital. The girls didn't come back all day yesterday. There's nothing they can do to help. The reason why Jianchu was able to add a hospital bed to leave earlier was because the situation was serious at that time, but it did not erupt as seriously as it is now, so now there is no way to give Hu Xuan a back door. I can only say that it depends on other aspects such as sending meals and the like. Those of them who are not working at home can still do a favor. Nunan originally wanted to ask how Hu Xuan was doing, but before the girl replied, she heard a very miserable cry, which seemed to be from Sun Sai Sai. Nunan and Chin Huari looked at each other. The situation doesn't seem right. Chin Huari said, "Go and see." Nunan nodded, and then changed into another piece of clothing. Although it was hot, he had to wear long-sleeved trousers and sprayed with mosquito repellent when going out. If he wore short-sleeved shorts, even the mosquito repellent would not be able to stop the mosquito's attack. Because Sun Sai was crying too loudly, even Songjia and Yu Zaibai came out. Jianchu had no choice, his health was too poor, and he was still being raised now. Yu Zaibai would not let him go out at all. If he was bitten, then too dangerous. Sun Sai was sitting at the gate of her house crying. Yang Jing, who had just parked the car in the garage, also had red eyes. Songjia looked at them and said, "What's wrong? Is Hu Xuan not feeling well?" When Songjia asked, Sun Sai cried louder, and Tu Wan, whose hair was cut even shorter, said, "Hu Xuan is gone." Several people immediately looked at each other. Yu Zaibai frowned and said, "Isn't she still able to talk yesterday? She even greeted us when you left." Yang Jing said, "I can't get in at the hospital, there is no medicine, and we can't get a number. We have been waiting in line for a day, but we still can't get a number. I want to ask for medicine first, but there is no one. We asked Xuan Xuan before, but he said that the hospital can't get any medicines out now, so he finally found a place to lie down, and kept cooling down physically, but the temperature couldn't drop, and the amputation site didn't heal, and the infection festered." Sun Sai cried and said she wanted to eat bozai cake, which was something she could only eat when she was very sick when she was a child. She said she wanted to eat it, and she said she would go home if she knew it. At home, it's better to get married early. She took my hand and called Mom, and kept saying sorry, saying that she was homesick, wanted to go home. Oh. Tu Wan rubbed Sun Sai's hair. Sun Sai and Hu Xuan have the best relationship. Sun Sai is lively and detached, while Hu Xuan is quiet and elegant. Compared with her and Yang Jing, who has a hot personality, Hu Xuan is the most tolerant of Sun Sai. They lived in the same room again, and now that Hu Xuan was gone, she held Sun Sai's hand and said something before she died, which must have had the greatest impact on Sun Sai. Sun Sai was tired from crying, sobbing and murmuring, "I couldn't find bozai cake, and I didn't let her have one last bite." Niu Nan asked Yang Jing in a low voice, "Then, has Hu Xuan been taken away?" Yang Jing nodded. A week later, use her ID card to collect the ashes. The few people didn't say much in the yard. They went back to their respective houses after getting a general idea of the situation. There were too many mosquitoes outside, so they couldn't stay for long. And the people are gone, so there is nothing to say, except to feel the horror of the red-headed mosquito and the mutated tapeworm again. Let everyone be more vigilant and pay attention, facing the current environment. They have no other way. Chin Huari and the others had to go through 3 doors on their way home, one of their own. After entering the door, they walked around twice on the 2nd floor where the mosquito coils were lit, then entered the door on the 2nd floor, and sprayed diluted toilet water again at the door on the 3rd floor to disperse them. Take a look, although you can't see any mosquitoes when you get here, but the 3rd floor is a residential area, so it's better to be careful before entering. After such a layer of protection, I took off my clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower after going up to the 3rd floor. After such a short time, and the long-sleeved trousers were stuffy, my body was already sweating. Thinking that there should be nothing to go out, it is more comfortable to take a shower before entering the bedroom. After taking a bath, the two of them wiped each other's bodies with face towels soaked in toilet water. On the one hand, they checked whether they were bitten. Prickly heat. After such a procedure, you can comfortably eat and watch movies in the room. But today the two of them were in no mood, and they lay down on the bed when they got back to the room. Although they didn't have much contact with the girls, they had been living here for almost a year, and they still had some basic friendships. They lived so close. Now that the person is gone, it is impossible to act as if nothing happened, and this is the first person among the people they know to see that they are gone. Before going out yesterday, Hu Xuan waved goodbye to them. Niu Nan lay in Chin Huari's arms for a while, and whispered, "Sun Sai seems to be still crying." Chin Huari caressed gently on his smooth arm. "Sure, we've lived together for so long, a big living person, if he says nothing, he'll be gone." Looking at the things around that still have the breath of the other party's life, I want to be together for a while. It might not be easy to get out. Niu Nan, the scene of them frolicking and moving in seems like it just happened yesterday. Chin Huari didn't speak, but the caress continued, and Niu Nan was just emotional, thinking of what happened not long ago, and thinking of Hu Xuan, and said, if you didn't prepare the Duoming medicine, then Jianchu would be gone too. If it wasn't for Chin Huari's careful preparation, he didn't buy insect repellent at all, and he didn't even think about it, then there is no medicine at this moment, and Jianchu can't save him. They didn't have any medicine in their hands, and now that the parasites broke out like this outside, I'm afraid they would live in fear and panic every day. Now that they have medicine, they always have a little bit more confidence than others. It's really thanks to Chinhuari's comprehensive preparations. Chinhuari said, in 2 days, take that imported box and eat 1 daily insect repellent. New Nan turned to look at him. Will it be bad if you eat so densely? Chinhuari, no, it's been more than a month. The daily insect repellent can be eaten once a season. You almost drank water with insects last time, so it's better to pay more attention. This time you eat it. When it's over, remember the time. If there is no problem, eat it once every 6 months, mainly to prevent accidents. New Nan nodded, turned over, and stretched out his arms to hug Chinhuari. I hope the higher-ups will find a solution to this bug sooner. It's more difficult than the sun. Just hide from the sun. These mosquitoes that bite people everywhere, the food that may be contaminated by mosquitoes flying over, and the unclean water source are terrible. Chinhuari raised the blanket a little higher and covered New Nan's shoulders. Sleep. New Nan snorted. I can't sleep. As soon as Chinhuari raised his hand, New Nan said, don't hypnotize me. Chinhuari smiled. If you really can't fall asleep, you won't be able to fall asleep even if I touch the back of your neck. You're obviously sleepy, so why do you have to stay up? New Nan hugged Chinhuari's arms. I just feel that it's not good that I can still fall asleep when someone is sad. What's wrong with this? Everyone's sorrows and joys are not related to each other. Go to sleep. The female rabbit is about to give birth again. New Nan hummed, it should be these 2 days, my stomach is getting bigger, and it should have been born a week ago, and I don't know why it hasn't been born yet. Just after New Nan finished speaking, the phone under the pillow vibrated, and he took it out to see that it was Yang Jing who was speaking in the group in the compound. New Nan said to Chinhuari, Yang Jing is asking, when the time comes, Hu Xuan's ashes will be taken away. After I get it back, can I bury it in the yard, and bury it next to the wall on their side? Chinhuari, let's go with them, we don't care. Anyway, he and New Nan are not people who pay attention to these things, and they don't think it would be so bad to bury ashes in the yard. New Nan saw that Yu Zaibai answered yes in the group, and also replied, it's okay, you can watch it, we don't mind. After Yang Jing sent a few words of thanks in the group, he stopped talking. New Nan put down the phone, sighed again, and didn't think about it anymore, hugged Chinhuari tightly, closed his eyes and went to sleep. As soon as New Nan opened his eyes the next day, Chinhuari said to him, the female rabbit gave birth, and this time she gave birth to 8. New Nan swept away the shadow of yesterday's death in an instant, and ran to the 2nd floor to see the 8 newborn lives without washing his teeth or brushing his face. The days are like this, with ups and downs and occasional surprises. Chapter 124. 8 little rabbits, red and hairless, like newborn mice, instinctively started looking for milk before opening their eyes. New Nan was afraid that it would be too weak for the female rabbit to give birth to so many at once, so he generously gave a pile of fresh and tender alfalfa to nourish. As for feeding, he still needs to observe. If it is not enough, the female rabbit will abandon the weakest one. These rabbits are all meat. If the mother rabbit refuses to feed the weakest one, then New Nan will have to use artificial feeding. Fortunately, after 2 days of observation, every little rabbit was able to eat enough, and even opened its eyes. They can eat and drink, so they don't worry about growing up. There are 8 of them. Why should he keep 2 this time? Eat rabbit meat. He didn't eat any of the batch that was born last time. Chinhuari, who was passing by New Nan, glanced at him. Wipe your drool. The family has never broken a meat. Look at the green eyes. New Nan touched the corner of her mouth subconsciously. It was dry, and couldn't help but glared at Chinhuari behind his back. There's no saliva, it's a lie. But if you have meat at home, you can't forget your good friend. New Nan sent a photo of the little rabbit to the group. 8, but they are still young. They were born only 2 days ago, and they haven't been divided into male and female. Do you have any? Don't have anyone you want to raise? I can reserve it for you. Songjia wanted to raise it, but she also thought about her own environment, planted so much grass, and a dog. After thinking about it, she said in the group, I will grow some grass, and you can feed them to make them fatter. When I grow up, I will buy meat from you again, and I will stop raising it. Yu Zaibai, Songjia, can the grass planted by your family feed the 2 families? I would like to try to raise it. Yu Zaibai submitted a job application on the farm before, but his major was not suitable for him. Even though he was young and had a master's degree, he still failed. Not long after that, something happened to Jianchu, and now he has no one to take care of him. Being tormented by parasites, the body wears out too much, especially the damage to some internal organs. Now abdominal pain and diarrhea are a daily occurrence. It may be that the nutrition is not absorbed enough. If the movement is a little bigger, the eyes will turn black and stand unsteady, too empty. Even if Usai passed the job application 4 other positions later, he didn't go, so he thought about doing something at home to make money. Songjia, I don't know, the grass hasn't grown yet, and I don't know how much we can harvest, but my brother said that in 2 days, I will repair the roof of the building and expand the planting like Chinhuai's family. If I also want to raise rabbits, so I can grow some grass at home. I still have some grass seeds here, so you don't need to buy seeds, just buy some soil. Thinking about the situation of Jianchu's family, Mu Nan said in the group, I have some seeds here. If you want to make the roof, you can buy bricks. My family has a lot of cement, so you don't need to buy any more. How much is naturally not much, but he has it in his space. Anyway, no one knows how much his family bought last time, just take out a little. Everything costs money now, and Yu Zaibai and Jianchu may not have much money in their hands. After the opening of the official mall, Yu Zaibai bought the most in their yard, mainly food, and those expensive but small nutritional products. Let's grab it together, this must be for Jianchu to eat. Jianchu's body is so badly injured, and he can't recover in a day or 2, so if you can help them save some, save some. Yu Zaibai is considering the feasibility of this matter, and at the same time, he also needs to plan for the little money left in his hand. After all, buying bricks or soil is not cheap, but if he can make a fuss, then the follow-up income can maintain a balance of expenses, so let Mu Nan help him keep a male and a female first. Mu Nan said, okay, I'll keep it for you, so that when your rabbits are raised, they will be exchanged with you in the future. After several generations of breeding, the exchange of breeds should not be considered in breeding. Now he can only keep on breeding 1 male and 1 female at the beginning because he is afraid of inbreeding. Although the problem of inbreeding of rabbits is not serious, Mu Nan always feels that this is not good. Anyway, he has no intention of making the rabbits bigger. Strong, it is enough for the family to eat some meat, so avoid it if you can. If Yu Zaibai's family is raised, after a few generations of breeding, he will replace the female rabbit with another one and focus on the raw one. It's not kind, there's no one staring at a hare. On the day Yang Jing and the others went to collect Hu Xuan's ashes, another serious incident happened. The people living here were all transferred from the city center later. The earliest survivors in the outer ring area moved to Anzan City with the government early, that is, some areas along the mountain, where the land is sparsely populated. The people who first went there were to avoid the plague, because they migrated shortly after the earthquake, so they took away a large amount of supplies. When the people in the urban center were still worrying about a little food and medicine, the people who migrated to Anzan City had already passed away. Reconstruction started, including residence, animal husbandry, planting, medical care and so on. By the time they moved out of the city center and started rebuilding, the lives of the survivors in Anzan City had gradually moved onto the right track, so in the previous cold winter, they could still deliver meat supplies to relieve the food pressure here. But now, as the frozen land thaws again and temperatures rise again, many new problems have erupted, one of which is the infestation of mosquitoes. These mosquitoes bite and parasitize not only humans, but also animals. The most unexpected thing is that even the soil has worms. Insects in the soil are a common occurrence. In order to prevent the worms growing in the soil, people often use some drugs that do not harm the soil nutrition and planting plants to kill the insects. But now those insecticides have failed, and the potatoes planted, sweet potatoes, corn, and upland rice, when people found them, had their roots eaten away by grubs of unusually large size. Seeing that the harvest is about to be harvested, the indoor planting that has worked so hard for so long, and the painstaking care of the whole winter, waiting for this batch of food to relieve the pressure of survival, is inspiring, but in the end, it was caught by those disgusting ones. The fat worms were rotten, and almost none of the things that could be snatched up were left. This blow was no less than another earthquake collapsed in people's hearts. The plants are hopeless, and the domesticated animals are not much better. The mosquitoes are driven away, the water source is purified, and the feeding is more careful than that of human beings. But those animals still get sick, and one roar if you get sick, that's a spread of infection throughout the farm. Looking at the dead pigs and cows, the sick chickens and ducks, and even killed several farm employees. No matter how difficult life is, as long as there is food to eat, but now seeing the death and failure of crops, those people who really cannot bear the despair and pressure of the doomsday choose to live in more suffering. Before it comes, free yourself. Even though the two residences were not connected to the internet, the incident was too much trouble, because they knew that food cultivation and animal husbandry had also started on their side, so the higher-ups informed each other about the situation. This notification, the farm side immediately organized manpower to turn the soil. As a result, the situation was not much better than that in Ansan City. The same flood of insects gnawed away the roots and seedlings, but because the crops on their side had not yet grown, they could replant after cleaning up a batch, which would not cause heavy losses. But if no effective insecticide is developed, the grubs in the soil will never be killed. Chin Huai doesn't work in the communications department now, so the channels for getting news are limited. They raise rabbits and farm at home every day. Ming came back and told them. Zhu Ming is also working on the farm now, but he is a veterinarian. Some time ago, when the mosquitoes flooded, these veterinarians began to get busy in order to prevent the animals on the farm from getting sick from mosquito bites. Now the animal husbandry over there has been affected. They naturally had to be more attentive, and finally came back to rest for a day, so they hurriedly told the friends in the yard to stock up on food. The place for the small meeting was in the living room of Jianchu's house. Because Jianchu was not in good health, he couldn't walk too far, and it was too hot outside. I was afraid that he would not be able to bear it, so we decided to hold it in the living room of their house. Wu Zheng went to work. Before, when he could go out during the day, he was on the night shift. Songjia was still at work at the time. He was afraid that there would be no one at home, so he specially assigned the night shift. Now it is too hot to walk outside during the day, so he just went to work. I went to work at night. Songjia came here alone, without New. The mosquitoes outside are too scary now. There is still a patient in this room. Duoming, so it is better to pay attention. Zhu Ming analyzed the current situation for them. Because of the disconnection of the network, not many people here know about it, but Ansan City has already messed up for food. It is said that it is not just us. What happened here? All the new survivor cities across the country have suffered losses to varying degrees, but there are slightly more pests in the south than in the north due to the terrain. Newnan looked at Zhu Ming. In the official mall, there are still food for sale, but the purchase is also limited and you have to grab it. If this batch can't be planted, our country stock can survive, right? Zhu Ming sighed and said, how long can we endure it? The earthquake has lost so much. Anyway, try to buy as much food as possible now. Nothing else matters. The most important thing is to eat and drink. Songjia had a bitter face. There are insects in the water. I drink water carefully now, and burn it twice before I feel relieved. Newnan was a little curious. What kind of insect is that grub? Zhu Ming described it to him. Silkworms, no, fatter and bigger, that's what it is. Newnan snorted, and asked again, can I eat it? When he asked, the two Songjia who had been infested by insects and Jianchu who was leaning on the sofa instinctively retched twice, and Newnan quickly covered her mouth in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I won't ask any more. Zhu Ming, it can be eaten. On the premise that you can't die from eating, you can eat anything without food. You can eat bark, roots, and even soil. But the timing of this appearance is not right, and it may not be easy to promote it. Songjia said, anyway, I don't eat it, it's too disgusting, I can't stand it. The pustules on his back before made him have a shadow over all the bugs, and he couldn't accept it just thinking about it. Zhu Ming smiled and said, it's just that the timing is not right. Now the parasite outbreak is very serious. There is no medicine. Those infected people died of pain one after another. The color of the insects changed one by one. Even if there is a food crisis, and how many people can get through this mouth? Chin Huari said, is the situation in the planting area on the farm not good? Zhu Ming shook his head, it's not good, everyone's hair is gray, but no matter how bad it is, the planting can't stop. Zhu Ming said and looked at Yu Zaibai, didn't you pass the application you submitted last time? If you submit it now, we need people now, a lot of people. Yu Zaibo said, no, I don't think about going out to work for the time being. I have already discussed with Munan, and when his little rabbit grows up, I will raise it. Rabbit. Jianchu knew that Yu Zaibai was doing it for himself, but in the current situation outside, he didn't care if he didn't go out. After telling them some recent situation, they sat and chatted for a while and then went home. Munan sighed as he walked. Chin Huari held his shoulders. We won't worry about food, so why sigh? Munan, I'm afraid that everyone will have no food at that time. What should I do if it really gets to that level? Chin Huari, it's really reached that level. Let's leave here secretly. We have a car and gas in our space. We can drive away, go to a place where there are no people, and find a place deep in the mountains to hide from the world. We will spend 10 or 20 years. Come out again. New Nan imagined that scene. Then the two of us will really become savages. Chin Huari smiled and said, savages are savages, and with all the food and clothing we have, they can't go anywhere. Knowing that the food harvest was poor, New Nan panicked and started hoarding. But his family had a lot of money, and what he hoarded were things that seemed to be hungry, but expensive and high in calories. You can't just buy nothing, because everyone lives so close. Even if you don't know every stitch and thread of what you buy, you can generally see it. But soon, staple foods and other things can't be grabbed in the mall. It's not that they can't get them, but a new way of buying them. Buying by the number of households and district by district is just like the previous online supermarket. Similarly, you can only buy once a week, and all the things you buy are limited. Originally, they didn't know much about the affairs of Ansan City, but the food was suddenly limited to purchase, which immediately made some sensitive people aware that something was wrong. Of course, some people think that this way of purchasing is better, because they can't fight quickly. I always can't get it, now it's limited, everyone has a purchase quota, so don't worry about not being able to get it. New Nan and the others are not short of food, so the sense of crisis is not bad, but they are worried that when the food harvest is almost wiped out, the currency will plummet, so they stock up some seeds, recharge the electricity bill, prepay half a year's rent, and some things that are not limited to online purchases can be used as they should be. In the end, there are only a few hundred yuan left in Chin Huari's account, which makes him feel more at ease. After the little rabbits grow up in 2 months, we can sell a few of them first. If food is scarce at that time, the price of this kind of live meat should be more expensive. While feeding the rabbits, New Nan was calculating the family fortune with Chin Huari. Chin Huari picked a batch of mature peppers. When this batch of tomatoes is finished, we can replace them with other types. Some of them will grow fast and harvest well. Let's grow Chinese cabbage. I will exchange some seasoning with them. Just before the sauerkraut jars found in the ruins have also been emptied, and when the Chinese cabbage grows, it can be made into spicy cabbage for takeaway, and it is not easy to spoil after storage. New Nan said, okay, I still have a lot in my space. Speaking of which, we haven't eaten for a long time. Let's make fat beef kimchi pot today. Chin Huari looked up at him. Is it hot? New Nan, isn't it good to eat hot pot in summer? Otherwise what would you say to eat? Chin Huari said, I can make pickle cakes for you. New Nan refused. I don't want it, it's dry, I want to eat fat cow. Chin Huari saw through his little thoughts at a glance. If you eat hot pot, you must drink iced drinks when it's so hot. It's no wonder you don't run back and forth in the bathroom when you eat this cold and spicy one. Seeing that Chin Huari didn't speak, New Nan hurried over. Brother tilde tilde. Chin Huari, you said it yourself. How old are you? Still acting like a baby? When the two were bargaining, Zhu Ming sent a message in the small group, and New Nan exclaimed, Zhu Ming is amazing, you can still get food at this time. Chin Huari glanced at it, and Zhu Ming asked in the group. A batch of high-priced grain asked them if they wanted 5 yuan a catty, and now the rice that can be grabbed online is 1 yuan a catty. Not long ago the price of rice was 1 yuan 2 catty, later the price increased to 1 yuan per catty. But what you buy online is the kind of rice mixed with coarse grains. The rice is not white and good rice. A catty is expensive, but after the food problem broke out, I am afraid that even 10 yuan per catty may not be available. Chin Huari said, what do other people say? New Nan said, Songjia said in the group that they want it, but how much they want will have to wait for his brother to come back and discuss it. Chin Huari glanced at the remaining balance of less than 600 in the phone, and said, let's buy a little too, and we'll see how much they buy, just buy something similar to them. New Nan quickly replied in the group, and soon Yu Zaibai also replied, saying that if you don't stock up on food now, it will always make people feel uneasy, and you can't really wait until there is a shortage of food to eat bugs. When Zhu Ming came back from get off work, everyone discussed how much to buy. Wu Zheng said, otherwise, how much money do you have to buy? If you need money later, you can exchange it with food. Anyway, besides money, food can also be used now. When the common currency is used, even many people don't want money, just food. Zhu Ming shook his head. It's better to keep a little money on your body, at least keep the rent, water and electricity. Like you and me who have a salary, you can spend all the money in your hands. Keep some for Zaibai's family. New Nan's family doesn't care, it doesn't matter. If you have money, you can exchange it for peppers, which is more valuable than food. Songjia asked curiously, did someone smuggle this rice from above? At this time, rice is sold at a high price. When there is a shortage of food and a famine in the future, will you think that we bought so much and come to our attention? Zhu Ming said, no, although that guy seems unreliable, but this kind of thing should not happen randomly. Jianchu was listening quietly at the side, but now he is very weak, so he is not very energetic, and he seems to have no strength to speak, so he listens a lot and doesn't express any opinions. Anyway, Yu Zaibai can decide the big and small things at home. But when he heard Zhu Ming's words, his focus instantly shifted. That guy? Zhu Ming said, you don't know him, but Qin Huari and the others should know him, it's Yu Feng. Hearing this name, Niu Nan was surprised. Yu Feng was the one who rushed into their yard and rescued him from the upstairs with Wu Zheng. I heard that Jianchu's house was bought by Yu Feng's sister. I came to the house where I was going to get married, so after Yu Feng came back, he went here directly to find someone, but he couldn't find him. He caught up with the explosion and saved him. Later, after Qin Huari settled Niu Nan properly, he met with Yu Feng through Shi Yuanfei, thanked him very solemnly, and bought some belongings for Yu Feng through Shi Yuanfei. There is no place to live, because when his sister bought this house, the area was still under construction, and Yu Feng also came here a few times. Originally, they discussed that after the house was handed over, Yu Feng would help with decoration and the like. So Yu Feng was quite familiar with the roads in this area, so he came here directly. In the end, his sister was not found. Yu Feng himself is a soldier. Although he has retired, he is very aware of some government policies. He is not a messy person. He will not think that this is a house bought by his family, returned it to him, so I directly submitted the rental application and followed the above process. Because the residence had not yet been finalized, Qin Huari directly gave Shi Yuanfei a sum of money to help him buy some things. It would be better to have a middleman for this matter. Give people a chance to refuse, otherwise Yu Feng would not accept Qin Huari's thank you gift at all. For Feng, it was just an encounter, with little effort, and there was no danger at all. He just went up and hugged someone down, and the fire didn't burn out. But for Qin Huari, this saved his life. Thanks Yu Feng, and of course Wu Zheng, but the friends in his yard don't need to be so particular. If they accept it, the matter will be over. Unexpectedly, they did not continue to meet with Yu Feng, but Zhu Ming did. It seems that the relationship is not bad, and even the private channel of rice has been obtained. With the current conditions, if you have money and want to buy it, you can't find a place to buy it. Niu Nan asked curiously, how did you guys get acquainted? Are you still in touch after that day? Zhu Ming smiled and said, he works on the farm, but it's only in the planting area, but it's very close to me in the animal husbandry area, so he has contacted him a few times. As for the process of this contact, there is no need to talk about it. He has seen the soldiers, what the soldiers? Chapter 125. In the end, everyone calculated their family fortunes and discussed. Each family bought 100 katis of rice, which was 500 yuan, which is indeed a lot in terms of the current currency value, but except for Zhu Ming, each family had 2 as a big man. Even if he saves a little food, he still needs a kati of rice a day. Now there are no vegetables, and there are not many things that can replenish oil and water, so the rice can't be less. This hoarding once is only enough for the 3 of them to eat for 3 months. Wu Zheng and his family should be able to eat for a little longer. How to start the fire? I used to eat with Yu Zaibai and the others, but now the ranch provides 2 meals, and there is an extra meal for overtime work. Almost no need to eat at home, but Zhu Ming still stocked up. There is food in hand, and I don't panic. At present, it is Yu Zaibai's family that consumes a little more. Niu Nan whispered to Jianchu, if your family does not have enough food, remember to tell us, don't carry it yourself, let's find a way together. Jianchu nodded with a smile, and said yes, but at least these few months, there shouldn't be enough to eat. Yu Zaibai is already planning to plant it himself. If the pasture can grow out in a few months and the rabbits can be fed, then the conditions will improve in the future. At least, with the help of their friends, their family is living a very good life now. At least they still have a life, so they accept the kindness of their friends, but it is better not to trouble others if they cannot trouble others. Zhu Ming drove the rice back by himself, and it only weighed a few hundred katis. His own car to and from work was enough to carry it. This was due to Yu Feng's relationship, so Yu Feng naturally went with him. When he came back, Zhu Ming also brought it back by car. Yu Feng now lives in the 4th district. The 4th district is a small building, only 5 stories high. The larger apartment type is 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, and the smaller apartment type is 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Living room, Yu Feng lives alone, 1 room and 1 living room are enough. The 4th district is not far from them, 10 minutes away by bike. Zhu Ming wanted to get the rice first, and then drive Yu Feng back. Mu Nan had never seen Yu Feng before. At that time, he was taken down in a daze. Qin Huari was the one who thanked him later. After he was discharged from the hospital, he went home directly. Almost, not thick eyebrows and big eyes, but the facial features are well-rounded. There is a sense of uprightness between the eyebrows and eyes, and the smile is bright and sunny. He should be older than them, but he does not look old, but has the calmness of a mature man. As soon as Yu Feng saw Mu Nan, he smiled and said, "It seems that the body is recovering well." Mu Nan also smiled, "Thank you for what happened last time." Before Mu Nan could say anything, Yu Feng waved his hand. "Hey, it's a matter of little effort, you guys made it so serious. Don't say thank you. I also accepted your brother's thank you. This matter it's over, don't even think about it, so as not to leave any psychological shadow." Qin Huai took out 2 cigarettes. He smelled tobacco on Yu Feng. He must be a smoker. No one smokes in their yard, and he doesn't smoke himself, but he has stocked up a lot in Mu Nan's space. Now at this time, Yu Feng was able to get the channels for rice grains, which proved that there should be many ways, so whether it was saving Mu Nan last time, or multiple friends with multiple ways, there is no harm in getting in the relationship. The cigarettes are not very good. They used to be more than 10 yuan a box, but when Qin Huari handed them over, Yu Feng's eyes lit up, but he restrained himself. Farewell, this is too expensive, take it for yourself." No matter when, this kind of spiritual food is hard currency. The 3 things of tobacco, wine and tea, the more difficult the life is, the more difficult and expensive it is than rice and food. It is absolutely useless to exchange a few cattis of rice for just 1 cigarette. Questionable. Qin Huari said, "No one here smokes, and this cigarette has been left for a while, and I don't know if it's tied or not. Let's smoke it. It's a waste if you don't." Yu Feng can say anything else, but he can't quit smoking. Of course, this is also a different occasion. He only thought about it occasionally for several months during the rescue for so long before. "Yes, I really owe it, but these are all old men, and they have all been brought out, so there is no need to be hypocritical." But he was not in a hurry to smoke, he just smelled the smell of tobacco to ease his cravings. Just now Qin Huari said that they don't smoke here, so there is no need to smoke in front of non-smokers. Some non-smokers are particularly disgusted by the smell of smoke. He still has this bit of courtesy. Qin Huari said, "How is the situation in the planting area now?" There is nothing that cannot be said about this matter. From his point of view, Zhu Ming and the others are not the kind of people who do things out of order, and now the news has been suppressed, but it will be a matter of time before it explodes. It should be said that it is very bad. I have already organized a batch of manual cleaning, but I can only clean up the worms with broken eggs in the soil. Many roots have a dense patch of worm eggs that cannot be removed at all. I started to try hydroponics, but the consumption of hydroponics is too high. I really can only rely on hydroponics, and there will not be many people who can eat in the future. Mu Nan asked curiously, "Can't the high temperature kill all the bugs in the soil first?" Insecticides don't work either. The soil is not untreated, so there shouldn't be so many bugs. Yu Feng sighed, "I wish it was that easy. After all, this is not the small-scale potting soil cultivation at home. If a small pot of soil is cleaned and carefully guarded, the problem will not be so serious. Hundreds of acres of land, this is not a small project." Listening to Yu Feng's description, Mu Nan's whole scalp felt numb. What kind of concept is the pile of worms under the soil? Just imagine the picture and the whole person will feel bad. I can't help but be thankful that the soil for the things planted in his home is the nutritious soil he bought before. Now that these bugs have exploded like this, it feels like it took a whole winter to hatch. After all, these bugs can't happen for no reason. Suddenly it grew more and more, but fortunately his house didn't have so many insects. While Zhu Ming and Songjia were unloading rice, Qin Huari and Yu Zaibai were asking Yu Feng about the farm. Yu Feng knew a lot, not only about the farm, but also about parasites. The production has already started, which is much easier than the plague vaccine, but the production of the medicine is not high, because the raw materials are limited, and the hospital will be supplied first at that time, but I don't know how much can be supplied, and now there is a lot of rush for medicine outside. There are also many scams that come from this. Yu Feng said, "Some people go bankrupt and want to buy medicines from others. Although this Duoming medicine is not like a common household product for colds and coughs, some people do have it in their homes. Those houses that have not collapsed and their items are well preserved can be sold by selling medicines. Even if 1 or 2 pills are profitable, some people took advantage of the loophole, and a lot of money for medicine was gone, and the medicine was gone. No matter when, there will never be fewer such liars. When the money is in place, other people's lives are nothing. Yu Feng told them this to make them feel better. The people in this yard are all young people with good relationships. They are in pairs, and they are afraid that something will happen to one of them, and the other will panic and be deceived. Yes, acquaintance by fate, a sentence or two of exhortations is not a big deal. After unloading several hundred catties of rice into the garage, Zhu Ming drove Yu Feng back, and everyone else got their own. They also asked the girls before if they wanted to buy some rice together, but the girls said no, they didn't have that much money in their hands, so they could only buy the government's quota. New Nan felt that the money might be really low, but it is estimated that there should be a lot of stocks. Anyway, the girls don't seem to be in a hurry to stock up on food, so they don't have much to do. This rice is 50 catties per bag. As I said before, this rice is considered old rice, but it must be good, because it is vacuum packed, and it is not badly preserved. The rice is also the kind of big white rice, not very good, but not poor. In the past, this rice cost about 3 to 5 yuan a catty. New Nan and Chin Huari went home with a bag alone. Brother, have you calculated how much rice we eat in a month? Chin Huari said, it's hard to count, but it's about 30 catties. We don't eat rice every day, but we eat a lot of it. Ordinary bowls of rice are at least 2 bowls per person, and there are 2 meals a day. It's a catty. The main reason is that they don't eat every day. Sometimes they eat hot pot, barbecue, and even some time-consuming dishes, such as shrimp, big bone, and some salt and pepper ribs, charcoal grilled lamb chops, etc. Nan doesn't like to eat it with rice, but prefers to eat it raw with a drink, so the amount of rice consumed by their family in a month is really not easy to calculate. After the two of them carried the rice into the house, New Nan directly put it into the space. Let's put this kind of rice, which is neither good nor bad, first. Chin Huari bought a lot of rice, and they were all good rice. I don't have the habit of eating the bad ones before eating the good ones. These days, one meal is one less meal. If there is something good that you want to eat, you can eat it quickly. If you don't have a chance to eat it later, isn't it a pity? Probably frightened by what Yu Feng said just now, after looking at the little rabbit, New Nan ran to dig the soil. Fortunately, their soil was prepared before the end of the world, and it was planted at home. Suffering from mosquitoes, I looked at several vegetable pots, but none of the insects Yu Feng mentioned was found in them, and the vegetable roots were not full of insect eggs. Fortunately, if there are bugs, I don't want these things anymore. Chin Huari watered the vegetable pot beside him, and even the water was filtered, which further reduced the possibility of worms. Maybe in the future, these worms will become the most food for people. New Nan shook his head, almost shaking his head. I don't want it, I'd rather starve to death. Chin Huari laughed when he heard the words, then it really smells good? New Nan rolled her eyes. Don't worry, it will never be really fragrant. New Nan and his family don't have bugs, but Songjia's family is miserable. Fortunately, Songjia and Wu Zheng are either afraid of bugs, or they are disgusting. Especially Songjia has been infected, and it is even more disgusting. The grubs that were as thick as a finger and the ones that were not as big as a fingernail were dug out from the soil and thrown into the bucket. Songjia couldn't see the scene at all. What should I do? I can't stand it anymore. Why don't I plant it? Wu Zheng smiled and said, what's the matter? It doesn't bite people. We don't have many soil pots in our house. We turn them over a few times a day and they can always be cleaned up, unlike the farm, where they are planted directly in the ground. That bug is of course very difficult to clean up. Songjia rubbed her arms. Stop talking, I'm going to die. Wu Zheng continued to laugh, then looked at New New, who was watching him digging the soil curiously, and asked, New New, do you eat meat? Nianiu tilted her head and let out a whimper. Of course, it is impossible to feed dogs. Who knows whether this kind of bugs can be eaten now, but Wu Zheng still built a fire in the yard, and directly threw the cleaned up fat bugs into it and burned them. The smell of burning protein is quite attractive. New Nan leaned on the balcony and looked down for a while, but only for a while, because it was too hot. As he entered the room, he said to Chin Huari, don't mention it, it smells good when it burns. Chin Huari smiled and said, the law of true fragrance. New Nan clicked his tongue in distaste. I will never be really fond of creatures like worms. Originally thought that Chin Huari's talk about eating bugs was just talking, or it would happen in a long time. After all, the food is still in supply, but unexpectedly, there will be deep-fried products online soon, and the name is actually obtained directly. It is called fried protein, and there is one catty in a pack. Maybe in order for people to eat it, the bugs are all processed. Instead of frying a whole one directly, it is cut into cubes. It may not be easy to cut into cubes before, but now, those grubs are so fat that they can be as big as the palm of an adult. Once all these are fried, the original shape cannot be seen, but it will be introduced below. Introduce the name, appearance, and even the function of use, as well as the distinction between grubs. There are actually differences in this kind of insects. Some like to eat roots, and some like to eat rotten things. Of course, the ones that are promoted now all eat roots. It is said that some of these insects can also be used as medicine. Good, unacceptable, disgusting even at a glance. Although this needs to be deep fried, and there are even plenty of seasonings, such as cumin, salt and pepper, chili powder, etc., but a pack is very cheap. It only costs 50 cents per catty, and you can buy 3 catties for $1. New Nan originally thought that there would be no market for this kind of thing when the parasites broke out. After all, people have already talked about the worms, and many people who are infected with parasites have no medicine and are in pain in the hospital. It's life and death. But seeing the icon that sold out soon, New Nan turned to look at Chinhuari. I was naive. Chinhuari pulled the man into his arms. Would you like to buy a pack and try it? New Nan shook his head frantically. They are not short of meat, they are not worth it. Facts have proved that as long as it is edible, even if the population is greatly reduced now, it can still be eaten from flooding to artificial breeding. Not to mention, the chickens, ducks and geese on the farm are now short of food, but this will increase the labor cost, because it needs to be cleaned out from the soil bit by bit, but now labor is the most valuable, but also the least expensive. Wu Jiang is still in the group with 8 Munan and Yu Zaibai. Don't throw away the bugs that have been cleared from the soil of your house. Mu Nan, Yu Zaibai, want to eat? Songjia sent a crying emoji. My brother wants to feed Nianyu. The ones that were cleared up for the first time were burned. There was no such thing for sale outside at the time, and they didn't know if it could be eaten. Now that they know that it can be eaten, it must not be wasted. Nianyu has been with them for the past 2 years. There is no such condition to eat 2 bites. Now that this can be eaten, they don't have chickens and ducks to raise here, and rabbits don't eat it. Of course, it is deep fried and fed to Nianyu. New Nan looked at Chinhuari distressedly. What if we don't have insects in our house? Now the soil outside is full of these insects, and their house doesn't have any. Would it be a bit strange? Chinhuari took Mu Nan's phone and replied, it's too late, the bugs in my house have been cleaned up. Wu Jiang sent a regretful emoji. Chinhuari returned the phone to Mu Nan. Mu Nan, that's it. Chinhuari, otherwise? Mu Nan rubbed his nose. Okay, otherwise, they couldn't make bugs. Before putting down the phone, Mu Nan heard the sound of the money arriving in the account. He quickly clicked on it and said happily, I've made money. Although it's only 8 yuan, it's a good start. My manga can be serialized for a long time. Well, when there are more and more serials in the future, sooner or later you can earn 10, 20, or 100 yuan a month. For Mu Nan, Chinhuari never hesitated to praise him. Nan is awesome, a little cartoonist. Mu Nan was a little embarrassed by the praise, seeing Chinhuari typing a bunch of characters he didn't know, said, what are you doing? Chinhuari, as a game maker, there will be several minigames coming online soon, including the snake-eating one I made for you earlier. Mu Nan leaned against Chinhuari and watched him typing on the computer. Doesn't the game require a server? And we don't have a server. Chinhuari said, we don't have it, but the military does. I talked to them when I left. There are 2 forms. One is to rent their servers, and the other is to cooperate. I will distribute the server and subsequent maintenance. I will distribute the game, and the revenue will be shared. Mu Nan asked, then which one do you choose? Chinhuari, it's easier to divide the money. I only need to take out the finished games, and we don't need to worry about the rest. Although the money won't be a lot, it saves time. Anyway, enough food and drink are enough. Now they develop. I have opened a few game areas, and the download volume is not small, so the income should not be too bad. Now because a lot of equipment is in the hands of the government, food, clothing, housing and transportation are all problems, and there are not many spiritual entertainments, but if life can stabilize the status quo and gradually improve, people will soon target business opportunities, and all walks of life will gradually develop. It is impossible to rely on the government for everything. Only when the people themselves develop can life improve. It is said that there are already people who want to contract farms to open up wasteland. Those who have saved a lot of money before, or those who cooperate with multiple people, have already started to act. Many private farms are recruiting people, as well as the real estate industry, buying land to build houses. Although the government is now strictly controlling the price of housing rentals, this is a long-term development. Many people say that the era of gold digging is coming again, and there are precedents for the predecessors. As long as you seize the opportunity, you don't have to bother to study anything, and you can follow the path of getting rich in the 1970s and 1980s again. But these have nothing to do with Chin Huari. If he wants to do it, he can do it more smoothly than everyone else, because even if there are footsteps of the predecessors, it is not as fast as he directly takes ready-made things. But Chin Huari, without this idea, even doing some small games is just to pass the time. In the past, he was also ambitious. He had felt the oppression of money and power over the law, the humiliation of being forced to bend his spine by a penny, and the turmoil of wealth and poverty in this impetuous society. There is a good saying that when you stand on the top of the mountain, you can see goodness everywhere you look. Chin Huari's biggest ambition is to build an ivory tower that can make Munan happy and worry-free all his life. To be happy and worry-free, he must first have money, and secondly, he must have power. This is why he cooperated with others after returning from abroad. The original intention of developing the company, but now he doesn't think so. There are many opportunities to get rich now. As long as he works hard to catch them, he will become a cutting-edge existence in 10 or 20 years. However, such efforts are not equal. Putting the cart before the horse, how much time can he squeeze out to spend with his lover when he puts all that time and experience into the development of his career? So even though the road ahead was full of gold, he didn't bother to pick it up, because to pick up gold, he could only let go of Munan's hand. Munan, who had no idea what Chin Huari was thinking, applauded appreciatively. Brother is great, so we can both sit at home and make money in the future. For Munan, it is the most comfortable day to wake up naturally without the wind and sun, without the pressure of life. I am worried every day, but the happiness index is still high now. Now I'm making money from my craftsmanship. I didn't count selling rabbits before. Isn't it worth having a small barbecue to celebrate? Chin Huari looked into Munan's shining eyes, and before he could compromise, he received a message from Zhu Chuanghong. Munan stretched his head to look, and saw the message that Pang Pang died. Although he didn't know Pang Pang, he should be Chin Huari's colleague. The joy of making money just now disappeared instantly. Brother? Chin Huari rubbed his hair, and replied, "What's going on?" Zhu Chuanghong, parasitic infection. A person weighing 180 kilograms was dragged away from the hospital, and he lost less than 120 kilograms. After suffering for half a month, the hospital called just now to say that he had left. Chin Huari, does he have any family members? It took a while for Zhu Chuanghong to reply, both parents are here, and there is a younger brother, but the younger brother is already an adult. Chin Huari said, if you want to donate money to the white bag, you can tell me when the time comes. The white bag is a gift bag for funerals, but now I don't know whether to give it or not. After all, every family is poor, and it is not easy to have no money or food. Zhu Chuanghong responded and stopped talking. Munan leaned on Chin Huari's body. Colleague, Chin Huari hummed, a kid with pretty good talent. He's not very young, about your age. He loves to eat, but he's very capable, but he doesn't have any ambitions. I wanted to train him well. Smiling, he came to my side as soon as it was time for dinner. Most of the sauerkraut you brought me for dinner went into his mouth. Although he is greedy, he is also sensible. No matter how greedy he is, he will not look for me. I want meat, although every time I smell the smell of meat, my saliva really flows out. It's a pity. Munan hugged Chin Huari without saying a word. In these days, every day she is alive is worth being grateful for. Chapter 126. Although death is everywhere, when it happens to someone you know, it will always make people a little bit embarrassed. Although Munan has never met Chin Huari's colleague, but from Chin Huari's description, he thinks the relationship should be pretty good. It would be too cold-blooded to have a barbecue to celebrate to make money. Chin Huari rubbed Munan's hair. If you're hungry, you can eat a little. Munan hugged Chin Huari and lay on his chest. Forget it, anyway, barbecue can't run away in the space, so I won't eat today. It's almost dawn, go to sleep. Although they don't have to go out to work, they also worry that their schedule is different from others, and they won't be able to react when something happens. Unlikely, but there is always a chance. Or there is something that needs to go out at night. If they don't adjust their schedule, they will stay up late at night. If there is an emergency, I'm afraid they don't have much energy to deal with it. Like everyone else, day and night are upside down. The sun outside is scorching hot, and the heat is increasing day by day. According to the time, it should be Chinese New Year in half a month, but now the time has long been confused, especially when suffering from various diseases and parasites. The tormented family has no energy to go to the New Year. Even the official website of the government does not show any signs of celebrating the new year. It is estimated that they have been overwhelmed by all kinds of bugs recently. For Mu Nan, it doesn't matter if the new year is not over, it's just a kind of reunion situation. Now he is with Chin Huari every day, and they are reunited every day, but other people in their yard feel that it is thousands of years old tradition. This is a kind of spiritual sustenance, a good outlook for the coming year, so I just think that it will be another year. Everyone eats and drinks together, celebrates the new year, and celebrates that they are still alive. Last year, the conditions were really limited. This year, I was lucky. I bought some meat earlier, and the house has not been powered off. Even if the temperature is high, the frozen meat can be eaten for a few months. When the time comes, the family will produce some meat. Chin Huari and his family I won't go out, just order food. Now vegetables are more expensive than meat, and the most important thing is, except for Chin Huari's house, you can't buy food outside. A few people discussed it and asked the girls if they wanted to have a New Year's dinner together. They probably thought of a yard. Since they lived together, they got along well. The relationship should be better, and it's okay to take care of each other if there is something. So this time I didn't refuse, and even asked a few boys if they needed to cook. This cooking skill may not be the best, but at least it can be eaten. In the end, of course it was not necessary. Chin Huari's craftsmanship is nothing to say, since he was in charge of the family's rations since he was a child. Mu Nan's parents died early but he still only knows how to order takeout, and it's all Chin Huari's connivance. Apart from Chin Huari, Jianchu also knows how to cook. He is trained in a real independent life, but now that his health is not good enough, cooking is also a physical labor, so it is definitely impossible for him to do it. Unexpectedly, Wu Zheng is also good at cooking. I heard from Songjia that the food he cooks is quite delicious, and he can cook a lot of big dishes, which are the dishes on the menu of star-rated restaurants. It's a pity that the raw materials are limited, so we can only watch it play out when the time comes. After discussing to celebrate the new year together, everyone is looking forward to this meal, not to say that they are looking forward to what good food they can eat, but they just want to have a lively, popular and smoky new year. Not so desperate. In particular, there is not one in their yard this year. According to their customs, after the clock turns on New Year's Eve, they have to worship and offer incense. The more people offer incense, the dead people will not be deserted on Huangquan Road. Let's eat together, have fun, and offer incense to Huquan after 12 o'clock. All plans are good, but things don't always go according to the good plan. A few days before the Chinese New Year, Mu Nan woke up at noon. Chin Huari was still on the bed, and was leaning against the bedside to check the data status of the few small games he made after they went online. He stopped moving, and put his hand on Mu Nan's shoulder. What's wrong? Did it wake you up? Mu Nan frowned. It seems to be raining. It's so stuffy, I can't breathe. This is also Mu Nan's old problem. When the weather changes, he is more accurate than the weather forecast, just like those people with rheumatism. As long as the weather changes, the body will respond. When I was young, I did many cardiopulmonary exercises for this examination, but every time the inspection results are fine. That is, the spirit is a little weak during the rainy season, and nothing else is fine. Gradually, I don't take Mu Nan's sensitive body seriously. Anyway, as long as it rains it won't be boring. Chin Huari put down the computer and rubbed Mu Nan's back. Let me sleep for a while, don't lie down. Mu Nan piled up the pillows and leaned against the head of the bed, waiting for the rain. If it didn't rain, he wouldn't be able to sleep. The river next to it is almost dry, so much snow has accumulated in winter, and the sun is too harsh. I don't know how long this rain will last and whether it will be cooler. Now there is a shallow layer of water in the river, but it should not be the snow water accumulated before, because the water is flowing, but also because it is flowing, although there may be more mosquitoes than other places, but it's okay. If it's stagnant water, then this area can't be lived, and the smelly ditch has the most mosquitoes. Chin Huari caressed his chest and said, I don't know if it will be cool or not. When it's hot and humid, there will be more mosquitoes. Mu Nan wanted to lean against Chin Huari to sleep for a while, but couldn't fall asleep for a while. The more he leaned on, the more uncomfortable he was, holding his chest like a stranded fish. Chin Huari frowned deeply. Mu Nan wasn't feeling well before, but he obviously didn't suffer like this. Nan, take out the oxygen machine, and try to inhale oxygen to see if it feels better. Mu Nan shook his head. Brother, do you think this rain will be serious? Although Mu Nan didn't know whether his sensitivity to this kind of humid air was related to the size of the rain, but this kind of rain that was about to rain, the reaction before the rain was really the first time he was bored. He was really almost breathless, and he almost caught up with the high reaction. Chin Huai said, "I'll turn the air conditioner down a bit, take out that oxygen bag and try it out." Although Mu Nan felt that he couldn't use enough oxygen, if he could feel more comfortable, it wouldn't be a problem to use it. After inhaling it, the feeling of being breathless is indeed much better. Seeing that Mu Nan felt better, Chin Huai breathed a sigh of relief, then lifted the curtains to check the situation outside. The sun was still scorching hot, and there wasn't even a cloud in the sky. It didn't look like it was going to rain, yes, but Mu Nan's reaction is so big, I'm afraid this rain will really not be small. Chin Huai said in the group that it might rain, so they got ready, and called Shi Yuanfei to inquire about the weather. Although Shi Yuanfei didn't care about it, if there was anything unusual, he would definitely accept it. To the news, but he did not receive any news. Chin Huai said, "Although I can't guarantee it 100%, there is a great possibility that a heavy rain is coming." Shi Yuanfei said, "Could it be that your brother is not feeling well? Should I arrange for him to have a checkup?" Chin Huai was also a little worried, thought for a while and said, "If it doesn't rain tomorrow, then please help me arrange a checkup. If it doesn't rain, it is impossible for me to have chest tightness and breathlessness for no reason, and even feel so stuffy that I need to inhale oxygen degree." At night, it still didn't rain, and Mu Nan still couldn't lie down and sleep, so he had to hold oxygen to relax after a while. Chin Huai's complexion is getting worse and worse. In the current situation, illness is fatal, especially in terms of heart and lungs. There is no such medical condition at all. He is really worried that there is something wrong. Looking at Mu Nan, who was leaning on the sofa and hadn't eaten much all day, Chin Huai wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Do you want something to eat?" Mu Nan closed her eyes and refused. "I don't want to eat." Although he was very hungry, he didn't have any appetite at all, and he felt a suffocation stuck in his chest, and he wanted to sleep but couldn't sleep. Chin Huai rubbed his hair and didn't force it, just sat on the coffee table and kept looking at him. After a while, Shi Yuanfei sent a message that indeed a rain cloud was coming, and there would be a burst of heavy rain. He also lamented that his brother's human body rain detector is really amazing, and it is earlier than the weather forecast they received. Chin Huai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the news, so it was because the rain was not falling, not for other reasons, and his heart that had been hanging for a whole day finally calmed down a little. Nan, do you want to go for a shower? Take a bath, maybe it will be more comfortable." Mu Nan collapsed on the sofa like a dead fish. "In my previous life, I must have been a fish, maybe it was a fish that died when it was stranded on a heavy rainy day." Chin Huai tapped lightly on his forehead. "Don't talk nonsense." As soon as the words were finished, it rained outside. It was not ordinary rain, but pouring rain. Accompanied by a few rumbling thunders, the rain splashed the ground instantly. The rain was so heavy that even the sunshade cloth installed on the windows to block the sun is directly blown away. You must know that some sunshade cloths are hung on the nails on the wall, which can be blown away. One can imagine how strong the wind is. The wind and rain were heavy, and the rain came suddenly, almost without warning, and many people were caught off guard. Although it was so hot, the watering of the rain could cool the scorching heat a lot, but the wind was too strong. The things hanging outside or hanging on the balcony were blown away. Some fabrics were okay, and they couldn't kill people if they hit them, but some people put some hard objects such as bricks on the balcony to press the sunshade cloth. When it is blown down, it can instantly bleed when it hits someone. There was too much movement outside, everywhere was smashing, booming, and the wind was blowing even more, like ghosts crying and gods howling, and the girl next door was frightened by the movement and barked. Mu Nan also got up from the sofa, and opened the heat insulation board in the house. The sunshade cloth they hung on the window had been blown away long ago, and through the window, they could even see a lot of messy things flying in the sky outside. "It's raining so hard, it's like splashing water." Chin Huai sent a message in the compound group, asking them to close the doors and windows tightly, and leave the cloth outside alone. "I don't know if people will be blown away in such a heavy wind and rain, but they are low-rise buildings, and they are easily carried by the wind. If it was smashed to the ground to collect the sunshade cloth, it would not be worthwhile at all." Needless to say, Chin Huai didn't dare to come out when Songjia was alone at home. He quickly sent a message to his brother. His brother went to work when it was just dark. Counting the time, he should have arrived long ago, but it's better to ask. Peace of mind. Wu Zheng had already arrived at the factory. Seeing the heavy rain outside, he was about to ask Songjia about the situation at home. When he saw Songjia's message, he wrote back to him, telling him not to worry. After the torrential rain completely extinguished the heat of the entire land, Mu Nan felt that he was alive, that he didn't need the oxygen machine, and was hungry. He quickly ran to take a shower, and took a small table once to eat hot pot. Eating hot pot on a rainy day. Zhu Ming, who lives next door to them, is not there. He has gone to work, so he doesn't have to worry about being smelled by others. The key is the spicy appetizer. Qin Huari had no choice but to follow him, but filtered out a layer of oil from the slightly spicy hot pot. As long as there was a little bit of hot pot flavor, it was fine. Even if you were hungry all day on an empty stomach, you can't eat too spicy. Fat beef tripe, yellow-throated loin slices, hot butter pot, and the torrential rain outside. Mu Nan burped after taking a sip of the drink. Summer goes best with hot pot. Qin Huari chuckled. You go well with hot pot all year round. Mu Nan sighed. Now there are no 4 seasons, only winter and summer. Put the blanched beef into Qin Huari's bowl, and urged him to eat it quickly. Hearing the sound of rain outside, Mu Nan was a little worried. There is a river next to it. Will it be flooded? It's so big, our yard can the sewers here hold up? When they built the courtyard wall before, there was a special hole for drainage. At first, it was used to prevent the drainage of the snow after the snow melted. Now that there is such a heavy rainfall, I don't know if the hole can be eaten. Qin Huari said, it's okay, let's go out and have a look when the rain is a little less, and it shouldn't be blocked. It took more than an hour to eat the hot pot, and the rain outside did not seem to be getting any less. Qin Huari went to the balcony to watch for a while, and there was no water in the yard. The situation was fine, but the temperature outside dropped a little, but it didn't fall too much. On the contrary, the humidity of the rain and the high temperature made it still stuffy like a steamer even though it was raining. With this humidity, let alone Mu Nan, even standing outside for a while felt a little suffocating. Fortunately, the cooling effect of the air conditioner in the house is good, and the damp heat will be much better if the temperature is lowered. Qin Huari wore a raincoat and went to the yard to check it. The drainage hole is very smooth. When building the top floor before, because there were a lot of mosquitoes, some insects would come out of the ground in the yard, so I simply filled the entire ground with cement. At that time, I specially made an angle slightly inclined towards the drainage hole, which with the opening of the hole is like a faucet spraying water, which shows the heavy rain. I was sure there was nothing wrong with my yard, and Qin Huari didn't stay too long. The heavy rain didn't fall on people, but on the body, and it hurt even through the raincoat. Although I was wearing a raincoat, Qin Huari would not still drenched from the inside out. Mu Nan hurriedly asked Qin Huari to take a hot bath. Although it was very hot outside now, the rain would make his body hot, but it was rain after all. Who knew that the rain would not dry out? There were so many mosquitoes and parasites outside. With that condition, it is naturally better to be careful. I was supposed to sleep during the day, but the rain didn't fall. The sultry heat before the rain made Mu Nan unable to breathe, and it's been a toss until now. Now that the rain is coming down, I'm full of food and drink, and I'm dozing off. There was no hidden danger of water leakage inside or outside, and the rabbits were not frightened by the occasional thunderstorms so that they would not eat grass. Mu Nan climbed onto the bed exhausted and fell asleep after a while. Qin Huari also accompanied him for a whole day. Seeing that Mu Nan was finally able to fall asleep, he followed him to catch up on sleep. If it wasn't for the strong wind that always smashed things, the sound of the rain was actually quite hypnotic, but even if it was smashed the sound didn't affect Mu Nan's sleep much. When I woke up, the sky outside was bright, but it was quite gloomy. I took out my phone and checked the time. It was past 8 o'clock in the morning. He went to bed at about 1 or 2 o'clock yesterday. He didn't wake up in the middle. It's better to sleep at night, comfortable. The other side of the bed was already empty, and I didn't know when Qin Huari got up. Mu Nan lingered on the bed for a while, shouted twice, but no one answered, so he got up, washed his face and brushed his teeth, and then went downstairs to find someone. Before he got down to the first floor, he saw Qin Huari at the stairs on the second floor. Brother, what are you doing here? Qin Huari turned his head and glanced at him. It's flooded. Mu Nan ran down quickly, and then saw that the first floor was really flooded, and the water covered half of the kang built on the first floor, and if one stepped on it, it would be as deep as knees. The water flooded in, but the rain outside did not stop. It was still raining exaggeratedly, and the sound of the water was rushing, and the people who heard it panicked. The two went upstairs and looked out from the balcony on the second floor. It was already a vast ocean outside. Mu Nan felt that the situation was a bit wrong. Brother, there is a river next to us. Will the water rush up? Qin Huari is also thinking about this issue. he chose to live here before, and the river course was one of the conditions considered at that time. Moreover, the entire river course is low-lying. Even if it is flooded, this river course can still carry part of the hydraulic power. The biggest difference between rivers and rivers is that the water in the river is inexhaustible, and it will rise when the rain is too heavy, but the dry river will only carry the excess water. If it overflows, it will also overflow downstream. But Chin Huari didn't expect, or even though he thought of the 1 in 10,000th possibility, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The river that was about to be dried up after the night of torrential rain would overflow, and the entire downstream area had become a flood. Judging from the current rain, the water is likely to rise even more. What's more, if this is a continuous torrential rain, the city that was finally rebuilt may become an underwater city up. I was worried in my heart, but when the most serious possibility has not yet happened, there is no need to speak out to make Munan anxious, so Chin Huari comforted, "It's okay, if the water floods up, we will live on the roof. The water can flood the whole house, and we can use a boat to escape, and now there are almost no high-rise buildings outside. As long as there are no rapids and waves, our small boat can still ride the wind and waves." The main reason is that even if you want to leave now to take refuge in a high-rise building, the tallest buildings in the vicinity are the few apartments that are still standing. But how many people can this apartment house hold? There was already an earthquake, and the water was really flooded so high. In order to survive, there must be a swarm of people running up. At that time, the lower buildings will be soaked in water, and the weight of the upper floors will continue to increase. It is lucky to be able to resist, and there is no place to escape if they cannot bear it. Another one, now that mosquitoes are raging, parasitic infections, and flooding, I can't imagine how many people will get sick when there are so many people and almost no hygienic conditions, so there is no place to run for the time being, so stay safe, just stay at home. If it doesn't work, just use a boat to run. It is a pity that there was not enough time at that time, and the procedures were too cumbersome, otherwise it would be safer to borrow a small speedboat. Hearing what Chin Huari said, although Munan was not so anxious anymore, he still started to take stock of the things in the space that can survive in the water. There must be a boat. There are a lot of search and rescue boats that can be built, as well as some motorboats and life jackets. Brother, this ugly green protective clothing is sealed from head to toe. If we are going to flee, can we wear it? But this is so thick, it feels like we will die of heat inside. But if we don't wear it, we don't know if we are in the water. There's something, mosquitoes, rats and ants, maybe a dead body. Chin Huari said, "Then you put it aside for now. I hope you don't need it, and when it's time to escape, try to wear one as much as possible. One for isolation and one for protection, and if you spend too long in the water, you may lose your temperature on a hot day." After taking stock of all the things, Munan couldn't help but sighed. When the time comes, what will Jianchu and the others do? It's too unreasonable for us to just take out a lifeboat. Chin Huari pulled him upstairs, and said, "We can give them a lifeboat, a portable one that can squeeze 3 to 4 people, escape together if they can, separate if they can't, and if they can't, it's a force majeure of natural disasters, like it is caused by the turbulent water flow that human beings cannot resist. This kind of accident, even if you don't want to, there is nothing you can do about it." Then he turned around and looked at Munan, and said seriously, "There is another situation, that is, we run out of ammunition and food. At that time, when we leave voluntarily, the space cannot be exposed. They are so hungry that they are about to die. I think it is impossible for you to secretly eat yourself under such circumstances without any psychological burden, so you can only leave." Munan nodded. Although it was selfish to think so, it was impossible for him to reveal the secret of the space to people other than Chin Huari. Order food. I just hope that this difficult choice will never happen in this life. Chapter 127. The rain was so heavy that it almost never stopped. Those who worked outside were trapped and could not come back. Zhu Ming was fine. There were not many veterinarians on the farm, so they often had to work overtime, so they had their own room to rest, but I guess there is no time to rest. The heavy rain flooded not only houses, but also animals. Some animals that were originally healthy and isolated from sick animals, if they are not driven to high places in time, the only remaining, I'm afraid some of them will disappear too. Another Wu Zheng who works outside is also very busy. They want to grab the machine. Animals will not die after soaking in the water for a while, but the machine will be scrapped as soon as it hits the water, especially these machines were originally dug out after the earthquake. It has just been repaired, and now it still often loses parts, and it can't handle this kind of flood at all. It was originally planned to raise it a little bit, but as the water flooded deeper and deeper, the equipment in various factories continued to increase and transfer, but some of them were still scrapped in the water. Those things that seem to have nowhere to continue to grow and can only be scrapped in the water, whether they are government-supported factories or privately contracted bosses, all have pale faces and are full of despair. Just when life is about to improve, they knock people down again at the bottom of the valley. It's not that I can't afford to pay. Now in this world, at most one life is nothing to be afraid of, but the psychological blow makes many people unable to bear it. Few people have the strength to face every situation bravely, one up and one down. Some recruits have not been trained for a long time, and the rescue will start again. The rescue is for those in the outer city who are either in isolation for observation, or who have passed the isolation but because they do not have that condition, they can only live in the shed. Simple, not to mention such a heavy rain, even if it is just a little rain, there are leaks everywhere. Not to mention that the shed is just a small flat floor, and there is no way to hide in a high place. Many people have been forced to soak in the rain for most of the night. These people must be transferred as soon as possible, but there are not enough boats. There were some rescue supplies in the base before, but not many. Dozens of that kind of rescue inflatable boats will save more than 100,000 people. There are 8 isolation areas in the entire new city. Behind the isolation area is a flat-story shed, and one area is tens of thousands, 8, at least 2 to 300,000. This is the group of people who do not have a house to live in. Those who have a place to live, but live on the first or second floor, are also flooded. They can only brave the heavy rain to move, but where can they move? This area, only one area, is a high-rise apartment building. When many people realize that the situation is wrong, they move towards the apartment building with all their belongings, even if they live on the top floor or in the corridor, as long as they stay away from the overflowing water source. The people who went to the apartment building at first went upstairs smoothly, but they were blocked by the residents of the apartment later. There were already many people living in their building, and the sanitary conditions were already very poor. A pile of refugees, some kind of infectious disease broke out. I am afraid it will be staged an extreme survival in an abandoned isolation building. The most troublesome thing for the top is that the underground passage that was finally reopened was directly filled with water. Fortunately, the track is still under construction and the subway has not been put down. Otherwise, the water will completely fill the underground, and the repaired subway will be scrapped again up. These electronic equipment and instruments cannot withstand the irrigation of rainwater. The patches of indoor fields are also flooded, and others can be transferred to higher places. How can the things that have been planted in the soil be transferred? In order to prevent summer drought, I'm afraid that this year will be hot and rainless again, so most of the planting areas are planted with drought tolerance. Now I don't know how much can survive being soaked in water. Songjia didn't need Wu Zheng's advice. The whole building was their house. If the water got in below, then move up. Zhu Ming sent a message to Yu Saibai before the internet was disconnected, and he sent Yu Saibai the password of the gate on his own floor. If the water below flooded up, let them go to the 3rd floor. If you can't carry it, you can only go to the top floor. If the top floor can't do it, you can only wait for rescue. Qin Huari and his family are very simple. There was nothing on the 1st floor. They used to sleep on the Kang in winter. When the weather warmed up, they moved almost all the things that could be moved upstairs on the 1st floor. When the water was about to flood the stairs on the 2nd floor, Mu Nan hastily put all the things on the 2nd floor into the space first, and moved a bunch of rabbits to the 3rd floor. He has space, so he can put everything away as soon as he has it. It's very easy. The neighbors next door to him are in a terrible situation. They need to rely on manpower to move the items in their homes to higher places before the water floods up. In addition, the water is so high that they can't do it even if there is no power outage. Dare to use electricity, the electrical equipment is soaked in water and short-circuit. I am afraid it will die, so I switched off the power early. In such a hot day, carrying upstairs and downstairs, the power is still cut off. It is not necessary human life. Yesterday it was Mu Nan who was so stuffy and out of breath. Today it was his neighbors who were so tired and out of breath. They were tired and hot, coupled with the continuous torrential rain. The humidity in the air was too high, the breath was sticky and damp, even more suffocating. The water hadn't gone up to the 2nd floor yet, so Mu Nan and his family's 3rd floor was fine. After the rabbit settled down and another big ice cube was placed, Mu Nan and Qin Huari took a simple shower. There is no way to use electricity if there is a big ice cube, so it can only be cooled by ice. Looking at the cold ice cubes, Mu Nan sighed. I thought that this year would be the same as last year, that there would not be much consumption of ice cubes, and I also thought that the ice cubes hoarded throughout the winter might not be needed. A few times, after all, as long as there is sunshine, there will be no power outage at home. I didn't expect to use it so soon. Looking at the courtyard downstairs that has become the sea, and the residential area that is filled with ocean at a glance, and the heavy rain that has not shown any signs of stopping, Mu Nan sat on the bay window of the room and worried. Brother, if the water can recede, will some disease break out again? Such a hot day, such a large amount of water, life is too difficult. Chin Huari turned on the air conditioning fan. Although there were ice cubes in the room, the ice cubes could only lower the overall temperature in the house, but it was impossible to compare with the air conditioning, unless several pieces were placed to surround people, but that would be the cold air is too heavy, so if you want to cool down to the point where people can feel comfortable, you still need the blessing of fans, and more than a dozen batteries are consumed one by one a day. If all the batteries stored in the space are used up, the water has not receded, then they are really going to run away. It will definitely be. In the current situation, I don't know what is soaked in the water. Many germs breed in this humid and hot environment, so don't touch the water. Disinfect at home 3 times a day, 3 times a day. Don't open the door of the building indiscriminately. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me as soon as possible. Mu Nan nodded humbly, and when the air conditioner was turned on, she immediately let out a long and comfortable sigh. How do you survive the days when there is no space? Chin Huari, suffering. A few rumbling thunders made the already gloomy sky gloomy again, and the rain intensified again. Mu Nan leaned towards Chin Huari. The astronomical phenomenon has simply become the doomsday of the doomsday. Chin Huari diverted his attention. What are you eating today? Mu Nan shook his head. Whatever, I don't have anything to eat. Speaking of eating, he thought of Jianchu and the others next door. The power is cut off now, and they don't know if they have stored water at home. The firewood in the garage must have been soaked, and they can't even turn on the fire. What about eating? Chin Huari said. If you're worried, you can send them something. Both the pot helmet and the naan are relatively durable. In such a hot weather, the naan can be stored for at least 3 to 5 days. Mu Nan nodded, thinking about the hardness of the naan. Jianchu might not be able to digest it now, so he added 2 more cold steamed buns. The flood just started yesterday, and the power outage didn't last long, so there might be no way to see him off. It's so hot, the weather is so bad that things can't be kept at all, but the steamed buns should be able to be kept for a while, but I'm afraid it won't be too long before they get hot and sour. Let's eat a meal first, and let's talk about the later. Chin Huai went to knock on the door from the top floor, and they opened a door on the upper and lower sides, just to make it easier for them to go out on both sides, so they don't need to get wet. But there is a road away from Songjia's side, and now it is flooded so much seriously. The courtyard downstairs may have been flooded to the height of a person, and it was impossible to get through. The rain was heavy, and the wind and rain were blowing. The windows on both sides were open and the shouts were a little hard to hear. But they have discussed it before. If there is anything that they can't contact, they will hang white cloths in the windows on both sides of the communication, to prove that there is nothing wrong with the house. Don't worry, if there is any emergency, hang red cloths. Now Songjia's window is hung with white cloth, so don't worry about that side for the time being. When Chin Huari arrived at the top floor and was about to knock on the door, Yu Zaibai knocked first. The connecting door on the top floor was not locked, but for safety, both sides were equipped with built-in locks, just thinking that when one side has something to run to the other side, the door should be locked. Locking it can buy a little time to escape, but generally when there is nothing to do, neither side will be locked, but the door will not be opened casually. If there is something to do, the door must be knocked first. This basic respect for privacy is still there. As soon as Yu Zaibai knocked, Chin Huari opened the door. I was just going to find you. Yu Zaibai said, is there something wrong? Chin Huari smiled. I want to ask you how to deal with the food. I prepared some naan before. Naan is more sensitive to the rainy season. I feel it before it rains. So I was worried about the power outage, so I prepared it in advance. I bought some durable things, but I didn't expect that the rain would be so heavy. Yu Zaibai thought that something happened to them. He was slightly relieved when he heard the words, and said, we can take care of our own food. When you said in the group that it might rain, we also made preparations. It will rain heavily. When I was in the garage, I was afraid that the garage would get flooded, so I specially transferred the firewood in the garage, but fortunately, the transfer was fast, and I would like to ask if you need firewood for the fire. Chin Huari said, no need, we are also prepared. As long as you are prepared, let us know if you need anything. Yu Zibo said, these are minor problems, now there is a more serious problem, come here. Qin Huari followed Yu Zibai to their side. Yu Zibai and his side were close to the courtyard wall, so they could directly see the river on one side, but the water hadn't overflowed the courtyard wall yet, and it wasn't so exaggerated. After all, the courtyard wall, the height is almost 2 stories high, and the current water only floods the first floor. Yu Zibai took Qin Huari to the 3rd floor where they were, because Zhu Ming had told them the gate code. For safety reasons, they didn't come up for the time being, but they brought all the food and supplies up first, fearing that it would be too late when the water flooded up during the transfer, especially in such a heavy rain. Zhu Ming never came back, so Yu Zibai checked the doors and windows on the 3rd floor by the way, fearing that the doors and windows were damaged and directly entering the water from upstairs, that would be a disaster. Yu Zibai took Qin Huari to a room on the 3rd floor, opened the curtains and pointed outside. What I saw when I checked the doors and windows, should I find a way to deal with it, or let him float away with the current? Outside the window, which was almost halfway up to the courtyard wall, there was a corpse. The corpse was floating face down on the water, but it could be identified as a man by his clothes and hair. Yu Zibai didn't want to make trouble for himself either. In their current situation, they definitely couldn't get out. If they couldn't get out, they couldn't deal with the corpse. But the problem was that the corpse was leaning against the wall, soaking the corpse. The water was flooding their house now, no matter whether it could be dealt with or not. Yu Zibai felt that he had to tell Qin Huari and the others to at least raise their awareness of prevention. It's raining heavily now, but the water is calm and not rushing, so the body soaked in the water is not moved by the current at all, and it has been leaning against the wall. The water is still too hot to rot quickly, and the corpse is only separated by a wall from them. Even if they try not to touch the water downstairs, all kinds of germs that grow will be spread by the water. Seeing that Qin Huari hadn't come back for a while, Mu Nan was worried that there was something wrong with them, so she came over and said, "Brother, what are you doing?" Qin Huari turned around and said, "I'm looking at how to deal with the corpse outside." Mu Nan was taken aback. A corpse? Qin Huari hummed, but didn't stop Mu Nan from coming. The dead are not so scary, as long as it's not a brutal murder scene. A complete corpse, even half of its body and face soaked in water, is nothing to be afraid of. Yes, he believed that Mu Nan still had some guts. Mu Nan also followed him to take a look. He didn't know how much he had come into contact with the ruins of the earthquake before. Of course, he didn't feel terrible to this level, and he even asked calmly how to deal with this. Why not fly away? Yu Zibo, it rains heavily, but the water doesn't flow very much. Mu Nan, it's so close to the wall, how about using an extended pole to push it away? There is definitely no way to salvage them. One of them can't get out, and if they salvage the other, where should they put it, or put it in their own home? Obviously it is impossible, so they can only push it away as much as possible, hoping that the water can take the body away. Yu Zibai, there is no such long tool. Mu Nan said, my family has one. The wooden shells I made 4 tomatoes before can be disassembled and ***** with some cloth. Of course, this kind of matter should be dealt with quickly. Qin Huari and Mu Nan went back to dismantle the shelves, and Yu Zibai went to prepare the cloth strips for binding. Push it away, someone must stick out the window. His house is more comprehensively protected, so it's better for them to come. As a result, when the pole was pushed past, they discovered that the corpse did not float away because the water flow was not enough to move it, but the corpse's clothes were hanging on something on the wall, and they couldn't push it away at all. If they wanted to deal with it, I'm afraid you have to go down alone. Qin Huari retreated in temporarily, and Mu Nan said, why don't we forget it first? Maybe the rain will stop soon, and someone will take care of it. When a few people were discussing whether to find a rope to tie people up and step on the courtyard wall outside, they saw someone coming in a boat. There was a simple support on the boat to block the rain, but even if it was blocked, the rain was too heavy, and there was still a lot of water on the boat, and the people on the boat scooped the water out from time to time. Seeing that they were about to dispose of the corpse leaning against the wall, the people on the boat shouted to them, 10 catties of rice, I'll help you dispose of it. Mu Nan was startled. These people are willing to sacrifice their lives just to make money? Although the water outside is very calm now, there are no waves, but this is flooding, and it may develop into a flood at any time. When a torrent comes, people will be washed away. When Mu Nan was hesitating, Qin Huari said to the outside, 3 packs of instant noodles. The man hesitated for a moment, then nodded quickly, and then rode over. Qin Huari said to Mu Nan, go back and get instant noodles. Yu Zaibai said, "My family sells 2 packs, just a little bit of instant noodles left." Qin Huai said, "No, Nan doesn't like the mushroom-flavored one, so I keep the ones I sent before, so we can just give them." Yu Zaibai hurriedly said, "That's not okay. How about this? My family sells a bag, and your family sells more. You can't always make you work hard and produce food." After Yu Zaibai finished speaking, he went downstairs to get instant noodles, thinking about it. Find a chance to make something to eat and send it to Qin Huai, Munan and the others. His family is running out of food, and it is indeed a bit difficult to get 2 packs, but it can't take advantage of others. Munan also ran back quickly, and then took 2 bags of mushroom-flavored instant noodles from the space, and found a plastic bag to wrap it in a layer. Although there was an outer packaging, if it accidentally fell into the water, after all, it is edible, so it is safer to wrap it in another layer. When Munan came over, the boat over there had just rowed to the corpse, and the man was pulling it with gloves on. The corpse clothes were not just hooked up, but directly entangled. The quality of the clothes was quite good, I think. If you want to tear it, you can't tear it apart. In the end, it took a lot of effort to pull away the iron hook hanging on the corpse clothes, and then push the corpse away with force. Now there is no way to deal with the corpse, so we can only temporarily. That's it for now. If the internet and power are cut off, it is not enough to even notify that there is a dead body here. It depends on whether he can encounter rescuers when he paddles back. There are too few rescuers, and now it is important to save people. Qin Huai hung one end of the plastic bag on the pole they just made, and then handed out the instant noodles. The people on the boat knelt up to get it, subconsciously raised their heads and glanced at the person upstairs. At this glance, they immediately felt that the person looked familiar, but they couldn't remember it all at once. In addition, the rain was too heavy, which hindered their sight a bit. When another young man poked his head behind the man in the raincoat, the people on the boat asked in surprise, "Qin Huai?" Qin Huai was stunned for a moment, a little unable to recognize the person who called his name. The man quickly waved to them. Wang Xiaoli." Qin Huai couldn't recognize the person because he was very different from the Wang Xiaoli in his memory, but after hearing the name and matching the voice, he recognized it. Wang Xiaoli, his class monitor in high school, also wrote to him privately later, saying Munan looked for people everywhere, and it can be said that if it weren't for Wang Xiaoli, he would not have been so lucky to leave home before the smog came, and if it was a day or 2 later, his way home might not have been so smooth. Qin Huai didn't recognize him, and Munan didn't recognize him even more. He would find Wang Xiaoli to ask Qin Huai, and it was only because Wang Xiaoli was relatively active in Qin Huai's high school group at that time, and often organized alumni gatherings. He sneaked in there secretly, diving all the time, seeing that Wang Xiaoli often held parties, so he wanted to ask those classmates if anyone had contacted Qin Huai. But from the beginning to the end, except when he went to school to find Qin Huai and met Wang Xiaoli once or twice, he had never met Wang Xiaoli many times, let alone Wang Xiaoli in his memory was a cheerful but overweight person. The thin person in front of him is nothing like that fat guy. Unexpectedly, meeting Wang Xiaoli in such a situation, Qin Huai wanted to ask a few more questions about the other party's situation, but now it was flooded and raining, it was really not a chance to talk. Qin Huai asked Munan to write a message on the phone. No, and sent it to him in a plastic bag, so that Wang Xiaoli can come to him if he needs anything. Anyway, Wang Xiaoli now knows his address. After tossing around for a long time, he found out that he was an old classmate. Wang Xiaoli wanted to return the instant noodles to them. Now that the food is becoming more and more precious, he wanted to take advantage of the convenience of owning a boat and take advantage of the opportunity to earn some food. Rent a house in the inner city, but you won't be able to earn money from your old classmates. But Qin Huai didn't want it. From Wang Xiaoli's point of view, it seems that life is not very good. Now there is a little condition that he cannot go out without going out. No matter what, it is not worth using his life to get rich, unless life is too bad. If you don't do this, you will starve to death. Even if a stranger helped them dispose of the dead body by the wall, they should give some rewards. If you know this, you can't take advantage of others. In the end, Wang Xiaoli rode away, and disposed of the dead body hanging on the wall outside. When he left, he pushed the dead body farther with a paddling plank, so as not to float over again after a while. Although the house was filled with water, it was better than having a dead body rotting in the water right next to them. Yu Zaibai stayed to clean up the water in the room. Qin Huai returned to them while taking off his raincoat and protective clothing. Did not meet. Qin Huai said, universities are from all corners of the country, and not all from the local area. Wang Xiaoli is from the local area, and it is fate to meet him. Mu Nan, brother, do you think he will come to you? Qin Huari didn't know about this. The squad leader in his memory was a very enthusiastic person who helped others a lot but seldom asked for help. But it's hard to say what will happen to people these days. But after all, I owe Wang Xiaoli a favor. If you come to him for help with something, you can help as much as you can. It's not Wang Xiaoli. He and Mu Nan don't know what the situation is now. Chapter 128. Back home, Qin Huari was pushed by Mu Nan to take a hot bath, and an anti-inflammatory and antibacterial bath tablet was specially placed in the tub. Although I don't know if it really has anti-inflammatory and antibacterial effects, but it doesn't hurt to take a dip. If it weren't for Qin Huari's warning eyes to persuade him to retreat, he would have wanted to throw some more rose petals in the water. After the bath tablet was soaked in the water, the whole water would turn pink. If you didn't add some rose petals, you would be sorry for this romantic color. Qin Huari picked up water and poured it towards Mu Nan. Believe it or not, I'll make you eat noodles for 3 days. Mu Nan clicked his tongue. The noodle warning is great. Well, it's really amazing. Mu Nan didn't dare to continue making trouble, but took the opportunity to touch Qin Huari's firm chest muscles, and then ran away quickly, afraid that if he ran a step slower, Qin Huari would throw him into the tub for a mandarin duck bath. Yes, men at the age of restlessness are not easy to mess with. The rainstorm stopped in the afternoon, but the sky was still gloomy. Without the rain obstructing the view, the situation outside the yard can be seen more clearly. There are a bunch of messy things floating in the water, and there are even some furniture. A little farther away I can't see clearly whether it's floating clothes or corpses. It's vague, and it makes people feel a little creepy. The rain had stopped, but the water level didn't seem to have receded at all. Mu Nan was a little curious. Everywhere is flat now, there are no tall buildings, and there are no regional obstacles, so why didn't the water flow around, but accumulated here instead? Qin Huari, the flow of water also takes time. The sewer pipes are clogged, many places are piled up with ruins that have not been cleared, and I don't know the size of the area radiated by this rainstorm. Maybe other places are better than ours. It's even more serious. Our downstream is considered to be a very flat terrain, and the water flows straight down. If we change to a more concave environment, the accumulated water may have covered the roof of the house. Just as Qin Huari guessed, the terrain on their side is relatively high, and the area downstream of the river is flat land. It is planned that this side will be rebuilt into a comprehensive community, including business districts, schools, medical care, etc., because the entire area downstream the flat area is not small, and there is no need to expend manpower and material resources to push down the accumulation of construction slag, which can save a lot of time. The community to be built is also planning to build small 10-story buildings. Too high will not work. People are still afraid of earthquakes. It is not good to be short. The current construction area is limited. If all buildings are built into single-family small buildings, it will wait until traffic resumes. Before the rainstorm, there was a new mode of transportation, electric tricycles. Some of them work in factories, but they can't live in factories. They just take the modified electric tricycles. The distance is not too far. It costs 2 or 3 cents a trip, which is cheaper than renting a car. Plus it's much cheaper to buy oil. It's a pity that this kind of lucrative career hadn't blossomed everywhere before it was temporarily wiped out by the rainstorm. Because of the overall terrain and environment, the flooding situation in the first 5 districts is not bad. At least they only reach the first floor at most, while the residential areas in the back are on the lower terrain, and the entire waterlogging is almost flooded to the height of the 3rd floor. The upper and lower sewers are silted up, and in some places there is a strong flow of water, washing away many people. Even though the top has moved as fast as possible, but the conditions are limited and the rescue is not stopped day and night. More than half of the people are still trapped in the flood-affected area. Some people are even rejoicing that this is summer. If this is winter, when there is such a heavy rainstorm, they don't know whether they will be drowned or they will be frozen to death. However, summer may not be all right. How many people have died of illness, and how many people have finally re-established their small homes that are about to disappear? Because they didn't know the situation outside, Mu Nan and the others felt that it was already serious when they saw the stagnant water in the yard reaching the stairs on the 2nd floor. Standing in the yard, the water level was so high that it would kill them all. Did not pass. But in fact, the side where they lived was well chosen. The small 3-story building, the high area, and the downstream plains greatly slowed down the impact of the water flow, so they were just soaked in the water. because their side is quite calm, and the higher-ups probably checked the situation here. The problem is not too big. As long as they move to the top floor, they can save themselves for the time being. So they didn't take care of this side. The main rescue forces were concentrated in various sheds. There are many people and the environment is complicated, which is very difficult. Unable to see what kind of wind and rain was going on in other places, Nan could only squat at home with Chin Huari and wait for the water to recede quickly, even praying that it would stop raining. It's a pity that God couldn't hear prayers. The sky was calm for several hours, and it rained again. Although the rain was heavy, it could only be regarded as an ordinary torrential rain. The heavy rain like before can only be regarded as a younger brother. But even so, it still makes people worry. Continuing this way, I feel that the second floor will be flooded soon. Is the second floor flooded now? Chin Huari just came up from the second floor after lighting the mosquito coils and smoking the moxa sticks. It's not there yet, it's just up the stairs, but not much. Nan said, will the floor tiles be damaged by water? Chin Huari sprayed himself with disinfectant and said, probably not. It's okay if the soak is broken, just change it. Have you taken your temperature today? Nan handed the temperature book to Chin Huari. You haven't measured your own yet. Chin Huari changed his clothes, went to the cabinet and took a forehead thermometer to take a measurement, and then recorded the temperature in the notebook. Since the flood, taking my own temperature is a must-do every day. Although they have a courtyard wall that can block many things floating with the water, and the door of the house has never been opened, the house has only entered water. The dirty things in the water are all separated. But I'm afraid that there are many invisible bugs and germs in the water, especially before there were floating corpses, which they saw. They don't know how many corpses have been soaked in the water where they can't see, and they are worried that they will get sick accidentally. So record and observe body temperature every day, and take medicine as soon as possible in case of any situation. After Chin Huari took his body temperature and changed his clothes, he took the tape to the living room and sealed up the door and some gaps in the living room on the third floor. This is something he must do every day, mainly because he is worried that some insects will breed in the water. Come on, the kind of small ones that can be drilled through the door cracks. He would rather spend a few more things every day to paste the doors and windows, and don't want to be bitten by some messy things because of emissions. When Chin Huari was dealing with the doors and windows, Nan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, laying down on the tea table to put together puzzles. This is a new toy he just discovered in the space, and he bought it when he and Chin Huari went shopping together. The kind of huge jigsaw puzzle starting with 2,000 pieces, and there are also Lego, Stitch, Pikachu and various cartoon and animation characters. Any one of them is half the height of a person. At that time, there was still a lot of money left in Chin Huari's account, and they had already bought everything they could buy. At that time, they could go out, but it was already hot, so they went to the mall from time to time to go shopping at night, blow on the air conditioner, eat and buy some clothes. I happened to pass by this jigsaw puzzle store once, and I bought so many of them that they couldn't take them home by themselves, so they left the address and asked the store to send them to them because the Lego bricks alone are huge. If not, the stock in the store is limited. Chin Huari almost bought a series of anime characters. After buying these things, Nan took them into the space. He was not a person who could calm down before. Before Chin Huari left, he thought about playing every day besides eating. He went to play ball and computer games with his classmates every day, and couldn't sit still. After Chin Huari left, although he lost interest in group activities, he spent all his time painting and didn't have the time to do jigsaw puzzles to sharpen his mind, so he never thought that there was such a thing in the space. Now trapped in the house by the stagnant water and heavy rain, Chin Huari does the cooking and eating, temporarily lost interest in variety shows and TV dramas, and has nothing to do to tidy up the space, so I sorted out this jigsaw puzzle. Chin Huari watched Nan divide the puzzle piece by piece, and said, "Do you think you can figure it out?" Nan turned to look at him. "You think I can't spell it out, so why did you buy this for me before?" Chin Huari smiled. "This is bought for punishment." Nan's head was filled with question marks. What the hell? Chin Huari sat next to Nan. "If you are disobedient, make a mistake, or make me unhappy, I will punish you to finish one district, and you will not be allowed to sleep until you finish." Nan's eyes instantly stared like copper bells. "It turns out that you are such a vicious Chin, and you are upset. So what should you do if you upset me? You will be fine to play Lego, and you will not be allowed to sleep until you finish the spell." Chin Huari pretended to murmur, "Then punish me, to sleep after serving you comfortably." Nan dropped the puzzle and threw himself on Chin Huari. This person is really shameless. The two quarreled for a while, and the progress of the jigsaw puzzle was naturally stalled, interrupted by Chinhuari, who was impatient to continue, so he threw it on the coffee table and left it alone. Although it is not impossible to cook with a fire in this situation, they have batteries and can use an induction cooker, but there is no need to toss, and it is not that there are ready-made ones in the space. The sewage outside is overflowing, mixed with a large number of germs that may make people sick, so Munan is more concerned about eating. At this time, it is necessary to eat and drink well to improve resistance, and to eat and drink enough to keep the body from becoming weak. 3 dishes, 1 soup, 2 bowls of rice per person, and a small cup of tonic before going to bed. Ever since Chinhuari made bird's nest for him in winter, the two of them have eaten a small portion every day. Munan didn't know if it had any effect anyway, so he ate it when Chinhuari asked him to eat it. Munan slept soundly at night, especially the sound of the rain was very hypnotizing. Of course, if he was alone, he wouldn't dare to let himself sleep like this, but with Chinhuari around, even if he was worried about the heavy rain and stagnant water, he could still sleep without worry. Chinhuari got up once in the middle of the night, and the rain outside hadn't stopped. He went downstairs to check the situation at home, and the water level of the stagnant water increased a bit. It only reached a few steps on the 2nd floor at night, but it had already overflowed the 2nd floor in the morning. Half a flight of stairs. One morning, Munan went downstairs to take a look. The 1st floor was already flooded and half of the stairs on the 2nd floor were soaked in water. If the rain continued for a few days, then they really needed to use a boat escaped. Chinhuari pulled him upstairs. It's okay, don't come down, who knows if there is anything in the water, if there are disgusting insects crawling up to bite you, let's see if you are afraid. Munan sighed, stop raining, it's going to rain this day, it's wet, and there's a bad smell. Chinhuari, so I told you not to come down. I'll order a moxibustion stick to smoke it later. You can go and see the rabbit. In the morning, I see that the ice cubes in that room have almost melted. Munan immediately forgot about the water on the 2nd floor, and hurried to look at the rabbits. They are his food reserves, there must be no mistakes, and he would be so distressed if he lost one. Fortunately, rabbits are wild rabbits, and their strong vitality is not afraid of such a small setback. Because the room is not big, it is a small guest bedroom on the 3rd floor, so after putting a whole ice cube in, the temperature can drop a lot. At least 4 rabbits said that it was not too hot, changed the ice, added a little fodder, cleaned up the hygiene of the rabbit nest, and Munan went upstairs to look at the peppers and tomatoes on the top floor. This time the tomatoes turned out to be okay. After this batch is harvested, I will replace the tomatoes with Chinese cabbage. Chinese cabbage is also easy to grow, and there is no need to build a shelf. When the time comes, I will ask Chinhuari to make a few more shelves and stack them high, so that several pots can be grown. After finishing the family business, a morning passed. Munan took a short shower. It was too hot. After moving a little, he was covered in sweat and washed away the smell of sweat on his body. As soon as he entered the house, he said to Chinhuari, our family there are too many industries, and it is really a big family. Chinhuari wiped his body with a face towel soaked in toilet water, to prevent mosquitoes and prickly heat, to cool down and cool down. By the way, he checked his body for any mosquito bites. This is also a daily procedure. I think it's too much, you can shrink the family property. Munan shook his head quickly, that won't work, just point to these industries to support you. Chinhuari smiled and said, that's really hard work for you. After lunch, Chinhuari went downstairs again to check the height of the water, and confirmed that there should be no problem for the time being, so he asked Munan to bring out a bunch of fruits from the space. Time to cut a little more. Munan started to toss with his puzzle again. Chinhuari fed him a couple of bites from time to time while cutting the fruit. Munan asked, can rabbits eat watermelon rind? This Chinhuari really didn't understand. It should probably not be able to. The water content is too high, rabbits are prone to diarrhea, but wild rabbits have tenacious vitality, maybe it can. Why don't you give it a try? Munan shook his head quickly, forget it, let's save the watermelon rinds. If they can feed chickens and ducks in the future, they can eat them. Jigsaw puzzles are really a time-consuming thing. As long as you have patience, you can calm down. When you recover from the puzzle, a few hours have passed. Munan put together the pieces of the first area and rubbed them together. Rubbing his sore neck, he turned his head and saw that Chinhuari was sleeping, lying on his side with his whole body facing him. He didn't know how long he looked at him before falling asleep. Chin Huari, who was asleep, was not as fierce as when he was awake, but his profound and resolute facial features made him have nothing to do with the word harmless even when he was asleep. Mu Nan thought to himself, how could someone be able to sleep with aura? Looked at it, then unconsciously moved over, sat on the ground, with his chin on the edge of the bed. It turned out that he liked someone, and he really couldn't get enough of it. Probably because his gaze was too powerful. Even if the sleeping people were woken up by his harassment, Chin Huari opened his eyes, saw the head beside the bed, and immediately laughed, with a hoarse smile in his voice. Are you done? Mu Nan immediately felt a little proud. The first district is finished. Chin Huari didn't get up, and his posture didn't change much. He just rested his head on his head with one hand, and squeezed Mu Nan's cheek with the other. You are so powerful. I thought you would have to fight for 3 days in one area. Mu Nan slapped his hand away. You should underestimate people. Painters have their own talent for graphics processing, okay? Chin Huari stretched out his hand and pulled the person sitting on the ground to the bed. It's still early. Sleep for a while. What do you want to eat tonight? Mu Nan obediently climbed onto the bed, lay down next to Chin Huari, and leaned on Chin Huari's extended arm. What do you want to eat? Chin Huari hugged him in his arms. Then wake up and think about it later. When you're hungry, you'll know what you want to eat. Mu Nan wasn't sleepy at first, but the bed probably has magical powers, making the person lying on it immediately feel sleepy. The cool air from the big ice cubes at the end of the bed dissipated the heat in the room, and the silent air conditioning fan was facing the bed. While blowing, Chin Huari put a thin blanket on the two of them, hugged Mu Nan with one arm, and soon fell asleep again with the sound of rain outside the window. However, this sleep did not last long. Chin Huari was awakened by the movement in the courtyard. Let go of Mu Nan, who was already asleep. Chin Huari went to the balcony and looked out, just in time to see someone climbing their courtyard wall flip into the yard. The rain outside did not know when it stopped, and the water level rose a little more. The water was not even half a meter away from the top of the courtyard wall, so people in boats outside could turn over into the yard by lifting their feet, but those who entered the yard, not others, but Chin Bing. Seeing that it was Chin Bing who came in, Chin Huari went straight into the room and shook the sleeping Mu Nan. Chin Bing is here. I guess there is something wrong. Although Mu Nan was still awake, he got up instinctively. Chin Huari reached the second floor, and Chin Bing, who was wearing a life jacket, just swam over. The solution landed. Chin Huari opened the balcony door, and Chin Bing hurriedly said, Quick, evacuate with me immediately. Mu Nan ran over and asked nervously, Where are we going to retreat? Where are the others? Chin Bing wiped the water on his face. It's too late to say, hurry up, come with me first. Mu Nan looked at Chin Huari, and subconsciously asked Chin Bing, then can I take the rabbit with me? Chin Bing instinctively thought about the size of the boat, nodded and said, take it first. If it doesn't work, just throw it away. Chin Bing said, hurry up, I'll knock on Yu Zai Bai's house. Chin Huari said, Songjia is alone at home, and there is New. If you want to take them, you go to Songjia first, and I will inform Yu Zai Bai. Mu Nan returned to the house, and quickly put all the things in the house into the space, including the vegetable dishes on the top floor, and the rabbits were stuffed into the cage. Except for the 2 big rabbits, which were a bit heavy, the other small rabbits were nothing. He quickly took out 2 sets of protective clothing and a raincoat, and put on one for himself first. After Chin Huari notified Yu Zai Bai to come, he hurriedly put it on for him. Why are we going to evacuate? The water only reaches the first floor. I don't see any movement in the other rooms. They won't just take us away and leave the others alone, right? Chin Huari said while putting on his clothes. It's impossible to ignore it, but there will be an order. Maybe they haven't evacuated to our side yet. Chin Bing came to take us away first when he got some news. Mu Nan was a little nervous, as if he was in a hurry, as if he was about to be washed away by the flood, and he was sweating nervously. I have collected everything, and there is only 1 cage of rabbits left. Where are we going to evacuate? There are no tall buildings around here. Chin Huari said, follow the top, don't think so much, take out the emergency kit. Everything has been prepared in advance. There are some medicines, a change of clothes, and food in it, just in case something happens and you have to flee suddenly. With a big bag on your body, it will be more convenient to carry anything. Chin Huari carried the bag and the rabbit cage to the balcony. Yu Zai Bai was probably packing up his things, and Chin Bing was still waiting in the water, with a few life jackets in his hand. But Chin Huari took a look. He didn't have many life jackets. One even just took off from his own body. Chin Huari didn't ask for his life jacket, just took out his own, put it on for Mu Nan, and pulled the rope on the life jacket. It was automatically inflated. As for the life jacket Chin Bing was holding, Chin Huari threw one to the balcony next door. Songjia was too far away to throw it there. Chin Huari handed the rabbit cage to Chin Bing. You take it to the boat first, get on the boat and wait, we will come here by ourselves. I don't know if the whole thing will be infected by sewage if it is soaked in water, but if it soaks for a long time, it will definitely catch a cold and get sick. Now the cold and sickness are not easy to cure. Chin Bing carried the rabbit cage and handed it to the courtyard wall. There was still someone waiting on the boat. He should be a soldier, maybe a friend of Chin Bing. Both of them were wearing private clothes. They should have come to help Chin Bing because of his personal relationship. Yes, otherwise they should be helping the rescue in the above organization now. There is definitely no way to go downstairs, so I can only jump into the water from the second floor. New Nan can swim, and he is wearing a life jacket, so he is not afraid at all. He climbed over the balcony railing on the second floor, and went down into the water little by little. Then he went out. Chin Bing was on the boat to meet him, and soon Chin Huari also came over, but he was carrying a bag. The bag was a bit heavy, so it was a bit heavy, and he swam slowly, but fortunately, he came over smoothly. Soon there was a splash on Songjia's side. New was paddling in the water. New Nan hurriedly shouted, New come here quickly. When Nian heard the call, she glanced at her master, then swam towards New Nan with her paws. Yu Zaibai's family boarded the boat right after him. It probably took a while to pack their things. They also carried the eldest bag, but it can be seen that the packing was done in a hurry, and the bag was messy and bulging. The only remaining life jacket was covered by Yu Zaibai. On Jianchu's body, and his family's protective clothing was also put on Jianchu's body. New Nan was on the boat, so he stretched out his hand to pull Jianchu from a long distance. Jianchu was badly ill and his physical strength was weak. New Nan saw that he was struggling to swim, so he wanted to pull him to save him some effort, but Yu Zaibai soon disappeared. After catching up, he pushed Jianchu to swim out of the courtyard, and then pushed him over the courtyard wall behind him. Songjia was the last one to come up. There were 3 other girls in the next room. They were watching from the balcony. Sun Saisai was so frightened that she cried, but the girls didn't ask to take them away. It was crowded, except for Sun Saisai who was crying. The other 2 were calm. Although there was no way to take them away together, Chin Bing said that they would evacuate soon, and asked them to pack up their things first, and when the evacuated troops came, they could take their things on board the ship as soon as possible. New Nan couldn't bear to look over there, saw the rabbit cage on her body, and knew who was huddled into a ball. Brother, they will leave smoothly, right? He brings dogs and rabbits but he can't take people with him. He can live without rabbits, but Nianyu can't. If he doesn't take Nianyu with him, Songjia might rather not leave, but even if they don't want rabbits or dogs, they can barely squeeze one person on board. 2 of them still have to be left, and there is no way to take them all away together. Chin Huari said, yes, and they know the news of the evacuation in advance, so they will be more prepared. Don't worry, the situation here is not too serious, otherwise they would have evacuated as soon as possible. Chin Bing also said, yes, there are at least 3 hours to evacuate. Don't worry, the higher authorities will not give up on anyone. As long as they can be taken away, everyone will be taken to a safe place. Chapter 129. A group of people crowded on the boat, and Chin Bing briefly talked about the current situation. The above received news that Anzan City has been hit by a torrent, and the situation is very serious. Anzan City is a ***** line from our side, but the earthquake made the embankment. There was a crack in the line. The weather was hot before, and the most lacking thing was water. The river was so dry that there was no water at all. I didn't worry about breaking the defense at all, so I put all the emphasis on reconstruction and rescue, and I didn't have time to repair the crack. As soon as the water hits, it's almost unbearable. New Nan didn't know much about geographical location, so he listened quietly and didn't interrupt. Yu Zaibai knows a little bit. Once they fall there, the whole flood will hit them directly. No wonder they have to evacuate. Once the flood washes down, not to mention how high the water will be submerged, it is hard to say whether these houses can withstand the impact of the flash flood. Chin Bing said, and soon there will be a burst of heavy rain, and the level of rain will not be less than the first wave of heavy rain. New Nan moved closer to the Chin Huari side, and there was another rain that could flood the house to the second floor, and it was accompanied by the impact of the flood. This was the news that he had received in advance. If he didn't know, he wouldn't dare to think about that situation. Even if they have a boat and life jackets, how will they escape in the fast water? Chin Huari held New Nan's hand reassuringly, and asked, where are we going to evacuate now? Qin Bing said, Monkey Mountain, this is the nearest place we can evacuate. According to the current plan, 100,000 people will be evacuated to Monkey Mountain. Songjia said with a pale face, can Monkey Mountain accommodate so many people? Isn't the mountain already bald? What should we do during the day? And what about those who have not come back from work in the factory? My brother is in the machinery factory, and they will also evacuate to Monkey Mountain? Songjia was mainly worried about his brother. Before the heavy rain, Wu Jing couldn't come back. Later, the flooding was so severe, and the rain almost never stopped. Those who lost the internet and power could not contact him at all. The only good thing was that his brother knew about him. At home, he knew that his brother was in the factory, and if he lost contact on the road, he would be scared to death. Qin Bing doesn't know much about the situation. The entire residential area now has more than 1 million people. His main purpose here is to transfer the first 5 districts to Monkey Mountain. He has not received any news about how and where the people in the workplace will be transferred. But seeing Songjia's worried look, he comforted him, don't worry, if you are stranded at the place of work, it must be transferred with the factory. We have received the news in advance, and we will definitely send everyone away before the flood comes. Take it to a safe place. New Nan patted Songjia's worried and tense hand clenched into a fist. It will be fine, your brother, and Zuming, everyone will be fine. Songjia nodded, looking at the houses that were completely submerged in the water, and the homes that were forced to leave. Her heart became heavier and heavier. New Nan is fine, all his property is in the space, the house is an empty house, Chin Huari is by his side, and the rabbit is on him. Even if he is fleeing, he is not very afraid. But thinking about it from another perspective, if he is separated from Chin Huari now, his heart will be I'm afraid the heaviness in the body is no lighter than Songjia's, so some words are not very comforting, and Songjia can only let Songjia relieve it. Hearing the sound of coughing, New Nan turned his head, and seeing Jianchu leaning against Yu Bai with a pale face, he quickly asked, are you okay? Is it cold? Although he felt very hot, so hot that he was about to explode, Jianchu was very weak now, and he swam from the water just now, and now his clothes were all wet, so he didn't know if he would feel cold. Jianchu shook his head, it's not cold, I hope the flood will come and the house won't be washed away. They just bought some rice, soil and seeds, and the plans they had made were all destroyed by the flood. It's gone. New Nan sighed, and also hoped so. If the family that had been managed so hard was gone, everything would have to start all over again. The few people didn't speak anymore. They were uneasy and apprehensive about the future full of unknowns, especially when they saw that there was finally a civilized living environment around them. But now they were all soaked in sewage, and they didn't know what happened. What kind of wreckage will be left after the flood, and it is considered strong if it does not collapse and cry out. They were on a small motorboat, which could only accommodate 7 people. Counting the things they carried, it was actually overloaded, but fortunately, the place they were going to was not far away. It was a platform of a 2-story building. There are many people. Qin Bing whispered to them, these are people who received the news in advance, and most of them are family members of important positions. No matter when, there are always some people who are well informed, and everyone has their own different channels. Just like Chin Huari and others, Qin Bing is their channel, and other people, such as planting areas, pasture areas, and medical areas, are now completely mastered in important places in the hands of the government. There will always be some well-informed people who will act faster. After sending them to the platform, Qin Bing said, just follow the transferred ship. I don't know how the higher-ups will arrange the rest. Be careful yourself. New Nan hurriedly said, you have to be careful, your mission is over, come to us if you can. New Nan was worried that Qin Bing would get sick if he rescued them in the water, so he whispered to him, we still have some medicine in hand, if you need it, you must come to us, don't carry it yourself. No matter what, Qin Bing helped them evacuate as soon as he received the news, and they would not give up on this friend. Qin Bing waved at them, watched them climb up the platform one by one, and then rowed the boat together in the direction of the troops. Although every second counts, rescue can't be like a headless chicken. Only according to the plan made by the above, in order to take the most effective action, he took advantage of this time difference to transfer his friends first. Anyway, besides his comrades in arms, the closest people on his side are them. If the comrades in arms want to fight together, they should settle down with their friends first, so that they can feel more at ease. When New Nan and the others came over, they attracted the attention of many people. Among other things, that dog was quite eye-catching. As for the rabbit, when he was on the boat, New Nan used his backpack to take it out from the space. Cloth wrapped up the whole rabbit cage, so others can only see him carrying the cage. but they can't see what's in the cage. It's just a packed item, but you can't hide it, so it attracts the eyes of many people. But those who can receive the news in advance think that life will not be so good, but it is certainly not as bad as living in the shed, not having enough food and clothing, and before the end of winter, there will be a batch of sales on it meat, although it's been a month or so, but it's not too greedy for meat. So those people just looked at Goozy, and probably made a little assessment of their background ability in their hearts, but nothing happened. Nan asked Chinhuari in a low voice, "Are you waiting in line to transfer? There are a lot of people here, one by boat, and there are still so many people behind. When will we transfer?" Chinhuari said, "A bigger boat should come, otherwise the 100,000 people might not be able to move away before the flood comes." Nan looked at the depth of the water. The small motorboat was okay, but the bigger boat couldn't carry it at all. But before he had to think about what kind of boat he would rely on for the transfer, Nan was shocked when he saw a huge truck approaching. The height of just one tire was half his body. They stood on the platform on the second floor, and even stepped directly into the carriage without jumping. Chinhuari said, "This should be modified later. It seems that apart from rescue and reconstruction, the upper management is constantly improving the emergency plan. This vehicle is not a regular production at first glance. There is no such model. It is obviously a modified car. The entire tires are tank-like crawlers. I am afraid that the roads that collapsed and cracked are easy to walk. Now that the water is flooded, according to the height of the vehicle, as long as it is not a deep depression, it should be able to pass." As soon as the car approached the platform, many people hurriedly surrounded it, fearing that they would be left behind if they were a step too late. A soldier got out of the car and shouted with a loudspeaker to line up one by one, but there were not many people who kept order. Chinhuari and the others brought a dog, so it was not very easy to squeeze with people. In addition, after measuring the capacity of the car, it was more than enough to accommodate everyone waiting on the platform, so there was no need to squeeze. After all the people in front went up, I just got into the car with my things, and it's also good to be at the back of the car. The car has no doors, so sitting in the back of the car, the air will be more circulated. The main reason is that it's not raining now, so I'm stuffy sitting in it. It is better to sit on the outermost side to breathe." After all the people on the platform got into the car, they didn't continue to wait, but drove towards Monkey Mountain quickly. They should not be the first batch, so they seemed to be very familiar with the route, driving all the way, almost race against time on the road. Uzaibai and the others have been to the road in Monkey Mountain. At that time, the sky was covered with snow, and it would take 2 or 3 hours to drive there. But now you don't have to worry about slippery ice and snow. You may have explored the road ahead, so you don't have to worry about anything in the water blocking the road. It was very smooth and even arrived at Monkey Mountain in less than half an hour. As a former tourist attraction, Monkey Mountain is a tourist attraction. In addition to climbing the stairs, driveways have been built on the side mountain and the back mountain, so you can go up by driving directly. Nan has never been to Monkey Mountain, but under the guidance of Jianchu on the lower mountain wall, there are indeed holes that seem to be dug out by hand. Jianchu said, "The people here before lived in these caves." Nan couldn't help but said, "Then we are going to dig holes now, but if we all dig holes on the mountain will not be empty, and if it rains again, there will be a flash flood, and the empty mountain will be able to withstand the impact." After finishing speaking, he asked Chinhuari worriedly, "If it rains too much, will there be a landslide?" Chinhuari said, "Any accident has a certain probability of happening, but in comparison, the risk of staying at the foot of the mountain is higher. In the past, they only needed to look for tall and stable buildings, such as shopping malls and large hotels. As long as they went to high-rise buildings, they could guarantee a certain degree of safety. But now, there are no high-rise buildings, and the surrounding mountains are the best choice. But unlike their imagination of digging a hole by themselves, it turns out that there is a huge cave on the top of Monkey Mountain. The cave is halfway up the mountain, and there are traces of artificial drilling. The top is extremely high, and the area inside the cave is also huge. I don't know if it is used to the entire half-mountain, and the wind can be felt at the entrance of the cave, which means that the depth of the cave should not be airtight, otherwise there will be no wind." After the car stopped at the entrance of the cave, the people in the car got off one by one. 2 men in military uniforms also came out of the cave. It took only a few minutes to arrive at the place, and some people in the cave had already settled down. Those people were lying on their own things or backpacks, with a relaxed expression, and they could even chat with others. After the soldiers led them to the designated place, they said directly, "Find a place by yourself. After you settle down, don't move around at will. There is a special place for personal hygiene. If you live here, you must follow the rules. When the water recedes, you will be able to move around. If you can go home, just bear with the current conditions." Someone asked, "Can you choose anywhere?" The soldier said, "As long as there is no one there, it's fine." Hearing this, some people rushed to go deep, especially in the windy place. There are gaps in the cave for ventilation, which keeps the deep area from being stuffy. Although the wind that penetrates through the upper gap is not as cool as the air conditioner, it is very comfortable to blow on people. Someone directly took over the windy place. Mu Nan felt a little pity seeing this, just wanted to find another cool place. Chin Huari chose a somewhat high stone platform. The stone platform was not small, but it could not accommodate people because the ground of the stone platform is full of small spikes, just like the lotus platform where Guanyin trapped the red boy. Mu Nan watched Chin Huari climb up, and took a look on his feet. "Brother, there is no way to live here, it's all spikes. There is no open space to lie down on." As soon as Mu Nan finished speaking, he saw Chin Huari pulling out the thorns with his bare hands, and those thorns that seemed to grow out of the stone were pulled out all at once. "Mu Nan, this is too easy. What the asterisk is this?" Chin Huari said to Uzaibai, "Come and clean it up. We will live upstairs if it can be cleaned up." After speaking, he said to Mu Nan and the three of them, "You look at things first." They came here with big bags and small bags. Although they were in a hurry, they tried to stuff food and drink into the bags as much as possible. In addition, there were rabbits and dogs. There were a lot of things. It was impossible for everyone to come up and clean them up. Platform. The location of this platform is excellent, not to mention the distance from the crowd. At least there is only one way up, so you don't have to worry about being touched while sleeping at night. And it's always separated by a distance of 1 or 2 meters from the crowd. Even if you live in the people below the stone platform were also separated by a space of nearly 1 meter. Although they are all vaccinated now, it is always safer to keep a certain distance from the crowd at any time. Many people saw that the top of the stone platform was cleared out so easily, and they were a little annoyed. Many of the first group of people who came to such a good place took a fancy to it at first glance, but because the top of the stone platform was not clean at all, they were all stone cones with sharp thorns, so they just gave up. They didn't even think about going up to see if they could clean it up. The spikes on the top are not difficult to clean up, and Chin Huari and Uzaibai smashed down some difficult ones with stones. Although the platform after cleaning is not particularly flat, it is somewhat raised, but the place below there are not many particularly flat grounds. Just go to sleep, maybe you won't be able to go back after staying here for too long. After cleaning the platform, Chin Huari said to Mu Nan, "Bring out 2 sleeping mats." Naturally, there is nothing in the bag. Mu Nan took 2 sleeping mats out from the space. When the sleeping mats are not inflated, they can shrink into a palm-sized piece, but they can be inflated. After inflating, the sleeping mats will be slightly thicker, allowing people don't lie completely on the ground. But Mu Nan is not needed for blowing air. His lung capacity is really bad. When he was a child, he took a lung capacity test, and when he blew suddenly, his eyes stared at him. Probably, he was born with poor performance in this area, so it is so sensitive to wet weather. Chin Huari and Uzaibai each held a blower, and the sleeping mat was the largest one. Even someone as physically strong as Chin Huari was a little dizzy from blowing it. Mu Nan sat on the bottom and laughed secretly. It was rare to see that his brother was not good enough. Although he had an inflator, it was a bit too much to carry an inflator when fleeing. Chin Huari had to work hard to inflate it manually. When they finally settled down on the stone platform, the rescue over there must have started. More cars came and more people were transported. There was also a little distance, but as more people came in, the soldiers in charge moved people closer to make room for the people who would be transported later. A whole cave can't accommodate 100,000 people, but thousands or even tens of thousands of people should be fine. Just don't know where the others will settle. Mu Nan asked Songjia, "Have you visited Monkey Mountain before?" Songjia shook her head. "The computer room is the space I spend most of my time in. Going out takes energy and money." Mu Nan said, "I don't know if there are other places to hide on this mountain, otherwise there are so many people, how can they live?" Jianchu said with a smile, "You worry about that. Since the higher-ups have already started to act, there must be a plan, we just obediently follow the higher-ups' arrangement." Chin Huari spread 2 oversized sleeping mats on the stone platform. "Okay, you guys move your things up here." Mu Nan responded quickly, first handed the rabbit cage up, and then sent up their big backpacks, and then climbed up first after protecting Jianchu, and then followed up on the stone platform. The stone platform is not entirely exposed to the outside. half of it is unsheltered, but half is blocked by a stone wall. Jinhuari checked the situation on the other side of the stone wall in advance, and it looks quite clean, and no reptiles were seen. Yes, so I let Rabbit and New go there. There is a stone wall blocking it, which can somewhat block the sight of others. At this time, it is indeed a bit attractive to bring a rabbit and a dog. After the sleeping mat was laid out, Jinhuari took the clean clothes in the bag and a pack of wet wipes from the bag. Just go inside and wipe it. I'll take a blanket to cover it for you. Change your clothes, don't catch a cold. Holding dry clothes, Nan turned to Jianchu. Did you bring any clothes? Yu Zaibai nodded. I have. Although I am in a hurry, I have basically taken everything that can be carried. People with poor health are given priority. Nan asked Jianchu to change first. After Jianchu finished changing, he went in and wiped it quickly, changed into dry clothes, and came out holding a small fan and lying down. The inside of the cave is indeed much cooler than the outside, and the temperature should be around 30 degrees. Before putting it on, 30 degrees was already too hot for people to leave the air conditioner. Now 30 degrees, it can be described as cool in comparison. At any rate, they are also people who have experienced the high temperature of 50 or 60 degrees. Inside the body, it has not been exposed to the sun, it is cool, and it is very comfortable to fan the wind casually. Jinhuari also took off his wet clothes and put them on the wall behind the stone platform. Of course, his underwear was put away. After packing, Jinhuari sat next to Nan. Are you hungry? Nan lay on the cushion and asked him in a low voice, are you hungry? Seeing him raising his hand as if ready to feed, Jinhuari held his hand. Fortunately, if you're not hungry, you can go to sleep for a while. After tossing and tossing for a long time, take a rest first, sleep and get up before eating. It was afternoon when they came here, and it was already 7 o'clock. It was supposed to be time for dinner, but after such a twists and turns, it was a bit exhausting, and I was worried that I would be hungry again after eating at night, so I might as well take a rest first and eat later, so that at least you won't wake up hungry in the middle of the night. After all, it's outside, and it's impossible to eat too much oily food. If there is less oily water, you will naturally be hungry easily. Nan moved aside to make room for Jinhuari. Then you sleep with me. After Jinhuari lay down, he fanned him with a small fan. Is it hot? Nan said. Fortunately, it's quite cool inside the cave, but it's too dark, and the illumination of the small lamp brought in is too low. It's very good to be able to bring in the lights. This is probably fuel-fired power generation. In order to save consumption, I definitely don't use bulbs with too many wattage, as long as they can be seen a little. Nan turned over and looked behind Jinhuari. Songjia wanted to appease New, so she slept in the innermost place, near the stone wall. New and the rabbit happened to be stuffed inside, and Songjia watched. Jianchu is not in good health, and it is definitely not his turn to be on guard at night, so he and Yu Zaibai are allowed to sleep inside, so that he and Jinhuari can sleep on the side of Shitaka, and Jinhuari can lie on one side to sleep. The sight of the three of them was blocked. Nan rolled into Jinhuari's arms, then stuffed a mouthful of sushi into his mouth, and then stuffed another mouthful into his own mouth. His cheeks were bulging, and he looked at Jinhuari and smiled. Jinhuari tried hard to swallow what was in his mouth, and scratched the bridge of his nose lightly with his hands, warning him not to feed any more. There were not many people in this cave, so it was relatively quiet. Even if the sushi tasted bad, he swallowed. There is also a chance that the sound can be heard. Nan snorted, then took out a small box of watermelon juice with a straw stuffed in it from the space, drank a couple of sips by himself, then stuffed it into Jinhuari's mouth and drank a couple more. If you can suppress your hunger a little bit, let's rest first, rest and see what to eat later. After taking refuge in such a way, they have to live and eat with a group of people. In an instant, they return to those days when they migrated here last year. Unexpectedly, it has been a year and their lives have not been stabilized. Chapter 130. On the way here, I was worried about the upcoming flash flood, worried about the house at home, and worried about where they would go to evacuate next. The mental pressure was more exhausted than the physical energy, so after temporarily settling down, Nan I fell asleep after a while, but it was not time to sleep after all. I slept deeply for more than an hour. After recovering mentally, I was woken up by the increasingly noisy voices in the cave. As soon as Nan woke up, he lay on the ground and stretched. He could even hear the bones crackling. He couldn't help but groaned. This hard floor makes my back hurt from sleeping on. Jinhuari woke up a long time ago. Seeing him stretching and turning over on the mat, he stretched out his hand and rubbed his waist gently. Usually the bed is soft, so changing it to a slightly harder place won't hurt you. Adapted. New Nan closed her eyes and enjoyed Chin Huari's rubbing. It would be nice if this cushion was thicker. Then it wouldn't feel like sleeping on the ground hard. But they can only take out 2 cushions and spread them on the entire stone platform. They can't have their own cushions. They would rather sleep softly on top of each other than share them with friends. That's too selfish, so bear with it. It's fine when you get used to it. Compared with the quietness when they first came here, the cave is full of people now, and when there are more people, the environment becomes extraordinarily noisy. They are in the deepest part of the cave, but because there are gaps that allow the wind to pass through, it won't be very stuffy. The distance to the outside of the cave is winding, and even if there is lighting, it will take more than 10 minutes to go out, so sleeping in it, I don't know what's going on outside, whether it's raining, or whether the flood is coming. But seeing many people sitting on the ground wet and crying, I thought the situation outside would not be so good. New Nan saw that the family who had come in with them before, and occupied the airy place as soon as they came in, was trying to find a way to move out, but more and more people came, probably for the sake of meeting people outside. The evacuated people make room, so they live very densely, and there is no extra room to move, unless they live outside. But the current situation in the mountains is that you either live in the deepest part of the mountain, where there are gaps for ventilation, and it is cool and not stuffy, or you live at the entrance of a cave. Although it may be hot and humid due to heavy rain, at least you can breathe. None of the benefits can be taken, it is not cool enough and there is no way to breathe. If given a choice, no one would want to live in this middle place, where there are too many people to breathe. Although the cave is very large and the ceiling is too high to prevent lack of oxygen, such a dense and dark environment is not comfortable, so the family saw that no one around them was willing to change with them, and they didn't want to change to the middle of the cave, and their expressions were very bad. A look of holding back his temper. Seeing that no one was willing to change seats with that family, New Nan fanned the wind and said, "What's the matter over there? Isn't it cool? It's so comfortable to be blown by the wind. Why do you want to change? I liked it, but it's a pity that the speed is not as fast as others, and I was robbed." Chin Huari said, "Because it was too cold. It was hot when I first came in, so I took whatever was cool. Now the temperature of my whole body has dropped with the coolness in the cave, and with the wind blowing. There has never been a cold in this cave. Seeing the cold air of the light, I'm afraid it will hurt my bones, so of course I have to change the place." After Chin Huari finished speaking, he turned New Nan's head. "Don't look over there. What do you want to eat? The platform they occupy is very good and high. Unless someone climbs up, they will not be crowded with people at all. The platform is relatively close to the gap where the wind blows, but it is not blown by the wind. It can be said to be quite comfortable. It's not that there were too many stone cones on this platform before, I'm afraid they won't be able to occupy them at all. But now that they occupy such a good place, let's keep a low profile, so it's fine to watch it secretly. If it's too open and above board, maybe people will hate it, although they are not afraid. But of course there will be less troublesome things. A piece is a piece." New Nan got up from the mat. Songjia leaned against the wall, stroked the dog's hair laying on his lap in a daze, probably worried about his brother, and seemed a little silent. Jianchu was still sleeping, and Yu Zaibai also woke up. Seeing that they were up, he pulled his backpack and said in a low voice, "I brought flour, oil, salt, and canned instant noodles. I only brought a small bag of rice, and the rest is water. Yes, I brought a pot, but there is no fuel, and the ready-made food is just a bag of freshly made steamed buns, and the electricity was cut off before, so I can't prepare too much. I'm afraid it will be too hot." Songjia also carefully walked around Jianchu and crawled over, and opened the backpack. "I brought canned food and a bunch of biscuits. I'm afraid I won't be able to start the fire." Some of the biscuits were bought on the official website beforehand. The old snacks are not cheap, but at least they can fill the stomach. They contain sugar and milk. Now they are short of everything, so they can eat something that they didn't like before. All kinds of sandwich biscuits are good for the body. The other part is made by himself at home. Although there is no milk or eggs, the flour and sugar are not bad, mainly because it can be stored for a little longer. Chin Huari said, "I brought fuel, so I can cook with a fire, but let's forget about it today. First look at the conditions of the people around. If everyone's conditions are not good, or even have no food, then try not to make such a big fuss for movement and movement. Let's stay for a few days with what we have before we talk about it." Songjia and Yu Zaibai also thought this was better. In case no one else had to eat, they would cook here, especially in the semi-closed space of the cave, where the smell dissipated slowly, and it was too easy to become a target of public criticism. Why not look at others first? If the conditions are good, they will not be too conspicuous if they eat hot food and the like. Chin Huari asked Mu Nan to take out all the steamed buns in the bag. This stuff can only be eaten for the first 2 days. If it is the 3rd day, no matter whether the temperature in the hole will be bad or not, it will definitely not remain soft all the time. So there is no way to take it from the space with a backpack behind the cover, so I just take some out first, eat it for 2 days, and then we will talk about what to eat later. I just hope that I won't live in this cave for too long. While they were discussing, Jianchu also woke up, but he probably didn't sleep well. With a tired look on his face, Mu Nan said, Jianchu, what do you want to put in the steamed buns? There are canned luncheon meat and corn kernels. Jianchu said, corn kernels, I'll do it myself. He couldn't eat canned luncheon meat. He ate it at home before. I don't know if it was too oily. It's not very convenient, so I can only pray in my heart, don't have diarrhea, otherwise it will be too much trouble. Mu Nan handed Jianchu a disposable glove. If there is no condition to wash it with water, then you can only wear gloves, otherwise it will be too dirty to hold it with your hands. Mu Nan ate 2 steamed buns. One steamed bun was stuffed with beef sauce, which was made by his brother, especially for rice. The other steamed bun was stuffed with spicy cabbage, which was made by himself. It was super delicious. As for luncheon meat, he is more used to frying it in oil, so that the taste of eating it directly always feels like eating raw meat. Eat 2 for those with a small appetite, and 3 for those with a large appetite. Fortunately, these few people don't have big appetites, otherwise such a small amount of food may not be enough to eat. Songjia even took a steamed bun to feed New, but to avoid people inside the stone wall, I used a small blanket to cover the changing clothes, so as not to be seen. There are always some talkative people in this world, who will starve to death and feed dogs and the like. When I meet such people it's annoying. Mu Nan handed Songjia another steamed bun, tear half of it for New, and throw the rest into the rabbit cage, although I don't know if the rabbit will eat it or not. Facts have proved that as long as there is something to eat, the wild rabbit will eat it all. The steamed buns thrown into the cage are eaten up in no time. Mu Nan is about to throw another one, but Chin Huari stops him. Eat a little and you won't die from hunger. Eating too much might make you sick. Mu Nan could only give up regretfully. Since he was outside, there was no way to feed him fresh grass, and he wondered if his rabbits would survive after this wave of evacuation passed, and how many of those little rabbits would survive. If it wasn't for the fact that the little rabbit was too small, he would have eaten one every few days, and it would have ended up in his stomach, and if he died, it would be a waste of these bites of meat. Before going to bed, several people went to the toilet one by one. The toilet is at the entrance of another cave. There is too much rain. The toilet was flushed very clean the last time. At least there is no big smell, not too disgusting, but the distance is a bit far. In addition, there are too many people in the cave now, and the whole cave is winding. Be careful on the road so as not to step on people. The lights in the whole cave are also very dim. It takes almost 20 minutes to go back and forth. Mu Nan is extremely envious of New because New can solve the problems one day at a time. Because the bathroom is very close to the entrance of the cave, I can hear the movement outside. Mu Nan came back after using the bathroom, and while wiping his hands and feet with a sterile paper towel, he said, the sound of the rain was too loud, the rumbling rainstorm. What a pity I can only hear voices but cannot see the situation outside, and I don't know if everyone has been transferred. Jianchu said, there are too many people, it may not be so smooth to transfer all of them. Mu Nan looked under the stone platform. I don't know if Qinbing and the others have completed their mission, if something has happened, if they will come to us, and if Su Ming and Wu Zheng have also been transferred here. Yeah, when I went to the bathroom, I took a special look at the people around me, and there wasn't a single familiar face. Yu Zaibai smiled and said, you don't go out, and there are not many familiar faces. Mu Nan said, neither did the girls next door to us, nor did Daniel who lived behind. Songjia sighed, I hope everyone is safe. Just after being evacuated on the first day, everyone is groping for a new environment, or they are very tired after traveling all day. Some have rested early, and some are still in the sleeping place, and they all carefully lowered their voices, talking. It seems that there is no one who is particularly difficult to get along with. When Mu Nan was lying on the mat, he vaguely heard words such as high platform, good luck, etc., and felt that someone should be talking about them. But they were really lucky. They came early, and chose a place where they could avoid the crowd as much as possible. although the stone platform is actually a bit small for 5 big men, except for Songjia, the single dog. The 4 of them you can try to sleep in 2 hugs together, but it's okay. The light in the cave was always on. Originally, the light was not very bright. It was too dark, and it would not affect the rest if it was on. After most of them fell asleep quietly, New Nan squeezed into Chin Huari's arms. The temperature here is not low, but because the air in the ground is cold without seeing the sun all year round, it is still a bit cold to sleep. But New Nan and the others brought a few blankets. The blanket was the smallest size they bought online before. It was an ultra-thin blanket with free shipping for 3 yuan. Several curls together were not as big as a palm. This temperature, in the cave it was just right to cover the stomach. I just brought 3 of them. One was given to Jianchu and the other was hung on the stone wall before, but now I don't need to change clothes, so Songjia took it down and covered it myself. The last one was of course Mu Nan and Chin Huari for their own use. Hearing rustling voices and some snoring, Mu Nan whispered to Chin Huari, "It's so noisy, brother, can you sleep? Do you want earplugs?" Chin Huari covered his ears. "Close your eyes, and stop making noise when you fall asleep." Mu Nan hugged him, although it was still a little hot to be so close, but the familiar smell made him feel more at ease in the unfamiliar environment. "Tell me, how long are we going to stay here? When we go back, the house, is it okay?" Chin Huari took a small electric fan and placed it behind Mu Nan, so that both of them could get wind. "If the house is gone, we can just rebuild it. Choose a place, hire people, buy materials, and build a building you want. The appearance of the 2 or 3 floors, how many rooms are needed, how the layout of the upstairs and downstairs are divided, all according to our own preferences and habits." Mu Nan sighed. "If it was like this before, I would be happy, but it's so hot now. Before the house is built, where do I go to escape the heat?" Chin Huari caressed his back and coaxed him to sleep while saying, "We can live on the mountain. There is a hole dug by the previous people. Rent a car, go there from time to time to see the progress of the house, live in the mountain. During the day sleep in a shady place when the sun is hot. You can watch the stars at night. You can eat barbecue if you want to eat hot pot, and eat hot pot if you want to eat hot pot. At that time, it is best to get a dog, who is as sensible and obedient as Nianyu." Chin Huari's voice whispering in Mu Nan's ear helped him block out a lot of noise from the outside world. Mu Nan listened to it, and slowly fell asleep like listening to a bedtime story. Chin Huari covered him with a small blanket and stretched out one hand for him to use as a pillow. Seeing that Mu Nan fell into a deep sleep after a while, it was a bit funny, because he was still tired during the day, but seeing that he was quite adaptable to the current environment, Chin Huari also feeling relieved, she turned slightly sideways, covered Mu Nan's ears with one hand, hugged her in her arms and fell asleep with her eyes closed. Mu Nan woke up once in the middle of the night, but he was in a daze. Hearing the silence in the cave, he felt Chin Huari hug him even tighter as soon as he moved, and patted him to sleep as he did when he was a child. He couldn't help but smiled, and then changed his position, lying on Chin Huari's chest and fell asleep again. He slept comfortably. Chin Huari was pressed by him all night and had 3 nightmares. Either he dreamed that Mu Nan was lost or that Mu Nan was washed away by the flood. When he woke up in the morning, his face was icy. Mu Nan looked at Chin Huari and said, "It's better for me to adapt to the environment. You didn't sleep well last night. You don't know how long you will live in this cave until you sleep in the afternoon. You need to adapt quickly." Chin Huari glanced at him, took the toiletries in one hand and Mu Nan in the other to go to the bathroom. The bathroom is a bit far away, so basically 2 or 3 people go together. Things are piled up here, so people must be kept. Jianchu and the others woke up early, and Songjia also wanted to take advantage of the early time. Most people have not woken up yet. I took New to solve it earlier, and went with Yu Zaibai and the others. Now that they are back and Mu Nan woke up, I will go with Chin Huari and the others. There are many people who get up early, go to the bathroom, and even take a bath at the entrance of the cave. The rainwater that falls from the sky is always cleaner than the underground water source. At least there are no insect eggs in the sky. Mu Nan and Chin Huari found an inconspicuous corner, washed with the mineral water they brought, and there were people next to them washing their hair and bathing directly in the rain, so they didn't have to worry about catching cold after washing like this early in the morning. The place where they are located is considered to be on the high side of the mountain. The situation at the foot of the mountain is actually too high, but if you look into the distance, you can see a piece of muddy water rushing downstream. But how high is the water? There is no way to be sure, because there is no reference to compare. Chin Huari and Mu Nan looked at it for a while, but they couldn't see what was going on outside, so they had to go back into the cave. When the two were walking into the cave, they saw a man in military uniform, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Is there any way to find someone now? We want to find some friends, but I don't know if they have moved over." The soldier shook his head. "There is no way now. There are still people who are being transferred, and the transferred people are currently understaffed and there is no way to count them for the time being. You can look for them in the cave yourself. There is a refuge cave here, and there is another one above. It can't be found here, and it might be up there." New Nan said, "Then do you know Chin Bing?" He was a soldier who was in charge of patrolling the former 5 districts. When asked about Chin Bing, he really knew him. Although they were not in the same class, they both lived in the Bingbing building. "I know him, but I haven't seen him here." New Nan was a little disappointed. Chin Huari rubbed his hair and said to the soldier, "If you see Chin Bing, please tell him that someone is looking for him. We live in the innermost part of the cave." The soldier nodded, and it was accepted. Now that they are alone outside, there are still people who can think about it. It is also a happy thing. It is not too troublesome to help with a message. They meandered all the way back to where they lived, and saw a man climbing halfway up the stone platform talking to Yu Zaibai from afar. Chin Huari and Mu Nan hurried over and heard Yu Zaibai say, "Sorry, we also have people with poor health here, you should find someone else to change." The man wanted to say something else, but Chin Huari stepped forward directly. "Please make way." Mu Nan glanced at the person who was talking to Yu Zaibai. He was a middle-aged man. His hair was greasy and sticky on his head, his clothes were very worn out, they were deformed long after washing and drooped on his body smelled very heavy. Even though Mu Nan held his breath, there was still an unbearable smell rushing into his nose. With the current environment like this, he wouldn't do things that judge people by their appearance, but he didn't have a good impression of this man at first glance, probably because his eyes were sneaky and wretched, and they always pretended to be inadvertent, glancing at the bag they put behind. Mu Nan climbed onto the mat, deliberately picked up the blanket and shook it towards the direction where the man was standing. On the sleeping floor, so close to the ground, even though there is an air cushion, there are still some small stones falling on the blanket. The shaking naturally fell on the man, and the pitiful expression that the man had put on changed instantly. Covering the side with his hand, he said in a bad tone, "You." Before he finished his unkind words, Chin Huari put the bag on the ground. It was not known whether it was a hammer or something in it. It sounded like a metal collision, and it hit the ground heavily. The man fell silent immediately, subconsciously looked up looking at Chin Huari. Seeing Chin Huari's cold expression and even fierce eyes, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Chin Huari turned to look at Yu Zaibai. "What's the matter?" Yu Zaibai said, "This man wants to change seats with us, saying that his daughter is not in good health." Chin Huari turned his head to look at the man directly. "What does your daughter's poor health have to do with us? I have already rejected you clearly, so please stop pestering her, and don't blame me for being rude." The man didn't expect this group of people to be so difficult to talk to, so he said harsh words without saying a word, and immediately became anxious. "Let's discuss it again. You see, my daughter is not feeling well, and she will cry when she is not feeling well. If you make a fuss, it will affect the people next to you, even you." Songjia whispered in Mu Nan's ear, "I saw it just now. Before this guy came, he secretly pinched his daughter, and the girl started to cry. Then he pretended to coax a few words, and said goodbye to the people next to him. He just came over and said that he wanted to change seats with us, saying that this place is a little far away from the crowd, so that his daughter's crying will not disturb the people next to him too much." After Songjia finished speaking, she compared her eyes. "My eyesight is good, I can see clearly." Although Songjia's words were not spoken loudly, everyone on the platform heard it, and the man heard it too, and his expression changed immediately. "No, how can you say such slanderous words? If you don't change it, you won't. In other words, why make such a false accusation? That's my daughter, don't I feel bad when she cries?" Chin Huari said, "That's simple. Isn't your child crying? I'll beat you every time she cries." Seeing her father being beaten, I think she won't cry no matter how uncomfortable she is. Without waiting for this person to say anything, Chin Huari directly picked him up and threw him out, but this person's clothes may have been washed too many times, and there was a sound of tearing when he picked them up, but he threw them out anyway. Mu Nan quickly took out the disinfectant wipes and wiped Chin Huari's hands. Who knows how long it's been since that person took a shower, so he had to disinfect them properly. Jian Chu on the side, "Our seat is too conspicuous." Mu Nan comforted, "Don't be afraid, it's a big deal to fight." Chapter 131. Lu Wei, who was thrown away, was obviously not reconciled, and even wanted to make trouble by taking advantage of Chin Huai's first move. Although the past 2 years have not been good, Lu Wei is living a more comfortable life now than before. You don't have to bow your head to others just to earn such a little money, and you don't have to be looked down upon by others, live in a dilapidated house with a rent of 2,000 to 3,000, and live even worse than a dog for milk powder money. When the earthquake happened, his wife was crushed in that dilapidated house. His first reaction was not to rescue, but to breathe a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford to smoke a pack of cigarettes every month, and the whole city was destroyed by the earthquake. He no longer had to be overwhelmed by the pressure of buying a house, school district, and education funds. Although various survival crises followed one after another, there was no real situation where people starved to death. Everyone's life has become the same. The rich people who used to be rich are not moving bricks on the construction site to survive. Those who looked down on him at the beginning, it's not as good as he is now. Now, without the care of the woman who looked down on him everywhere, his life is unbelievably happy. Most importantly, the children he brings can provide him with a lot of convenience, extra subsidies from the government, rent, water and electricity reductions and exemptions can even be prioritized at work. Although Lu Wei, who has tasted the sweetness, finds it annoying to bring a child, especially his daughter is still young. She was only 4 years old when the earthquake happened, and it was the time when cats hated dogs. But children, if they are disobedient, they will be beaten, and they will be obedient if they are beaten a few times. A crying child will have milk. The more the child cries, the more sympathy he will get from people, no matter who pity the child without a mother. I still feel that the child is annoying to cry, and making concessions to him is the actual benefit that can be obtained. Lu Wei even once hoped that his daughter would always be this big. That's disgusting. Because Lu Wei, who often took advantage of others in the name of his daughter, was dissatisfied with not being able to choose a better seat because he came late, he repeated the same trick again, and the stone platform was very good. There was no need to be crowded with a group of people. He's late, if only he could come sooner. But looking at the group of young people above, although it is a pity that there are no women, after all, women are more likely to be soft-hearted, but try it, maybe this is a group of soft-hearted young people. The result was naturally unexpected, and he was thinking of using the other party's first move as an excuse to call in soldiers to make a fuss. He is a single father with a child, and a group of powerful young people opposite him. As long as he is not blind, he can see who is weak. But before he could move, he saw that the young man who threw him away took out a hammer from his bag, threw it firmly on the ground with a crashing sound, and even spoke fiercely at the person who was more talkative. He said, "Next time there is such an unclear entanglement, just beat it with a hammer. If people don't provoke me, I will not provoke others. If people provoke me, it will not be over if I don't beat them to death." Hearing this, Lu Wei hurriedly ran away in disgrace. He wanted to take advantage, but he was still cowardly by nature. All he could take advantage of were soft-hearted and kind-hearted good people. When he encountered such an unreasonable bully, he was a bit don't dare to provoke them. Niu Nan quickly gave a thumbs up. "You are amazing, my brother." Yu Zaibai on the side was also dumbfounded. "A hammer? Fleeing with a hammer? This weight is not as heavy as bringing a few more catis of rice." Niu Nan said, "We must always have a weapon, so I stuffed a hammer in my bag." Songjia couldn't help but be stunned. "You guys are thinking comprehensively. At that time, when I said that I was going to evacuate, my mind was blank. I couldn't think of what to bring. Being able to bring clothes and food is already driven by survival instinct." Niu Nan smiled and said, "We didn't pack it in a hurry. The water was almost flooding the second floor, and we thought about what to do if there was a flood, so we packed the escape bag in advance." Songjia couldn't help sighing. How could it be said that people who plan ahead have foresight? Seeing how complete their belongings are, this kind of foresight should really be learned, because their emergency responsibility is too poor. Seeing that the man shrank back, and his daughter didn't cry anymore, after crying just now, she hid in the corner with a slightly dull expression, not daring to approach her father at all, which further proved that song what Jia said just now. Niu Nan couldn't help but bawled. "It's not as good as a beast. Anyone can be a parent now. There is no threshold at all. How many children have been harmed? Those who commit crimes and have psychological distortions are mostly caused by childhood shadows." Chin Huai turned his head around. "It's useless to look at things that can't be changed. Come here and wait for breakfast." That's the father of someone else's child. They can't solve it by reporting that the man abused his daughter. Now as long as the man makes the child cry again, they can give the man a good lesson. In addition, they can't do anything else, but they still have to talk to the soldiers in charge of this matter. Even if they don't have the extra energy to pay attention to this trivial matter, at least it can make that person calm down a little. I ate noodles for breakfast, and the fuel and small pot can be taken out, because apart from them, most people in this cave are in good conditions, but also, they are the first here, and they have passed through their respective departments even before the notice from above. People who have been evacuated through certain channels, so it is normal to bring more complete things. Although not all those who start fire use fuel, some people even carry firewood on their backs, which shows how well prepared they are before coming. Fortunately, the ceiling of this cave is huge, and the air in the cave is also sufficient. Although the journey is a bit rough, it is winding, but the air circulation in the whole cave is smooth, so it is not stuffy at all, and it is no problem to burn a fire. It is precisely because many people are trying to get some hot food to eat, it is not too eye-catching for them to take out small pots and fuel at this time. What is really eye-catching is that one family is still frying buns, which should be meat buns, and I don't know how it survived the power outage for so many days. Anyway, the fragrance has already attracted the attention of most people on their side. Naturally, the water used is the water brought by Chinhuari and the others. Although the water brought by Jianchu and the others must have been filtered, the mineral water they used before is safer. The water needs to be boiled for a while. The steamed buns that were not eaten yesterday are steamed on top, and when the steamed buns are soft, put the next noodles in and cook. Jianchu can't eat too much flavor, although he is very greedy, but the damaged stomach is not so easy to cultivate. So after eating the luncheon meat and seasoning, he first filled a bowl for Jianchu, put Jianchu after the portion was poured out in advance. Munan threw the spicy cabbage he brought into the pot. A bowl of spicy cabbage noodles with luncheon meat in the morning and a steamed bun were enough. Guzi and Rabbit still eat steamed buns, and 3 cold steamed buns are specially reserved for them. By now, all the steamed buns brought by the 3 of them have been eaten, but it doesn't matter. They also brought flour and rice, and they can make them by themselves. In addition to steamed buns, you can also bake pancakes, make gnocchi, eat noodles, and even steam rice. They just thought that they would not be short of staple food. If they fled together, others would definitely bring staple food, so Munan and the others prepared a small amount of staple food, and most of them brought some sauces, just the beef sauce made by Chinhuari. It can be eaten directly with rice. But this certainly cannot tell them that it is the beef sauce made by Chinhuari, because there is no beef at all, so it is said that it is a ready-made sauce bought in the past, and it is not bad even now. The few people calculated their family fortunes and breathed a sigh of relief. The things the 3 of them brought: don't eat and drink too much, at least they can stay in this cave for half a month. After half a month, if the water still has no way to return, well, it depends on how the government arranges, and relief food should be distributed at that time. They can survive for half a month, but others may not be able to last so long. Maybe they will have to count on the government for help in a week. Munan, who was full, leaned on his bag to play with his mobile phone, and asked casually, "Do you think this flood will recede soon?" Lying down after eating, Songjia said, I hope we can go home in 2 or 3 days, and the house is still fine. His brother still doesn't know where he is, so naturally he hopes to get back soon. Munan glanced at the few people who were bored, and said, "Do you want to watch TV series? I have a power bank, which can be used for at least a few days." Songjia, who was lying full, moved on the mat, and turned her head in the direction of Munan. "Look, what TV series do you have on your phone?" Munan flipped through it by himself. There is an American TV series and a Hong Kong TV series. "What do you want to watch?" Songjidao, "Watch American dramas, criminal investigation. It fits the dark atmosphere in this cave, and most people in American dramas can't understand. They will automatically block the sound. Hong Kong dramas can be understood by people. We have already occupied the platform. How about it's too much to watch TV dramas leisurely?" Munan took a look in his bag, and actually took out 2 earphones and a splitter in the space. "It's okay, just wear earphones." Songjia and Jianchu looked at Munan in amazement again. "Honestly, is there a doorman in your bag?" Munan laughed. "There is also a random door, which can take you back to the end of the world." Songjia sighed. "It would be great if I could go back." Jianchu said, "If you can go back, what is the first thing you do?" Songjia thought for a while. "Go to the food stall downstairs of our house and order a table of barbecue and beer." Munan looked at Jianchu. "What about you?" Jianchu said, "Eating hot pot. Hot pot. I never knew that eating bland food is such a tormenting thing." Hearing this, New Nan couldn't help poking Chin Huari. You heard me, I'm not the only one who feels the torture. Chin Huari glanced at him. What did you hear? You are not sick, you are always well, and you will not be tortured by bland food. New Nan couldn't help poking Chin Huari's body twice. The three of them leaned side by side on the back stone wall, with a backpack full of clothes on the back. Almost all the food was taken out, otherwise the stone wall would be too hard. Leaning on the tired, a small boiler was placed in front, and the mobile phone was leaning on the lid of the pot. The height is just right. Although it is tiring after sitting for a long time, it is more comfortable than holding it by hand. As for Uzaibai and Chin Huari, Uzaibai was kneading noodles to make steamed buns. They could make some other food, but they still had dogs and rabbits to eat, so they prepared to steam some steamed buns, and the boiled water was still drinkable. And Chin Huari went out to inquire about the situation. He lived in the deepest part of the cave and could only wait for the notification from above. Well, get ready right away. The condition of the transferred people got worse as they got closer to the entrance of the cave. Many people should have been rescued from the water without any food or clothes on their bodies. Small wounds can stop bleeding by themselves. Whether large wounds can be tolerated or not, if you want to survive, you can directly suture them. At most, you can disinfect them. There are no such things as anesthesia. Desperate cries, numb expressions, and even a lot of people who were so tattered that their clothes could not cover their bodies looked blankly at the pouring rain outside the cave. A cave, with firewood and hot food inside, and purgatory outside, separated the two worlds. As soon as Chin Huari arrived at the entrance of the cave, a car that kept leaking water drove up, and a group of soldiers jumped out of the car, shouting for the wounded to come quickly, and several people wearing masks hurriedly surrounded them. One by one, the pale-faced man who was still bleeding was lifted out of the car. A person who didn't know if he was the leader of the medical team said to the rescued soldiers, "We can't contain them here, and the ones behind will be sent up directly." The soldier shook his head with a bitter face. "The top is also full, and there are still many people below. Let's bring them up first. The next supply truck will arrive soon, and it will be better to set up a tent on the mountain road than in the water. Soak strong." As soon as the soldier finished speaking, he saw that all the people in the car had been removed, so he jumped into the car and hurried down to rescue the next group of people. Chin Huari saw those soldiers. All of them had no blood on their faces or lips. On such a hot day, they felt a chill when they passed by him just now. It can be seen that they have been soaking in the water for a long time. It should be said that there are still some soldiers outside. It's more than 50 degrees, otherwise, if you soak in the water like this, I'm afraid it's too cold to lose temperature. The car left in a hurry again, and many people wearing masks came out of the cave to transfer the wounded who had just been transported to the cave. Chin Huari saw that they were really not enough manpower, although there were many people in the cave, but most of them were overwhelmed with injuries, and some hadn't eaten for some time, and didn't even have the strength to stand up, so they simply stepped forward to help. New Nan watched 4 episodes of American TV series with Jianchu and Songjia in the morning, and his back hurt from sitting, so he stopped his phone and lay on the mat to exercise his muscles and bones. Uzaibai had already steamed 3 pots of steamed buns. Because the pot is not that kind of big steamer, steam up to 4 steamed buns in one pot, steam 3 pots, they can eat a meal with dogs and rabbits at most. Because I was worried that the fuel consumption would be too fast, I stopped after making more than 10 steamed buns. Saving some would at least allow the dogs and rabbits to eat for a few more days. As for them, eating noodles or stuffed rice mixed with sauce was enough. Chin Huari didn't come back until noon. His body was wet and covered with blood. This shocked New Nan. Chin Huari hurriedly comforted him. "I'm going to help the rescue. It's not my blood, it's those wounded. Take your bag, come here with wet wipes. I'll change out my clothes, and I'll take them outside to wash them later." New Nan's heart suddenly fell back. "I was scared to death. I thought you were fighting with someone outside." Uzaibai and the others were also taken aback, thinking that something had happened, but they were relieved when they heard that Chin Huari was fine. "How is the situation outside?" Chin Huari wiped his body with a blanket and changed his clothes inside the stone wall and said, "It's very bad. The water has already come from outside, and many people were washed away before the rescue came, and now I heard that some people were washed away." Trapped in the residential area, they tried to hold hands one by one and rely on manpower to resist. They couldn't let go all night, and the whole person froze. Many houses were washed away, and some factories were directly washed to the ground. Hearing the factory building, Songjia's heart was about to lift up. Have those people in the factory been transferred? Chin Huari shook his head. I don't know, but it should be transferred, because in addition to transferring people, they also rush to transfer a lot of machines. There is really no way on the farm side, but everything that can be transferred on the ranch side has been transferred. After the flood is over, I am afraid that all reconstruct irons will have to start all over again. This is really suffocating news. Originally, because of the insect infestation, the harvest of grain was completely wiped out, but now the flood has swept through, and the harvest has been completely wiped out. The house that was finally rebuilt was washed away, and the home that had just been settled was gone. No matter how strong the psychological endurance was, people would probably fall into a wave of powerless despair. After Chin Huari changed his clothes, he threw the wet clothes under the steps of the stone platform, lest the wet ones were still mixed with blood, and he didn't know if they were contaminated with any germs, so he found a plastic bag and wrapped them up. New Nan said, I don't want this clothes, I brought a lot of vests, and I still have a change. The main reason is that it was stained with other people's blood, so I always felt that no matter how much I washed it, I couldn't put it on again. Chin Huari didn't care about it. It's okay, just wait outside and wash it with rainwater. The rescue supplies will be distributed soon, but the amount should not be much. Maybe it can only meet the minimum survival needs of people, so that they can't die from starvation. Jianchu worried, should we save money on food? If it's so serious outside and the house is washed away, now we only have some food. Even if there is some money in the account, the higher-ups will never take it, so I'm afraid we won't eat it. Can be sold. Songjia was a little annoyed. I knew that I should have carried at least a bag of 50 katis of rice to escape. At least 50 katis is enough for us to save some food for a month. New Nan couldn't help looking at Chin Huari, because he didn't know what was going on outside, whether their house was still there, or if it wasn't, their house didn't have much, and everything that could be collected was put into the space, that is, some things that couldn't be helped. The things that can be moved flexibly, such as air conditioners, solar generators, etc., but the neighbors can say that they have nothing. It's so miserable, and the things they have now are really the only remaining assets. Chin Huari said, let's save on eating first. There is nothing to consume your energy in the cave. You can eat less, but you can't just eat one meal for the sake of saving a day. Now there is a flood outside. The people in the cave are too crowded, so there is less food. The resistance will decrease, and you will get sick easily. So let's live well and think of a solution when something happens later. It can only be like this at the moment, but knowing a little bit of outside news, this immediately cast a shadow on the originally relaxed mood. I dare not let go of the lunch at noon, and one person ate a bowl. It was also saved, and one person picked a small lump. New Nan doesn't care about this. There are piles of supplies in his space, but it's better to save it now. In case the situation is really too bad later, they have some surplus food in their hands, and a sauce can cover it up. Then take it out a little bit, so it won't be too difficult. In the afternoon, Chin Huari did not go out again. The wounded and half-dead people were piled up at the entrance of the cave. After any major disaster, there must be a major epidemic. Now there is no cure for various diseases, and the continuous accumulation of disasters, or it is better to have as little contact with those injured as possible. Chin Huari even asked Mu Nan to take out a box of masks from his bag. Everyone was wearing them, and they couldn't take them off while sleeping. There were so many people in the cave, and the flood was flooding outside. People who died in the water, and mosquitoes raging. It was very difficult. Prone to flu outbreaks. Influenza is also quite deadly. In the past peacetime, in their country alone, nearly 100,000 people died of influenza every year. Although many people's perception of influenza is that it is a more contagious and more serious cold. Take some medicine, a little injection is enough, but now a small cold can kill people, let alone the flu. Although I don't know how much a mask can prevent, it's better to wear it than not to wear it. Sufficient sleep is the most natural way to enhance resistance. Yu Zaibai and the others have no conditions and can only rely on sleep. Mu Nan and Chin Huari have no way to take out the health medicines they take, and they can only take them secretly. Now Mu Nan he has practiced like Chin Huari, gulping his mouth to drink water and pouring it down. It is no longer the small throat that could only swallow one at a time, but they still took out a can vitamin C. They didn't know if it was useful or not. Anyway, it was completely eaten as candy. Come on, each person eats one every day. Songjia shook her head quickly. Eat it yourself. There is no such thing for sale now. If you eat one, you will lose one. You keep it for yourself. New Nan said, let's get through the time in the cave first, and I bought this thing a long time ago, it's almost expired, I don't know if it's useful, eat it, if it can really strengthen your resistance, then it's okay, that's good, otherwise we live together, and I'm afraid that if someone gets sick, none of us will be able to escape. New Nan has said so, and they are indeed worried about being infected and sick in this environment. Hey, I owe people too much. Songjia held New Nan's hand, there is nothing to repay in this life. In the next life, be a cow or a horse to repay. New Nan shook off his hand in disgust, you are a scumbag, do you know that? Songjia smiled and said, it's a pity, I have never been a scumbag in my life, and I have never been a scumbag. People like you who show affection will not understand the sorrow of being single. Chapter 132. On the night of the second day after living in the cave, supplies began to be distributed. Each person has 1 multigrain cake per day and 500 milliliters of water, but the water needs to be brought into a container. Even though there is a shortage of water, although it is rainwater, for some people, as long as the water does not fall to the ground, it is clean. Some people even think that the rootless water in the sky is cleaner than the water distributed by the government, and they would rather drink it. Rainwater. There are many ways to get it. The most direct way is to swipe your ID card. You are still not allowed to pick it up on your behalf. Those who fled in a hurry without an ID card have to register their information and check the information every day when they pick it up. Like Chinhuari, they all bring their ID. If you don't have an ID card, you can get it much faster. You can get it at the special machine for swiping the card. If you don't have an ID card, you have to get it through the channel opened on the other side. There is no time limit for getting it, but you can only get it once a day. When others received the notice and rushed to collect them for fear that they would be late, Chinhuari and the others sat without moving until they went to the bathroom before going to bed at night, and brought back the supplies. The palm-sized multigrain cake was slightly yellowish in color. I don't know what flour is made of coarse grains. New Nan curiously tore open a packet and took a bite. His throat was rough, feeling like he was swallowing coarse chaff. There is only a little salty taste in the noodle cakes, and it is estimated that people will not be able to bear it if they do not eat salt for too long. This 1 for a day can indeed maintain the most basic survival needs of people. If you are hungry, you will be hungry. It can only be said that you will not die of hunger. New Nan sighed and walked towards their residence while holding the multigrain cakes in the lunchbox. In the past, they were corn cakes. The cornmeal ground by a machine is not to say how delicate it is, but at least it can be eaten. Now, if you are really hungry, you have no choice. Then of course it can be eaten. But now they have a lot of choices. Although they want to avoid people, the most worrying thing is food. Under such circumstances, it is naturally difficult to accept this thick grain cake that chokes people to death. Chinhuari covered his head with one hand, then put it away for now. Anyway, there is a separate plastic package. This dehydration is so dry, it can be stored for at least 3 to 5 days, maybe longer. New Nan looked at the miscellaneous grain cake in his hand, and couldn't help but said, I read some novels about the end of the world before, and some of the plots in it use corn cakes as the common currency, which is half a kati. When trading, I break off a piece. I think when I was eating, I was thinking, isn't this food? Is it still edible after such a deal? After so many people's hands, you broke it to me, and I traded it to you. That tortilla is so dirty. Think about it, it feels like it's coins. It's like eating money directly after the transaction. New Nan shook the pancakes in his hand as he said, I was thinking, then when we need to trade food in the future, we won't be so careless. Sure enough, the reality is not so careless. This bag is sealed and individually packaged. Even if it is a transaction as a common currency, at least there is an outer packaging to separate it, so that it will not be so dirty when you touch it. Chinhuai shook his head, I'm thinking about messy things every day. When it comes to the time when food can be traded for human life, no matter how dirty it is, as long as it can fill the stomach, people will still rush for it. The two were talking, and returned to the residence after a while. New Nan raised the grain cake in his hand. I opened a bag. Do you want to have a snack before going to bed? Although Jianchu and the others also received it themselves, they didn't open it. There is not too much food shortage at present, and the multigrain cake looks quite durable, so they haven't moved it for a while. But now that New Nan opened a pack, then try it. They are also very curious. What kind of taste is this multigrain cake that doesn't look very good? New Nan generously shared the piece of multigrain cake that he had bitten into, but the part he bit into was broken off and given to Chinhuari, and the rest were divided equally. Songjia took a bite, Her expression was a bit speechless, but at least it was edible, and she ate that piece with a frown, definitely. Mu Nan smiled and said, "Get used to it as soon as possible, this will be the relief food for the next day." Jianchu also frowned. "It's good to scratch your throat, but apart from being too rough to scratch your throat, the taste is actually good. Now that food is precious, even if it is not tasty, it cannot be wasted, so with water, I finally finished eating that small pancake. It's just that the relief food in the past was at least steamed bun level, but now it has become this kind of multigrain cake. One is that the current environment is not good, it is too humid and hot, and the steamed buns are not as durable as this kind of multigrain cake. Another reason is that there is too little supplies. This time the crop failure has made the already difficult situation even worse. At least through the distribution of food, it has been able to convey the message that the above is also very difficult. So the few people are not in the mood to chat and talk, and go to bed early, because they don't know what will happen tomorrow. Even in the innermost part of a cave like theirs, where most people have good conditions, on the third day of refuge in the cave, some people still collapsed unbearably. Waking up from sleep, Mu Nan was the one who woke up in a daze. The dim light in the cave could only make out the distance near their platform. Yawning blankly, he said, "What's the matter? What happened?" Chin Huai said, "I don't know if it's her younger brother or younger sister, who was infected with parasites and was dragged away just now, so she can't bear the death of a relative." Jianchu is too sensitive to the 3 words of parasite. When he heard these 3 words, he subconsciously held back his trembling. "The person is gone?" Chin Huari hummed, "It should be gone. There are quite a few people infected with parasites in this cave." When Chin Huari took Mu Nan to the bathroom outside, he saw people lying on the ground with something crawling in their legs. There are also some people who are so thin that only a handful of bones are left, lying on the ground in a state of coma, and can't even feed water. But the family still refuses to give up feeding water, but it's really like that. He was just hanging on his breath, fearing that even the medicine might not be able to save his life. The girl who lost her loved one was obviously broken, screaming and crying in despair, as if she wanted to vent all her sorrow and fear of the future. This kind of despair is easily contagious, especially in the whole hole. I don't know how many people are suffering from parasites, and no one knows whether they will be the next one who can't survive, so the atmosphere in the whole cave is particularly depressing. Chin Huari directly took Mu Nan to the bathroom to wash up and take a breath outside before coming in. This overly depressing environment has a great impact on people's body and mind, so avoid it if you can. Just as he was walking outside, Mu Nan heard the voice of a child, like a weak cat, curled up in his mother's arms and cried out for pain. Before Mu Nan could turn his head to take a look, Chin Huari hurriedly dragged him away. Mu Nan knew what Chin Huari meant, so he walked out obediently along with him. If there are some things that cannot be saved, then don't look at them. In the last days, be calm and calm, so that you can live less tiredly. There were already a lot of people lined up at the bathroom, and they were not in a hurry, so they simply found a place to wash up. The rain outside was a little lighter. It was no longer the torrential downpour that hit them, but a light drizzle. A lot of big green cloth tents were set up outside the cave overnight. Along the entire mountain road, many people slept on the platforms built of stones inside the tents. They could not sleep on the ground, because the rainwater would flow down the mountain road above. Now the rain is a little lighter, and the speed of the rainwater flowing down is a bit slower. During the heavy rain before, the water was all washed down, and people standing outside wanted to be taken away. Standing in the cave, you can see the vast ocean of yellow mud in the distance. Mu Nan deliberately put the mini telescope in his pocket, and now he is holding the telescope to look down the mountain. I don't know where it came from. The water in some places even swirls, and I can tell at a glance that the water is very deep. Mu Nan sighed, and handed the binoculars to Chin Huari. "If the rain doesn't stop, the sky will break, and I'm afraid I'm going to settle down on the mountain in the future." Chin Huari took a look and made sure that not only did the water below recede, but it even rose a little bit, so he didn't look any further. Rubbing Mu Nan, who was full of worry, Chin Huari said, "Don't worry, this is the embankment bursting above. The sewers of the whole city are clogged again, and the downstream area cannot release the water for a while, which is why the waterlogging is so serious. As long as the downstream is connected, even if the rain does not stop, the water will slowly recede. However, such overflowing and silted places will not be so lucky to be flushed by the water flow. If you want to solve the waterlogging and drain downstream, you must intervene. Whoever drains the water will intervene. In order to dredge the entire residential area, how many lives should be filled in? This is a topic that can't be talked about. Mentioning it, even breathing becomes heavy. The two stood outside for a while. There were too many people coming in and out. It was a bit too much for them to stand here with dry clothes. Seeing that there were fewer people queuing at the bathroom, they went to line up. Before going back, I also received today's relief food by the way, and then I will not come out if I have nothing to do. On the way back, Chin Huari lit a flashlight. The inside of the cave was really too dark. In addition, there were so many people there that even the aisles would be blocked. It's not good to step on someone lying on the ground. The two of them paid more attention to their feet when they came and went, so they didn't pay attention to the people next to them until someone called Chin Huari. Chin Huari didn't hear it himself, but Mu Nan heard it. There's no way, he might not be as sensitive to his own name as Chin Huari's name. When he heard someone calling Chin Huari, he immediately looked up and around. As soon as he stopped, Chin Huari immediately looking back, "What's wrong?" Mu Nan said, "I heard someone calling you." As soon as he finished speaking, a person stood up from a corner and shouted again. Chin Huari subconsciously shone a flashlight on it, and it turned out to be Wang Xiaoli. He walked over with Mu Nan, and Wang Xiaoli said with surprise in his tone, "We are so destined. We can meet this way. This is Xiao Mu Nan, who has grown up, but his appearance hasn't changed at all. But you have changed quite a few. If I hadn't recognized your brother, I wouldn't have recognized you that day." Chin Huari smiled when he heard the words, "You have changed a lot too. If you didn't listen to the voice, you wouldn't recognize you even standing in front of me." Wang Xiaoli patted his stomach. "How about it? I said before, every fat person is a potential stock, right? I've lost weight, isn't it handsome?" Chin Huari smiled. There is still a big difference between the thin who lost weight and the thin who suffered, but Wang Xia used this relaxed tone to tease him, and he naturally went along with the words to boast. Mu Nan said, "Thank you for helping me find my brother earlier." Wang Xiaoli waved his hand indifferently. "What's the matter? It's just a matter of one sentence. Fortunately, I have some habits of recording account numbers. I wrote down your brother's external network account number in the notebook before. I just found it out that day. I wanted to post it. Try it in the past, and it's fine when you come back. No matter how bad the domestic environment is, it's infinitely better than abroad. Create man-made disasters, and one day they will be extinct. That is what they themselves did." As for the relationship between Yu Munan and Chin Huari, how did he find him, the squad leader who didn't even have much contact with each other in private? Seeing that the relationship between the two brothers is as good as ever, then there is nothing wrong, so why bother to mention the past? Mu Nan saw a girl next to Wang Xiaoli who had been silent all this time, and took a more curious look. Wang Xiaoli noticed his gaze, turned his head, his eyes became softer instantly, and said with a smile, "This is my daughter-in-law, her name is Anan." Chin Huari said, "Congratulations, you're married." Wang Xiaoli sighed, "It's just a piece of paper certificate. If I knew it would become like this now, I should have asked for the certificate as soon as I graduated. At least I can wear a wedding dress. Hey, it's useless to talk about it now, at least it's good to be alive." Mu Nan saw that something was wrong with the girl named Anan, but it was not polite for him to stare at her like this, so he withdrew his gaze and stood obediently behind Chin Huari. It was Wang Xiaoli who explained, "It's such a tormenting day. Anan's parents were smashed in front of her. When Anan was dug out from the ruins, he was already mentally stimulated, but it's okay. Be obedient and don't make trouble. Even if I need someone to accompany me, if I can save my life in the earthquake, I am content." Chin Huari said, "We live in the innermost part. If you need help with anything, you can come to me anytime." Wang Xiaoli said, "Innermost, that should be pretty good. I'm fine, it's okay, there is still food relief, you just take care of yourself. When this thing is over, let's get together again. Now we meet. It's really not easy to go to the old classmates. It's okay, you go back quickly, it's quite messy outside." Chin Huari didn't stay too long, anyway. They were all in the same cave now, and they could contact him at any time, so they took Mu Nan back first. Mu Nan waved at Wang Xiaoli, followed behind Chin Huari and sighed in a low voice, "Everyone doesn't care. Easy. Life is already so difficult, and you have to bring a mentally insane person with you." Mu Nan admires Wang Xiaoli quite a bit. According to him, the two should not be married yet, but in the current environment, it doesn't matter whether they get married or not. If you have identified a person in your heart, it is your responsibility to your partner. If you don't agree in your heart, it is useless to have a marriage certificate, whether you should abandon it or you will abandon it. After they left, Wang Xiaoli sat down on the small bed again. Although Anan was a little mentally stimulated and abnormal, she relied on Wang Xiaoli instinctively, so she leaned over naturally. The finished miscellaneous grains continued to be fed. Although it was not delicious, the miscellaneous grains cake was soaked in some water, but Anan ate it like a puppet doll, eating every mouthful. After feeding the last few spoonfuls, Wang Xiaoli wiped Anan's mouth. Anan is awesome. After the flood is over and we go home, I will cook instant noodles for you. Although he knew that Anan couldn't understand, or automatically blocked all perception of the outside world, Wang Xiaoli still couldn't help talking to her, and might wake people up one day. On the side, an older brother who had been dozing against a rock opened his eyes and glanced at them, and said, "In these days, face is not so important as life. I have a friend who can live in it." Don't say that. People take the initiative to ask what's the matter. If you need it, even if you don't take the initiative, the best thing to do is lick your face and pick it up. Living inside is not much easier than being outside. Although everyone is in the same cave, there is a big difference between living outside and living inside. We all know that those who can live inside have been transferred before the evacuation, and they all have backgrounds and conditions. At least outside, they can only rely on relief food, while some inside have the ability to cook and eat. This is the difference. If it were him, there would be a friend who lived in the house, and he would pick up everything he said. How important is face to survival? That is to say, some young people value face more than life, and would rather suffer outside than this face. Hearing that man's words, Wang Xiaoli didn't say anything. This man is not bad, and sometimes he will take care of Anan for him, but there is no need to tell an outsider too much about some things. He never cares about losing face. If there is a need he can kneel down and beg for help, but now they can live on their own, and there is no need to ask others to burden others. If the old classmates are doing well, they will post it immediately. In this day and age, who is easier than the other? After the two returned to the cave, the atmosphere of despair eased a little. When New Nan passed by, she took a look. She was a young girl in her 20s, sitting alone in a corner, lost in thought. Fang Kong was in a daze. His hair was messy and his face was pale. He looked like a lifeless rag doll. New Nan didn't look much, and followed Chin Huari to climb back to the stone platform, and then put the water they received inside the stone platform, and put the miscellaneous grain cakes in the bag. The water can be used when steaming things, and it can be boiled several times. It can also sterilize and kill insect eggs. Since the water can be released from above, there is a high probability that there should be no problem. They just need to pay more attention to it. As soon as they sat down, Songjia came over and said, "You guys just missed a good show." New Nan hummed, "Good show? What good show?" Songjia pointed to the direction below them. "The man who wanted to come to us to change places was beaten." New Nan asked curiously, "What happened? Who beat you?" Songjia smiled gloatingly. "By an aunt next door to him." New Nan said in surprise, "Auntie? Why?" On the side, Jianchu said with a disdainful tone, "Why else? Of course it is because he used his daughter to take advantage of others. The conditions of the company that fried the buns before should be quite good. They also have a child, so they said yes, the child is not too young, he is 12 or 13 years old, but his parents are capable, and he still has the conditions to drink milk at the age of 12 or 13. But the man repeated his old tricks. I don't know whether he pinched him or did something to make him. His daughter was crying, and he took the multigrain cakes from the relief to exchange milk powder with others." Songjia followed up with 2 clicks of tut. "If you exchange grain cakes for other people's milk powder, it would be more sincere if you exchanged them with a bag of instant noodles or rice. If you still pretend to be pitiful and put yourself as a weak person to kidnap others morally, then the family of fried buns is indeed a bit eye-catching. The uneaten ones are very sour, and many people are fanning the flames." The man is surprised to see many people talking for him. What to say is for the sake of the children. What do you mean? He just gave out relief food at this point. It doesn't matter if he doesn't eat if he's hungry. I hope I can exchange some milk powder for my daughter to supplement her nutrition. New Nan wowed and said, "How shameless." He hated this kind of moral kidnapping the most. It was even more disgusting than robbing and cheating. New Nan was curious about what happened next, and asked, "And then, why did you get beaten up by the aunt?" Songjia said, "The little girl was crying all the time, and her father hugged her to exchange milk powder with others, and begged in various ways. The family didn't know if they were a little soft-hearted for the sake of the child, or because they talked too much for that person. Not wanting to cause public outrage, just when she was about to compromise, an aunt rushed over, snatched the child directly, threw it into the arms of the fried bun family, and then punched the man in the face with her fist. New Nan wanted to applaud when he heard it, and suddenly felt a pity to miss this good show. Songjia said, because the aunt's perspective is very clear, the man has been pinching the girl's thigh, so the child can't stop crying. How can there be such a father in the world? And the milk powder in exchange may not be. I will feed the little girl, maybe make a show and then drink it by myself, anyway, as long as the child doesn't cry, and they stay in that kind of inconspicuous corner, who will notice them? New Nan looked down. It was very quiet. No one was crying or making trouble. It was not like what happened just now. It's over after being beaten. No more follow-up. Jianchu smiled and said, what follow-up? Are the aunts in our country easy to provoke? They are coward after being beaten. Others almost know his tricks after this trouble. Some people who have children at home can't stand it immediately. Let out the same cruel words as your brother, saying that if his daughter cries again, he will beat him. New Nan turned to look at Chin Huari. Sure enough, the most effective way to deal with this kind of scoundrel is to beat him up. Chapter 133. The life in the cave is peaceful but not peaceful, avoiding catastrophe and catastrophe, but everywhere is trivial and noisy every day, either occupying too much space and crowding others, or someone lost something and quarreled with neighbors. Shit, if there is no quarrel or even a fight every day, the day is not over. Whenever there is trouble down there, New Nan and the others are thankful that they live here relatively alone, with no one on the left or right, but also because of this treasured place of geomantic omen, many people covet it, except for the one who pinched his daughter Bo's sympathy at first, the man and the family who were the first to grab the attention at the beginning. The place where the Chier is not so easy to live in. When the carload of people came, people had already settled down in the cave, but no one chose the place where the Chier was located, or someone chose it at the beginning, but there was no one in the past. After being blown by the wind for a while, I knew that this place was not suitable for people to live in, so I quickly changed the place. After the family chose it, before they cooled down, the cave was full of people, and I wanted to change places. It's not easy, so I've been going through it until now. The reason why the family found Chin Huari and they hoped to live in another place was that his child was blown ill. A 20-year-old boy probably thought he was young and in good health, and his parents were old, so he lived in a place closer to the entrance of the cave. I asked my parents to live far away, but it turned out that I was blowing it every day, and I caught a cold and had a fever. The reason I came to ask them to change is that they are a group of angry young people, and they bring a lot of things, long-sleeve trousers and protective clothing, raincoats, which can resist wind when they sleep. When New Nan heard this, his head was full of question marks, and Songjia on the side couldn't help but retort, Uncle, you are too funny. If you can resist the wind, you should go to Blow the Mountain Wind, and that place is not we forced you to choose, and you have to buckle down this big hat, as if we don't change it, it's a matter of death. New Nan followed and nodded, that's right. The uncle begged bitterly, please help me, my son is really very sick. Yu Zaibai said directly, if you think it's cold over there, move outside. We are not the only ones who can change the whole cave. Your son is seriously ill, and we also have people who are not in good health. Please stop pestering us. It is your son's life that will be delayed. If he is willing to go outside, why would he wait until now? It is said that the outside is very chaotic and there are all kinds of people. His son is already sick. Wouldn't it be more dangerous if he came into contact with some sick people? Without waiting for him to say anything else, Chin Huari said, please leave, pestering is useless. Changing places is impossible. If pestering is annoying, don't blame us for being rough. This black light is blind. Beat 1 or 2 people to death and say it's me, it fell. It's very busy outside now. I'm afraid no one will check. Seeing that they were so difficult to talk to, the uncle almost knelt down for them. Jianchu directly came over with the hammer in his hands, with a bad expression on his face. What nonsense, just beat you Lao Mei Lao. If anyone asks, just say that he came to steal from us. As soon as Jianchu said that he was going to do something, Songjia quickly tried to persuade him, forget it, just drive him away, it's not worth it for such a trivial matter. Jianchu is still struggling to swing his hammer, everyone is coveting our place. Hit one of them hard to see who dares to come behind, let go, and see if I don't kill this old thing who is kidnapped by morality. The fuss scared away the uncle who wanted to kneel down and beg for them. He was old enough to kneel down for young people like them. This kind of person is really abhorrent to be kidnapped morally based on his age. After such a toss, Jianchu was so tired that she panted a little, sat on the ground and sighed, sure enough, my physical strength is not as good as before. In the past, such a little movement would not cause panting at all. New Nan fanned him, our place is really conspicuous. But I have to say that it is indeed more comfortable to live far away from the crowd, which is okay, and only 2 families have come to find trouble, like those who live in crowded people next to each other. Almost every day it is one thing or the other. But this is also because there are so many of them, and they are still a group of big men, and there are dogs, and it really broke out, and letting the dogs bite people is a help. If it was just him and his brother, they should have found a slightly more comfortable corner below and crowded with other people at this time. It is absolutely impossible to be in such a conspicuous place. If there are not enough people, it is the target, so when there are too many people, it is really true there are many benefits. To be honest, their luck is actually quite good, at least there are no too unreasonable or cruel people here, such as some so-called forces gathering, which is mainly due to the good management of the higher-ups, who are directly under the control of the army. After the crowd gathers, just appoint an ordinary leader and it's over. If there is anything, everyone can directly report to the army. This is also a very important reason for greatly reducing the number of people who take advantage of the chaos to build forces. So there are a lot of small fights in this cave, and there is almost no brutal oppression, so that many people are still bound by the word law and discipline, and have not been forced to cross the moral bottom line by the current difficult environment. Otherwise they are really, I don't know what kind of day it will be. On the 5th day of living in the cave, it is said that the water outside has gradually receded, but looking down from the mountain, it is still a muddy yellow. When will we be able to leave here, and whether there is still a home to return to, no one knows. But after staying for so many days, although many people did not have enough to eat every day and lived on multigrain cakes, they also adapted to life in the cave, and Chinhuari and the others became more careful about food consumption. Looking at Uzaibai and the others wishing they could hide in the cave on the mountain wall where Nianyu and Rabbit slept to cook noodles, Songjia couldn't help but sigh. There are fewer and fewer people who can eat hot food now, and in a few days, even we still have rice and noodles, so I'm afraid we have to hide them carefully and then eat the multigrain cakes. The longer you live in the cave, the less food everyone brings. In the past 2 days, there have been several thefts. It's the kind of people who were caught early and then stole while they were sleeping. For food, no matter how vigilant you are, you will sleep with your own things in your arms, but it's okay if you have few things, but if you have too many things, you can't take care of them. One time when they were sleeping at night, they found that someone was circling under their stone platform. If Niu was not alert and woke them up with a low-pitched warning sound, they didn't know if they would be stolen. What's more, some people came directly to negotiate with them, asking how much they would like to sell the dog. Such a big dog is like meat for walking. He drove away viciously. This was not a trivial matter like someone else exchanging the stone platform. The viciousness who didn't refuse really made them easy to bully. Niu Nan rubbed the dog's head and sighed. If you were smaller, you could put it on your body and hide it. It's so big that you can't even hug it. Chinhuari also said from the side, have you trained Nianyu to give orders, such as attacking and biting? Songjia nodded. Training. When I was at home in the winter, I trained every day. Nianyu can listen to instructions now. You point your hand, and then say go bite, and Nianyu will jump towards the direction you point and bite. No saying let go is the kind that bites to death and doesn't let go. Niu Nan said, this is good. If you encounter any dangerous situation in the future, protect yourself first. Uzaibai brought out their bowls filled with noodles. It's time to eat noodles. Let's have noodles at noon and rice at night. When the time comes, open a can of luncheon meat and cut it into cubes and steam it with rice. Jianchu asked, how much lunch meat do we have left? Uzaibai said, there are 7 cans left, 2 cans of corn, 1 bag of 5 kattis of flour, 4 small bags of 2 kattis of rice, 1 bag of noodles, 6 tubes of noodles in 1 bag, miscellaneous grains. The ones who brought back the cakes haven't even moved, so that's all we have left. This is the food left by everyone. Anyway, it is enough to support them for 10 days and half a month. If it is reduced to 1 meal a day, and 1 meal is half full, it can still last for a while, but I don't know how to wait for water. What will happen outside after you leave? Niu Nan sighed silently. He doesn't like to eat noodles, and it's okay to eat it occasionally, but he really feels like throwing up when he sees noodles, but he can't do it without eating, so he can only take advantage of them not paying attention every time. Taking the noodles from his own bowl to Chinhuari was not because Chinhuari indulged him in such a small matter as a willful bully. The main reason was that Chinhuari liked to eat noodles and liked it since he was a child. It just so happened that one of them liked the other and the other didn't, which was a balance. Anyway, there are not many noodles, 2 or 3 mouthfuls will be gone. Even if he gives Chinhuari all his share, Chin Huari's food intake is probably not even half full, so after breakfast and lunch every day, Mu Nan will take Chin Huari to eat again. Going to the bathroom once was actually a stroll outside, looking for a place where no one was around to get something out of the space to eat. However, when you can walk outside, it is mostly after the rain stops, and there must be no sun, otherwise you will not be able to go out at all. They are not hungry, but they can only eat secretly. In this way, they feel a lot of guilt. Now they have reduced to 2 meals a day. Breakfast and lunch are combined into 1 meal, and dinner will be slightly more, because if they eat it's really hard to fall asleep without being full, but all of them are young men in their 20s. They really can't stand such a little oily thing. They are all hungry with acid reflux. When I go to bed at night, I can hear my stomach growling. The little friends are so hungry, but they can only hide and eat, but don't eat. Chin Huari refuses. Chin Huari doesn't want to starve him, and he doesn't want to starve Chin Huari, especially because he has a bad stomach. Chin Huari would definitely get angry if he got sick from hunger, so despite feeling guilty, he still had to eat. Sighing, Chin Huari followed Chin Huari out. Chin Huari laughed and said, "Be patient, we can go back after the water recedes. It is good that the house is still there after we go back. Even if we are gone, we can find a place with few people to stay." The rabbit killed everyone and had a good meal. Mu Nan said with a bitter face, "Every time my great animal husbandry business will die halfway, the chickens and ducks before, and the rabbits now." Chin Huari comforted with a smile, "If our house is still there, then we can raise the little rabbits for a few more days, kill a few and make them into a pot, and keep the big ones to live on, so as not to die young." Today they were lucky. The rain stopped outside, but the weather was cloudy and there was no sun. Although it was hot, the temperature was more than 50 degrees, but there was no direct sunlight. The temperature was tolerable. The two walked up the mountain road, staying away from the shed area built outside. After making sure that no one was around, he found an inconspicuous place on the mountain wall and climbed up, then took a bag from the space to cover it. Mu Nan took a copy directly past the chicken leg rice to Chin Huari. The pilaf was made by Chin Huari at home before. It was made with mutton and lamb chops. It tasted super delicious. He had never eaten pilaf before, and he automatically skipped it when he ordered takeaway, but after Chin Huari made it once, he liked it. Yes, although it will be a bit greasy if you eat too much, but it is just right if it is served with Coke. The chicken drumsticks were also marinated at home before. He likes the marinated meat made by Chin Huari the most. It is slightly spicy and very tasty. The stew is tender and rotten. During this period of time, they had a hard time, so Mu Nan tried his best to feed Chin Huari with some meat and vegetables. He asked Chin Huari to eat first, and he kept an eye on his surroundings, and put the food in immediately if there was any movement. But fortunately, no one came until he finished eating. But also, it was so hot outside. After all, the temperature in the cave was much lower than outside. Even if it was crowded, no one would run out during the day to get the heat. After finishing the meal, the two of them sat for a while and ate another piece of fruit. They sprayed their body with deodorizing spray. Jianchu's nose should be more careful. Just as he was walking back to blow the mountain breeze, the smell on his body was the dispersal was even faster, and seeing that there were few people receiving supplies at the moment, the two went over to line up. In the morning, there were more people who received it. Anyway, they didn't expect this to eat, so they didn't receive it. In the afternoon, there were no one, so they could just take it back and take a nap. It's just that they were in line. After receiving today's supplies, a soldier passed by them, and after looking in their direction, he seemed to think of something, then turned around and walked over. "Did you last time? Did you ask me about Chin Bing?" Mu Nan nodded quickly. "Yes, it's us. Is there any news about Chin Bing?" The soldier said, "He's not in the cave, but in the shed below. He was injured and his condition is not very good." Hearing the words that the situation is not very good, Mu Nan was stunned for a moment. What he was most afraid of was that the friends around him would disappear if they said nothing. Chin Huari put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed it comfortingly, then said to the soldier, "Okay, thank you for letting me know. We will go and have a look." After Chin Huari finished speaking, he dragged Mu Nan into the cave. They couldn't just go down to find someone without bringing anything. At least they had to carry a bag. Yu Zaibai and the others were already asleep, and when they saw them coming back, they moved inside to give they spared some space for a nap. But when they saw them reaching for their bags, they turned around and looked at them. "What's wrong?" Mu Nan said, "There is news about Chin Bing, who said he was in the shed below, but he was injured, so we are going to have a look." Yu Zaibai sat up quickly. "Otherwise, Chin Huari and I will go over and have a look. You stay in the cave." New Nan shook his head. It's okay, I'll go with my brother. Go down and look for it first. I don't know which tent it's in. You go to sleep. If you come back late, you can eat by yourself without waiting for us. Although they had some emergency medicines in their bags, it was still not convenient for him to accompany them. He could take any life-saving things from the space, so it must be best for him and Chin Huari to go together. It just so happened that there was no sun outside today, and the rain had stopped, so it wasn't too difficult to find the tents along the mountain road. Afraid of delaying time, Chin Huari took his bag and took Mu Nan out. After finding the tents one by one, they were almost at the bottom of the mountain. Only then did they see the tents where the wounded soldiers were placed. As soon as they entered, they saw Chin Bing lying on the innermost camp bed. Mu Nan and Chin Huari hurried over, but Chin Bing lying pale, the gauze on one leg was soaked with blood, and the whole person breathed hot, obviously having a fever. Someone saw two strangers coming in, and hurriedly said, "What are you doing? You can't just come in here." Chin Huari said, "We are here to look for Chin Bing. We are his friends. We heard that he was injured, so we came to see him. Most of these soldiers are not local, and now the environment is limited, and there is no such condition to return to their hometown to find family members and friends, so no matter how hard the life is, no matter how serious the injury is, apart from carrying it by themselves, only the comrades around can help each other. After taking care of it, it is very rare to have other friends thinking about it at this time." Knowing that they came here to see Chin Bing, the man who spoke eased up a lot, and just sighed and said, "Look at him, but he has a fever and is in a daze. I'm afraid he can't follow him. You talk." Mu Nan couldn't help but said, "Is he going to be fine? Is it just the injury on the leg? Is there any internal injury? The injury on the leg is enough to kill. Now there is a lack of medical treatment and medicine. We can only watch them suffer by themselves." Although most of the soldiers are in good physical condition, with a reasonable diet and training, they are much better than ordinary people in various sub-healthy physical conditions, but no matter how strong they are, they will still bleed and get tired, and the past 2 years have really passed. It's too bitter, and the people who suffer from it are physically and mentally exhausted. The food is single and not enough to eat. How can the resistance be raised due to lack of nutrition? Chin Huari said, "What's his situation now? Are you the doctor in charge here?" Doctor Hu nodded and said, "In order to rescue Chin Bing, he pushed the boat in the water and transferred the person to the waiting area. When he was too tired to bear it, he found that he had been scratched on his leg nearly 10 centimeters long, a wound 5 centimeters deep. The whole wound was soaked in water and turned white, and the sutures were not good. When it was delivered, the fever had not subsided, the inflammation in the body was serious, and there was a bacterial infection. Now there is no medicine, so we can only keep physical to cool down. If you can carry it, you can carry it. If you can't carry it, there is really no way." What Dr. Hu Jun didn't say is that with the current external conditions, living environment and temperature, it is very difficult to rely on one's own physical fitness to carry it through. Hearing this, Mu Nan's heart was wrenched. The shy little soldier who helped others but was afraid of being rejected and embarrassed to run away followed Brother Zhu to organize their evacuation from the city center step by step. Living in the 2nd district, Chin Bing, who would always take care of them and inform them of anything, accepted a little bit and wished to return Chin Bing, who was 10 times as good as them. How could such a good person just resign himself to fate like this? Chin Huari said, "We still have some medicine here, anti-inflammatory and anti-fever, oral antibiotics, and a little Yunnan Bio powder. Can he use it?" Doctor Hu was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, "It is definitely possible, but these are life-saving things, you yourself." When they came down, they discussed what they could bring out. Some prescription medicines that families don't always have or are difficult to get are definitely not available. Besides, Chin Bing was injured, so that kind of special medicine should not be used. So when they went down the mountain to find someone, the two discussed putting some trauma medicine and some internal anti-inflammatory medicine in the bag. At this moment, Mu Nan directly opened the bag, and took out a few boxes of medicine that were obviously unfinished after Kaifeng. Use it for him first, and save lives first. Since people are willing to do so, then of course there is no delay. Dr. Hu Jun cut off the gauze on Chin Bing's leg first. The gauze was only to prevent bacteria from outside from invading and infecting the wound, but there was no medicine for the wound. Now there is Yunnan Bio. Naturally, it is necessary to use it. Mu Nan took out a roll of gauze and a few individually packaged dressings from his bag, and Dr. Hu took them. With the help of the two, he cleaned Chin Bing's wound, applied the medicine, and then bandaged it again. The medicine taken internally is because Chin Bing's condition is not very good, so he didn't follow the instructions above. Saved. After tossing around for a long time, New Nan was drenched in sweat from the stuffiness in the tent. Seeing the environment here, he couldn't help but ask Doctor Hu Jun, "Can we transfer him to the cave? The temperature is a little lower." Doctor Hu shook his head. "He's not suitable for transfer now, it's best not to move. He took medicine today, see tonight if he's okay." Doctor Hu Jun returned the rest of the medicine to them after finishing speaking. "This medicine is very precious now, and one dose can save lives. He has already used a large dose, so it is better to return the rest to them." But New Nan didn't answer. "Leave these medicines here. In case of any unexpected situation at night, it will be more convenient to have the medicines on hand. You can make arrangements for the rest of the medicines. There are still so many soldiers in need here. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be as stable as we are now, and we wouldn't be able to help if there were too many, so it's a little bit of our kindness to be able to provide this little medicine. It's useless for them to stay here. The person has been found, the medicine has been used, and there is a doctor watching over them. They have done everything they can do, and the two of them saved some food. Although Qinbing definitely didn't have that kind of biscuit, the method is to eat directly, but it can be soaked in water to make a paste, which is better than the paste of multigrain cakes." Seeing that it was getting dark, Qinbing, who had taken the medicine, slept more peacefully than before, so the two left the tent and came down to have a look tomorrow, hoping that Qinbing would wake up tomorrow. The two held hands and walked up the mountain. When they went down the mountain and looked for people in tents, they didn't feel it. When they went up the mountain, they suddenly felt that the way back was far away. Fortunately, there were tents along the entire mountain road, and there were lights in each tent, although there were not many. It's bright, but at least there is a little light, so it won't be completely dark. New Nan sighed deeply. "Is he going to be fine?" Qin Huari hummed, "Yes, if we come down tomorrow, maybe he will wake up." New Nan looked at the sky. It was dark, and there were not even a single star. "When I was young, I liked camping the most. I remember that there were so many stars in the sky that I couldn't count them." Qin Huari said, "Perhaps in a few years, we will be able to see the night sky full of stars." New Nan, "Why does it take a few more years?" Qin Huari, "Because the light needs a little time to dispel the darkness, and the stars also need a little time to come back to illuminate the night sky." New Nan couldn't help laughing when he heard such poetic and philosophical words. Writing poetry is a bit sour. Qin Huari also laughed, and turned his head slightly to look at him. "Don't understand?" New Nan, "Speak human terms." Qin Huari said, "Because the earth needs time to purify. It will take a few years for the earth to be clean and the sky to be clear without human industrial pollution." New Nan thought in his heart, "This is what Qin Huari should say. Those sour and hypocritical words will make people's teeth ache. I hope that when the sun comes out tomorrow, everything will be fine." Chapter 134. The next day, Yu Zaibai and Qin Huari went down together. The medicine that could be given yesterday has already been given, so naturally there is no need for Mu Nan, the robot cat, to follow, and they plan to see Qinbing's situation today. If they can carry it, they will find a way to get it. When they came to the cave, it was too hot outside. They were still in the tent. If the sun was out during the day, the temperature would not be conducive to the recovery of the wound, so Yu Zaibai and Qin Huari went together. The two of them had more strength. It's a pity that Qinbing woke up, his fever subsided, and his life was no longer in danger, but he did not agree to transfer them to the cave. Now that the water has receded, the injured will be transported to the hospital first, and then transferred to the cave. It's too troublesome to go around, and I can't live here for 2 days. As he said that, he looked at them with some embarrassment. "Thank you for the medicine. If it weren't for those medicines, I and several of my comrades in arms might not be able to survive this time. We owe you our lives." Qin Huari said, "Since we are friends, there is no need to say such outlandish words. When you came to take us to evacuate for refuge, we never met you like this before. Those medicines did save a few people. The box of oral antibiotics alone was enough to save lives, not to mention there was a bottle of Yunnan Bioo powder, which is specially used to treat trauma. However, some injuries were serious, although the vital signs were stable. But the consciousness is not fully awake yet, and some of them are already awake, and they are also saying words of gratitude. The delivery of medicine at this time is really a life-saving grace. If New Nan was here, his society would definitely not be able to stand such a sensational occasion, and he would have hurriedly dragged Qin Huari away when others were thanking him. He was not afraid of being indifferent to him, but afraid of being enthusiastic about him. But he didn't come down today, so Qin Huari continued to talk with people along the topic, friendship and friendship. That's how they came together, and by the way, asked a lot about the outside situation. Seeing that Qin Bing and the others looked tired, and that they had almost asked what they wanted to know, Qin Huari got up and said, "You guys have a good rest. When the flood is over and your injuries are healed, let's find a chance to have a meal together, to celebrate the aftermath of the catastrophe." Because he knew a lot of the outside situation, Yu Zaibai was inevitably worried on the way back to the mountain. Qin Huari said, "The worst result is to build a house with bare hands, and the luckiest thing is that people are still alive." The casualty statistics of this flash flood have not been released yet, so the number of people may not be small. The main reason is that there are too few places where they can be transferred. Fortunately, they are not in the city now, and the surrounding area is a little further away. I'm afraid there is really no way out, so apart from the casualties and losses in the place of residence this time, those people in the urban center who were quarantined due to the plague don't know what happened. In such a comparison, the house is nothing, the person is still alive after all. The two rushed back to the cave before the sun came out, took advantage of the lack of people and took the supplies before returning to the cave, and the three of them were still sleeping. Nianiu looked up and saw that they knew each other, so she got down again. Hearing the movement, Niu Nan stretched and turned over, rolled to Qin Huari's side, and asked in a muttering voice, "How is the situation?" They left too early in the morning, it was still dark. He wanted to follow, and got up, but Qin Huari didn't want him to go, saying that he was with Yu Zaibai, and if he could, Qin Bing would be carried on his back. There can't be too few people on the platform. The longer I live in the cave, the more anxious people become. There are fights and troubles almost every day these days, so someone has to be guarded. It turned out they were gone for too long, and he fell asleep again. Qin Huari rubbed his sleeping messy hair. "It's all right, the fever is gone, and he is awake, and his comrades are much better after taking the medicine." Originally, they wanted to move to the cave but Qin Bing said that the water outside is receding, and it will be transferred directly to the hospital in 2 days, so there is no need to toss up and down, so as not to collapse the wound. Niu Nan rubbed her eyes and sat up. "The water receded, so can we go back?" Qin Huai said, "It's not over yet, but it's already in progress. The key is that the rain has stopped, so we won't be able to stay here for long." Songjia stretched her waist and said, "If our house is washed away, or else we can live here in summer, there is no place to go anyway." Niu Nan nodded, "It's a good idea, it's cool here, but what to eat and drink is a problem." Jianchu said, "It would be great if I could contract the entire cave, get solar power, generate electricity and light inside, raise rabbits in a place, grow grass and food in a place, and don't have to contact too many people. It's pretty good." Qin Huari broke their fantasy. This cave was dug out to store supplies. When the water recedes, no matter whether there is land or not, they will not be allowed to stay in the cave, but the cave that was dug out before the mountain, maybe you can still live there, if the house is really gone. Everyone sighed and had to pray that their house was still there. The rain stopped, and the sun began to shine outside again, but this time everyone was happy, which meant that the flood had passed and they could go home. As for whether the home is still there, we have to wait for the water to recede to see. They left in a hurry, unable to bring all their belongings with them. They only brought a little food and drink, and only hoped that the home was still there, and the damage in the house would not be too heavy. Although the weather is fine and we can go back soon, the food is still not wasted and let go. Songjia covered her stomach and muttered, "If my home is still there, I must have a big meal with white rice." He stuffed all the 100 kattis of rice he bought into the cabinet. Even if the house got flooded, it's okay, the rice hasn't been opened yet, and when it rains, he has already wrapped many things in the house with plastic bags, so as long as the house doesn't collapse, things can still be salvaged. Niu Nan said, "If the house doesn't collapse, after we go back, I'll kill a few little rabbits to celebrate. Everyone comes to eat at once. It's been a long time since I ate meat. I'll save the steamed buns and raise them until now. I should do it for the family, make a contribution." Songjia smiled happily. The rabbit said, "I worked so hard to survive the first day of junior high school, but I couldn't survive the 15th day after all." Niu Nan took out his phone. "How long have we lived in the cave?" Qin Huari said, "Today is the 7th day. If we hurry up, we may be able to go home in less than 10 days. With the sunny weather outside, the people inside the cave also became restless. Some people even started to pack their things, wishing to follow the first evacuation vehicles back to the residential area. Some people are purely thinking about their homes, but some people want to fish in troubled waters. Most people are evacuated now, and the entire residential area is empty. Those houses that have not been washed away by the flood, just go in and find some. Everything is earned. This also led to the people inside and outside the cave, who had been living in peace before, but a dispute arose, because to evacuate from the cave, the outsiders must go first, and then slowly move inside the cave, but those who live in the cave don't want to. Those who live near the entrance of the cave are those who have no home, no house, and sheds. To put it bluntly, they are poor and have nothing and can only rely on government relief. Let them leave first. The burglary is afraid that all the things in the intact house will be emptied. Those of them who live in the second and third districts have good conditions. How can they be willing? New Nan and the others did not fight or make trouble, and waited peacefully for the evacuation notice from above, but if they didn't make trouble, many people could not stand together. After all, this is not something that can be done by one person, so the first person who takes the lead can't wait to mobilize everyone. The people who lived in the cave came together to make a fuss, demanding that the people in the cave be sent away first. These big boys are still very conspicuous. Although they don't make noise and live on the platform and don't deal with other people, anyone with a little discernment knows that they are not easy to mess with. At this time, they are not short of food and clothing and can support. There are not many people who can afford dogs, either because they are capable or have a strong background. So seeing that everyone is asking them to leave the cave first, some of them are indifferent, and some people can't help but try to persuade them. At worst, maybe they have something to do with each other, and they don't worry about leaving first or later. It's the same as people like them coming in advance. There is also a channel to go in advance. It would be good if we can build some relationships. In the end, when they found them, Chinhuari only said, "Our family lives in a shed, so it doesn't make any difference if we leave early or late. Anyway, they were all washed away by the water." Can you believe this? Even ghosts don't believe it. Look at other people, even the ones that still had meat when they moved in didn't have the conditions to sleep on mats, they just slept on the ground. They still have the conditions to put air mattresses on the platform. That's what you're talking about, living in a shed? Coax people for fools. But that's what people say, and they can't just say that you can't live in a shed. If you don't want to, then forget it, but some narrow-minded people will remember it. If they get the people inside to leave first, at that time, these proud young people will definitely not be allowed to get in the car with them. Sitting on the cushion, New Nan clicked his tongue lightly. There is no reason why this good thing is all taken up, first come and then go first, although their concerns are justifiable. Hey, we just don't participate anyway. Why? Arrange how to go. Chinhuari said, "Tomorrow we will leave first." New Nan turned to look at Chinhuari with question marks all over his head. Someone asked Chinhuari quietly just now if his family had something to do with him so he could leave first. That's why he was so calm. He didn't know what their family was like. Take it easy. That's because as long as the house doesn't collapse, the house is empty, except for the air conditioner and solar energy. But if it is really washed away by the flood, the solar panels are probably gone. Urgent. As a result, tell him now that they are leaving early. Chinhuari said, "Tomorrow Chinbing will be transferred to the hospital, and he can accompany him." Now the water below has receded. Although it has not completely receded, it is at least not as deep as before. He said, "Let us go together, and we will go down the mountain and enter the residential area. Just put us down and let us go home first, but the car that transfers the wounded can't take too many people, so the two of us go first. Go home first and have a look. If the house is still there, we will guard it at home. No as for letting people break through the empty door." New Nan said, "Why don't you let Yu Zaibai and Jianchu go first? Those who are scrambling to leave behind may cause trouble. Those who are strong and healthy stay behind, and it's not easy to squeeze with others." "Nothing." Yu Zaibai shook his head. "It's nothing to stay here. It might be dangerous to go back. After all, if the house didn't collapse, then there would be only the two of you in the whole yard. If someone really broke in and stole things, if it was just me and Jianchu, it might not be possible to handle. That being said, this is really a problem. If he goes back with Chinhuari, he has weapons in his space, so he is not afraid of people breaking in. But if it is Yu Zaibai and Jianchu, it is indeed dangerous." He didn't think about it. He and Chinhuari couldn't be separated, and Yu Zaibai and Jianchu couldn't be separated, so Songjia could only stay with those who stayed behind, and it was impossible to act alone. Finally, after discussing the decision, Chinhuari and Munan left first. They took Nianyu and Rabbit away, and left the hammer for their self-defense. On the first night, Yu Zaibai made a lot of steamed buns. They decided to keep the pots and utensils in the cave, because they didn't know when they would be evacuated from the cave and when they would reunite, so they made a lot of steamed buns for them. Chinhuari and the others took it with them. At least the house collapsed when they went back, and they still had miscellaneous grain cakes and steamed buns on them, so they could last for a few days at least. Early in the morning, before dawn, Chin Huari was carrying a bag, holding a rabbit cage in one hand, and holding Mu Nan, who was carrying Niu, in the other, carefully avoiding people sleeping on the ground and going outside. There were always people coming in and out every day. Yes, those who were a little alert just glanced at it, and continued to sleep when they saw that it was passing by, not paying attention at all. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief after carefully leaving the cave. They were afraid that someone would follow up in a hurry. There were no such people who acted and acted. One was not difficult to deal with. Anxious to go home, afraid of being attacked by groups, but fortunately, I got out of the cave smoothly. The next step is to help transfer the wounded to the car. Although the two are using the title of transferring the wounded to get a ride, it doesn't mean that there is no need to wait for anything. Let Mu Nan take care of the dog and luggage, and Chin Huari also helps people move the wounded to the car one by one. After all, it was true that there was not enough manpower. He had strength, so he definitely couldn't do it and just look around and not help. They were able to move ahead of time, thanks to the help of Dr. Hu Jun. Otherwise, even if Chin Bing wanted to help, he would be embarrassed to use his power for personal gain, not to mention that he is not that powerful. It is Hu Jun Doctor who thanked them for the medicine. He is a doctor, and he really can't bear to see this kind of wound that used to be stitched up and an anti-inflammatory injection or even need to be hospitalized, but now he wants to take a life. It is still hard to rescue the soldiers. Therefore, even though he himself did not get any benefit from it, Doctor Who was grateful in his heart. He knows that when the flood recedes, many people will take advantage of the vacancy of the house to do something, and he can't help with other things, so let them go home early, so that they can keep some property. It's better. The speed of the car going back is very fast. The more we get to the residential area, the dirtier the ground is. The water has not completely receded, but it is not deep. Some potholes are almost as high as the calf. The water will completely recede. It will take a day or two. After all, the sun is also strong now, and a lot of it will evaporate in the sun. There are not many places along the way between the military hospital and the second district where they live. When they reached the fork, they let the two of them get out of the car. Before leaving, Mu Nan said to Chin Bing, "Come to us when you recover from your injury, and treat you to eat rabbit meat." Chin Bing said hello, told them to be careful on the way home, and waved to them with a smile. After the vehicle drove away, Chin Huari saw that there was no one around, so he handed the backpack to Mu Nan. "Take out 2 pairs of overshoes. Although there is no one outside, but in case someone is peeking somewhere you didn't notice, you should pay attention. Anyway, their backpacks are big, and 2 pairs of overshoes can fit completely. People who know what's in their bags are now in the cave, so it's okay to be seen taking shoes from the bag." The two put on overshoes and protective clothing, and led Niu to the house through the water. There are too many sundries on the ground, all kinds of broken furniture, floating clothes, and even piles of mosquitoes. Mu Nan also saw some unknown insects swimming in the water, and suddenly got goosebumps. "There won't be any snakes in this water, right?" Chin Huari said, "It's hard to say, it's possible, so be careful." Mu Nan said, "I'm fine." The protective clothing and overshoes. Niu is barefoot. Chin Huari glanced at Niu. "That can't be helped, Niu, be careful." Niu looked at him in confusion, and flicked her tail behind her buttocks. "It's not too far to go back from that fork in the road. You can get there in about half an hour, but as you walk, Mu Nan feels that there seems to be something wrong." "Brother, do you feel that something is not right?" Chin Huari held his head and said without looking back, "The tall building is gone." Mu Nan immediately looked around, and was startled. "Yes, let's just say something is wrong. The apartment building is gone. Could it be washed away by water?" He said that the sight of the sky felt a little empty for no reason. It turned out to be the building. Gone. Chin Huari, obviously yes, but I don't know if everyone inside was evacuated before the collapse. Thinking of the casualties caused by the collapse of the entire building if people didn't evacuate, Mu Nan's heart palpitated. They almost chose the apartment when they first arrived here. The further you go into the residential area, the more tragic you will see. The dilapidated houses are considered good. Some low buildings have no walls at all, and you can see the wreckage inside the house that was hit by the flood, and there are even people in protective clothing were hauling corpses from the water. In some places, Mu Nan saw corpses floating on the water from a distance and hadn't been cleaned up. Seeing this, Mu Nan couldn't help but grasp Chin Huari's hand. Chin Huari pulled him to quicken his pace. "Don't look, hurry up, the sun is coming out soon." New Nan hurriedly speeded up, walked for a long time, and saw the houses in the second district from a distance. Except for some damaged doors and windows, most of the houses were still in good condition, and he was suddenly happy. "Brother, do you think our house will be safe?" "Fine," Chin Huari said. "It's possible. The houses here don't look seriously damaged. Even if it's bad, it doesn't matter, as long as there are 1 or 2 rooms that can be settled temporarily." The place where they live is relatively close to the end of the residential area, so they entered the area of the second district and walked for nearly half an hour. There was no way around it. Many courtyard walls were built here, and the damage to the house was not serious. But many courtyard walls have collapsed, so the roads are not easy to walk, and the weather is much hotter. The way back this time is full of climbing and climbing. When I saw the roof of my house, New Nan was already exhausted. But when he saw it from a distance, New Nan shuddered. "The solar panels in our house are gone. Without solar panels, there is no way to provide solar power. Without electricity, there is no way to use the air conditioner. It is so hot that I feel like crying." Chin Huari comforted. "It's okay, we can't generate electricity at home, so we can use the government's electricity. At most, we can use ice cubes before the line is up and running again. It won't be very hot." Even though he said that, New Nan still felt distressed. Solar energy would not be cheap before the apocalypse, and it is not cheap now. But compared to them, the worst thing is the neighbor, who spent so much money to buy it. It hasn't been long before it's gone. I'm afraid it hurts more than him. Their house is all right, except that the windows on the first and second floors are a bit broken, and part of the courtyard wall has collapsed. When I came down, I smashed the house, but most of them are still okay, and I can live in it after some repairs." When he got home, New Nan ran upstairs in a hurry. He wanted to check the degree of water entering the solar generator. The solar panels were washed out, but the generator was still there. He just hoped it would not be too serious. Surprisingly, there should not be much water in the top floor. Of course, some water has entered. It may have penetrated through the cracks in the door when the flood washed over. It didn't fall, and the generator didn't seem to be flooded because of the relatively high cushion. Fortunately, we put the generator on the top floor. If it were on the third floor, it would be flooded. Their house on the third floor was washed by water, and the newly repaired glass was broken again. The inside of the house is okay, although it is a bit messy, but most of them are things that rushed in from the outside. The original furniture and the like have long been closed. Now in the whole house, only the storage room without windows on the second floor is in good condition. Because there are no windows, the walls are also in good condition. After cleaning the sewage on the ground, people can live temporarily. When Chin Huari was cleaning the room, New Nan gave Nianyu a bath, soaked it with insect repellent potion, and fed it an internal drive that pets could eat. He had this medicine in his space, but he had no chance before. Now that Nianyu wants to live with them temporarily, the sanitation must be cleaned up, especially since they just came back from the water in which the corpse was soaked. Nianyu is considered clean in the shower, but she can't help shaking her hair, and the water is all over her body when she shakes it. After washing the dog, his whole body becomes wet. After washing Niu, Chin Huari also cleaned up the storage room, sterilized it, put a big ice cube in it, locked the dog and the rabbit in the room first. The dog gave a pot of canned dog food, and the rabbit gave a cage of fresh alfalfa. Has been a pain for them during this time. After the animals were settled, Chin Huari and Mu Nan began to clean up from the upstairs. Others can be taken slowly. The bedrooms on the third floor should be cleaned up early. Started to replace the windows. Mu Nan took out a lot of windows from the space, and while measuring the size to find the right one, he said, "Should we get some spare windows? Jianchu and Songjia's windows probably broke a lot, so let's say we did it come down from someone else's house secretly." Chin Huari said, "Wait to go and see the situation of their 2 families. If there is a room that is still in good condition, then don't use it. If there is a room that can be lived in, it is fine. Now you go to the roof and put the vegetable bowls on it, and put them more densely." Mu Nan said, "But the window on the roof is also broken. It's so hot now, it'll be too hot to put it on." Chin Huari, "Put it on air. If you die in the sun, you will die in the sun." They said before that they transferred the earthen pots to the building, and they just put them in the sun for a day or 2. If they were so dry, they pulled them out and fed them to the rabbits, and planted them again. Except when it was hot at noon, the 2 of them took a lunch break in the storage room with ice cubes, and the rest of the time they were cleaning the house. Upstairs and downstairs, they had to throw things away, clean the floor and walls, disinfect them, and be busy. After a whole day, I finally cleaned up the inside and outside of the house. I will go to the next door tomorrow to see the situation, see how much the furniture in their house is damaged, and then take out some furniture from the space to arrange them. At night, she lay exhausted on the mattress in the storage room. New obediently lay down and took a nap. Nan rubbed her sore arm. Nothing will happen again. After they evacuate, they should have another. The reconstruction work has begun. Chin Huari, the food crisis is coming. Thinking of the fact that there was not much harvest in the first place, and now being washed away by the flood, Nan's heart was heavy. Tell me, will many people starve to death by then? Chin Huari pulled Nan into his arms sideways. Who knows what will happen in the future? Go to sleep, the sky will fall, just bury us together. Chapter 135. The gates of the two neighbors are still in good condition, but because of soaking in water, when the door lock is opened, the water rushes down, and when you press the code again, it is a bit out of order. But the slightly better thing is that Jane at the beginning, the building was so badly damaged that they didn't even know where to clean it up. Looking at the mess in the house, Nan suddenly felt a little dizzy from the heat. Shall we help them clean up? Isn't this a bit too much work? This house is not as empty as their house. The furniture and the like are washed all over the floor. There are only 2 of them, and they clean up 3 small 3-story houses, including their own. This is a lot of work. Just thinking about it is suffocating. Chin Huari said, move some seriously damaged and large items to the first floor, make it more convenient to use the space, and move them to the first floor. When they come back, they can also throw them out directly from the first floor. It's more convenient, or else when the time comes we have to help them move down from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor together. Nan thinks it makes sense, otherwise I'll put it in the space now and sneak it into the yard in the middle of the night. Chin Huari shook his head. No, just close the door and use the space. Throw it outside. If someone sees it, it will be troublesome. Don't take any chances. Nan said, okay, let's see what we want to get rid of. The 2 of them worked for a long time, and moved the broken and unusable furniture in the rooms on both sides to the 1st floor. When they came back, they would clean up by themselves, throw away what should be thrown away, and leave the rest temporarily because it was too hot. It was daytime again, and the heat was not dry and hot, but muggy and hot. This was really unfriendly to Nan. It was okay to be so hot during the migration before, but now it is too hot to bear. Seeing that his expression was not right, Chin Huari hurriedly dragged him back to the storage room. Are you dizzy? Do you want to vomit? Nan shook his head. No, it's just too stuffy. The air is so hot and sticky. I feel like today is hotter than yesterday, and I don't know how many degrees it is now. Chin Huari wiped Nan's body with a wet towel, and then used a small fan to blow on him for a while. The room next door has been cleaned up. Now we just need to stay at home and prevent people from breaking into the empty door. Rest first, and stay there if you have nothing to do. Do not go out in the room. Nan took a sip of ice water while stroking Nianyu's head. I'll leave the housekeeping to you. Keep your ears open to listen to the movement outside. If someone enters the yard, you should call to know. Nianyu didn't know if she understood or not. Anyway, she raised her head and rubbed against Nan's palm. The 2 sat in the storage room for a while, and after the heat dissipated, they felt a little better. Chin Huari said, eat something cooler at noon. Iced mung bean soup. It clears away the heat and relieves the heat. Take a good rest in the afternoon. If you want to eat, what to eat tonight? Nan said, I want to eat barbecue. Chin Huari smiled and said, then have barbecue tonight. Do you want to eat wagyu beef? Cut that piece of beef into dice and roast it. Nan licked his mouth and nodded again and again. He hadn't eaten barbecue for a long time, and he was indeed hungry. Seeing that he still had an appetite to eat and drink, Chin Huari felt relieved. Mung bean soup alone is definitely not enough. Nan took a box of cumin steamed bun slices and a box of fried noodles, and the 2 ate them separately. They were definitely not too full, but it was just right, and it happened to be digested in the afternoon. You can eat barbecue with your stomach. After the sun started to set and the heat was not so high, Chin Huari and Nan cleaned out the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Chin Huari replaced the broken windows with new ones and tore off the dirty curtains. Because the wall is pasted with bricks, it may not have been soaked in the water for too long. Except for a little peeling of the wall on the ceiling, other places are fine. Nan directly took out a container filled with water, diluted the disinfectant in it, and rinsed the whole room. The walls were brushed little by little with a brush. It was fine when it was brushed. Stand up straight, you have to bend over under the brush. You are so exhausted. The tired Nan sighed. This is worse than sleeping with you. Chin Huari looked over with deep eyes. It seems that I am not working hard enough. New Nan's legs almost went limp when he saw him, and goosebumps appeared all over his body, but thinking of how hot these 2 days were, with no electricity and no air conditioner, Chinhuari would definitely not be able to torment him, so he boldly stared at him confidently. Go back. Chinhuari directly took the water hose and rushed towards New Nan. New Nan was sprayed with water. Not to be outdone, he took out a basin of water from the space and poured it on Chinhuari. I don't know if they have been washed clean, but they have been thoroughly washed. After washing a room, the two of them were exhausted. The windows in the room were open. With this temperature, the water in the bedroom would dry up quickly. It was already wet anyway, so I just took a shower and went to the second floor cool in the pantry. New Nan hugged Nianiu and stroked the dog's head, still brainwashing it. Is it comfortable to follow me? It's cool to eat and drink. When your master comes back, don't go home with him, just pester me. You don't want to go. Have you heard that it's great to be a dog for me? If you want to eat meat, you can eat dog food. I still have a lot of canned food here, including your favorite stinky canned food. Did you enjoy eating these 2 days, huh? Chinhuari on the side is working on the induction cooker, and there are some meats, sliced and diced, freshly grilled, and some that need to be marinated. New Nan hugged Nianiu and rubbed over. Want to eat meat? How about I give you meat to be my dog? Chinhuari said. It doesn't understand. What you're brainwashing is your own brain. New Nan hummed. If you understand, maybe you will be tempted by delicious food. Nianiu is so smart, you can understand, right? Chinhuari put the dipping dish in front of him. Eat it. Isn't it too gluttonous? Which one to bake first? New Nan said. Wagyu. It needs to be tender, the kind that is steamed first and then roasted. Chinhuari. There are quite a lot of requests. New Nan picked up a piece of pure lean beef and roasted it on a stone pot, avoiding those seasoned meats, and put a piece of oil-absorbing paper next to it. After roasting, use the oil-absorbing paper to absorb the oil, and then tear it into feed New one by one. It's been a long time since your master has eaten beef, but you have eaten it. It's a pity that you can't talk. If you can talk, he will be hungry to death. Ha 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 ha. Chinhuari. If it can talk, I don't know if Songjia is hungry or not, but it will scare everyone to death. Wrap the meat with lettuce, put kimchi on it, and stuff it into your mouth with a mouthful. New Nan sighed contentedly. It's comfortable. In this world, there is nothing more stress-relieving than eating meat like this. When you are satisfied, you feel that all your troubles are gone. There is none left. Chinhuari said. Take some Xiaoshi tablets later. New Nan leaned against the wall and rubbed his belly. New stared at the meat on the plate and kept licking her tongue. New Nan couldn't see the longing eyes, so she couldn't hold back and prepared to feed a few more pieces of meat, but Chinhuari stopped. Eat a little. This meat is too oily. Be careful if you eat it. It has gastroenteritis. Now there is a veterinarian, but there is no medicine. The gastroenteritis really hurt it. New Nan sighed and rubbed Nianiu's head. Hey, I'll feed you freeze-dried food later. We won't eat meat anymore. Nianiu probably understood this sentence. She was sitting upright and looking forward to it, but when she heard this, her 2 paws moved forward, and the whole dog lay down pitifully. Its eyes were still wet and it aimed at the dog. New Nan was still whispering in his nose. New Nan couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward to rub the dog's head. I want to raise a dog. It's so cute. Although New looks naive and not very good-looking, but once you get used to it, she is also a good-looking dog, a fluffy creature that is hard to refuse. Chinhuari also felt that he should raise a dog that was more lethal. With their conditions, raising a dog was not a big problem. Unfortunately, he thought that the future would be difficult and he might be displaced. He didn't want to be too troublesome, but now he wanted a dog. It's not easy anymore. Seeing New Nan rubbing Nianiu vigorously, Chinhuari couldn't help but raise his hand and rub it on New Nan's head. I will raise one for you if I meet you in the future. After ventilating all night, the bedroom on the 3rd floor was completely dry. The two took out new curtains from the space and installed them, and mopped the floor and walls with disinfectant before taking out the bed and some furniture, and put 2 big ice cubes in the room to cool down, and reinstalled the heat insulation curtains and heat insulation baffles on the windows. Yes, there is no rush anyway. New Nan hugged the watermelon and dug to eat it, and he ate a mouthful to feed New. He looked at Chinhuari, who was dissecting the air conditioner, and said, why haven't they come down yet? We've all been back for 3 days, so we don't care about the conflicts between those people in the mountain. Upgrade, what happened? Chin Huari concentrated on removing the rear cover of the air conditioner. Probably not, the water is completely drained today. There may still be a little water in the downstream area, mainly because there are many corpses to be cleaned up, maybe because I want to clean up some drowned corpses after that, let people come back, otherwise the weather will be hot, the corpses will not be cleaned up in time, and there will be more people, and this place may become a plague-stricken area again. As soon as Chin Huari finished speaking, New, who was eating watermelon, stood up all of a sudden, and then groaned towards the window. Chin Huari, who was near the window, stood up and lifted the curtain to look. The big spray guns were spraying disinfectant, and they went directly into the yard along their collapsed courtyard wall, then sprayed a lot on the gate and left. New Nan also looked down from the side, and sighed. Sure enough, experience is accumulated time and time again. This time, the speed of action is so fast. I hope there will be no more plague outbreaks. Chin Huari said, it should be impossible not to erupt at all. We can only do our best to minimize the danger. The people in the cave have never come back. In addition to guarding the house at home, the two of them will repair the collapsed courtyard wall every night, pick up bricks and the like, and start working every day as soon as it gets dark, and work until the early morning, take a shower and go to bed at the turn of the clock. With New around, you don't need to be too vigilant when you sleep at night. New reacts faster than them when there is a little movement. When people finally came back one after another on the 5th day, although the damaged house hadn't been repaired, the entire courtyard wall had been repaired again. Seeing that it was completely repaired by the two of them, New Nan put his hands on his hips tiredly. Mister, it's not easy anymore. I think my ability to handle heat has been upgraded again. Chin Huari looked at New Nan, who was wearing a vest and shorts, but was already dripping with hot sweat, and wiped the dirt on his face with the back of his hand. After we're done, there won't be anything that needs to consume energy. Okay. Now, after moving the last bit of bricks, go into the house and take a shower. Your body is sticky. The sticky body is not only sweat, but also insect-repellent water. This construction of the courtyard wall can only be done when there is no sun, but the lamp must be lit. The light is the most attractive to mosquitoes. Nowadays, mosquitoes are poisonous, so mosquito coils and smoke the moxibustion sticks were constantly lit, several mosquito killer lamps were turned on, and even a large electric fan was pulled from the house to blow outside, and the body was sprayed with insect repellent every once in a while, so that it was barely bitten by mosquitoes. As for working in long-sleeved trousers or even protective clothing, then Chin Huari will definitely not let New Nan out to do it. Last time, although he went back to the room to cool off and soon recovered, it was obvious that he almost suffered from heat stroke, but let New Nan in, he definitely doesn't want to stay in the house, so he can only do a little bit of external protection. Although it takes a lot of work, at least after a few days of drying, he has not been bitten by mosquitoes, and the fan is not too hot. He piled up the remaining bricks beside the courtyard wall, and New Nan clapped his hands. It's over. The house on the girl's side was smashed more seriously. The extra bricks we picked up should be enough for them to repair the house. Chin Huari said, it should be enough. If it is not enough, we will talk about it later. New Nan packed up things with Chin Huari and walked into the house, saying, those girls should be fine. Everyone gets along well, and be quiet. I don't want to change neighbors. Chin Huari flicked his forehead with his dirty hands. After thinking so much, most of the 2nd and 3rd districts have been transferred to the cave. They are probably in the cave above us. There should be nothing wrong. Maybe in 2 days it will be back in the day. New Nan stretched his arms. Yes is the best. Are you hungry? Let's have some barbecue. Chin Huari has indulged him in the past 2 days. After all, he has worked really hard these days, so he didn't object. Eat a little, drink fruit juice 4 drinks, and don't drink carbonated drinks at night. New Nani ran into the house cheerfully, and the iced juice was also very good. Chin Huari smiled and followed behind, closed the door and went upstairs. Sure enough, it is better to be more strict in normal times. This is in contrast. A little indulgence can make him so happy. As the water on the ground evaporated and dried up, more people came back. Once there were too many people, trouble started. Someone began to try to break into the empty door. Chin Huari and the others caught it twice, and once they saw someone in the house, they ran away. Hey, it was bloody, and finally let Nianu chase him for almost half a street. But at this time, the most people caught will be beaten, and there is no place to lock them up, and there is no conditional punishment for the time being, so it's fine to scare them hard. Most of the people who come to break into the empty door are those who live in sheds, or whose houses have collapsed and have nowhere to go. The neighbors around them are all good, no matter whether their own conditions are passable, or they want to look up and down in the future. No one will do it. this kind of thing, but there are not many people around them who came back. Anyway, I didn't see anyone I knew. Songjia and the others haven't come back yet, but Wu Zheng came back first. On the day Wu Zheng came back, Nianiu, who was sharing half of an iced watermelon with Mu Nan, suddenly stopped eating her favorite watermelon. Then, he ran to the door of the room and scratched at the door. Mu Nan thought it was Songjia and the others who had come back. He opened the curtains and saw that Wu Zheng had just walked to the door before he had time to knock. Seeing Niu, who kept circling around and wanting to go out, Mu Nan felt sad for a while, and said in a sad tone, "My love and flesh were finally paid by mistake." Qin Huari smiled and asked him to put away the things in the room before going down to open the door. But Wu Zheng, who was standing at the door, looked very miserable. His clothes were dirty and even smelled sour. His hair was sticky in locks on his head. The most important thing was that his face was pale. His cheeks were sunken even after not seeing him for a few days. He hunched over and clutched his stomach, and leaned on the wall with one hand as if he couldn't stand still. As soon as Qin Huari and the others saw Wu Zheng like this when they opened the door, they didn't have time to stop them. So Nianiu rushed forward and threw Wu Zheng down. Mu Nan hurriedly stepped forward and pulled away Niu, who was licking Wu Zheng's body excitedly. "Calm down. Niu, come here." Qin Huari went to help Wu Zheng, who fell to the ground. "What's wrong with you?" Mu Nan also looked over nervously. "What's the matter with you? Do you have a stomachache? Are you infected with parasites?" Wu Zheng looked at them weakly. "Is there anything to eat? If I don't eat, I will starve to death." Mu Nan pulled Niu, who was still excited to jump on Wu Zheng, into the house. Qin Huari said, "Yes, the steamed buns that were steamed in the morning. Nan, go upstairs and get them." Mu Nan snorted, tied Niu to the stairs on the first floor, then hurried upstairs to get a few steamed buns from the space, and poured a pot of water down by the way. Wu Zheng didn't even have the strength to climb the stairs. If the sun hadn't come out and he had to enter the house, he wished he could just fall down in the yard and sit on the first floor after being helped into the house by Qin Huari, and no longer have the strength to move up a step. But fortunately, Qin Huari and the others have cleaned and disinfected every floor upstairs and downstairs, and the ground is still clean. As soon as Wu Zheng saw the steamed buns, Wu Zheng couldn't care about anything else, and couldn't care whether his hands were dirty, so he picked them up and stuffed them into his mouth. He was so hungry that he was dying of hunger. He hadn't eaten anything for 3 or 4 days, and the water he drank was from the rainwater accumulated before. The building where they took refuge was full of people, but it was surrounded by water, and they couldn't even ask for help. It turned out that the higher-ups couldn't even come and evacuate, let alone deliver supplies. Fortunately, Songjia always asked him to bring some food to work, some biscuits and the like, which were not easy to break and could make him hungry at any time. Get through the first few days. But there was really nothing to eat in the back, but fortunately the rain stopped, and when the surrounding water receded enough to drip back, I rushed back immediately. Some people are so hungry that they go directly into other people's houses to search for things, and stuff them into their mouths when they find something to eat. Others are so hungry that they can't even walk, hanging by the rain, and then they are still in the building waiting for someone to rescue him, because he really didn't even have the strength to crawl. If he didn't have a few bags of biscuits on his body and ate them for a few days, and finally survived, he might be so hungry that he could only lie on the ground and wait for rescue. Seeing Wu Zheng stuffing it into his mouth hungrily, Mu Nan hurriedly poured him a glass of water. "Don't choke, eat slowly. If it's not enough, we'll make it for you again. The soaked firewood has been dried in the past 2 days now. It's ready to burn, or I'll cook some rice for you. We put those pickles on the top floor before. They can still be eaten without water, and they can be eaten right now." After eating 2 steamed buns, Wu Zheng finally felt that he had come back to life. He waved his hands and said, "That's enough, these are enough, don't bother." While Wu Zheng was eating, Qin Huari told them about their situation in the past few days, and Wu Zheng, who recovered a little bit of strength, said, "So they are still in the cave and haven't come down yet?" Qin Huari nodded, "Not yet. I guess we'll have to wait for the higher-ups to arrange to send them back in batches." "Where are you taking refuge during this time?" Wu Zheng said, "In the information building over there." Several buildings were built later, the highest being 5 floors. Before, it was enough to live on the 3rd floor. Later, the torrential rain continued and the water became higher and higher. Especially it seemed that the embankment had burst above, and the flood rushed over. We hid on the 5th floor, and the water broke through the windows. 2 people were not caught in the water, and they were rushed out. Fortunately, I was in at the place against the wall. He was holding onto the railing so as not to be washed away. Although what Wu Zheng said was quite plain, the situation at that time was scary just thinking about it. They hid on the 5th floor and were almost washed away. Mu Nan said, Zhu Ming hasn't come back yet, and I don't know where to take refuge. Wu Zheng didn't know the situation on the ranch either. He followed the people from the factory. It can't be transferred from the back at all, the water is soaring all of a sudden, the car can't get through, let alone the airboat. Just a little bit of rapids can overturn all the people and boats. It's better to stay on the 5th floor to carry the situation. He has been too busy to take care of himself these days, especially when he watched the flood rushing towards him. In the earthquake, he just passed by the god of death. This time, the flood really turned around in the hands of the god of death, and he was able to come back alive. I really have to be grateful. Seeing Wu Zheng's third steamed bun, Mu Nan couldn't help but said, should I eat it slowly? You're eating too fast. You always feel hungry before your body reacts. Don't be hungry for a few days. I ate too much all of a sudden, and I was overwhelmed. Wu Zheng also knew this was the truth, but when he was very hungry, he couldn't control his desire for food. If he didn't eat anything and only drank water for 3 or 4 days, he was so hungry that he was going crazy. The most hungry there have always been thoughts of despair and giving up, and I really feel a sense of relief that I can't wait for it to be over, but thinking about my brother who is still waiting for him to come home, I survived. Now that I can eat food again, it really feels like a new life. I feel that even if it is 1 more day, I will not be able to survive. Seeing Wu Zheng who was so hungry, Mu Nan felt lingering fear. It's just good to come back, it's not easy.